for the sake of the nation that he doesn't express interest in the next election. Because from
we said this many, many times. It was a force that came alive, a genuine one, a powerful one, that won election and was taken away. Never mind what INEC declared.
Wole Soyinka and I have been having a running battle. And he has said it will not end until one of us leave this world.
You have an accident! Please stop! Leave me alone, leave me alone, just leave me alone, please, just leave him. Just leave him, please. Please just leave him. Please just leave him. Please just leave him. Please just leave him. Just leave him. Please leave him.
7-point agenda included the need to gather big data, which would cost about 200 billion naira. And also the agenda included attracting foreign mining firms into Nigeria.
Do you think things are better now for Nigerians than they were a year ago? For the average Nigerian, do you think things are better or worse?
If you are trying to climb up from a ditch,
both school, those that have finished secondary school, they could enter an open university while they're doing their businesses. Or we get a job for them and while they're doing their business, when they're going to school. Then those that have not finished secondary school, we go back to school, finish.
Large proportions. Notwithstanding the blood libels Mr. Khan has leveled, Israel will continue to wage this war in full compliance with international law. We will continue to take unprecedented measures to get innocent civilians out of harm's way and to ensure
the pre-war population was forced to flee by the Israeli state as it laid waste to their homes, their schools, their hospitals, their universities, their mosques, their churches, their roads, their ancient monuments. The order.
Today, Ireland, Norway, and Spain are announcing that we recognise the state of Palestine.
Was achieved, sequel to the improved synergy among the three service services of the armed forces, including the Navy, Army, and Air Force, and sister security agencies. Now, just last month, the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, shared
with troops. We have just invaded additional troops and equipments that are moving in. Well, we're happy Mr. President has given us more approvals. We're expecting to have more helicopters.
I think there's
what do you mean by road to that coastal region? We've not really had
road to nowhere. I don't think there's any.
What do you mean by road?
So they're no longer totally dependent on exporting low value added products and raw materials and agriculture.
We made all the efforts to spare all his infrastructure, and that's why I say he's a politician. Me, I'm an engineer, and so
that crossed across 33 countries, connecting about 3 billion people. The corridor, as you have seen, based on the Aramen now.
Military bases historically, wherever they opened in Africa, have not served any security purpose to the locals there, have not made the locals in any safer. In fact, in the case of Niger, the US military base that opened there in 2012 only saw an escalation.
They would find an abundance of resources and people. And he asked who told them exactly where to go. How did they know where to go to find these things? And my response to the questions that he posed in that video is us. We, the blabber mouths that we are.
okay. Greetings, fellow Nigerians. Yeah, I wanted to announce that Dr. Damages is not going to be around for 2 weeks. He said I should let his viewers know about it. So I am doing that now. Thank you all for joining us. As you can see, there are quite a few things to cover today, and I've played quite a few of them. So there are so many that it appears as if I've played all of them, but I've not. I just played short clips of each of them. I'm sorry there was a technical issue with the audio, and I think that has been resolved now. So I'm going to commence without a lot of talking so that we can view some of the major events of the week. Quite a lot happened this week. From ICC seeking arrest warrants against Hamas leaders and the Israeli leader, to all the updates from the Tinubu ministers about their performances in office, and the updates regarding the landmark road, and some of the things that David Hudein said about the military base that was that they were lobbying to open in Nigeria, and that he also talked about something. That's why I actually highlighted it. He also talked about how they control the narrative within our environment. They use our own people. So in other words, that's what he was saying. So we are going to cover that too, because I think it's important that we know these things so that we can spot them when we see them. Also, there is the matter of our economy, why the CBN decided to float the currency, given that we are basically a raw materials exporting economy and we rely a lot on imports. We need to talk about that again. And then finally, we're going to cover the issue of security, that the defense minister came on, the chief of defense staff, came on to talk about security. He was interviewed this week. He talked about some things, and I found it strange the way they analyze things. And I really think that us as Nigerians need to really develop a lot of way of looking at information. And now, just in case, because I didn't mark that one as part of the video, there was this matter of lithium extraction in Nigeria. and the Nigerian government is opening electric car charging points. And I find that a little bit strange because I thought we've been through this before, where we used to manufacture our own petrol and we put it in our own cars, and that was okay. But this time we want to start putting charging points when we don't manufacture the batteries. We want to build an economy for systems we don't control again. And some of us, some people will be like, "Oh yeah, it's a good idea. It's a good idea. Let's start electric this thing." But we don't manufacture batteries, and they are the lithium that are going to take from our soil. They're going to take it overseas to go and manufacture it. They will come and buy it again. That one is just like subsidy, but this time the subsidy is not to us; it's to you or foreigners. If we are not manufacturing battery, make no mistake, that is subsidies. All right, so I'm going to leave it at that, and let's get on with the videos. First of all, we are going to look at what Wole Soyinka said about Peter Obi this week. I don't understand, for the life of me, I don't understand what Peter Obi did to Wole Soyinka that made Wole Soyinka so crossed. Because I don't know, maybe it's just age. I don't know. Because for the life of me, it seems like Peter Obi is the worst problem in Nigeria for Wole Soyinka at the moment. So I don't understand it myself. So maybe you guys can chime on this.
I hope for the sake of the nation that he doesn't express interest in the next election. Because for me as a leader, if there was any proof that he was unfit to lead that country, it's in the conduct which he encouraged among his followers. Because I know for a fact, and I can give you an instance which proved that he was in control of those forces.
Can you please, what's the instance, Prof?
Well, simply because when he first came to visit me, he did come at one time.
That's correct.
Somebody brought him. And I watched him. I watched his action, his body language.
We said this many, many times. It was a force that came alive, a genuine one, a powerful one, that won election and was taken away. Never mind what INEC declared. There is no way Peter Obi, with all the issues in front of him, and my humble self, can control obedience as they were. Peter Obi entered a canoe without a life jacket, and he paid for it. So it is not the work of Peter Obi to control the obedience. It is the responsibility of Wole Soyinka to maintain his respect and dignity. I could say a few things to Wole Soyinka that will destroy him for good, but I wouldn't say that. Only 3 days ago, I saw, the whole world saw his own principal. I'm not here to call names. I wish I could finish this interview. We saw the ongoing president of Nigeria almost kneeling to greet an elder statesman, while people like Soyinka are out there insulting others. So in the heat, in the presence of all the politics and dynamics and everything, decent Nigerians should continue to offer respect to others. I said it before, the ongoing president, even though I do not agree with everything about him, whenever I call him uncle, he laughs, I laugh, and we walk away. Why start insulting people? People like me, we describe, we give objective assessment, and they say we insult. And we don't. It's not our history. It's not our upbringing. I have never insulted anybody. But why should a Nobel laureate make it because he knows how to speak English? 1960s and 1970s English? I think all he is trying to do is an attempted distraction, which Peter Obi and myself have excused ourselves. We will not react to that Nobel laureate.
Wole Soyinka and I have been having a running battle. And he has said it will not end until one of us leave this world. And I have said in this book that you are talking about, that if he lives before me, now when I get to heaven, and I hope he will be there, he should welcome me. If I live before him, when he comes, I will welcome him. But Wole Soyinka is a gifted man. I have always acknowledged that. But he's a bad politician or political analyst. And I've also said that. And that it's my own point of view. He may agree with it, he may not agree with it. That's my own point of view.
You have an accident. Please stop. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Just leave me alone. Please just leave him. Just leave him, please. Please just leave him. Please just leave him. Please just leave him. Please just leave him. Just leave him. Please leave me alone. Okay, please. Please now. Jesus. Thank God. We're going to crash. We're going to crash. We're going to crash. God, 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 oh God, please help me, help me, help me, help me, fucking help me, oh my God, oh yeah, please, it's okay, it's okay.
You move.
I haven't given him about 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. God, you must please, I'll give any amount. Please, I'll come in. Please, God, yeah, it's okay, it's okay.
No problem.
Oh, guys, okay, oh, guys, okay. He will die, he will die, he will die, please. If you guys are on video.
They asked me to carry you, go.
Okay, leave him, leave him,
You carry me. You carry me, they're going to run away.
Please me, sir.
I said stop.
Please, you can.
You said no.
Please, your life, sir, please, your life.
You said what can I join for?
Your life, please. Your life, please, sir. Okay, your life, your life. Your life, please. Don't cross the road, don't cross the road. Please,
I said,
please, oh God, no.
It's carrying me away.
Oh my God, no, leave me.
It's carrying me away.
Leave me. Oh my God,
It's carrying me away.
Please, stop that, please. Please,
carry me away.
Please. Jesus.
7-point agenda included the need to gather big data, which would cost about 200 billion naira. And also, the agenda included attracting foreign mining firms into Nigeria. He didn't mention any of them.
I did mention that one of the critical items of my 7-point agenda is big data gathering. And I gave the reasons that if you are serious about attracting investment into the sector, into the solid mineral sector, you must have efficient data, because it's the efficient data that investors will use to make an informed investment decision. And like you've rightly pointed out, it's very expensive business. Generating data is not just generating any data. Your data must be accurate. It must also be certified by international data certification agencies, so that your data would have international recognition. And it is only when that is done that investors all over the world will not think twice before coming into your environment to invest. And yes, you said it's very expensive. I agree with you, it's a very expensive thing. In actual fact, in the year 2024 budget proposal that we submitted, we put about 200 billion. We asked for 200 billion for exploration, and that is data gathering.
It is curious, though, hearing the minister talk about the need for 200 billion naira to gather big data on mining. Global consulting firm KPMG released a mining sector watch report on Nigeria in May of 2023. Here's an excerpt. FG, which is federal government, launches the National Geodata Center. In fulfillment of the FG's promise made in 2021, the Minister of Mines and Steel Development recently unveiled the National Geodata Center, located at the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency with an arm at the National Steel Raw Material Exploration Agency. The electronic data facility is expected to enhance the ease of online access to appropriate, reliable, and up-to-date geological reports and data about mineral reserves and/or deposits in the country. The facility, which can be viewed as an electronic geodata bank, is aimed at boosting investment decisions, research, and the overall ease of doing mining business in the country. KPMG said further that the initiative is highly laudable, given that reliable geological data is the foundation of any mining investment. They commended the ministry on achieving this feat. The NDC will no doubt increase the attractiveness of the sector to both foreign and local investors and act as a driver for economic diversification and assist in creating a globally competitive sector. This is the Nigerian Geological Survey Agency homepage, which shows existing research reports that they've already released. There's also a solid minerals development fund set up to invest in the sector. We can imagine that you're not going to invest unless you already have data. In fact, the Solid Minerals Development Fund and the Africa Finance Corporation, on the sidelines of the Nigerian Mining Week in Abuja in October of 2023, forged a strategic partnership to de-risk Nigeria's mining industry. Data, of course, is part of that arrangement. Finally, was the minister.
Do you think things are better now for Nigerians than they were a year ago, for the average Nigerian? Do you think things are better or worse?
If you are trying to climb up from a ditch, there will be a lot of dust.
I asked you a straightforward
question.
No,
it's not a straightforward
It's a straightforward question.
Where is it coming from?
Are things worse or better for Nigerians? Let's take economically, for example.
No, what are you saying?
In other words, you can't answer the question.
No, I have an answer.
It's a straightforward question.
1 year.
Are things better
1 year
or
is
worse?
too early.
I'm asking you a straightforward question. You can then, once you've answered that question, you can then qualify your answer. But the question is, are things better now for the average Nigerian than they were a year ago?
The foundation.
Are they better or worse?
The foundation today is better than
that. We're not
previously.
talking about the foundation.
No, the foundation is important.
We're talking about somebody who is receiving a certain amount of money. If they take that money, if they took that money to the market a year ago, what would they be able to buy with it? And if they took that money to the market today, what would they be able to buy with it? Are they better off or worse off in that respect? Straightforward question.
No, if you make it straightforward, then you are not being fair.
Well, I am being fair.
No, you are not being fair to the foundation being laid. You still want us to continue borrowing for freebie.
I can ask, you can answer the question by saying things are better, and these are the reasons why for the average Nigerian. In other words, his purchasing power is stronger than it was a year ago. Or things are worse, and these are the reasons why. It's a straightforward question. It can't be that difficult. No, but the reason you're having difficulty is that you don't want to answer it in a straightforward way.
You fall into the camp of those who think that with the removal of the subsidy, that the federal government of Nigeria is getting billions of dollars in return. No. What has happened is the closure of borrowing for that freebie, which is called the subsidy. That is essentially what happened. Not that as if because you borrowed, you used $4 billion in 2022 to augment the subsidy of importation of refined petroleum products, that this year, because you removed, you had $4 billion. Please, that's not the case.
School. Those that have finished secondary school, they could enter an open university while they're doing their businesses. Or we get a job for them, and while they're doing their business, when they're going to school. Then those that have not finished secondary school, we go back to school, finish secondary school, and the same thing will be applicable to them. Going for open university to open university and equally having something to do. Like this POS, those that have finished secondary school that are both 18, we could allow them to start any money while they're going to school.
Are you living that community?
No, that is what Emir said he will get back to me in a few days, so that we will know how to get these people together and have a talk how to partner. But the important thing is that we agreed on that day to partner. The speaker, he was quite nice when he came to my office.
Minister, this perhaps are taking your attention.
Yes.
And there are those who will wonder that.
But the case is not yet withdrawn.
Okay.
I want to make that clear. How do I withdraw case in a day? Well, before I even withdraw the case, we have to go back to court and then tell the court that we have settled. We are withdrawing the case. Are you understanding?
But you're not withdrawing.
How can I go and withdraw? we're still trying to organize ourselves on how to partner well and get this problem sorted out.
At the expiration, because the injunction will expire, it has a, I mean, if it's, I don't know which court we went to now.
High court.
If it's High Court, Federal High Court, isn't it? Maybe that's about 14 days or thereabout.
14 days.
14 days for the Federal High Court. For the State High Court is 7 days. So it will expire in 2 weeks or in another week.
In another week, yes.
So what happens afterwards?
I filed a motion ex parte. I equally filed motion on notice. Why did I do that? Before I met with my brothers and we decided to make peace. I filed it.
What's your take on the buildings demolished around there, the cost spent? Isn't the government justified?
No, the government is totally unjustified.
How?
And I've written a reasoned article to show them that where we are today in Nigeria is that people that manage Nigerian roads don't know Nigerian roads. So that's why they're talking this way. If you know Nigerian roads, no, he doesn't know Nigerian roads. I'm sure about that, because if he does, he will know that from the Ministry of Works data, 47,000 vehicles leave Lagos average daily traffic towards Ibadan. When he gets to Shagamu, 27,000 turn off to Shagamu. When he gets after Shagamu to Benin, he reduces to 18,000. Where is the 50,000 traffic that will use the coastal highway?
Okay, Osita, I know you work with Ojoma Dweke.
No, I was commercial.
I think detailed on that fact, please, yes. Dr. Baturi, before you come in, just detail on that fact. So you now say, where is
the 50,000 going to the coastal road? I said, what we need in Nigeria today is we need to expand Lagos, Shagamu, or Benin. Benin, we have a bypass already taking you to Onitsha. Onitsha takes you to Owerri. Owerri takes you all the way to Port Harcourt. These are dual carriageways. Fix them. Then come back to Obomosho, Ibadan. Go to Obomosho, go to Bida, Jeba, Mokwa, and go to Kano. Continue the dualization that is already ongoing on that road. Complete it. Now they've completed the Akwanga Lafia Jos. Continue the Makurdi 9th mile to connect Enugu Port Harcourt Expressway. We will never forget President Tinubu. That will have opened up Nigeria's highways to vehicular traffic.
Okay, but this is the Tinubu administration has not said that they are abandoning those roads. I have not seen any statement to that effect anywhere. So it's not as if those will be abandoned.
No, it's not abandoned. It's that the budgetary provision for them, none of them will be completed in the next 20 years. Right. As they are.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you so much for watching? Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes. Before you go, click. It's free. Click before you go. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter. How to just one click. Your daughter. Thank you. Just one click. I see you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you.
A significant update at a high-level African counter-terrorism meeting in Abuja. He revealed that the number of terrorism-related deaths in Nigeria has plummeted from a staggering 2,600 per month to less than 200. But it's not all good news, as reports indicate that kidnapping for ransom remains top on the list of security issues in the north of the country. Now, also in a security incident tracker, Beacon Intelligence, a private security company, has shown that there have been 5,461 cases of abduction and 9,858 fatalities in the last 1 year.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. The ladies will be joining soon, I hope. Thank you for joining us. Today is another Saturday, and it's probably going to be an interesting day. As you can see, there's a lot to cover, from Tinubu's first year in office analysis to Soyinka's statements about Peter Obi, and to our Chief of Defense Staff's analysis on the Nigerian situation. there's quite a lot to cover. So welcome everyone, and let me bring everybody else in here. Okay, let me pull this out of the way and welcome everybody in. All right. So I don't know where to start from. I will try to talk less because all these people in the chat are already like, "Ooh, you can't say what you want." I'm telling you, you have to get Dr. Damages here, or you're gonna get a heart attack today. I tell you, you better make peace with the fact that I'm going to say a lot of things you don't like. Okay, so let's just agree on that. When Dr. Damages comes, you guys are going to miss him because I'll be so terrible at it. All right, let's get on with it. Sure, you have anything to add to the headlines and something to say?
Yes. Good evening, forefathers. Since we're both in the UK, good evening and good day to the rest of you. Thanks for joining us. The two things I would add, or 2.5 things, are where Minister Dele Alake said he wanted 200 billion. It was like an appraisal or report card for the ministers after 1 year in office. So the Minister of State for Petroleum, so that's the junior minister for petroleum, his name is quite interesting. His name is Heineken. It's from that part of the country where they answer all these sort of interesting names. He was asked about fuel subsidy, and he said categorically that Nigeria is not paying subsidy, despite the fact that we are paying subsidy. In fact, more than what Buhari was paying. He said categorically, and if anybody should know, you would expect him to know because of his office. It's the junior minister for petroleum. He said, we are not paying subsidy. They also asked him about why is Dangote importing crude oil. He said, to his knowledge, Dangote is not importing crude oil, and this is a minister. But that's just one thing. It doesn't require much discussion, but that's one headline. Another thing I was going to add is 1 second. Where's the? I think. Oh yeah. Emefiele. The Nigerian court have ordered him interim forfeiture of Emefiele's $4.7 million mansion in the US and his 830 million naira mansion in Nigeria. So the court have ordered the forfeiture of some of his properties. I mean, not that we understand what forfeiture means these days, but for what it is worth, there's been a forfeiture. And the video you played about the Minister for Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy, that's important because now those girls, last week I said married off, and I was told off in the comment section that I should be careful about my words. So those girls are now happily married, all 100 of them. Yesterday they were happily married to their husbands, and the minister has now said that she would support them. They would open up bank accounts for all of them and give them stipends for 6 months while they settle in their husbands' homes, provide scholarship and the rest of it. She was threatened. They told the president to remove her and all of that. Those guys said, if she doesn't withdraw a statement. So she folded like a garden chair. She folded completely. Now those girls are married, and she said she will support them from afar. So who wants resignation? Who wants to be fired? Anyway, those are the three things I thought I would add to the mix.
Yeah, that issue, I probably need to start. I don't know a lot about it, so I want to know more. I will be asking more questions. Mazi Prince, thank you for joining us. Appreciate your presence. So what do you think about the headlines so far? That police one, that one scared me when I saw it. So I don't know. Do you have anything to say about that show? Just the police one.
Yeah. So the police one, what basically happened was, allegedly, the Uber driver picked a passenger. They were going to wherever the passenger was going. Police stopped them as they usually do. He was alleged to have asked for a bribe. The Uber driver said he wasn't paying. The police, as they would do, jumped in front of the car and said, let's go to the station. So rather than for this officer to become famous, like his female colleague who said, help me, they carry me go where I don't know, because that's exactly what happened in that situation. And she started saying, help me. So instead of doing that, he started trying to strangle the driver, because the driver was driving him off to where he does not know, or he didn't know, because he wasn't going towards their station. So the driver must have said he's going to the Air Force base. Maybe he knows someone in the Air Force. Maybe it was just a threat. So the police officer got worried, thinking, where are you taking me to? All I said was drive to the station, to our station. But the Uber driver refused. So it was the passenger at the back that was now begging and recording, because she had to record. Otherwise, people would say it's a lie. So she was now recording, apparently live streaming, and saying that, okay, I'll give you 2 million. I'll give you 3 million. I'll give you 4 million.
Wow.
So that's what happened. Now, the police have come out to say they've identified the officer, but they are not looking to speak to the driver. They just want to beat him up. And they tweeted that if we go back to the beginning of it, the driver is the one that is wrong, that he abducted a police officer. That's what the Nigerian police tweeted. That if we go back to the beginning, how did you choose the beginning? So you skip the part where he asked for bribe. You just said he abducted, like, sorry, did he bundle him into the car or something? But that's what happened with the police one.
I see. Wow, that's two wrongs fighting now, isn't it? Like, one is abducting the police officer, the other one is asking for bribe, and the other fighting want to kill the poor lady that is sitting at the back of the car. I really feel bad for that lady, man. She was really scared, and the police officer looked very, very menacing. I mean, it looks like he was not there anymore. Thank you for that. At least now I have an idea of what that's about. Mazi Prince, what do you think about the headline so far? You can go with anyone.
Forefathers and my co-panelists, good morning from this, the golden state of California. I just have a little cough, but I'm okay. The thing is I think Sho has said most of it, but I would want to add, it is very much crystal clear that the coastal way to hellfire is a fraud. The one from Lagos that they said is going to Calabar is very crystal clear to every one of us. There is a fraud because they've now reneged on their plan, talking about, oh, they're going back to the initial plan. And guess what? The deposits, the already 1 trillion, is gone. It's gone. Nobody's going to ask questions about that. And people that they've destroyed their property, it's not going to get it back, no matter what.
I'm sorry, Mazi. Is there audio coming from the background?
Let's see. Are you still hearing it? I was multitasking. Are you hearing it now?
Yeah, it's lower now.
Okay. I was multitasking earlier. So pretty much it's just a shame that a country with over 200 million people are being frisked every time by these criminals. They can't even show. I've heard most of them talking, trying to render their reports, and none of them seem sensible. Yagudu the other day was saying, "Oh, we shouldn't blame Tinubu." Then who are we gonna blame? His father, or the other one, his principal that still the grandfather that still gives us money because he was a bagman for Abacha. We all know it, and he's our budget minister. What a shame. I rest my case here so that I wouldn't say much.
Thank you, Mazi Prince, man of prestige. So, what do you think about some of the headlines? Man of prestige, you are distracted. What are you doing? Can you hear me, man of prestige? Going once. Oh, is there?
Did you call me?
Yes, I did. Yeah, it's your turn now.
Did you call me?
Wow, that's a massive delay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it's massive delay.
Is it better now?
It's not. We can hear you clearly, but the delay
thank you very
there's
much.
a lot of delay.
Morning and good afternoon, everybody. Speaking from the best state in this country, like Mazi Prince, my brother, we're in the same state, so we have the best state. So having said that, for that, this is just an advice. It seems like we have so many minutes, that we're going to talk about. maybe we should constrain with the time, at least maybe about 8 or 10 minutes, then we move on. Because if we stay on this narrative, just one narrative, it's going to take the whole day, and some people will get bored like me. I don't want to stay here the whole time, like, 10 or 8 hours. But if you cut the time, judiciary, we can talk about it, because most of those topics are very interesting. I'm not going to talk about the topic we're going to talk about, but I have some suggestions. I think the national anthem, they're trying to change or whatever. It's so mind-boggling that that's even what we are concentrating with the whole thing going on in Nigeria. That has, we just miss, we just have our priority missed, particularly the Senate. They seem to be like a jobless people. They don't have any job to do. They come out every day to think about what to talk. But having said that, in my own opinion, the latter national anthem is better, not because of the musical or the sound or whatever. If you want to go by the sound or whatever, maybe you can say the old one is better. But this is a national anthem. I think it was written by a Nigerian, but that notwithstanding, look at the people in the background. They are all British people or whatever, So it's about time we emancipate ourselves from this, colonial master. We shouldn't, we should change. If we want to change the national anthem from the one we have right now, it's okay. But some people are saying we should go back to that. I just feel like that's nonsense in my own opinion. That's all I have to say. If you want to talk about it,
That's true, and I support that one. That whoever is suggesting that they need to have their head examined. I don't know what is wrong with some people. I really tell you. KJ, thank you for joining us. So, what do you think about the headline so far?
Thank you. The headlines seem very impactful, and we may not be able to do justice to all of them. So my advice would be, let's just pick some and deal with it, and eventually get back to the other ones if we still have time. I didn't see Sanusi's reinstatement. Maybe I missed that part.
Oh, no, I didn't cover it. Too many.
And then Nnamdi Kano defending himself in the court. I think those are very important. In fact, the whole of Nigeria this week was so packed full with all kinds of news that you don't even know which one to follow at all. Also, there was the massacring of over 40 people in Benue State. And
Wow.
so, yes. So that has been, a whole community. And of course, they've gone back to Nibo, the one part of Anambra State that has almost been taken over now by the Fulanis. So those are very, things, if you ask me, I would say happened. That you did a lot of covering because there's so many things. Like I said, it was a week full of activity in Nigeria. So one may miss one or two of them. And a man of prestige touched a very important one, which I just been sitting here and laughing. I say, these people don't have any work. They don't have any work. People are suffering. People are dying of hunger. You are going to look at national anthem. Okay, if you are looking at national anthem, maybe you should also consider changing the name. These guys are just crazy.
Exactly, the name. They don't even talk about the name. They keep talking about national anthem.
So it's you just see that they are totally disconnected from the things that the people are suffering. They are totally disconnected. Thank you. That's what I was saying.
Sorry, just a quick suggestion. So since the topics are a lot and Dr. Damages is incapacitated, maybe we can spill some over to tomorrow. We can spill some over to tomorrow.
Yeah, because it's quite broad. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Thank you. People are really keeping it brief today. I really appreciate that. Ike, Oga Ike, thank you for joining us. So please go ahead.
Good afternoon and good morning, good evening from wherever you are joining us today. It's a pleasure to be part of it today, and I'm looking forward to talk about the things that I would like to talk about. Everything you said here, they're all important, but personally, there are things that I don't even want to talk about. What is happening in Nigeria, my country, is greater than what is going on between Hamas and Israel and the ICC. I'm not interested, but I'm only more interested in what happens to where I come from. So everything you led here today is good. And when I have the opportunity to say anything concerning them, I will give my own opinion. But the only thing I want to say here that I am waiting for Omahi, the Minister of Works, to go back to the national television and make a personal apology to Mr. Peter Obi and the lady from Arise. And also, I would like to get the contact of the lady from Arise who asked that question so that I can personally send her greetings, you know, because this is the way we vindicate people. You know, the just will always be vindicated, you know. And Senator Ben Bruce, I don't know what Tinubu has with him. He has been a champion of this crazy stuff, this stunt that they are playing with Nigerians. Like somebody said, like KJ said, these people are completely disconnected with Nigerian emotions and feelings. So, listen, it is well, you know, it is in our eyes that everything is unraveling. A government of renew shake. That's what we are, you know. So I leave it for now.
Yeah, gas them up. You may want to. Are you Colata? I did it. This thing. You may want to remove that. This thing. People will always. They don't like that. Ferrari.
Faith, right? As long as it says faith is shown, so technically I'm following the rules. So as long as the rules are observed, right? The video camera. That's
As
the
long
rules.
as they are.
As long as the rules are observed.
Hold on. Show is a better policy person for Dr. Damages, so he can highlight whether this meets the requirement.
The camera must be on. So the camera is on.
Yeah, because Kulata came last week with like this. Kulata came last week like this, so I don't know whether this is allowed. When he gets to your turn, Ferrari. Thank you for joining us, Ferrari. Let's not attack each other today. Let's be nice, Ferrari. Okay. What do you think about the headlines?
Come on now, people. Let's have some decorum here. You know, I mean, if the owner of the platform allows Kulata, that's fine. So why are we quarreling about that?
No, we shouldn't make light of any issue we come here to discuss. For example, I'm not going to be attacking anybody, but forefathers should not be laughing about that police officer attacking people. Nothing is funny in the Nigerian situation. Nothing here is a joke. None of our time here is a laughing matter. None of us have come here to laugh. If we want to laugh, we will go for a comedy show. We are here to find a solution, to talk about our country's problem. A few of the topics you've mentioned, rightly so. It is unfortunate that every day terrible news keeps popping out of that country. One, you talked about the minister that folded to children being married off, and yet she's going to send them money. Another tragedy in the making. The story of the coastline to nowhere, SPV, to get more money out. The tragic story of Wole Soyinka shows that we have no elders in that country, and Yoruba saying, Nigeria is bent now because we don't have elders. Our elders have failed us. They are so messed up. You missed the issue of Obi's merger and continued move. Sanusi being Emir, US and Israel more superior than other countries now. And so that means we Africans have to get our shit together, because obviously they are telling you ICC is for you black people, you poor people, you fools who can't take care of yourself and your own country, while they, the big boys, they don't go there. They make the rules. That's number one. Then the SPV of 200 billion via Lucky, in which he's trying to build a database, which we already know was already built. Nothing is happening. You didn't talk about Ahmed Dati's appearance on Arise. Nnamdi Kanu's saying he's not subjecting himself to Nigerian court, and the utter nonsense of the national anthem they're talking about. Now, this is the fact, and every Nigerian listening to me, everyone on this thing, we're committing collective suicide. We have to take this issue far more serious than we take it, come up with more cogent ideas, talk less on people, attack each other less. We are, let me repeat it, we are committing collective suicide. The government of criminals in power has to be brought down in whatever form, shape, or way that we know that would not cost human lives. We are committing collective suicide as a people, and everyone is guilty. Everyone is involved. Those who endorses the government, those who support them, those who compromise with them, those who acknowledge them, everyone, and those who oppose them that are following the wrong strategy, the likes of Obi, Showore, and the rest of us. My people, Nigeria is heading down a collective suicide. Let's take the issue serious. Let's not fight each other. Let's not make comedy out of serious issue. Let's not gaslight. Let's not rechannel discussion to suit our own purpose or the purpose of the criminals in charge. Let us be focused. God bless us all. Thank you.
I find that strange not to attack each other, and you started with attacking one. Okay, it's all right. It's all good. Chim, thank you for joining us. I appreciate your time here. So what do you think about what you've seen, the headlines? There are quite a lot of things that happened this week. If we start listing it, it's just endless.
Yeah, forefathers, thank you for having me, and thanks for also standing for Rudolph. I think you've highlighted a lot, so nothing to add. I'll just go along with those things. The only thing I want to bring to our attention is, in the course of the week, I'm not sure if you saw, or if anyone saw the video by David Hundeyin, where he was talking about a write-up he did.
I saw it.
Good. So what I wanted to bring into that is, it ties, for me personally, ties into Dangote's complaints about, how foreigners, people from outside Africa, have more access to move around Africa, while we Africans can't have. We have that restrictions. If I want to go to South Africa, I need a visa, no matter how cogent my reason of wanting to travel. And why I'm bringing that up is, he said something. They use a fellow African to attack him. So usually it's we Africans that are undoing ourselves. I mean, it's an African president somewhere or a minister somewhere that will feel a Frenchman should be given more access in Africa than a fellow African. So I just wanted to bring that up. Maybe in the course of our conversation, we will find where we want to, discuss that. We may want to deal with that. But otherwise, I think all the topics are okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Gas them up. This your gas them up. Hold on. This thing you are wearing, people are not very friendly with it, even if some people are allowed to do that.
But I follow the rules. The rules specifically say cameras on. That's it. They're sitting. Like I always tell you, people should be focused more on where their dentist is putting his fingers the night before he does a procedure in their mouth, than worrying about the mask or whatever. Listen to the message and forget the messenger. It's not something they should be preoccupying their time with. Focus on your doctor's personal life and your dentist's personal life. Don't worry about me. Thank you guys for having me on the channel.
Let me highlight something. It looks like this thing is a kind of affecting your audio.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but it's not as clear as it should be normally. I know how you sound.
Okay, what about now? Is it better?
For that and show, please. Just quickly. Young man to remove whatever he's wearing. Unless I'm going to go away from here.
Just quickly. Dr. Damages has been contacted. Dr. Damages has been contacted in the last few minutes by so many people, despite the fact that he's not in a state to be dealing with such things. And he sent a message to the moderators, group chat to say that, we should not be doing this because it's against the rules of the house. It's not personal. I'm guilty of that.
If the rules of the house say that your camera needs to be on, if my camera is on, I follow the rules of the house.
Yes, camera needs to be on, and
there was another gentleman that was allowed to do it, and no one had an issue. So I don't see why. Let me send my message and go. I'm not attacking anybody. I can say my piece.
Most of us here today have an issue, so we want you to respect us.
Okay, let's rest it. See, Gazem, I understand what you are saying, and what is the say of Dr. Damages? Because since he's the owner of the channel.
So Dr. Damages, I mean, he's not even saying what he wants to say. He's just saying it's the rule of the platform that should not be allowed. Your camera must be on and your face must be seen. No face covering. It's part of what we said. We played the video a while ago. No balaclavas, nothing. You can wear dark sunglasses. That's allowed. You can wear a hoodie, but you can't cover your mouth, your nose, It's part of the rules. Like I said, I'm guilty of allowing someone to come on last weekend, covering his mouth and all of that.
Well,
And I allow
listen,
that because I know
gentlemen,
the person.
thank you. But you know, we complain about censorship in Nigeria, and you guys are doing the same thing.
It's
Thank
not
you for having
censorship.
me. Have a nice day. No,
I mean,
no,
the
thank
rest of
you.
it, you can
Thank
see our
you. I
faces.
appreciate your
It's not
bylaws.
censorship.
I'm not here to affect, you know, any change, but whatever is your bylaws. Thank you all for having me. But
All
this
right,
is just
thanks
proof
for stopping by.
that we Nigerians are
Cheers.
doing the same thing. It's okay.
Bye now.
Yeah, and I know why they did this. This was a kind of process. This is the kind of stuff people do sometimes when they don't like your opinion. That is what led to this policy actually. Because you remember a show even in the backstage where we talk. People wanted to impose another rule again because they wanted more information about people, and I need to have word with Dr. Damage about it because some of these people they have forgotten this rule because they are biased towards certain views and they want to push some people out of the discussion. Now look at the value of why sometimes some people may need to cover their face because they are actually active in industries. If you want people that are active in industries or ministerial position to be able to come here and say certain things, they won't be able to do that. All we will hear is people that will say things that they cannot, that may not be that impactful. That's the kind of stuff you will hear. So we are missing out on that element of.
Allow me to say allow me to say hello to Vie. Ovie, you looking sharp. You looking sharp this
Don't
morning.
worry, you're going to see Ovie. You're going to see
I
Ovie.
totally
This
disagree
is
with
not
you,
where.
brother. I totally disagree with you. If anybody
Let's not make this a topic, please.
It's okay.
Let's
It's
not
okay.
gentleman is gone.
because
Since
remember
nobody,
he's
since
gone
nobody,
now.
I
He's
know
gone
the
now.
gentleman is
So
gone.
only when they go condemn before they will talk sense. No, it doesn't make
Please
sense.
let's not make this a topic. It's
Let's not
been
make it a
said,
topic.
and that's
We'll
fact.
discuss it. We'll discuss
People
it
like to
behind
be
the scenes.
people like to be
We'll
very
see how we can
distracted.
accommodate people. You know, we'll have different suggestions. Maybe have it one day a week where there are no cameras. We'll discuss that backstage.
Yeah,
Let's not
man.
make the guy a topic. He's gone.
Ridiculous.
Good luck to him. We thank him for
Yeah,
stopping by.
we'll have to discuss that because
we should. Yeah.
All right. Jagun. Welcome. his name is a name that you can shout with the top of your voice. It's still gonna rhyme. Welcome, Jagun. What do you think about what you've seen so far?
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon, good evening, everybody. For me, I'm not a chaser of headlines. A lot has happened, and a lot continues to happen, and a lot that I've seen that has some significance, but really not really palatable for deep discussion. For me, ongoingly, what we see and what we claim and what we can effect at all is more of the discussion point for me. And I'd like to draw everybody's mind back to what Ferreira has said last week. He spoke about a movement. And as I said, when I look at this show and I look at the year or so that I've been part of it, and I look specifically at the last 3 months of this show, I wonder what it is that we are gathering. Are we gathering anything apart from dust and noise and talk and pontification? For me, for me, it's not sufficient. People have made mention of this show. Right now, there are about 25 people. I'm going to be underlining this thing until we make movements on it. Right now, there's about 25 people watching, which is cool. You know, we've seen up to about 400 on this show. But I'm telling everyone, it's not sufficient. It's not sufficient for this type of show. We've got a big name with Dr. Damages being a part of us. That's a big name. We should be making moves. When I look at other platforms, simple platforms, you know, when they have certain things to discuss, immediately they got 1,000 people watching. They haven't advertised this thing, but there are 1,000 people watching. So I have to bring us back to levels of responsibility for each of us who are on this show. What are we doing to make mass attention? How many of our friends do we invite along? Who do we speak to about this particular show and what it's trying to achieve? What is it trying to achieve is a big question. Because hearing idiotic arguments is not what I'm here for. Some people believe that I like to aggress and things like that. Nah, man, no, that's not me. I like to speak, and I like to speak my mind, no doubt. But I want to join into a communal conversation that is progressive. And the level of distraction that we entertain, the level of nonsense that we can bear into and start making a 3-4 hour discussion over somebody's idiocy, I don't think that's how to channel the program. So whilst there are all these issues that are going on in Nigeria, and they go on constantly, who are we and what are we doing? How do we affect change? Last time, Ferrer talked about TikTok. TikTok is something that I'm not on, but a lot of people are on it. And to be pushing our faces into TikTok, speaking about serious things, is exposure. And it's the exposure that we need. We need to be out there. The way I see it, we've got to 2007 to start following headlines up and down. He said this, he said that. Rubbish. What we're supposed to be doing, because there's a constant thing happening. Headlines aren't going to stop. What's gonna make 2027 actually different? That's the time period that I believe we should be working towards. It's all very well asking, what's his name, or Peter Obi to be the person who leads us into rubbish talk. What are you doing? Aren't you a leader? Aren't you taking responsibility at all? I mean, for me, what are we doing here? I have to ask, what are we really doing here? Are we just Nigerians gathered from across the world because of the internet? Are we entering into a phenomenon? It's a phenomenon. We can all speak to each other. Bruh, that's what I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think, Chim, have you had your say? Yeah, welcome over here. Long time. You know, when we don't see you for a week, it looks like it's for 5 months. Thank you for joining us over here. So please go ahead.
Well, some of us has to do something. So we're tired of saying we are complaining. So we have to get off our ass and actually do something. I'm here at a conference putting together by Society in Diaspora. It's actually African Day, so they are organizing a U.S. African Diaspora Summits, where they bring young Africans pretty much from every walk of life to come and pretty much do the same thing we are doing here, but just in a more different setting here in Houston. So I'm happy that people are beginning to see what I've been complaining about ever since. I mean, we have a big platform here. Even though if we don't want to do anything about it, somebody alluded to it. It's a big platform. Dr. Dameji have a lot of reach and a lot of connection, to which I'm taking advantage of it today. I'm here today because of one or two things that he agreed to share with me. So he has reach. How do we capitalize on his reach? Should be the thing we should be talking about. If we don't want to organize, if we don't, maybe because of one thing or the other, we don't find it difficult for us to actually converge, maybe because of a different solution ideology. Let's put the owner of this platform, on the center stage. Let's take advantage of him. He has reach. How do we build a coalition around Dr. Dameji? If you guys don't want to organize with me, we don't want to organize with the forefather, we don't want to organize with Show. How do we put Dr. Dameji on the center stage and take advantage of his connection? I think that's the best we can turn this platform to. Jargon is talking about the last 3 months. This platform has been here for the past 3 years. 3 freaking years, every day. So I think it's high time we say, this is how to pay Dr. Dameji back. Not when he don't go, because that's very easy to do. When he check out now, I mean, I'm not saying that. I mean, everybody could check out at one point or the other. When he check out now, somebody will come outside. Have your safe foundation. Let's do it now. That's I think for me, that's what I have to say this morning. I see the from Chim to forefathers to Show, no one step on his shoes. So I said, let me step up my game today and come as a Dr. Dameji.
That's a good one. You're welcome. It's gonna take you a lot of work now. It just shows you how hard he had to work to get it. It's not easy. The kind of work they do.
Obi, I thought you were going to Kano to go and help them. To go and help them with the Emirates.
No, Kano is secure. Kano is secure. We're in power now. Kokose is back. Kokose is back. When we have Sanusi as our spokesperson, all is well. And I think by appearance of a man of prestige, he can testify to that. You're in red. Kokose.
Yeah, the Sanusi is not fully back. Is he fully back yet?
He's back. Nothing good. No one stop him. He said it himself. Anything with God don't make, no man will come out. That was his speech. I think it's KG that was asking for Sanusi response. That's what he said. Anything with God do, no man will stop him. That's what he said.
But Ovie, how are you going to say Pankwaso is back? Did you hear the last update that the police, they are going there to remove him? Go and look at the breaking news. They said that's not going to happen. They have to obey the law.
Police. See, this you are talking about law. The state now go know the state self get autonomy. State law prevail. We are back in business. When we have Sanita as our spokesperson, all is well. We move it.
Okay, so let's do our rounds. So we are going to be having our say soon. So that we do maybe 5 minutes of.
Sorry, I won't be able to stay, but I'll go to the conference. Then I'll be. It's actually going on right now. I'll be giving you guys updates. It's going to be. It was yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So I missed yesterday, but I'll try and give you guys snippets from their life.
Nice one. You are looking smart. Well, thank you for the work you're doing.
Nigerian matter. Why can't Nigerian matter put for it? We have to be smart about Nigerian matter. We have to be jaguda about it too. Any way possible on our politics. As we say, Chima, you are smiling, smile. Anyhow, we go win.
Yeah. Every single
Show is confused. Show is confused as usual.
Show. You're going on about show. Henry Gabriel, I can see you.
That's why. And most of the comments are quite confusing. People need help. But carry on.
Yeah, Jagon, let me I don't know who there's Henry Gabriel in the background. Maybe he should just come and introduce himself and this thing. Okay, yeah, Ovie is going for the conference, so he can come in there. So we're gonna do a 5 minutes go round. But before that, like and subscribe and subscribe to all the channels, like, share, so that people can see more of this video. It's not every time you go to channels that you get to see their faces. People put their face to their opinions. It's not every time. This is actually a special channel from that point of view. As you can see, they threw someone that didn't even show their face out a moment ago. So like, share, and subscribe, because the opinion that I shared here are actually very important for us all. And it might seem like it's a talking shop, but it's not. I don't believe so. Otherwise, God in all his wisdom will never invent words. Words are useful for a reason. All right. So I will show you want to go first.
I'll go. Are we starting with the Wole Soyinka or what?
I think that's people. In the bigger scheme of things, it's not that important, is it?
I don't know. You're the one.
Let's start with your Soyinka.
I don't know what you're doing.
Appraisal of the government's performance, 1 year performance, will be more of an edifying way to start.
I agree with you. Please, let's not talk about the persons. Let's forget about the person and just talk about issues.
Okay. Yep. So, well, I think we started this off last week in terms of the government. I mean, in their defense, they have 4 more days to go. And that's why people like Wole Soyinka cannot be dragged yet. He said, give him 1 year. He doesn't criticize any government until they're 1 year in office. So they've got 4 more days to go before his 1 year in office. But from what I've seen so far, 1 year less 4 or 5 days, they've disappointed those who had expectations. Have not been disappointed at all. They've done exactly what I thought they would do. True to type, they have no plans. They're more interested in politics than governance. So they've gotten in, they're still acting like it's campaign season. And that's what you tend to see when people have no plans. They have no ideas. They're just there, to say, yes, we can win. People like Dele Alake asking for 200 billion when the data already exists. One of the positives, is that the student loan app or portal, I checked it because they said it was going to come up yesterday. So some of us we do stuff, despite the fact that it appears like we come here and just talk. I checked yesterday. I'm not sure if many people did. I checked it to make sure that, the portal was up and running, and it is up and running now. In terms of getting the loan, I've now told a few people in Nigeria, undergraduates that I know, and I said, you might not need it, you might need it, but if you do find out if anybody gets the loan, please let me know. I just want to be able to verify to say people are actually getting the loan. So that's probably a positive. But aside to that, it's a lot of confusion, a lot of jumping the gun. You know, today the visa ban has been lifted, tomorrow it's not lifted. You see things like subsidy is gone, subsidy is not gone. So there's not a lot of clarity. And in times like this, the least you can do is to be clear with the people. Let them know where you're leading them to, if you're indeed leading them anywhere. Be clear with them, be straightforward, let them know it's going to be a tough season ahead, but we're all contributing, you know, we're all cutting back, we're all sacrificing. But because they're not sacrificing anything, it's hard for them to be straightforward with Nigerians. So if I was to score them out of 10, I'll probably say 1 out of 10. And that's because of the little things the aviation minister has done in support of air peace. Is really stood up and fought for them. And that credit, you know, where credit is due. Like I said, the student loan portal is up and running. I hope people would actually get the loan that they need, and it won't be like, you know, jumping through hoops to get it. But aside to that, I can't think of anything else that I can say is positive. Like the Charles Anyagolu of Arise was asking the gentleman with the gray hair. Thank God I have no hair, so I can't even have gray hair, because these days it doesn't seem like something that's very popular. That gentleman on Arise was being asked, the money that people have in their pockets today, if they took it to the market last year, what would they get with it? What would they get today with the same amount of money? The purchasing power, you know, people are suffering. There's hardship in the land, and it doesn't seem there's an end in sight. So to cut it short, without repeating myself, I would score them 1 out of 10. I had no hope. They haven't disappointed me at all.
Yeah, thank you for that. Wow, they haven't disappointed you. Yeah, I guess, you know, let Mazi go, because this is it's a bit depressing, isn't it? Mazi, please go ahead.
And thank you that you did that. I'm not even gonna waste time. Sure, you have time to dabble into the explanations. As for me, I'm giving them 1%. And if it's over 100, 10 over 100. If I want to talk about Wole Soyinka, I'm not gonna use a vulgar word. I'm not gonna, derail from the actual facts. But permit me to key into the words of Dati Ahmed. What is Wole Soyinka? My simple answer to that is Wole Soyinka is bigotry at its worst, lies, agbaya. Okay? When people use the word agbaya, no forefather is going to ask me what is agbaya. Agbaya is not a curse word. Thank God show is here. Agbaya is an elderly person that refuses to act like an elder. So they use the word anagbaya.
But is it not in a form of insulting way?
It's not an insult. They use it on anybody. Sure, am I lying?
It's an insult.
Whatever.
Let's not confuse anything, my brother.
I have to speak my mind.
Yeah,
okay?
You can speak, but
yes.
please,
right on.
Yes.
Let's own up to what we are saying. I think that's all it is.
Corruption personified, because somebody fed you when you needed food. Now the person owns you. So that's why I will use the word corruption. And then I try not to use, when I say knowledge, other people that I know, when we talk about Nobel laureate, just like Dati said, are known to do exploits. But in this case, the one we know, I don't know. I don't really, and he has cost himself. I was trying to have my kids read Nigerian books, but for what he has said, I've clearly left an instruction. None of my kids will ever read his books, because it shows that he's a person of deception. Leaving key things to speak about. People are hungry.
But sorry, we are going to go with the Soyinka stuff later. But
I'm still,
this round, we are talking about the state
it's,
of the country.
like I said, I don't have much to say about the report. I'm putting mine together. I'm still within my 5 minutes. If have I gone
Yes,
about
you're within it. I'm just trying
good.
to, just in case you have more things to
Okay,
say.
I know. Yeah, I'm still within my 5 minutes, so I'm not gonna have much to say. All I know is this government are all criminals and they don't deserve me grading them. I've given them 1% or 10% over 100, whichever one you want to call it. And the most disappointing one that I'm even getting is that of the women affairs. All of a sudden, probably they've threatened her. Now she has changed it, and now she's trying to put it on the media, talking about that the media is misleading. Da, 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 da. So well, that's what they are well known for. I rest my case for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mazi. Man of Prestige, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you very much.
Can you
let me
give us
start
an update? Can you start with an update with the current president and
Yeah, I
the
can.
government and what they have done so far?
Well, I'm gonna put it together. I'm gonna start with Wole Soyinka, then I will summarize.
We are going to come back with Wole Soyinka. I know why. Why do we like to talk about those things?
Okay,
what the government is doing is more. We are
fine.
going to
I
go
thought
to
we were
Wole
talking about Wole
Soyinka's thing.
Soyinka. Okay, let me go with what you said. Like I scored, I scored them last week, and I said it's 0.5. So, but sure, just say that the student loan is working. So that does not really change my mind in that. Okay. You said
I said the portal is live. I don't know if the loan is working.
live. Okay,
Yes.
that don't change my percentage. It's still 0.5, so which is less than 1. So having said that, and you ask me, are we better than where we are today? And I'm gonna read this for you. I got it from Guardian newspaper. This is how it goes. I'm not going to take that much. This is from Guardian newspaper. So you have to go and look at it. I'm not making anything up. Let's begin with a basket of pepper. It was 5,500 when Tinubu, took office. Today is 22,000. 5,500 before, and today is 22,000. Imagine that kind of percentage. I have three or 4 more to go. Spaghetti of cattle. I don't know what is considered spaghetti of cattle, whether it's just a bag or whatever.
Carton of spaghetti.
Right. It was 1,700. No, it was 1,700. Yeah, 1,700. But anyway, so today is 28,000. Then you have tomato. Common tomato was 36,000. Today is 58,000. You have beans per bag. It was 28,000. Today is 75,000. You have rice, 5 kilograms of a bag. It was 26,000. Today is 85,000. Samovita, 10 gig, 6,000. Today is 19,800. A kilogram of chicken was 2,000. Today is 6,000. A gari, which is a poor man food, was, what is that? I think, a bag of gari, it was 18,000. Today, it's 45,000. I can go on and on. So it's not even a question of accent. I mean, that guy, tried to be whatever smart politician. I know the politicians do the same thing. They don't like to answer this question. But, I mean, he should have at least pivot. I mean, it doesn't even make sense the way politicians do in Nigeria, So that gets to show you just a preview of how the Nigerians are suffering. So where would you rate them? So that's why
Peter
I
Obi's
give them,
fault.
It's
Peter Obi's fault.
Okay, we'll talk about that when it comes to Wole Soyinka. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexander Gomez, I appreciate the donation. And you were saying, Alexander Gomez, I heard you saying something about whether my opinion or something. That's not how it's going to work. I'm not Dr. Damages. Just you know, make your peace with the fact that I'm not. But I think what Mazi was saying, you know, it was an insult. I'm not sure there's any need for that, because I think there was something that John Abba said last week when we were having this conversation. He said something about whether just because somebody in their later life they start doing things you don't like doesn't mean you completely disrespect some of their achievements earlier on. Because when people get older, they start doing certain things. It doesn't mean what they've done before cannot be respected. He must have done things people respected, because Nigerians, a lot of Nigerians respect him. KJ, please, what do you think about the first year of this great government? You know, the greatest government of all time that has achieved so much. What do you think? You see, when you are rating them, rate them based on what they've done, and then try to tell us why you really, you know, what you liked and what you didn't like about, you know, the points you're making, so that people understand.
Father, I'm not interrupting you. Okay, it's not a question of rating. It's a question of a man who had just inserted himself as the God of Nigeria. Did you hear what he said in the beginning? He said, "Nobody, nobody." So now he's a God.
No, he's not. He's an elderly man. That's all it is in the end.
Okay.
Please, KJ.
Can I comment my speak?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Just like the previous speakers, I will score them 10 over 100. In fact, if I want to be generous, I'll score them 20, maybe like my good friend, Sam Amadi. That's because I don't see anything that I like about them. And I'm being honest. Because the first important thing of any government is the protection of life and property of the people. And that has totally been, you know, we have failed woefully in being able to uphold that simple mandate. It's not about how good, it's not about how eloquent, it's not about how much good plan, because even after 1 year, your ministers are telling us it's in the pipeline. We have a plan to do this and to do that. We have money coming in from where World Bank is giving us so and so. Is that what we're talking about? And your minister of power comes and says that, you know, we are just in May we're able to generate 5,000 megawatts. It's not the first time 5,000 megawatts have been generated. Even during the time of Jonathan, Obasanjo's time, we reached 5,000 megawatts. So it's not been, and the question has been that whenever we get to 5,000 megawatts, we're not able to hold that power. We're not able to distribute even all that power. And it drops, you know, and every time Nigerian power challenge gets better during the rainy season. Now the rainy season have started. The turbines have kicked in. So power will naturally increase because those turbines are more stable because of the increase of water flow. So when they say these things, people, I don't know. I don't think anybody is clapping for anybody right now in Nigeria because the situation has gone beyond clapping for anybody. So now I see the one that even annoys me the most is the one of the Minister of Works. When he was about to destroy those people's livelihood, he was told, which they knew all the while, they're not going to continue with that project. But they wanted to take over those pieces of land. Government wanted to encroach on that and take it for whatever reason. And we're going to see as time plays on who interest is there. Okay? Now that piece of land has been taken over. And now you say, oh, wherever.
And that journalist was correct. You know, the journalist was asking him about whether he has done the assessment that was supposed to be done. It turns out that assessment was critical, because if he had done it, they wouldn't have any excuse to say that they didn't know that there was a underground cable along the path of the construction that they wanted to do. KJ, are you there now? Oh no, he's not back. Yeah. Okay, let's move to Oga Ike. Please go ahead if you have something to add regarding the first year of this great government.
I want to borrow what my brother Sho said, but I want to remind Sho something, because he talked about the student portal that is working. I think it was in this platform, if you remember, maybe last year, when they talked about they opened the state has hospital. It was in this platform I said here that it will only going to work for 1 month. If you go there, you cannot see a single paracetamol. We have forgotten about the hospital, right? That is part of the renewed shake. They launched Air Nigeria. Is it Nigerian Air? The day they took over office, they launched Nigerian Air. Where is it? I thought it was here. If they can replay back, I said it's just story. Even before we finish talking, Ethiopian airline, the story begin to come back that all these things are fake. So it's just what it is. The student loan, my brother showed, is part of the job. I want you to follow up, like as you said, you are trying to reach out people if they can, when they begin to work. But the same story we had about all this is the same story we're gonna go, right? We are talking about the construction of what your Minister of Works started, right? They know. That's why I said if anybody who knows that journalist who asked those questions, remember that day, Umahi was trying to impose himself. He was trying to, intimidate the journalist, trying to tell her that she's the minister. They don't need any approval. We have approval. We have this. We have that. We have this. We have that. This is where we are today. And at the end of the day, he brought Mr. Peter Obi inside it, right? That Peter Obi is trying to, bring the Easterners against the government. Today, what is the story? That project, the billions of naira that have been invested, the livelihood of Nigerians, properties that have been destroyed, everything that has put into this sham. Now they are telling us they are making a U-turn because it is the government, it is the people. This is a group of gang of people that are brought together to use Nigerians as their tool. And they wake up every morning, they rule us with propaganda and political talk. They are more, like Sho said, they are more interested in politics of 2027. They are not doing anything, right? So I think that this propaganda machinery of ABC it is breaking on everybody's face. Look at what is happening in Kano right now, like my brother was trying to say. Ada Bayero wasn't in Kano when this happened. Now he's back in Kano, right? There are two, is a family, but there is a kind of a situation, right? So this is politics. Everything is about politics. The Minister of War, the Minister of Energy, he was telling us Nigeria is now in 1 year we're able to generate 5,000 electricity out of 4,000 that they had before. They have only 1,000. And when people were asking about distribution, because you generate, but what can you distribute? Nothing. South Africa is having about 20-something thousand, right? And Nigeria, the giant of Africa, with all the mineral resources that we are blessed with oil, with the fuel, with the gas, with everything, we are celebrating 1,000 megawatt of electricity in Nigeria. As we are talking now, millions and millions of homes in Nigeria have no electricity. A lot of people who have fridge in Nigeria, they don't use their fridge anymore. If you don't have a generator, your fridge does not work, right? Mr. Prestige was just reading out, the cost of living, because that's the most common thing, food. Each and every one of us here that are talking in this channel will go out now and buy food without any stress, right? We have families. I used to say, if you used to send like maybe $500 to your family every month, you can consider how much you need to do every month because of the cost of living. Common Gary, that sometimes when you are hungry, while your mother or your father is cooking or your wife is cooking, you soak Gary with granite and you begin to drink while you wait for the food. Garina has become something that a common man even cannot afford Gary, to buy. So assessing the government or giving them a score mark is what we are seeing in Nigeria. They don't need my score. They don't need me to say they have done well, because they have become a total failure. And I have no mercy for what is going on with this government. And I know that they're going to bury themselves. Before these 4 years they're talking about, they will bury themselves in shame, because this government has no direction. It's just when they wake up in the morning,
They look at the TV stations and the radio station, and they're looking for what Mr. Peter Obi said. Immediately they hear anything that Mr. Peter Obi made a comment somewhere, that is the topic of the day. They don't have a direction. The government, the country is collapsing in our faces. It's not fun. This country is collapsing. And these people are spending Nigerian money like they're spending the money that we don't have. The ministers are giving it like well, my brother, the show was there. The ministers are telling us everything is on pipeline. We're expecting loan. We are working towards working towards that for 1 year. There is nothing you can show as a minister in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You have nothing you can show to Nigerians. Because it is the Nigerians that you're working for. You're not working for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You're not working for the president. You're working for Nigerians. So Nigerians are asking you for 1 year, what have you done for us? Nothing. God bless you.
Thank you. We really appreciate that. I don't know. I wanted to ask, has there been any government that has performed this badly in 1 year, or this well in any year, their first year in office, that matches this one? Because I don't know how it compares with Buhari. Maybe Buhari was terrible. You know, things were very, very bad. Price increase and all the rest. So I don't know. Ferrari, you know, what do you think about it? Do you think they are the worst so far, or you know they can compete with others?
Authority stealing, e-pass-arm robbery. We Africans must do something about this nonsense. I no go hear them say thief. I no go hear them say robber. Now let's go to the point.
I hope you are paying royalties for all the.
I am paying my Baba royalty. Ogwe, Ovie, they will help me smoke Igbo well, so in the pay royalty. I want to start by attacking Show, not as a person, but as a comment. Well, this government is playing politics rather than governance. Please let us all educated people get it straight. What we practice in Nigeria is not politics. It is sabotage. It is treasonable felony. But we have wrapped it up and keep calling it politics. And then we compete with each other in economic sabotage and treasonable felony, and we keep calling it politics. What goes on in the homeland right now, Nigeria, no matter how smart anybody comes on here and tell you, politics is not politics. It is economic sabotage and treasonable felony. So where do we rate this government? Let's start with the key point. Electricity, nothing. Subsidy, lie, never happened. Naira, dead. Food, nowhere to be found. Stealing and corruption, no effort to fix it. What do you call it? Security, non-existence. Hospital and healthcare, non-existence. Who the cabs fit, let them wear it now. This government should not be called a government. This government should be rightly called what it is, the enemy of the people. This government is an enemy to all Nigerians. So I don't want to put numbers on it, but since you insist, forefather, I'll put a number on it. I'll give them a negative 60 out of 100. Negative 60. Now listen, it's not that if PDP was in power, they probably would be a 10 over 100 or a 5. If Labour was in power, they probably would be a 20 over 100, which is still a failed score. Is my assumption. I don't have that fact. But the fact remains. Who is the government? Now, we have floated political parties without political base and ideology. That is the core of our problem. Yes, we can point finger at APC right now because their inimical action is more dangerous to our survival. Was it Ike Alamefunda just said, my fear is that this government will bury themselves. No, this government will bury Nigerians. They're not going to bury themselves. They will bury all of us. These issues are serious. I can't more emphasize it. Now, let me hit on this fact. This government, it has inhibited growth. It penalizes the truth sayers. It enslaves its own people. Nigerians are Nigerians are raw materials for them to exploit, tax them more, take their lithium, take their this, put more financial burden on them, take the money out, 200 billion this, 500 billion that. We are resources. We have been enslaved. And so you want to rate a government like that, you got to be factual. But it's not just their fault. It's a collective fault. And right now, none of us is moving towards the wind or the direction of making a U-turn. We are still digging deeper. We are already 6 feet below. We are still digging deeper. You're going the right direction. We are still heading in that direction. No change. So let me conclude this section before we get to Adiye Funfun Omore Lagba, which is the Con professor. We'll do that later. But what I'm saying basically is that it's not just APC that is our problem. It's each of us. It's our mentality on what is governance. As long as we believe that governance is an opportunity to make wealth, we will be in this problem. Yet APC is doing it really badly, but which of us sits here that still don't have that mentality? So it's a revolution of that ideology that needs to change. Even if Labour or Peter Obi has to succeed, even if any messiah you are dreamed of have to succeed. And how do we start to change that? Instead of the likes of Obi is doing a good job building boreholes, they should be helping us setting up media houses to help educate, because the Bible says that man does not live by bread alone or water from borehole. Man lives by hearing word of God, the truth. These messages we are sharing here is not getting to our people. They can't afford data. Nobody's setting up media houses to combat Arise and channel echoes the oppressor's view. Nobody is echoing the people's view or trying to convince the people of the collective suicide. Collective suicide. At least let us think. I'm 55. How much time do I have left? What about those children coming behind us? Is this what we will give back to them? Is this what we will hand over? My people, the issues are serious. We should care. And we need a U-turn. And yet say Alaba talks too much. Let me stop there for now.
Thank you, Alaba. Kim, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks again for having me, forefathers. Let me start by saying that elections are over. And especially it got over as soon as the highest court of the land adjudicated on the issues of the election, in particular the presidency. Now, since that time, personally for me, yes, there was a bit of a hangover for a while over issues that happened during the elections. But I am no longer talking about, for me now, it's no longer about APC, Labour Party. It's all about governance. It's all about how the nation is faring. I don't think anybody would want Nigeria to not do well. Well, maybe I should take that back. There might be some people who, for some reasons, they are not able to let go, because they are very vested emotionally when it comes to a particular candidate. Personally, for me, I'm not that kind of person. Now, it might be a jingle in someone's ear to hear that at some point, in the course of Tinubu's career, I did respect him. I did. I lived in Lagos at the time when Tinubu came to office as governor. I did respect him. I did, maybe perhaps not understanding things very well, I did feel he probably wanted to do one or two things right. But that is not to say that, evaluating him from the period of the elections to what he is doing now, that he's been a pathetic failure, if you ask me. Very pathetic. And I'll explain why. Now, you've won election. You have been sworn in. You will think that you will put away, and this is one thing, not just for him, but all Nigerian politicians need to go and learn. After election, even if the opposition is attacking you, which is the job of the opposition, that's why they are called opposition. Their job is to find pick holes in your policies and programs. You should be focused on saying, how do I win the hearts of these people in the next 100 days, even if it means that you just laid frameworks to accomplish your success, and those frameworks don't immediately start delivering. But at least let people begin to see, there's this proverb in African proverb, the Igbos will say, you use the morning to know how the day will go. In fact, if you go, I'm not, pardon me, I'm not very good at putting, telling African proverbs, but those who understand what I'm saying know what I'm saying. Looking at Tinubu, I haven't seen any standout minister. Maybe I would give some bit of encomium to the aviation minister. He seems to be wanting to move away. And in the last 1 year, Festus Keyamo seems to, for some reason, he has become less, he used to be very combatant. He's been less combatant. He's focused more on trying to, make his ministry work. He's trying to show more support to the stakeholders in that ministry. To that degree, perhaps he is the one standout person right now. But I would not give him 100% thumbs up yet. But it is good for us to always acknowledge and appreciate anyone who is doing anything. Now, but when you look at policy making in its whole comprehensive nature, the government is failing. There is no effort either in trying to lay down frameworks that you could say, okay, these things right now, give it time. You can't even tell Nigerians to give Tinubu's government time. There seems to be no effort to make Nigerians say, okay, let's give this man time. Because it's a democratic system. He's supposed to be laying frameworks. You should be seeing some certain, foundational things being put in place. You're not seeing any in terms of trying to affect the constitution. Economically, I can't see any. All I see is somersaults. What I see is we try this, then we go back. We all saw the so-called cybersecurity tax, and then they worked themselves back and quickly, which means it wasn't properly thought out. Even the so-called removing subsidy, it wasn't thought out. He could have come the first day and said to Nigerians, I want to remove subsidy, but in the next couple of days, I'm going to be talking to stakeholders. I'm going to be talking to the Minister of Petroleum, talking to the Minister of Finance, the Central Bank Governor. Let us see how we can deal with the issue of subsidy. Like everybody here knows, the issue of subsidy, whether it is petroleum, like we do in Nigeria, or it is transport or electricity anywhere, citizens of countries enjoy one form of subsidy or the other. The government will identify critical areas they feel that we need to, subsidize something to be able to either improve manufacturing, enhance, or encourage investment. None of that was done. Now, come to this road issue. We saw the horrid nature. Like everybody has spoken here, when they ask that, I'm an illiterate when it comes to issues of environmental impact assessment. I just mouth it. I'm not an engineer. I don't know too much about it. But you know what? Having seen the report that came out in the week, that because of the submarine cables laid along that region, I began to understand, okay, perhaps that's why that lady was asking that question. Have you done your impact assessment? Because you're going to be digging things. You didn't do any of that. You just started demolishing buildings, destroying infrastructure, only for you to get to a certain stage and say, oh, okay, no, we need to stop now because of submarine. How are you going to reclaim and recompensate all the people who have lost their jobs, the implications of what you put on a landmark. Will you walk yourself back? So you see, before the elections, I was in a group. Me, I'm not hiding my face. My former colleagues, wherever they are, might be seeing me. I left that group because I couldn't stomach tribalism that was going on there, and the fact that people were totally blinded by blind support. I have nothing against Tinubu, but I said it that this man just wants to, just like Buhari deceived me. Buhari came to retire on Nigeria's pension. Finish. There was nothing he was coming to deliver. He only came, rode on the presidency, enjoyed Nigeria's taxpayers to take care of his healthcare in the UK, and has left. This one too has come, and that's all he wants to do. He wants to check a box. Emir the president. For those who hear Yoruba. So those who are my Igbo brothers, don't be offended. I live in Lagos a lot, so I usually love to speak the language. He has only come to check a box. Emir the president. That's all.
Tim, you must translate it. You must translate. Not much as I understand what you're saying. You must translate it.
No, Show is my translator. He will translate later on, but Show, not now, please. But
no, I don't understand Yoruba. Please, you have to translate.
On a more serious note,
translate what you said.
We'll come back. Don't worry. On a lighter note, we'll come back to that. On a more serious note, I think the presidency and the president and this government is losing a great opportunity. Unless perhaps they are so confident and comfortable in steal it, grab it as their methodology of coming back. But if they genuinely want to win the hearts of Nigerians, this would have been an opportunity to shame Obi, to say to Obi, shame on you, I've delivered. And then people will say, okay, you know what? Let me vote for Tinubu again. But right now, if those who voted for him are honest with themselves, let's leave out all these pecuniary things. Do you think you can vote for Tinubu a second time? Although, yes, like Sho said, 2027 is still a long way. But if we were to use the last 1 year, what would you say this man has delivered? He has created more chaos. I'm not even talking about pushing the country into economic woes. He has created chaos. There is chaos all over the place. Economic chaos, organizational chaos. He just is like, it's like he spoke in parables. Whether he believed himself when he said, let's further slow down the economy and reduce the purchasing power of the people and increase the tax net. That's the only thing he has accomplished. I don't know whether he was saying whether, because for me, when I saw that thing, I thought it was just, the normal jargon. The man was just talking. He didn't know what he was saying. Apparently, he knew what he was saying. His plan was reduce the purchasing power of the people, slow down the economy, which he has done, increase the tax net. And forefathers, to your question, those are his accomplishments. He has accomplished, he delivered. In fact, this is the fastest delivery I have ever seen. I have never seen, what I usually see is governments who want to do something coming, start laying frameworks, putting things in place. The first 1 year, people are saying, okay, we can see these policies look good. Experts will be saying it's not yet delivering, but we can see there seems to be some plan. And then maybe in the next 3 years, you suddenly say, boom, oh, okay. Was that what they were doing? Obasanjo, case in point. I always say when Obasanjo was, gallivanting, I was wondering, where is this Baba running all over the world? But the guys running all over the world there was a science to that madness. He was looking at the fact that, look, he had few resources. He needed to have money. And then because of paying our debts, it wasn't allowing him to do his job. He was looking for ways to get the international community to forgive our debts so that he would have resources to work. He showed. You saw him how he began to say, okay, we can't continue with the kind of telephony system we had. He began to look for a way to privatize it. He did that. The one area we know that Obasanjo failed massively was on electricity, and he is in good company with many governments on that policy. But if you look at other areas, we started seeing the shows of this world, the forefathers of this world, the chiefs of this world, packing their bags and getting going back to Nigeria. They started seeing hope back home. We started seeing that was happening. I had a lot of what I call repatriate colleagues who came back from the UK and started coming to work for Nigerian companies. We're not seeing that happen because what? They were beginning to see hope back home. How many people are packing their bags and heading back home? No. What we're seeing now, people are look. If anybody can find a way to bulldoze their way through any embassy now, that's what they're trying to do. So, in my humble assessment, I think the government has been abysmal, has done, in fact, who's in, if I want to use football analogy, which is the coach that has done the worst in this last season, that is what you would refer to Tinubu's government. And the painful part for me is they don't seem to be interested in trying to look for a way to, to come clean, like somebody said here. Tell Nigerians, some of our policies failed. We tried honest things, it failed. We are going to try other things. I don't see that. All I see is people making excuses. We see a Cardoso telling us he has no magic wand. You had no magic wand, but you accepted the job. Do you understand? So, that's where I want to leave it.
Thank you.
Maybe later on I could chip in one or two other things. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm a bit, there's a bit of a conflict of interest here. There was an argument going on, and the people are donating a lot of money having that argument. I don't know whether I should encourage.
Do that later. Let me talk. Do that later.
Hold on.
Do that later.
There is a lot of money involved. Can we stop? Let me finish.
Always when I'm trying to say something, you come in.
Don't worry. You have your time. You have your time. Okay. Please let me just say this. I have to thank the people that donated while Chim was talking. Quite a lot of funds, at least 8 or so donations came in while he was talking. And most of it was from arguments people were having, and they were donating, Mazi Prince. I don't know whether I should encourage you to have more arguments. I don't know. But keep the money coming in, because the damage platform needs it. That is a very good thing. But let's not do it when we are arguing with each other. Let's try to be more positive when we are donating. That's all I can ask.
If the arguments will bring money, let argument bring money. We don't care.
I don't know. We can't be encouraging bad behavior now.
Like this.
Let them be arguing badly.
So $10 don't come out again.
You see that? You see they are donating because of this. Okay, so I want to encourage the viewers to like and share, and like the video so that people can be able to see the video. Also subscribe, very, very important. And not only subscribe to this channel, subscribe to what's in the Iroko Post TV, and subscribe to True Niger. True Niger is very simple name, and Iroko Post TV is simple. I will share the link later on. Subscribe to it, and I'm going to play a short video before our honorable panelist speaks. Please be patient with me, so that people need to have time to subscribe, because when they are watching, they can't, the contribution is quite reverting, so they want to actually listen instead of subscribing. So I will play these videos so that it gives them time to go and subscribe.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you. Henry Omorigi. Please go ahead. And what do you think about the one year performance of the great government?
Yeah. Good evening, all. I don't know where people see 1% or 10%. I don't know where government will donate 90 billion for those who go into Hajj. On student loan, 5 billion. Is that progress? There's nothing good about the government. I wish there's one thing that will stand out and say, okay, they are trying, they are doing something like one thing, like what Ferreira list. Nothing. These are getting worse. If I will give them points, I will give them minus. because there's nothing good to write about the government. They don't have a plan. If you look at it, it's like they don't have a plan. They're not telling Nigerians what are they expecting. They are not carrying Nigerians along. All they know is just to come in there, bamboozle, eat and share. And Nigeria now, they are fond of things God go do them. Let's move on. It will be better. Maybe next 4 years, the next president going to be better. Let's move on. If Nigeria is a country, citizens, if Nigerians are ready for change, by now, during the electricity problem, they could have gone out in the street. They did not do it. They still doing party. They still going to TikTok, criticizing themselves who have the best, who's the best singer, who has the biggest money. They're not serious. The government is taking all Nigerians for a ride. Tinubu, he didn't tell you he's coming to change anything. He said he's going to continue where Buhari stopped. What are you expecting? I cannot see 1% to give to him. Unless he minus. Because then, dollar was how much? Euro was how much? They were having electricity a little bit more before. You can buy a bag of rice then lesser. Security was not rampant like this. Hunger everywhere. So tell me, where should I give him point now? Tell me, please, somebody should help me there. Where should I give him point? Tell me. Should I lie to myself?
Student loan. Is that not something?
Are you not hearing what I'm saying? Student loan voicemail. This one they are saying. Show said give him 10%. Okay, I wish him good luck. But meanwhile, I want to see somebody who said, see how much you got for the account, student loan. 5 billion for student loan. But he sent 90 billion to Hajj. What Hajj got to do to help? Are they helping us? Religion is one of the fraud I ever seen in that country. Some of you will come here and say, we should not bring religion to this issue. Why not? Why not? What are they giving religious leaders or religious who are going to ask for 90 billion for? For what, for God's sake? When we say we don't have money. They said they want to construct a road. They destroy people's business. And now they abandon it. So tell me now, what you going to give him percent? 10 points. Some said, Tinubu work in Lagos. I know him Lagos. You have somebody who will be scared to speak their mind. It's wrong. But say the truth. Tell me one good thing that is going on in that country that is better now. You tell me. None. Electricity zero. Security zero. Everything zero. Business are closing. People are doing container business now. They cannot do container no more. They can't do it. Like in Germany, our brother in Japan will do container business. He stopped already. He cannot bring his money back. How? These are not further. You are asking people to give points, to give percent. You yourself, how many percent going to give to government like this? Who don't even have, not even want you boast and say he did. Nothing. The student loan is going to be voicemail. That's for sure.
God help us.
Yeah. Because every time they will, okay, now going to this Hajj now. What is that going to contribute to this Nigerian society? They spend our taxpayers' money, 90 billion to give those. I don't want to use one word. I don't use any word in that kind of word here. Make I leave on one side. How can they give that kind of money to those people going to Hajj? Those Saudi Arabia, they are getting money from you people, Nigerians there. And the Jerusalem people are going. Israel are fighting with weapons. Those Christians they go to Jerusalem. Those are people you are going to save your money to go to Jerusalem. Spend your money, go and spend your money in Jerusalem. Why these people they are reaching their country and your country are getting poorer? Is that progress? This religion of a thing, they spend our money unnecessarily for no reasons. When people are working, they tax people, Nigerians anyhow. Nigerians are not getting social welfare system for the government. Social health care, not there. Social amenity is not there. Like people, most of you live in America, they get social system in that country where you live. In Europe, yes, they have it here too. Those who are not working, who are gets less paid, they get money from the government too. But Nigerians are not getting 1 penny from your government. They are using Nigeria's taxpayers' money to go and push those lazy ones to Hajj. And the Christian will bring their own hypocrisy out again to go to Jerusalem. They spend money to support those orphanages who want to get married to people. Is that progress? These are not going well in that country. These are just like Nigerians living by God's grace. Because Nigerians know how to pray very well. Let them pray. Let them see the vision. And those who are pastors, let them see the vision. What to be? What your president going to do this time? I want to see miracle. I want to see the miracle that's coming out now. I want to see the vision. Let them. Those who are pastors here, let's see the vision people have for us. Because I don't see nothing that's coming for not 10, 5 years time. Nothing is coming out here. Except we change it right now. We need a revolution of the mind. Right now.
Yeah, thank you.
I want to see. Sorry, let me talk me 2 seconds. Let those who are pastors here, please give us the revolution. What's going to happen in next 2 years, please. Or should go to Mount to go and pray again.
That one would be tough for the people to see where these guys are going.
No, because Nigeria know how to pray very well. You're not godly. You're not this. What are you talking? The country where I'm staying, this country, we don't pray. Let's have good road. We don't pray. We don't pray to have electricity. We're going to vote to European Parliament next June. I get my own post already to vote. We don't say they will give you money to go and vote. You stay in your house, you do your vote, or go to pool, go and vote. That's it. We don't pray to say let's have good government. We vote the government we want. We don't like
Henry. You know, one of the things I was wondering is that Saudi Arabia is very, very rich.
Okay.
Why is it that they don't give like say 5,000 people from the poorest countries, subsidized travel to come to Saudi Arabia? Why do we have to spend the little money we have going to spend?
I laugh in Chinese. So you see, they are using Nigerians for a ride, Africans for a ride. They are so blind. The Christian side of it, blind. The Muslim side of it, blind. Look at the same country you said we know God more, we pray more than those who say they are the only city they are going, or the so-called Jerusalem they are going. Go to Israel. People live freely. They do what they want to do. Go to Saudi Arabia. The prince now is changing Saudi Arabia in a different form. They are progressing. Look your north, where the northern part where they have so-called Muslim. They look at it. Garbage. Yes. The Christian side of it, every corner of the street, noise making, noise pollution, or garbage. Wake up, Nigerians.
Thank you.
If you speak, you go buy. If you not speak, you go buy. Me, I can travel all over the world. I don't need no visa to go any country. I don't need no visa to go any country in the world. I've traveled to Asia, America, Africa. Yes. And I know. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just puzzled why the poorer countries, especially Africans, they like to travel to Saudi Arabia.
Father, did you hear what the president told the Yoruba leaders that came and met him late last night? He said, I quote, he said, Nigeria are bleeding, when I took over. He said Nigerians are not bleeding anymore. They're actually better. This is according to what he said last night.
You know what? Who do you see? Whenever I see the press interviewing them, they don't challenge them a lot. That's the sad. They don't challenge them on their record. That look at the economy and everything what they've done, but they get away with it. They are praising themselves. They come on TV and praise themselves
because they are a bunch of cowards.
We've done.
They cannot speak. They're a bunch of cowards. That's it.
What can I say now? This is the situation we are in. You don't have anybody truly calling them. And I think I like what Ferrari said about maybe the Obedience and Peter Obi should consider getting their own media outpost or outlet in Nigeria there, so that they can be calling them out on these things, because these ones that are there are not really pressing them on this matter.
Father, they will use military to oppress them again. Military will do that dirty job, and police will do that dirty job. That's the problem we have in that country. Because internet, they cannot stop us from internet now. They cannot do it. That's why they're having it. Their Twitter everywhere. They're having it bomber to bomber. So if they go and open their
no, Henry, yeah. I don't want to interrupt you, but don't say that they will use military. We've not even tried. There's so many media outlets, technology outlets there. They've not even tried. Let's just try first.
You know,
Yeah,
that's
okay,
what
okay.
they won't let.
think
They
it's
won't
better to
let.
try, and I don't think they can
Yeah,
even.
that's okay. That's true.
Yeah, they have to try and push because this, and it might actually improve the behavior of the actual the press too. If they see that people are exposing their weaknesses and they think the job they're not doing, then they will start asking more pertinent questions because they get away with it. They come on stage and the TV channels and you just spew out nonsense. Tell us that everything is improving. Yeah, why are you surprised that Tinubu is really telling us that things have improved when the petrol price has gone up more than 3 times, cost of living, some items have gone up more than 6 times. It's unbelievable some of the stuff that is going on there, and they are telling us things have improved. I don't understand it for the life of me. Olumide, thank you for your patience.
Sorry.
Oh,
I
you're
hope you're
not
going to
done.
give your own. You're going to rate your own tools for how much you're going to give them. I want to see how many you're going to give to your government. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be interesting because mine is not going to be that different. Mine is, oh God, I don't want to do that now. I've been lamenting for it. Okay, Olumide is off. All right, Olumide, after all that patience, you disappear. You want to go? Oh, he's back.
Just give me a moment. I'll be back. Go on to the next person. I'll be back.
Nice one. Yeah, at least he didn't, because he's very upset about how some people gas them up. All right, Augustine, thank you for joining us. This government must have done something right. Let's not say everything is awful. It's hard to find. I know it's hard. The only good thing I see so far that may be transformational, if it works, is student loans. If it works. Please go ahead.
So the government has done something right. The only thing I'll clap for is the Minister of Interior, who made passport to an extent a little bit accessible. People can always get passports and the rest. I've never tried it before. I like to talk about things that I know I have evidence, but I've never tried it. But from other people, they claim that it's easy to register for your passport, renew your passport, and everything is fine. But for the rest, zero. I say big zero.
No, Austin, sorry to cut you. Even that passport thing, I will come back and speak about it, is not working. But go ahead.
And that is why I said I've never tried it before. I like speaking about things I know I have evidence about. But apart from that, I think the government is zero. Tinubu's government
is not working.
Tinubu's government is a waste of available space, to be honest with you. And the people I talk more about? For me, it's not only about the Tinubu when I talk more about. It is the people like the one Oga Kuku in the comment section. They say the strength of every nation lies in its people. When you see people who are charlatans like that, hailing government when they know they are doing the wrong thing, that's when you will know that Nigeria has lost its way. There was a time before where one of my students asked me back in Nigeria that, sir, what if I come and just give you 50,000? And as I said, I don't collect free money. I don't take free money. If anybody walks up to me and asks me, gives me maybe 100,000, ask you, which kind of service will I give to you? What are the services I'm supposed to do for you before? So I don't take free money. But Nigerian youths are used to taking free money. Somebody walks to you and give you ₦1 million, and you feel that, you collect and they run. You see somebody's money in the floor, you collect and they run. That is why we can be bought and sold. Somebody just proposed now. We go for riots. We go for this, go for that. Have you ever thought about the protest of ignoring these people? Ignoring means somebody calls you to hail him and the rest, and you don't hail him and you don't collect his money. Do you know the dent it will be on his image? I have seen it before. I will say it in the 2015 election. I went to vote. I went there to vote. I know how they came with money to even convince me. I looked at them. I said, if you don't come up here, I go fight you. Get out. I don't want your money. Now, so all those mama and the rest, they look at me. I went there, cast my vote, and left. They were looking at me as if I came from space. Why must you be bought and sold because of small money? Why? They do this rubbish now because they know that some people on social media and some people are hailing them. That's just the truth. Even if you let these 200 million people in Nigeria now refuse to hail them, you will see how it will affect them. They do all those rubbish because there are some people who are useless who are hailing them. That's just the truth. Is it the rule of law we don't have? Is it which way one call, which way in one call? So Nigeria is just somehow, I will say first, the Nigerian people. To be honest with you, I want to thank the obedience, really. I'll thank the obedience. I always say that obedience are not only Peter Obi's followers. There are those people who believe that we should have it better in this country. To be honest with you, obedience are not Peter Obi's followers, like let's say 100% quote unquote. No, they just want things to be better. So I want to thank them. When I don't they try you, when they do well, when I just keep on they go, keep on moving ahead. But for those who are waste of space, who are there, anything the government do, like as I said, demolishing landmark, you know, do a environmental impact assessment. How the thing will work? You went and scattered somebody's investment, only for you to go just some few kilometers. Hey, we are sorry. Who now pays for that thing? And yet you tell me from abroad, or maybe you tell one investor, come and invest. How you want to convince me?
Man, that is such.
How you want to do it? A case where you do something bad, and I cannot take you to court and win the case when I know that I am right. To be honest, and you expect me to come? I'm sorry to say this. Sorry to say this. I think the government of the day, even the government of Lagos State, should start looking at the way they treat investors. They should start looking at the way they treat investors, because it doesn't make sense at all. To be honest, let me put it here. I've never been to Lagos. So I know my people have invited me when I was in Nigeria to come to Lagos. I said I don't like the place. I don't want to just come there. I don't know. I've never been there, and I've never even liked being there. Even when I went back to Nigeria in December, my advisor at the embassy tell me, go to Lagos and renew. It's easier there. I said, no, I prefer to stay in Abuja, because I don't know. There's something in that place that's making me feel uncomfortable. So I really beg. We one day want to come to Lagos. We want to come and see what's happening. But let the government of the day try as much as possible to make sure that they make that place sane for investment. And I'll tell my friends, please, take your investment back home. To be honest with you, take it back home. If person say, I am a type that if I'm in this platform, and let's say Dr. Damage is on this place, and Dr. Damage started to give me some kind of coach that I said, I don't want to be here. I know when to leave. If I'm in your house and I know that there's time for me to leave, I know how to move. I know when I've overstayed my welcome. So to be honest with you, we should try as much as possible to identify when you overstay your welcome. If you know say you get money, or guy, if you are from Kaduna, go and build something in Kaduna. If you are from this, go and build something. Look at their master plan, build very well. In case there are some people who don't like your face, or because they want to grab land in the modern century using power. To be honest with you, the government has failed. It was past Buhari's time. You know, when Buhari is now seen as a saint, you can imagine. You know the rubbish way Buhari do, but Buhari now is better. Anyhow, as I said, if I get only one slap to give, that slap will not go to Tinubu. It will go to those people who are supporting him and the grassroots. One correct slap where you go block your ear. So that's just what I have to say for now.
Thank you, Augustine. Thank you, Augustine. KSO, thank you for joining us, and thank you for your patience.
Can I take my turn?
Okay. Sorry, KSO. Olumide has
It's
been
all
here.
right. It's all right. Yeah, it's all right. No worries.
Yeah, Olumide. Yeah, welcome.
So,
Please go
yeah,
ahead.
I'm not going to say much. Thank you. And thank you to everybody. So, me, I don't have much to say about Tinubu's 1 year in office. So, number one, it's very clear that it's a failure all round. And then the fact that mandate doesn't even belong to him. That's the truth. It's a stolen mandate, and little wonder nothing is happening. So that's all I have to say. It's all clear to everybody that that place is a mess. But more importantly and more fundamentally, forefathers, I was here I wasn't on air, but I was watching you guys during the week when Gas Demo came up, and it was on a black background. And I knew that argument that ensued between him and Tone, and Tone was right. He didn't show his face. It was in a dark background, or he switched off his camera. He first came up on a dark background and then switched off his camera, and everybody was against it. You, Tone, Jaguar, and I saw all that. You tried to advocate for him, but today is a different case. Kulata has been allowed time and time again to air his opinion with the mask on. For you to kind of railroad him out of the show is wrong. This is not, I understand that everybody else was against you, you wanted to allow him. I'm surprised that show could allow such a thing. So I'm totally let down, and nobody in the panel talked. In fact, majority of you guys were you supported that action taken, which is very, very wrong. Ferreira too supported that action. And let me speak, Mazi, please. I didn't talk when you talked. Let me speak. You can, if you like, you go and contribute your money and speak online. That's your pot of tea. So Ferreira, you here, you're advocating that they should contribute money to start. There are people back home risking their lives. There are journalists who have been here running away from that shadow for fear of their lives. You know them. Two of them were brought here. David Undeyi and this other guy, I've forgotten his name. What have you done to support people like that? And you are saying that they should go and set up a media. There are people back home who are looking for jobs, who will gladly want us here in diaspora to contribute money so that they can work and use that money, invest that money so that they can have gainful employment. But the major problem is the fear for their lives, oppression by the government. Why don't you go back home and set a good example and lead the way Shorowe is leading, instead of coming here to give us prescription of what should be done? You understand? Time and time again. And this is the same panel that would railroad somebody out of here and not let him hear his opinion because of intolerance. You did it to Kolata. Kolata was here time and time again. And this guy came with a change of what happened during the week. If you guys, most of you don't know what happened during the week, forefathers knows. We're here during the week. This guy came back with a lot of how will I put it now? To kind of what language am I? What am I looking for? Made concessions. Came on, put on his camera, but he wore a mask, and that wasn't enough for most of you here. It's shame on all of you, especially those of you looking for collaboration.
I'm not among
people like Jagu.
No.
Shame on all of you.
Olumide, I'm not
for not speaking up for that guy.
Eric, please give me a minute.
That is all I have to say.
Olumide, you are right. You are right.
Eric, give me a minute.
Sorry, I don't understand what's happening.
And then that is what we have on here.
Let's take it easy. Olumide, I understand your frustration.
People are not fair here in this panel. Why you allow Kulata to do such thing? No, allow this guy.
Henry, wait now. Henry, wait.
People are not fair here.
Henry, we've heard you.
Two wrongs will not make a right.
Olumide, thank you for that. Two wrongs never makes a right. And I also remember that the day that Kulata did it, I spoke up. I was among the people who actually told him that
speak against
Olumide, you are interrupting me now.
Against it if you like.
Olumide, please just
you need to take control.
Allowed it.
Olumide, one at a time. One at a time.
The same owner of the platform said he doesn't want it. Let him follow the rule. I saw Rudolph, in the comment section. Say something.
Hold on. Let's calm down. Hold on.
Olumide, let's grow. Let's go for now.
We are going to go back to it. We are going to come back to this later on when we discuss other issues.
And at the same time, Olumide, you should not be attacking people. Please stop that.
I think some people, we are going to get back to this. Let's not.
Can I quickly say something? I'm not going to.
We have to focus on the Nigerian this thing. Okay, try to keep it brief so that.
Actually, I just want to support what you just rightly said, Olumide. I don't think it's nice when we have a topic we all agreed. First of all, there was a conversation on whether to talk about Prof or this, and majority of us agreed. Let's keep personality away and discuss the issues. We could have still come back to this issue of mask wearing or not. What you have just done now is like throwing fire into a peaceful place, and the conversation.
Go further. Leave that one. Don't
Olumide, leave it for now. Leave it for now, Olumide.
Embarrassed him, and
leave it for now. Okay. KSO, thank you for your patience.
It's all right. It's all right. Good evening, everybody. I'm not new here anyway. I've been participating. Just that I just changed my my name. Yes. We are looking at. I think I started with you from the beginning. You enumerated so many topics that that you want us to have a look at today. I think you are on Tinubu's performance. Well, in my own local parlance, there's something we normally say in Pidgin English in where I come from in Nigeria. My mother will always tell me that palm tree when it go tall, now when it germinated, they know am. So palm tree when it go tall, you know, if you are very familiar with farm and palm tree, the one that will grow tall when it germinates, you will know right from that vegetative stage.
How
And
you
once the yes,
hold on. How do you know?
yeah, no, we know. Yeah, yes,
You know
I grew up with my grandparents, and I grew up with my mother who was a farmer. We know because we separate them. We say, okay, this one is going to be Oloke. Oloke simply means
within a
the
very
tallest
short
of.
time, it grows very fast. You know that this is
Yeah, you know it grows very fast. When you see the way it will come out from the soil, you know this one will go very far. So I liken that to Tinubu's government because when Tinubu started on May 29, there were certain statements that he made that actually crumbled the Nigerian economy, and that sets the basis for his failure. There is no government on earth that will announce a policy change without having data to support it. Fuel subsidy regime was a policy. You don't flip over that policy without sitting down to look at one, the impact it will have on your economy, the impact it will have on the citizenry, the impact it will have on investors, both local, both domestic and international investors. You have to sit down, look at the available data that you have and scrutinize them to see where it falls if you are going to make a change of that policy. That was one. Then another one too was the unification of exchange rates. You know, one killed it, the other one buried it. You don't have something. What was the problem with Nigerian exchange rate? I'll tell you, a lot of people don't know. When Buhari came to power, the investing in international public, they call them direct foreign investment. They were investing under KP Morgan. They will come under KP Morgan. That KP Morgan was under Okoje-Iweala at a time, but people don't know. So immediately Buhari came on board. There were some certain statements that he was making that didn't really sit well with these investors. What do? They just took their money, bought every available dollar in the Nigerian market and left. So if you check Buhari's government, you are going to see that throughout his 8 years, the inflow of foreign direct investment into Nigeria, I don't think it was even up to 2%. I don't think Buhari actually attracted up to $2 billion into the Nigerian economy. He didn't. So if you look at the Buhari's trajectory and the trajectory that Tinubu is traveling on, you simply know that Nigeria is not going to be. How do I put it? Nigeria is at the verge of collapse. Nigeria has no future. Not let anybody tell you otherwise. There's no future for that country. There's no future for that country. Go and check all his policies. Sit down, just stick them one by one, analyze them, and you see where he falls. So the only thing that Tinubu has succeeded in his 1 year in office, that they have succeeded to widen the scope of inequality, injustice, and a degree of ethnic. I don't know the word to use.
Intolerance.
Ethnic intolerance. Yes, that's what they have succeeded in achieving. And he will always find one or two persons in other regions to actually achieve all of this. Because who is Tinubu? Where is Tinubu coming from? I grew up in Lagos. I live in Lagos. I was almost, yes, I think I just passed out from the secondary school when Tinubu came on board. We knew what he did in Lagos. Tinubu did not do anything. The only thing Tinubu did was to increase the IGR of Lagos State by taxing everybody. That was the only thing he did. Tinubu did not build institutions. There was nothing like, okay, the university in Lagos, when Tinubu came, it became world class. There were no world class hospital. It was actually in Tinubu's period that we started digging borehole in Lagos. Tinubu introduced borehole in Lagos. I live in Festa. We were having, even as bad as it was then, we were still having some, although not regular, water supply at some point. Tinubu came and collapsed everything. There's no future for Nigeria. Don't tell anybody. We shouldn't be deceived. There's no future for Nigeria. Nigeria does not, except maybe there is this allied consensus to say, okay, let us change our ways. Otherwise, that country doesn't have a future. Don't let anybody tell you. If I go to a church today and the pastor says, Nigeria is going to be like this, I walk out of that church, because God doesn't talk. God doesn't lie. Even when God was dealing with the children of Israel, he was dealing with their mindset, not their conditions. We do not have a mindset to revamp our country. We do not have a mindset to turn things around. Even look at the way Tinubu came to power. It's not that election was conducted. Tinubu didn't come to power through that ballot. He came to power because of the structure, the political structure of Nigeria. And that is why Tinubu will do. Don't be surprised. Next year, people that will be going to her, Tinubu will give them 2 trillion. Because those are one of the reasons why he was given power. There's nothing Tinubu is going to do. When people start to talk and then people say, oh, this person is performing this, there is no one minister in Tinubu's cabinet that is performing. No one. There is no one minister in Tinubu's government that is performing. How do you judge performance? What are the KPIs that you are using to judge them? Somebody mentioned Tunji Ojo. Tunji Ojo is not doing anything. What's Tunji Ojo doing? I just tried to renew my passport. I just renewed my passport. I have not gone for biometrics. What's the essence of me having to use my laptop to fill in the form and still go to the Nigeria High Commission to go and get my passport? It doesn't make sense. That's an incomplete project. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I feel everything. I put the account picture and everything. You still not tell me to go back to the embassy or to the High Commission to go and pay money so that my thumbprint can be taken. My thumbprint has already been taken more than 6 times since I'll be traveling. So what's the essence? My brother, I don't see any future for Nigeria. There's no future for Nigeria. Nigeria is not going on anything. You talk about this David Umahi. What is the problem? The environmental impact assessment that was carried out on that project did not favor the execution of that project. It did not. That's why you see, if you look at when that project was going on, people were making noise. They were demolishing houses. Any house that is very close to any gutter, they will any drainage, they will pull it down. Why? Because they know once you finish that road, there's going to be problem of flooding in Lagos. They know. So that was why they were demolishing houses. It's not they were not looking at whether the person is Igbo, is Ishan, is Bini, is this, is the Yoruba. Anybody that just move an inch to any waterways in Lagos, they'll put the house down. Why? Because of that project. Now that they cannot continue with pulling down, demolishing houses, they now said because of cable. How can you be constructing road of that magnitude without you knowing that there are submarine cables on that route? How is that possible in this modern time? How is that possible? Yesterday, I was reading an article where the Minister of State for Petroleum said that they are not aware that Dangote is buying crude oil from United States of America. And I was asking, does this guy understand the security implication of this statement? That a ship will come to your waters, will bet on your waters, will stay there for 2-3 weeks, offload products, and the federal government is not aware. In other words, you understand, we are prone to be invaded at any time. Nigeria is in a sorry state, and it's very unfortunate that we see you being a Nigerian today is a burden. They see you as a disease. Tell anybody wherever you go that you are a Nigerian. They see you as a plague. It's quite unfortunate. Tinubu is not going to do well. Tinubu will not do well. It's not doing well. And there is no way Tinubu can do well because he started on a very wrong trajectory. And that's just my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, KSO.
Can I really add to what KSO is saying? You know, my own thing is when they talk about Tinubu, they forget to mention that even before Tinubu, there was Michael Otedola. There was Michael Otedola. You know, forgetting about Jakonde. Michael Otedola was there. And sometimes I ask myself, I say, is it not Lagos that I lived in? It's surprising. It's really surprising.
Thank you. Jago, please
It's
go
actually
ahead.
my turn. It's actually my turn from a few let-goes away. I have to ask you,
Sorry about
I don't want to create anything because I've said what I wanted to say to you on the private chat. But please tell me why I was removed. I would like to know.
I think you were grubbing and you were not this thing, and somebody.
I was doing what? Sorry, I was doing what? I beg your pardon.
You were doing something in the background.
What does that mean, Father? Please explain. I don't know what you're talking about.
Like you were eating or something, or you were looking
My
somewhere.
brother, you see what you're saying is so inaccurate and so flimsical. When I was eating, it was by the time you threw me off. That's when I ate. So why did you throw me off?
You
Please. I'm asking you, please, just to hold on. I'm having a
find something else. Apologize to this guy. You make mistake this time.
I've already done it. I've already apologized to him about
it. To myself.
Yeah, sorry. I just told you sorry about it. That
I accept your apology and I'm going to move on.
Yeah,
guys. In terms of the subject, Tinubu.
Sorry, Jago. Henry, please, I have a post for you. Sorry, please go ahead.
In terms of what we're speaking about, Tinubu and his team, and what we feel about the first year, I think Shaw said it in a fair enough way, in terms of there's no surprise. And that's, I really can't understand who can be surprised. Tinubu is a person who is full of fakery. When he speaks English, that's when the full fakery comes out. When he speaks Yoruba, you just listen to what he says. He doesn't speak fake. He speaks what it is. He speaks his intention. And he speaks boldly and rather bullishly, which is to say, I'm going to do this and nobody can stop me. That's Tinubu. That's the person you people voted in. That's the character that we treasure in that stupid place called Nigeria. We treasure these things. We must, because the same thing has been going on for 60 years. We're here having repetitive discussions about the way forward, like idiots. I'm sorry, I don't mean to insult anybody, but that's what it looks like. I don't know what it is that people are investigating. What's to be investigated is already out. It's out. We can see everything, and it stinks. Oh, let's have a look at page 22 when Tinubu said, so what? So what? What improvement has it made? The kind of calamity that's going on in Nigeria right now, where somebody's business can be taken up and thrown away in order of a road. This road now continues, and the road is leading straight into hell, in that it's ripping up cables. If we don't understand the patheticness of what we're talking about, we're not enraged. We're talking about these things as though they're popular. Oh, let's have a chat about this. We're not enraged at all. You guys are calm in wherever you are. There's no... sometimes I listen to Forefather and he becomes enraged over things that I'm thinking, oh boy, how are you expecting that to happen when the simple one hasn't happened? You're expecting the sophisticated thing to have taken place when the ordinary hasn't taken place. You're finding something to be enraged about. really, I'm perplexed at the nature of our conversations most of the time. I'm perplexed because I feel that we are all educated, professional, industrious individuals leading our lives wherever we need to lead our lives. And for that, I applaud anybody. But we all know in the diaspora here, as much as we might be comfortable, there are so many fractious terms that we need to deal with just to get on. And a lot of the getting on that we need, especially if we want to get to the top, the level of sweat that we sweat is not a joke. To break through the glass ceilings that are always appearing in the Western Hemisphere as far as we are concerned. But somehow, again, like Nigerians, we find how to manage the situation, how to become comfortable in our mess. I find that our mess here in the West is nothing like the mess our people are in back home. And we're here pontificating about individual nonsenses that are obviously taking place. Let me just tell you how Nigeria works. Nigeria does not work with that government. It does not. Nigeria works through investorship, either of the people or of foreign nationals. When these people come in, they are paying for whatever project is going on the ground more than 75%, up to 90% at times, if not more. And what the Nigerian government is supposed to do on its side, normally it fails upon. That's what happens normally. And we are here discussing things as though the system is working. I think we're crazy. I think we're crazy. Seriously. I'm being guttural.
We don't even have a system in the first
We
place.
don't. We don't have a system. We don't have a system. The projects that are set for Nigeria, most of them are fantastic projects. Most of them are projects that me itself I agree with. Most of them are things that I thought that should take place. And there are people who think better than I who have already put these plans in place for them to take place. These are the things that we really need to focus on. We need to focus on how we earn the real crust, how we pile into each other, how we invest in each other. Because if we're really expecting the government to do it after they haven't done it for 60 years, I think we're stupid. I think we are stupid. Is that what you're expecting? Did your father see it? I mean, bro, my countenance today, because there are so many things going on that are progressive in the world, and many of these things that are going on that are progressive in the world are actually against us. And just like the last person who spoke said, we are completely defenseless as a nation. We're naked. We're naked and running around the jungle. I mean, I don't like these kind of descriptions, but that's how they think of us. And when we look at it in today's day, that's what we're doing. We're running around the forest naked, and we want respect at the same time. It's pathetic foolishness. The things I look at to give me positivity where Africa is concerned. There's a gentleman by the name, you may know him, Afro Think Tank. He's an African American. He bases himself in Ekiti. He has bought land for farming. He has ingratiated himself amongst the community. He didn't go to Lagos, he didn't go to Abuja. He went to Ekiti. So in his Ekiti enclave now, you can see he's with the people. He loves the people. The king invites him and he's giving him some chieftaincy. You understand? This guy in his program is always telling off African Americans, telling off Nigerians who are behaving badly, but pushing Nigeria to the fullest, saying that Nigeria didn't invite me. I came because I'm a Nigerian. That's this African. That's his tongue. I didn't go to Ghana. I didn't go to Tanzania. I didn't go to all these flim-flam countries. I came to Nigeria where it's happening. Nigeria is where it's happening. You see, unless we understand that we individuals are leaders, we're not going anywhere. You people that like pontificating, love your mouth all day long. Fantastic, I salute you. But that is turning it all off good. That's not doing anything. It's not doing anything for us. All this pontification without growth, without a way of data processing, without a way of collaborating our conversation and isolating them into the nous that comes out of the complication of conversation and collating this information. We're not doing any of that. Yet we say that we are intelligent people and we come here and do our weekly pontificating. Monday will come, we go to work, we forget all about this. Guys, I'm putting it to everybody here. I'm putting it to everybody here, man, that if we are basically under 500 viewers, this is our responsibility. I'm saying it again. I'll say it when it comes around for me again. We are about 500 viewers who are on the show. I don't know how long the show's been going on, but I've been here about a year and a half. And in that year and a half, from 500 regular viewers at the maximum, it should at least be 10,000 really looking at this show of our people by now. But nobody's looking at these stats. Everybody's just happy hearing their own voices. I'm going to call it off. I'm going to call it off.
Take me for further. Bring a Pereira in. Let me go backstage because he's complaining about us. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to end saying this.
All right, sorry then. That
each and every one of us the people that come on the platform and speak, we are the bravest of amongst the people who are part of this show. When I say bravest, I mean that at least we come, we show our face, and we say what we have to say. The people in the comment section, they're very concerned, but we know that writing without showing your face is cool. And then there are the watchers who are looking to educate and allow some level of movement to go on. So I put it to the platform. In the years or however long you have been here as individual, what have you learned? What has established the movement for you in your mind? What power of change can really our platform institute? Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's Righteous Man. He's been in and out. There are quite a few backstage.
You put me in the backstage when it's my turn.
Have you not spoken about the government performance? I think you have already done that now. There are quite a lot of people coming through. Don't worry, you can interject. If everybody have their say, then you can have the conversation about it. Sorry.
For please, if I'm shaking my mouth, I'm just taking my cough drop. It's not candy or whatever. I'm not eating.
don't worry. That's fine. That's fine. Yes, Righteous Man, thank you for your patience. I know you've been backstage longer than you would like. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Forefather. Good evening, Jago. It's been a long time. Chim and the rest of the members of the panel. Good evening. I really want to express my not accepting the way and the manner this platform is being coordinated. It looks as if some people have privilege more than others. And I've always been saying this. We are all matured people. The right you give to Mr. A, you give the same right to Mr. B. If we are complaining of misadministration, evil governance, wickedness being practiced by Nigerian politicians, and in this little platform, we cannot even make things right, I mean, then we are all hypocrites. For years I've been following Dr. Damage's platform. I know their rules and regulations. And if that rule is violated, no matter who the person is, that person should be let to know that you've gone against the rule of this platform. There shouldn't be any apology. If by mistake, by error of omission or commission, one was allowed to do something that was wrong, shouldn't be a yardstick.
Righteous man, we are going to deal with this later on. I think quite a few people want to talk about this. I think
Yeah,
so that it doesn't derail from what we are discussing, which is quite important.
but forefather, you have already tendered apology. That's why I'm speaking
Yeah,
on
so we
it.
can deal with
You
some.
shouldn't have tendered any apology, because what you did was the right thing. The rules of this platform is that you must not be naked, you must not be eating, and you must not hide your face. Your camera must be on. So
I
if
agree with
anybody
you on
violates
that.
it, that person
But
should be cautioned.
I agree with you on that. Let's deal with that later, because people want to hear your views on how the current government is performing, and how
Yeah,
your scorecard and
I am in Nigeria, and I know you families down here, and you read papers that have been edited, so you can't get accurate information. Even what you're reading on TV or what you're watching on TV, they are all censored. They have been edited. So that's accurate thing, because the government must sell its image to the wider world for it to look as if things are working well. And since last year, I've been hammering on this thing, and some hypocrites that are in this platform who pretend to be Nigerians while they are foreigners, or they are government paid agents who comes to destabilize and say nonsensical things in this platform to make what is wrong to be right. I just pity them, because I was telling somebody yesterday, that was a last mile officer. I said, as long as you live, you are under divine judgment. As long as the sun shines over your head, one day you will answer to everything you said or you did, consciously, unconsciously. Now, Nigeria that I was born into, Nigeria that I spent the larger part of my life living, is not the same Nigeria today. Nigeria has become the worst place to live on earth, on the planet Earth, where human beings do not have liberty. There is no freedom here. Somebody was raising an issue, let us open a TV station, let us do this. Please don't try it. It's a waste of your resources, because there is an agency that regulates whatever you push out to the public. They found that whatever you are pushing out is contradicting or is going against what they want, then we close it down, and there is nothing anybody can do about it. Have you not had some journalists in Nigeria that are in the prison now without trial? So it is not a system that reward merits. It's a system that promotes anarchy. It's a system that does not recognize and value contributions of people that are valid. It is a system that works against the norms that we know in the Western world. And so if anybody is thinking that the platform people should contribute and open a radio station, or Peter Obi should do that, I mean, if you care to listen to the interview granted to Dat Ahmed yesterday on Channels Television, 8:00 p.m. yesterday, you will get a correct picture of what I'm saying. You know, the likes of Professor Wole Soyinka, who destroyed the Nigerian tertiary institution, introduced what was not there before, and now even the thing have rooted to the primary schools in Nigeria. You have heard what he said against Peter Obi. So these are the elites that have come up to make sure that they destroy the society and give the society what is not acceptable. And they have their children living in a Western world where people have freedom to say whatever. The other day, one person was addressing the president of USA, this guy. Can you say to Tinubu here, even in this platform, if I say anything that is so embarrassing, maybe tomorrow you will not see me in this platform, they will come and whisk me up, and that will be the end of hearing from me. So the system here is so rough and rugged and evil need an intervention. That intervention is going to come from Nigeria, like Ahmed said yesterday. Nigeria, and the Nigerians that we wake up to do this is some of them that have formed the obedient movement, which are one of the speakers here. Everybody that is a supporter of Obi that is in obedient movement, that's true. Me, I would prefer to vote for Atiku, because I saw him. It's not as if Obi is not a good man. Obi is a good man. He's a good person, but he doesn't have the balls to confront these people. But somebody like Atiku, we fear nobody, and he will go head on and handle these people that have brought this country into a level where I don't know the adjective to qualify what the life we're living in Nigeria today. If you have anybody living in Nigeria, pity that person. We are going through hell. We are going through what human beings are not supposed to go through. Is it you can't buy tomatoes? Go to market today. 3 balls of tomatoes is 500 naira. And for you to labor to get that 500 naira, it's not easy. I am telling you the truth. I goes to market. I am the one that goes to buy what my family uses on weekly or daily basis, as the case may be. Life here is the worst. Nigeria is no longer the giant of Africa economically. We are now occupying the 4th to 5th position, and nobody is talking about it. APC government have destroyed every fabric of the society called Nigeria. They have brought tribalism, they have brought nepotism, they have brought insecurity. Everything is damaged. Naira has no value. There is no life we are living here. We are just whiling away time. People are dropping dead anytime they call you. Oh, this person have died. You ask what happened. Just high blood pressure. The pressure is much. There is nothing to write home about the 1 year in government. Maybe in the 2nd year we may see changes, but right now it is completely zero. Thank you.
Thank you, righteous man.
Father, give me 30 seconds, please.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Who was the vice president from Jonathan then? Who was the vice president?
It was Namadi Sambo.
Yes.
No, from during Jonathan.
That's Namadi Sambo now.
It was Namadi Sambo, yeah.
Okay. What of Atiku? Was the vice president for where before?
Atiku was the vice president to
1999.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Atiku you're talking about now, they have power to change Nigerians then. What did they do?
But they did. They did.
You see, you're seeing that.
Yes. It was. Hold on. Can I tell you something? It was during Obasanjo Atiku regime that Nigeria economy became the biggest economy in Africa.
I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Father, we've been on this subject.
Because
can I button a bit, please?
Sorry, there are so many people coming through, so I don't know how to stop because everybody wants to have a go at this. So by the time it comes back to you again, it's going to be 3 hours. So what else can I do about it? Because Eagles Air wants to say something about it. Concerns is backstage. So both of them, God knows who else is going to come in by the time they finish speaking too.
Oh, let me just run out so that somebody can take my place. I'll still come back.
Go ahead.
Father, put me backstage. I will come back. Bring me later. Bring somebody in.
All right.
Father, can I just strip in? Can I respond to the last speaker's actions?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
You see, he mentioned Atiku. I'm not saying Atiku is all bad, right? But I think what we are looking at, we want a paradigm shift. We want to move away from
Concerns. Please sort your camera out, Concerns. Your camera is not on. Please go ahead.
So we need a paradigm shift. We want to move away from those career politicians. I'm not saying Atiku is totally bad. I'm not saying it's bad, Yeah, during his time with Obasanjo, during his stint with Obasanjo, yeah, we saw the people he introduced into government and we saw their performance. The likes of Okoje Iweala, the likes of Soludo, the likes of even El-Rufai, the likes of Chukwuemeka Chikelu. I don't know if you still remember him. The likes of Weke Jr. Yeah, he actually he brought these guys and stuff like that. But we need a departure. We want to move away from this familiar spirit. We need people who are fresh, who understand the world that we are in now. The world that we are in now is the world of data. This is not the world where you wake up from the one side of your bed, you reel out policy just the way you feel, like what Tinubu is doing. Just the way he feels. He just reel out policies just the way he feels. No, nobody does that anymore. The difference between Africa and the Western world is data. Is data and sincerity of purpose and commitment. And another problem that Nigerian has that we are not focusing on is the problem of citizenship. That country does not have citizenship. I'll give you an example, sir. For example, I'm from the minority group. With the way Nigerian is structured, what that simply tells me is that technically, I don't have a country. And a lot of Nigerians are in this category and they are not aware. And if you painstakingly look at what Tinubu is doing now, what Tinubu is doing now with Northern Kabas is this. They are trying to assume the office of colonial masters, while the rest of us who are not in their category, right? They will now lord themselves over us, will now become their subject. That's what they are doing. Even what Tinubu is doing to Nigerians, even the British didn't do it to us. Let us be factual here.
Because of the young people that may be watching, let's not call the British masters. I don't want them to grow up thinking that other human beings are.
No. Yeah, the word I use, I said the British. No, what I'm saying, I'm just trying to make inference. I said what the Tinubu is doing to us, the British didn't do it to us. Just look at what this guy is doing. How do you wake up in the morning, destroy a whole business that employ nothing less than 4,000 direct employment? I'm not talking about multiply effect, indirect employment. Then after a month or 2 months, then you now come back to say, okay, we are not going to continue with the reasons why we destroy this business. Nobody does that. Tinubu government is like an orchestra where you have madmen performing. That's what simply defines his government. Orchestra where you have madmen performing. Because madmen perform, their performance will not have direction, will not be defined, will not be beautiful because they don't have lucidity. That's exactly what Tinubu is doing. You can't force yourself on us. Then start to implement IMF policies that are not in touch with our own peculiar economic realities. That's the problem we're having. And I reiterate it again.
It's not your turn to be talking.
Heading anywhere.
You are going on. You know, it's the eagle's air turn, and people are waiting. The concern is going to come on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate your contribution. Everybody seems to be saying that these guys are not doing very well. Eagle's air. Are you going to be the opposite? Are you going to say they are doing well, or is there anything positive that this government has done? Let's try to find something.
For me, there's no hope to renew.
Wow.
No hope to renew. The way I'm seeing something right now, because when you watch the ministers, when they are saying all sorts of rubbish, they are saying that they face there, right? They are not saying this is what I achieve. I have nobody or any of them that opened their mouth and said this is what I achieve. And the purpose of the gathering that day for yesterday is to say this is what you achieved, what is what you are gained under 1 year of President Tinubu. At the end of the day, they are there to say all sorts of something I don't know where it came from. Could you imagine a minister is opening his mouth, say that subsidy is gone and it's gone, subsidy is no longer existing? Could you imagine? So could you imagine Wike standing up there to rattle his mouth the way it pleases him? So the problem we are having in Nigeria right now is that
people in the states, they are behaving like people that who are lunatic in nature. Let me use this word. What do I mean they are lunatic in nature? Somebody will come out and say that I want to build this road now, and they destroy people's properties. The next morning he said that we are no longer continuing that way. So does that make sense? That does show that that person have brain at all. So the problem that we have in Nigeria, that most of us that is here now, in 2026, none of us will come here and begin to campaign for Tinubu and begin to make noise for Tinubu. For Ikune, they said that Tinubu built Lagos. But if you are here now, some people are saying Tinubu did not build any Lagos. Tomorrow night, Chim will tackle me. If I talk about how Tinubu is behaving, Chim will say that, do not talk about Igbos. Do not talk about this. So he faced me. What do I do? I have to keep quiet. Now, look at Wole Soyinka. Look at Wole Soyinka, the way he's behaving. They asked me another question. He faced Peter Obi. What did Peter Obi do to this man? He refused to talk about the failure of the Tinubu under 1 year. He refused to talk about the ministers who are underperforming. He refused to talk about the destruction of the economy. But he faced Peter Obi. What did Peter Obi do to these people? So he found out they have nothing to offer. Tinubu have nothing to offer. He just there for Emelekon agreement they did in 2015. Kaduso have nothing to offer again. All the whole revenue need to raise, they have raised it finish. I don't know whether you start raising online program. There's nothing to offer again. So please, for now, people who have mouth to talk, people who have mouth to say something, and people in diaspora. What do I mean by that? If you're in Nigeria, as for instance, Righteous Man and KJ, and you people are Nigeria now, if you say anything, they will come to your house and arrest you. But I'm here to, I can stay here and say, Tinubu, you are a failure. You are a disappointment to Nigeria. You have nothing to offer. They will not come after me. If they come after me, government will here and will ask them some questions, and they have to come with evidence. So I believe they cannot shut my mouth. So the only mouth Nigerians have right now to say something that concerns this government is people in diaspora. Your people in Nigeria cannot say anything. What are we going to say here that have not happened before? Is it the Tinubu government is built on the propaganda? So how can somebody say that Donald Dangote is buying petrol for buying crude oil from America? Something that is everywhere. So my brother, I don't know what I found out. Nigeria, best thing for Nigeria now is all Israel to attend, if possible. All Israel to attend. The way you see it, they just face it that way. But for me, nothing for now, nothing like a renewed hope. No renewed hope in Nigeria. What we have that right now, renewed pressure, renewed destruction, renewed failure, renewed tears, renewed poverty,
Father, please bring me in.
renewed struggle.
No, I was only 10 minutes ago.
That's what we have only. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome. See, let me acknowledge the people that have been donating. I didn't missed it. One man went to Mo. Thank you for the donation, and I think I missed the one from Mazi Prince. Mazi Prince is really being a prince today. He's really showing us that California is where all the money is in America. Thank you. Thank you for the donation, massive praise. And gas them up, in good spirit. He donated two. I think I missed his own. Where is that of gas them up again? Yeah, that's his own there. Thank you for the donation, and we appreciate it. Like and subscribe, and as much as possible. And when you get a time, we're going to have a break soon to enable people to be able to subscribe to the various channels.
Can I say
Concern.
something? Because I was talking
Yeah,
when
yeah.
my
Yeah.
Okay.
Concern. Yeah. Just allow KJ to interject for a bit. Yeah, please go ahead. KJ.
All right, thank you. Quickly, here is what I will say to all of us. We want this channel to grow. Let us first of all promote this channel in order of our network, like I'm doing. I promote it in every page that I belong. so that more people around our circle can also come in and listen to your view. And I also want to say those who feel so aggrieved that we're always talking here, it's going to continuously to be a talking shop. CNN has not closed. I see they've been talking. America has not changed, and we invite people tomorrow to talk. So we do not have the power to change the situation, but we can talk. We can say our view, share it. Somebody may fall in a right ear, and the person will implement what you are saying. So it's not that we are just here gathering and just speaking. We do not have a governmental power. We're not in power. We're only individuals expressing our own personal opinion as we see it. As we see it, and it's not necessary that we once it's not working means if we don't talk and express our grievances here, where else we do? Are we going to do that? Are we going to do it by power? We can't. So please, let's leave this thing. And then rules are maintained. It's not a open platform. It's controlled. Somebody has to be in charge. If not, there'll be anarchy. So when that person said this is the way, let us agree that's the way. There's no exception to it. And yeah, there are other platforms. I mean, I'm referring to the last guy. There's other platforms where your face is blurred. But if what you want to say is not something you can put your face to, please don't say it, because you're not also going to say it and put the person who owns the platform in trouble. Okay, some of us are done this work and we're still talking just like Egu Air said. We are saying what we can be comfortable to defend, what some of us have documented evidence to show. And so when we don't have documented evidence, we don't say it. We don't now put ourselves in trouble or the person who owns the platform in trouble. It's a simple rule. But if this doesn't satisfy you, you can open your own platform and invite us, and we can come and say the way you want it to be said. It's as simple and short. All right, having said that, I'm going straight to the Tinubu's government. And I want to say, the man is not doing what he promised us? He said, when I'll come, I'll expand the tax network. He has expanded it, and they're still expanding it. So he's doing what he said he's coming to do. He has not changed. Okay? He told you people, if I come, I will get everybody into the tax network, whether you are working or not working. It's not his business. Whether you have food or not, it's not his business. What he wants to do is to get tax. He's taxing. He's doing exactly what he said. He didn't say, he didn't promise this or promise that. Let's be fair to the man. Okay? And it's exactly what he did in Lagos is what he's doing now. That's why he brought the guys from Lagos. They've taken over the federal capital. All right? And I want to draw your attention to the fact that even the federal capital, as of 3 days ago, in Gwarimpa, where I used to live, okay, they came there and took away 20 families, 20 people from that estate, Gwarimpa estate, right in Abuja there. So when people say it's getting better, I used to wonder whether those people live in the moon or this same present Nigeria, where now to feed a family of 5, you need more than 150,000 to be able to just put a decent meal. They put a decent meal on your table, just to feed, not to transport, not to go to school, just to feed your family of 5. You need 150,000. Meanwhile, your take-home pay, your basic salary is less than 50,000. And you're talking about getting the country. You think if I was working in the ministry where Chim used to work, I would not pack all the stationaries and go and sell if I have the opportunity to do that? I will do that. Because you need to feed your family. The same people are doing the same thing to you because they are sitting in this house.
I didn't work in any ministry. I don't know why.
Okay, sorry. Wherever you are working. Okay, I'm actually referring to Ministry of Aviation, where I think I have people who work there. Now, this is the reason why we can't deal with these issues. And certain individuals who have housing allowance, who have clothes allowance, that is wardrobe allowance, who even have what they call hazard allowance, even though they sit in Abuja, they drive with all paraphernalias of the military and all. Okay, they have hazard allowance. They don't even travel by road. They travel by air. They do by chartered flights. They have hazard allowance, and they still have bogus salaries. They just increase their salary. And Labour has been fighting to get their salary to something they can even take home, and nobody's agreeing to that. So, for me, the government is doing what it said. It may not come up to our threshold of being able to give them a pass mark, But the guy promised us to expand the tax, and he has done that, and he's still doing that. They're still going to come out with other very novel ideas on how to tax Nigerians. Who knows? They may start taxing, Gary, those engine people who buy these Gary making machines, because money is coming from there. They may decide to tax it. So this is the situation we are in, and it's going to get harder because remember, we're just marking 1 year. Come 29th of this month, it's going to get harder. It's just 1 year. So let's tighten our seatbelts and get ready for the ride. Thank you.
Thank you. Concerns, please go ahead.
Thank you, forefathers. I hope Dr. Demis is doing good wherever he is.
Yeah,
I
he's
want to
doing
thank
fine.
Mr. Chim. At least 2 days ago in the amalgamation, this thing series, he said many things which I loved. It goes, even forefathers have changed. It's not more like the time he came in here newly. That time he was talking about those times he was talking gabalas, but these days have changed because he's trying to know that those things that people are saying before was the right thing. That this government, the government was nonsense. So I want to start with this. Nigeria is like a hospital where you have doctors. When those doctors go and open their own clinics, you see them performing good. But when they are in that particular hospital, government hospital, you see them, they don't do anything good. Their performance is below par. So that's how Nigeria is. I want to ask, instead of all of us every time, it's not bad like what Mr. KJ said. I like KJ. It's always on point. All of us talking about all this Nigeria. Where is Nigeria taking us to? I promise you, even in 100 years, with the way Nigeria is concerned, Nigeria cannot take us anywhere. Instead, we will be seeing debt, ever. Nigeria, all of us know that the foundation is very, very weak. All of us know that amalgamation have ended. Why can't we educate our people at home? Let us see. One of you here can be a hero by advocating for us to have our own country. Yugoslavia did it. Yugoslavia, about 5 countries come out of Yugoslavia. I hear Abakoba. He said all of them are doing fine today. Abakoba said it. So why are we wasting our time talking about what Soyinka said, what this guy said, what Sowore said, what nonsense said, what Tinubu said? When Tinubu came in as a criminal. Tinubu appointed criminals. So what do you expect from criminals to do? What do you expect from any of these ministers to perform? What kind of performance do you expect from these ministers? That's the problem. We have to be asking ourselves. We are all doing good. We are where we are. We know how those places are being taken care of. In Nigeria today, a minister or a governor, when he's going out to open a common a pipe bomb water, people are following him. Is that how it's done in abroad, where we are? That's how it's done abroad. In abroad today, everywhere, even a governor, who knows who is the governor? But in Nigeria, people think that Nigerians are educated. I believe that Nigerians are not educated. Being educated doesn't mean that somebody went to school, is a professor, like the kind of professorship Soyinka is. Soyinka, which kind of professor that Soyinka, that word that Soyinka have in drama? A drama, Nigerians are worshiping him. Some people are worshiping him. Is that which country in the world have a drama, this thing, and people are worshiping them? That's the problem. Nigeria sees a minister is worshiping that minister. I've been in some African countries. I've been in Asia. I've been in Europe. We are in America now. Where do we worship ministers? Where do we worship senators? Where do we worship councillors? This is the kind of education we have to give our people at home so that they can know what they're doing. Because as of now, many Nigerians don't know what they're doing. A country doesn't have electricity. These data damages. How many people in Nigeria are watching these data damages? That's the problem. How many people? We have to ask us, how many people can put on this and watch data damages? All the things we are talking here, all the things that people say every time here. No, but it's about only 1% or 2% of people watch data damages. Watch the Nigeria Watch. All those people, it's only 2% of Nigerians because there's no electricity. So a country like that, we can never move forward. It's not that I'm cursing Nigeria. I love Nigeria. That's why I talk about Nigeria. But the problem is that the foundation is not good. With the kind of leadership we are getting, it's not what you're supposed to get. I want to give you an example. Nnamdi Kano was arrested by the Nigerian government. Britain did not rescue him. But when the Omar Diko was arrested, British government rescued Omar Diko. What did they rescue Omar Diko? Omar Diko bring about 6.something billion to them. How much did Nnamdi Kano bring to Britain? Nothing. That is why we cannot. That is why the British government keep quiet on Nnamdi Kano, but they rescued Omar Diko. Nnamdi Kano is even a citizen of Britain. But why Britain did not rescue Nnamdi Kano? Even today, they're not talking about Nnamdi Kano. Because Britain is enjoying from Nigeria. They don't want that institution. They don't want that part of the enterprise to collapse. That is why Britain is helping Nigeria. Ask yourself again. Lord Lugard, what did he say about the 3 tribes of Nigeria? The tribe they say that have no brain is the tribe they handed Nigeria over to, so that they can manipulate Nigeria through that tribe. Nothing now someone today, Fulani man today, that the Britain will say bad about. But other tribes, they will say bad about that tribe. So that's the problem. That's where we are going. The way the British is handling Nigeria, Britain is the most criminal country in the world. And they are helping Nigeria to be that criminal they want, so that they can manipulate Nigeria, be taking the resources of Nigeria, eating from Nigeria. So tell me, how do you think that we or the masses can be able to be free from this Nigeria? They can't be free. They are using the government to manipulate Nigeria to get whatever Nigerians have. That's why Nigeria is not progressing, and that's why we cannot progress. We can say Nigerians go abroad, they succeed, but in Nigeria they cannot succeed. That is why Nigeria is where we are today. If we can be able to talking about how we can liberate ourselves by having even 2 countries out of Nigeria, or even divide Nigeria into 2, my brother, you can see that people will rise, people will stand up and do the right thing. Today in Hausa land, see what their governors are talking. A governor will come and tell you that he has done taking people to Hajj. That is one of his report card. But a Saturday will be talking about different thing. How this movie is moving forward. And Easter will talking about this move forward. But now someone will tell you how to take people to Hajj to go and pray. But people cannot pray. Their people cannot pray in Nigeria. So that is the problem of Nigeria. As long as we continue to say Nigeria will continue to be one, Nigeria can be one, we cannot move forward. We cannot. Because what the type of this in the house, the Fulani have or the Hausa community have, it's not the same thing with the ideology of the East or the West. It's not the same. These people we're talking about helping their people. Now let me say something now. In Hausa land, every time they say the people of the North have ruled Nigeria for many years. But why are they not being rich? Why are they not developing their place? Because they believe that what you have in your mind is not what they are thinking of. We are thinking of development, but they are not thinking of development. Today, if an Easterner is the president of Nigeria today, you see them voting against Nigeria. You see them voting. But they are hungry, they cannot vote. But to go and touch one of your person now, call their Mohammed, insult him, they will vote. But people are getting hungry in Nigeria. They are themselves are getting hungry in Nigeria, but they cannot vote. They can, but they will vote when insult a Muhammad. Who is the Muhammad? Nobody knows who is Muhammad. Whether Muhammad is the devil or the what.
Can we try to keep it on the Nigerian government's performance for the year instead of going into all these areas?
No, the performance, my brother, the performance, there's nothing to expect from this government. Even in next year, even in next 2 years, nothing will come out of up to the system. Nothing. You can never get any good performance because the people there are criminals. Nothing will come out of a criminal. If you are a criminal, tell me what you can do for people if you're a criminal. If a governor is okay, look at the problems now. In River State, there's problem. In Katsina State, there's problem. In Kano, there's problem. In Imo State, there's problem. Tell me what can come out of this government. Tell me what a minister can do. That is the problem. So as long as we continue to say that we'll continue to talk about Nigeria, we cannot move forward. We cannot progress. But today, if there's Nigeria divided into two or divided into three places, my brother, you see that there will be progress. If, for example, let's say we have Oduduwa, if the Easterners are not doing good, they can move to Oduduwa country. If the Hausas are not doing good, some of them can come here. But at the end, we are just in one that cycle. For how many years? 60 years, going to 70, and no single progress. We don't have running water in Nigeria. Nothing. Okay, let's assume since Nigeria was created, when there was no terrorism, when there was even they will have pipe-borne water, even when we have electricity, people didn't say Nigeria would be good. It's not there's terrorism in Nigeria. That's why Nigeria can be good. Now there's terrorism in Nigeria. That's where we can move forward. Now there's no running water. That's where we can move forward. Now there's criminals. When we don't have even this type of criminals we have, Nigeria didn't move forward. It's not that Nigeria can move forward. Now that we have big criminals, who will destroy this criminal entity? Nobody. Because these criminals are in your village, they are in my village. So that is why you cannot. There's no way this criminal can stop dealing with Nigerians. Because they have conquered Nigeria. Nigeria don't have the judiciary. We do have judiciary today? No. Do you have the military today? No. The military today is the terrorist military. The police you have today is the terrorist police. So tell me who can make this country great? Even if Obi comes in today, Obi will try. But at the end of the day, they will not even allow him to come. Because they know that if Obi comes, he will change many things. But this government, with this kind of criminals we have, they know that if Obi comes in, maybe he would like to try some of them, and they will never allow him to come in. So we continue to be in that what they call it, a conundrum, going round. Our people are suffering. Those who are suffering this are those in Nigeria. Those who are being killed every day are those in Nigeria. When will these people be free? If we don't talk about how we can separate. So that is my submission to that. I didn't come to talk about how the country can, how Tinubu is working on Tinubu. Tinubu cannot work. Everybody knows that he cannot work. So if we continue to talk about Tinubu, continue to talk about what Sorowe said, continue to talk about what this lady said, continue to talk about what this minister said, we continue to be in that same position. Even for 100 and something years, we cannot go out. Other countries are moving forward. Other African countries are moving forward. Go to Botswana, they're moving forward. Tanzania is moving forward. Malaysia is moving forward. Japan is moving forward. All of them are moving forward. Malaysia, Singapore, they're moving forward. But Nigeria is the same where we are. Because of the kind of system we have, because of the kind of criminals we have, how are we going to move forward? That's the most important thing. Thank you, my brother. Thank you for allowing me to have my listen. Thank you, KJ, Eagles Air, Righteous Man. And Mr. Righteous Man, I don't know where you get this issue of that, what is former vice president can come in and rule Nigeria. My brother, it's out of frustration. Don't be frustrated and call that man to come and rule you. That man has nothing for you. Don't be frustrated. We know. It's out of frustration. He can't be calling such a wicked, such a corrupt human being more than Tinubu to come and rule you. That's the worst that we have from you before. To call Atiku to come and rule you. What is Atiku going to look at in that place that he didn't get before? You don't ask yourself that question. Somebody he have been not. How many years he have been trying to enter there? What is he when he goes there? What is he going to get? Tell me. Even today we are talking this in Tinubu never have interest in Nigeria before. Everybody knows that. Tinubu have not. Soyinka don't have interest in Nigeria before. They don't have interest in Nigeria before. All these have no interest in Nigeria, but only because he have seen that he can go there and get money, more money. That's why. Now he can't talk about I love Nigeria now. Before the Tinubu love Nigeria, no, he doesn't love Nigeria before. Most of these people you see worship today, they don't love Nigeria before. And let me tell you, even all these people, all these rulers, or even these people in the assembly, when you talk to them on the phone or one by one, they will tell you they are not interested in one Nigeria. They will tell you they want Nigeria to divide. That's the answer we get there. But when they come to public, they will not say it, because if they say it, the government will destroy whatever in their political career, or they will destroy their business. That's what you understand. So for me, the best way to go for us to go is for even if it's two countries of Nigeria, it will be better for us, so that we can preserve humanity. But for now, we can't.
Okay, thank you.
We can't be in this and die together. Let us not die together.
Thank you, concerns.
My brother.
I think let me just quickly run through my own positives and negatives of this government, and I give my quick overall. This is nothing as long as and elaborate as everyone else. So yes, the positives are student loan is not come to fruition yet, but it's the right direction to go. At least that might help these ASU lecturers that are so quick to go on strike to hold their breath for a bit. The airpiece one is a positive thing that happened. That we have airpiece flying to London and probably America by the end of the year. That's a good thing. The initiative to do this Lagos Calabar Road, I think is a positive thing, just like the ones to the north, to the from the Lagos side to from the Port Harcourt side. It's a good thing. But I fear they're going to screw it up. The only other area I would say that stands a chance of being a little bit positive is their digital minister, digital something minister. I think that's Tijani, isn't it? He seems to be trying to make some moves, but I don't know whether his portfolio is wide enough to make any significant impact in terms of the Nigerian state. That is the only positives I see in the entire government. Now, the issues. Number one, security failure. I think they like to crow that they have a lot of security accomplishments, but the numbers don't bear most of it out. This same government, Tinubu promised that he was going to upgrade our security posture. He was going to recruit into the military and the police and all the other forces. None of that is being done. Zero. They've been talking about synergy and looking for technology from countries that have more technology and have more people in the military, which is crazy. So now the fatalities is about 9,858 people. Fatalities from insecurity in Nigeria for the last 1 year. And abduction cases is 5,461 in 1 year. So that one is a terrible failure, and they could have done better, but they just chose not to. And then the next one is floating the currency. They sabotage the economy by floating that currency. Because removal of the subsidy was hard for Nigerians, but when you go ahead to remove and depreciate the currency too, is double blow. Which means instead of price to increase by 3 times, in some areas it increased by 6 times. That is how awful they've run this country. That policy alone has done far more damage to the Nigerian state, even damage rich billionaires. That's how bad it is. That the only people that gained are foreigners. And that's how bad it is. And I really wish a lot of people call them out on that policy, because that's a very dangerous policy. If you did that in the UK, that prime minister, his leg will not touch the ground before they throw him out. You depreciate their currency by more than 100% within a year, and you think you are going to live to the next day in this country or any sensible nation? But they did that in Nigeria and they got away with it. And so people are even coming out to praise them. Which kind of economists will come and praise that? Some weird economists somewhere along the line will come and praise that. Nobody will ever praise it any other part of the world. And the next one is fuel subsidy has returned because of it. Because they depreciated the currency, now the fuel subsidy has returned. They have to. Otherwise, people will be buying petrol for 1,000 something naira. And we all know that's not possible for Nigerians to survive. They will not drive their cars again, and they will just be walking to everywhere. So that will be the solution for that one. So now, fuel subsidy has returned. That's a bad one. ECOWAS, in terms of ECOWAS, in 1 year, this man managed to get 3 nations to leave ECOWAS. 3 nations level ECOWAS in 1 year. That's a record. And then that's almost half of the landmass of ECOWAS he's lost in 1 year. I'll leave that one there. Foreign policy, 0. All we see of him on foreign policy is going to beg people, foreigners, and going to France and everywhere else to go and beg people. Nothing about Nigeria projecting its own power to gain capital, to gain wealth. Nothing. They are doing nothing for us to gain wealth. The only policy they have is to go and beg people. That's the only policy. And who is going to come into your country when almost 10,000 people are dying a year from insecurity? That's not going to happen. That's a bad thing. Seventh one that I put on the list is in terms of power supply. Nothing. I've not seen any major stuff. They seem to be saying that they are going to be doing something positive, but I've not seen anything on the ground. In terms of then, if you look at the way they want to spend the subsidy money that they saved, does anybody know what they spend that money for? Oh no, the money doesn't even exist because they went and depreciated the currency. So now they have to spend the money on subsidy again. You can't make such failure up. That is so bad that how can you solve a problem and you create another problem to use? I don't even know where to start with that one. And people are praising this kind of government. I don't know. I can't even imagine that. Then the other one he did again was to threaten Niger. Niger, I mean, the country next to us. You are trying to invade it, and he almost got into one of the craziest war that Nigeria has ever fought. I've never seen people hate Nigerians that much. When Tinubu said that they wanted to invade Nigeria, I went online and so on some American channels, African Americans were hating me because of what the president said. It's not like I'm supporting Tinubu, but they were hating me because of it. That's how bad it was. And thankfully, our fellow Nigerians stopped him from doing that. This man, I thought he was prepared though. He spent a long time trying to be president. What is this? Then the Lagos to Calabar road that they say they are doing, the guy went and put it in the wrong route, not realizing that you have underground cables there. Then you have to shift it back again. I thought Omahi was he has a bit of sense. But this kind of behavior you are seeing, it doesn't show any sense of competence. They don't seem to know how to organize themselves. And I have to say, when I saw the owner of Landmark, I was quite impressed. I was quite impressed by that man. It's not bitter. And those are the kind of Nigerians you need in Nigeria. He took the hit and he was still good with it. That's how he's supposed to be. The best human beings I've seen in life are the ones that know that something is happening, they don't like it, but for the greater good, they allow it to happen. I've seen that a few times, and those people are not often praised. So that's how I will leave it. So let's have a quick break. And so we encourage people to have time to subscribe and all. Then we can go back to, if we want to talk about Wole Soyinka or talk more about this one, we can go then. Let me just encourage people to subscribe. So like and subscribe and share. And subscribe to Iroko Post TV, to Niger, Dr. Damages. Subscribe to all of them. If you subscribe, if you don't subscribe again, you're just going to unsubscribe and then we'll lose you. And that's not good for anybody. Let me see if I can find this video for subscription so that people have time to go and subscribe. And Dr. Damage will be encouraging them to go and subscribe. All right, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son. Ask your daughter. How to? Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Let me just quickly, panelists, please excuse me. Let me just quickly respond to this. Economics is not that technical. If you run a home, it's very simple to understand. Demand and supply. Currency issue is about demand and supply too. Our government have not done anything to reduce demand, apart from when they went after the Bureau de change and encourage the banks to release dollars. They could have done that while the currency was still pegged. Anybody, I don't have to know, I don't have to be a doctor to borrow information from a doctor. If I want to say something about medical sciences, I ask a doctor, what do you think about heart condition? Doctor tell me, I come and tell you. How is that my knowledge? It's not necessarily my knowledge. I'm taking advice from experts and borrowed from their knowledge. That is the whole point of life. Otherwise, we'll all have to start inventing everything from beginning. The truth is that when you check online about economics, anybody would tell you that before you float your currency, your economy has to be diversified. You have to be doing a lot of exports. You can't just have an import-based economy and your economy is not diversified. You go and float your currency. That is 101 of foreign exchange. You can even ask AI. AI will tell you the same thing. You can't make it up. And yet our government did this and nobody came out and said, no, that is wrong. You can't do it. Nobody challenged them. Not the press, not intellectuals. Nobody came out and said this policy is wrong. Somewhere along the line, it's almost as if everybody's in cahoots. Even Alexander Gomez seems to be excusing it for some strange reason. I don't understand it. Alexander Gomez, please, Oga, please check it yourself. I'm not making it up. Thank you. Let's go. I don't know what I want to talk about Wole Soyinka. A lot of people feel strongly about what he did. First of all, if you see, my thing is we have to excuse him. He's an elder, for one. We have to excuse him, I think, from that point of view. Let's not go too far, because remember, some people respect him still. So that's my only advice if we are going to go into this conversation about him, because all these words, no matter what he said, you see, okay, let me play this so that you understand how we should go about this.
Wole Soyinka and I have been having a running battle, and he has said it will not end until one of us leave this world. And I have said in this book that you are talking about that if he leaves before me, now when I get to heaven, and I hope he will be there, he should welcome me. If I leave before him, when he comes, I will welcome him. But Wole Soyinka is a gifted man. I have always acknowledged that. But he's a bad politician or political analyst. And I've also said that. And that it's my own point of view. He may agree with it, he may not agree with it. That's my own point of view.
You see, yeah, he says he's just a bad political analyst. That's what it is. It's not personal. Let's not take it personal. All right. So if we are done with, if you want to carry on with the analysis of Tinubu's first year in office, you can carry on. Or if you want to talk about Wole Soyinka or any other topic, to be fair, we can start with Show. Show sets the tone. Show, yeah, you want to set the tone of what we can go.
I'll come back in 2 minutes. Go to Chim.
Oh, all right, Chim, thank you for your patience. Your patience is wow. You've been here for how many? 3 hours, not said one word, because you started with 3 hours it took to go around. Unbelievable. We have to try to keep it a bit brief so that people can be able to have their say. Please go ahead, Chim.
Okay, thank you, forefathers. On Wole Soyinka, because I want to say a few other things. I agree with you. I appreciate what former President Olusegun Obasanjo said about him. Wole Soyinka has earned his respect when it comes to the literary world and his role in education, and perhaps to an extent in nation building, especially when you consider his role in the First Republic when he disagreed with the way the election went back then. The funny thing is, and I'm going to, so this, what I'm going to say now is going to feed off from where you left off in terms of respect for elders. I believe as Africans, that's good, but that's also one of our weakest points. I think most of our elders take this whole concept of respecting them and they oftentimes abuse it. Perhaps I'm also guilty. Is the one thing, it's a good culture we have to be able to defer respectfully to your elders. But also, I also believe that one other thing we need to imbibe is to allow our younger ones the boldness to, while respecting us, speak their views, air their views, disagree with us. I'll give you an example. My father sent me to school. In the days when it was allowed for him to flog me, he flogged me. But now I'm a man. When I started becoming a man, I never held grudge that my father disciplined me. Actually, my prayer was for God to bless me to be able to take care of him. I have not fully done that 100%, but I've tried my best. My father and I discussed the 2015 election, and he was vehement on why we should not elect a Buhari, and I felt otherwise. On election day, he and my mother went, plus those he could influence, to vote Jonathan. Those I could influence, I went and got them, and I voted Buhari. At the end of the day, it didn't stop me. If I had any allowance to give to my father, I still gave it to him. It didn't stop him. If there was any blessing he needed to confer on me and say, I bless you, my son, he still blessed me. But both of us were able to understand the fact that what? It was politics. My father has never gloated over the fact that Buhari was a failure. In fact, when I complained, he would say, well, you see, that was the thing I was seeing that you didn't see. He never for one day laughed at me. He never for one day, took a jab. He would always tell me that he just didn't believe this man was right. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's the kind of thing I expect us. You see, the funny thing is, I can disagree with you, but you will still hold respectfully to say, okay, you know what? Though I don't agree with you, but I can see where you're coming from, but I just don't agree. That continues to be the perspective I want to carry on when it comes to politics. Some people always believe that because I know people who will gossip with me or do things with me because today I agree with them. But the moment I suddenly don't agree with them, I become an enemy. They use foul language against me. And I'm like, but this is not the way life should be, for goodness sake. We disagree. Do you understand? I have very close friends that are Arsenal fans. We will go and sit down and shayo or do live, when we need to go do live. But I will take a dig at them, you understand, on Facebook. I will yab them. Do you understand? I was praying that they shouldn't win. When I mean praying, I'm not, those who follow football don't understand what I'm saying, because I didn't want them to have the bragging rights over me. But you know what? I will agree with them that their team played a fantastic game this season. They were very beautiful and all that thing. Our problem as a people, both from a cultural angle, is when we are unable to separate issues. Politics is a kind of game. It has do or die affairs, I agree, for those who want to take it to do or die affair. But it also has consequences in terms of our living standard and all those things. But that being said, it does not now mean that you should take a machete because forefathers is APC and I am Labour Party. Then I go into forefathers' company and go and slaughter everybody there. Those of us who are not doing it in physical form, that's what we're doing with our attitude sometimes. When we come on air like this, or we come, on international platforms like this, and we start taking a dig and fighting people just because of their views. I have nothing against anybody who's going to vote Republican in America versus Democrat. I don't agree. It doesn't mean that tomorrow a Republican gives me business, I won't do. As long as it's honest business, or a Democrat, I won't do. No. But you know what? It's fair game when we're analyzing these issues to disagree. I have one philosophy, and that philosophy is this. When I work for an organization and we go into a strategy session, I will push my narrative. This is where I want us to go. I will push it vigorously. I will say everything to make everybody buy into that dream. But the moment the group says, hey, we have taken a decision, this is where we're going, and it's not my own, I fall back behind that decision and say, okay, fine. And I will start supporting that program or supporting that policy to succeed. If it doesn't succeed, my hope will be that those people will be able to have the humility to say, okay, you know what? Our own strategy hasn't worked. Can we now go back to one or two or three of the other ones we didn't pick and see if we can try it? That is what makes us dynamic and progressive people. Unfortunately, many of us don't see life that way. My views with Professor Soyinka is that he is not looking in the mirror. He is not looking in the mirror. I was listening to this veteran broadcaster. I'm trying to remember his name. They would call him Uncle something. He's a Yoruba guy. And he said,
Uncle Yomi.
Yeah. Yes.
Is it Jimmy Disu or whatever or something?
Jimmy Disu. Thank you. Jimmy Disu. He said something and I agreed with him. He said, listen, that he admires Professor Wole Soyinka. In fact, he was born enough to say that he's a member of pirates. Not too many people come out openly to say. He says, I'm a pirate. He said, unfortunately, that the professor is not looking himself in the mirror. That the things he is saying, obedience, and that these are things he did as a young man. Unfortunately, he is not the type that is willing to stomach what he has been guilty of doing. That is where the professor is failing. And then, by the way, Obedience are talking about national issues. We're not here to talk about an individual part. It's national issues. What I expect Wole Soyinka to do, and I understand him, Tinubu is his friend. For no matter what anybody says, Tinubu is his friend. Have a friendship. But it's okay to say, look, you know what? Yes, I support my friend. I would like him to be given some time and all those things, but also be bold enough to speak out in areas where he's not doing well. Lastly, I'll end here. He is accusing Obi and co of being disrespectful, but I've never heard Professor Wole Soyinka call out that area boy in Lagos, the guy who was talking about Mama Shinedu. I had never heard him for once say, you know what, even though I support my friend, but this was a bit too far for so and so person to have openly antagonized fellow Nigerians in a national election just because of where they come from. Other than that, I will not take away his respect. I will try not to disrespect him. I hope people will be able to be bold enough to understand that as much as I'm not excusing his age, unlike you forefathers, I don't think age has anything to do with it. I think the thing is just the man, his ego is in the way, and he's not a very good, he doesn't have the capacity to humble himself, which is what I don't want to put a figure. I'll say,
Jim, let me ask you now, because I'm a bit surprised because I have never known him to be this personal and petty about, stuff where he just attacks one person constantly. I've never really known him to be like that.
Of forefathers, then go back and listen to you see the video you played. The man speaking is one of the people Soyinka does not like. I use the word does not like. I grew up knowing that for whatever reason, even if OBJ suddenly turns an angel today, for whatever reason, the man just does not like Obasanjo. He was antagonistic to Obasanjo's government, whether it is the military one or the civilian one. And you know what? That's why listen, some people come here, they don't even understand some of our antecedents. I'd never voted PDP in my life. All through Nigeria's, I voted in Nigeria's elections up until 2019. That's the only election I have not voted on till now. I never voted Obasanjo, but you know what? I'll be the first to acknowledge the major economic progresses that man made. I'm being honest, and that's what I'm expecting with a lot of Nigerians. The problem with us is that a lot of us are still either in our regional cocoons. You can still be bold enough to say, okay, your people are being maltreated, but be open-hearted enough to speak. I'm looking for the words to be fair when you need to be. Don't just be pigeon-minded about certain things and you stay stuck to it. That is where the kind of person I see a Professor Wole Soyinka is. He is very pigeon-minded. He is pigeon-minded and he has stuck to it. He doesn't want to shift. His ego is in the way, and he finds it difficult realizing that, okay, I'm a statesman. Let me leave the stage. That's another way of just keeping quiet. If you have nothing at this point, Wole Soyinka has nothing to lose. If Nigeria breaks up or fails or so, he has nothing to lose. But those obedient people who are in their 30s, they have a lot to lose. Some of these people don't seem to always see it from that perspective. It's only young people that will be speaking about the progress of a nation. An old man is gone. Pa Adebanjo, he's rested. He has given his support to Peter Obi. It didn't work. Oh, he's 90-something. He's waiting for the day the angel to tell him your flight ticket has been booked. He will hop on the and you guys understand what I'm saying. And heads up. Same thing with Prof. All these people are on their way out. But unfortunately for us, and painfully so, these people are not bold enough to know when to draw the line between personal support and national distance. We see that's where we probably have over-evaluated some of our people. But I end by saying this. As much as it's good to respect our elders need to also understand that the young ones need to breathe. You can't just do this Besele syndrome. You place your head and saying, "Omode, this person cannot talk." No, that's the part of our African culture I just do not like for whatever reason. And then on the issue of the guy who came on air, well, I don't want to over politicize this matter. It's very straightforward. I come here, I know the dangers of unveiling my face. I know the dangers. If you don't have that courage to want to do that, then keep away. Perhaps you want to go to Mayegun's show and speak. Mayegun's show is a phone-in program. People should remember this. Mayegun doesn't normally do too many of these things we're doing. He does phone in. People phone in on WhatsApp. I have phoned in on WhatsApp to contribute. If you want to make those kind of contributions in the places where your face is covered, that's fair and okay. But if you want to come to this platform is all about opening your face, and you cannot be hooded. You can't hide. We're not. This is not a Gestapo program where you're hiding a portion of your face. People want to see your face, but if you feel you're uncomfortable, then stay away. Go to the comment section and type away. I just wanted to add that I had nothing against the guy who came here, so you shouldn't take it personal. I'm just saying, fair is fair. Come to this program, air your views, open your face. Let's see who you are. But if you don't have that courage, like those of us who are already endangering ourselves, then quietly stay away. That's all I have to say for now. Thanks.
All right, thank you. It may not be about courage, it may just be about privacy, because not only for themselves, for people that they are around and office, some of them are office holders. If you want to hear some of the most important informations, sometimes people need privacy. Even on BBC, you hear that they cloak some people to have conversations and get revealing information.
Those are endangered people who are already clearly identified as endangered people. We don't know him to be an endangered person.
Oh no, not necessarily danger, just for privacy. Some people, it's not about danger, it's just for privacy, because they don't want certain people to know about it. So it's also possible from that point of view.
I don't give the excuse of people like that. If they want to have privacy, stay their home.
It's not about that. It's about the value to the viewers.
This is the public. Because if you don't want to be on the internet, then you don't need to come in here.
You can't necessarily deny viewers because there is a lot of
let everybody stop
variations
masks
in the
now.
world.
I have a lot of masks in my house here. Wrap my face. Everybody mark their face here. Make any sense there?
No, my point is that if you want to reveal your face, you are free to. But I think
if you don't want, like this,
be
they have the rules here. So the rules going to affect everybody.
I know the rule is we are not talking about the rules. I'm saying generally that it's also good to have mixed in contributions, because restricting it means that there are some people you will never
what are
hear
you trying to say now? People can wear masks and comment. That's what you're trying to say then.
I'm not saying. I'm saying that if the rules change, then that should be allowed. Let me see. And it has merit.
So now you can change the rules. I can be wearing masks here too.
Who's making all that noise? Somebody's making noise.
People are not serious here sometimes.
Somebody is doing something. Yes. If they change the rules, that's a different matter. I think. Sure. You want to go ahead?
Yes. Sorry, I just had to sort out something quickly. Yeah. So regarding Professor Wole Soyinka, it's an interesting one. Especially for someone like myself. It's someone that is close. So to speak on. So to speak, shame, you like Wahala. So to speak on this issue, is one that I would handle with utmost carefulness. But it must be said that those around Professor Wole Soyinka, I would expect them to probably keep him away from the press. Because his legacy is being tainted in some way. Not by everybody. Some people will respect him till the end. But some people would start to think, was I mistaken? Did I get it wrong? And if they don't want to keep him away from the cameras, they don't have to. But what people now have to understand is, Professor Soyinka has pitched his tent clearly. He's into politics. He speaks like a politician, which he has every right to do. But what we cannot now do is to say, don't talk to him. We can't have it both ways. Obasanjo pitched his tent with Peter Obi. Obasanjo is 87. He's not young. Professor Wole Soyinka is 2 years older. Obasanjo was dragged like a village thief by Yoruba men and women who didn't agree that he supported Peter Obi. So where was this anger? Obasanjo is not a young man. He's 87. But people dragged him like a politician because he made it clear. Even Pa Adebanjo, when they supported Peter Obi, there were a lot of Yoruba men and women who went against them. Some, not all, disrespected him because of his choice. So I can separate the works of Professor Wole Soyinka and his politics. I don't agree with his politics. I have a right not to. His work is his work, respected, intact. But if he keeps speaking as a politician, then you would expect some blowback. It's like your grandfather goes into a boxing ring and you say, why would you punch him? You're not fair. It's politics. People speak. It's the most emotional thing in the world. So you can't say people can't speak. If he keeps speaking this way, So you say Peter Obi encourage people to say this. I mean, what is making a lot of people ask question is, you said you won't speak until the government is 1 year old, or they've been in office for a year. It's only 4 days to go. Speak on the issues. There are people literally around you struggling, but you're not speaking on that. Part of the interview spoke about Nnamdi Kanu and the right for cessation and all of that, which is good. But because he's attacking Peter Obi constantly, are you now saying the obedient should keep quiet and not fight back? They will fight back. It's unfortunate. I don't want to see it. But you can't tell people and say, don't. You cannot. It's politics. If he's an elder statesman and he speaks, just gloss over things, then fair enough. But if you're saying you hope for the sake of Nigeria that Peter Obi never runs again, and you want the obedience to say, okay, we respect Professor Wole Soyinka, he has every right to say so, we won't say anything back. I don't want to see the insult. I don't want to see it. But what I'm saying is people should understand this is politics. And I think what is playing out, I might be wrong, I might be totally wrong, but I think what is playing out is the beef between Professor Wole Soyinka and Obasanjo. It goes back as far as half a century, almost 50 years. The beef has been ongoing between them to the point where they're saying that until one of us dies, that issue is not going away. Nobody now knows what the issue is. I think they're the only two, maybe and a few other people probably not alive, that know what is exactly going on between them. But they've said it's not good, it's never going to go away. And Obasanjo alluded to it in that video you played. So the fact that Obasanjo has now pitched his tent next to Obi could be an issue why Professor doesn't particularly likes Peter Obi. It might not be Peter Obi directly, it might just be the fact that Obasanjo likes this boy. There must be a reason to it. For that reason, I will make sure this guy doesn't win while I'm alive. It's possible. It's not tribalism. Nobody can even accuse Professor Wole Soyinka of tribalism. Far from it. We know where he stood during the Biafra War. So we can't accuse him of tribalism. But I think it might be a case of, where two elephants fight, the grass will suffer. And also remember, Professor is very close to President Tinubu. And remember that even President Obasanjo and President Tinubu, when he was governor of Lagos State, didn't get on at all. There was an issue between the two of them as president and governor all those times. So President Tinubu is his friend. Obasanjo didn't favor him at the time. So it's a lot to do with my personal opinion. Obasanjo and Soyinka, anybody that comes and gets caught up will pay the heavy price. I think that's what's going on. But to the people, it looks like basic politics. And if you attack us in politics, people will say, we would attack you back. Obasanjo was abused. Even in the comment section, I've seen people call him the worst just now. He's an 87-year-old man, but he's the worst. It's politics. I can't say, how can you say Obasanjo is the worst? How can you say Obasanjo is useless? How can you say Obasanjo is this and that? I can't say that because he's brought himself out into the open. So it will be discussed and people will say things that are probably not palatable, that probably shouldn't be said to an 87-year-old man. But as long as they are actively involved in politics, there's only so much you can protect them. And that is why I say, I wish they would protect Professor Soyinka. Like I said, he's somebody that is quite close. But I wish they would protect him from himself. At this stage of his life, he can advise them behind closed doors. He can advise the people he like, the team he supports. He can advise them. He can, he's a very intelligent man. You can't take it away from them. So he can advise them. But to come out and continuously speak about Peter Obi when you don't speak about, hardly do you speak about, Atiku came second. Obi came third. Abi? So why is Obi the issue? That's the question people are asking. But I think it's to do with Baba Obasanjo and Baba Soyinka, and I hope that they can bury their hatchet. Even apart from all of this, before they die, I hope they bury their hatchet. And I don't want them to drink tea. I don't expect them to drink tea, but at least bury the hatchet, and rest in peace. But that's all I've got to say about it. I wish the issue would go away completely.
I think you have a point regarding if he's into politics, because sometimes I feel like it's not politics. He's just giving his own private opinion. That is not politics. But if he's dabbling into politics, you have to be questioned. But this thing where they start calling people names, I think maybe you can criticize somebody without calling them names, can't we? So I think that's something maybe we should try to exercise.
Oh, and by the way, Jagun, just to let you know, there's someone taking notes. If it matters to you, somebody said they are looking at what the people from the Southwest will say on Professor Wole Soyinka. I don't know where they're taking our report to. So you are now, we're from the Southwest. So they don't come and take you from lovely Britain and go and lock you up in Nigeria somewhere. The high and mighty in the comment section, they've arrogated power to themselves. So they'll be taking your name, they're documenting. Joke.
Very good.
Anybody that can arrest Jagun, I give the person should go ahead.
Can we give Ovie room to speak, because Ovie came in earlier on, he didn't get a lot of time to speak, and so that he can just have his submission. Are you here with us for the long term, Ovie, or you're just coming to?
I'm going to push back on this Ovie matters. No, why we give Ovie? Why we give Ovie the floor like that?
Oh my
I don't understand though.
Thank you for giving me the next 2 hours.
Ovie wait for his turn.
I don't know what has happened here. I think
I
there's a
promise
lot
I will not waste you guys' time. Thank you for giving me the next 2 hours anyway.
Let's keep it brief, because people are coming through. People are coming through.
said Fofana should move me a KJ out now.
Yeah, should there?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'll be brief. After all, Augustine is in the house, so I'll be brief. I don't know why we too like Wahala say. Why we like Wahala say? Why? Did we make any agreement with Tinubu when we did 1 year they asked what he didn't do? Did we ask him for anything? On a more serious note, did we? He only promised. That's it. We never asked for anything. Those that enter into agreement with him, I promise you they will have a different story. So we did not ask for anything. Right? Even those among us, Talakawas, that voted for him, they voted out of annoyance because they best for the other people, out of what they never asked for anything. They all came out and promised they would do this, they would do this, they would do this. And we all started, do what we know how to do best. But because I don't know, will come gather now, they ask waiting they do, waiting don't do. Nothing. I never expect anything for any of these people. I just pay attention. Anything where they do, if it favors, I'll say yes, they carry go. If you know, so I just watch how they move around. And so far, I saw a government that came into power with a mandate of subjecting as many millions of Nigeria to state, how will I put it? Into state welfare. A welfare state the man is going to create. Just pay attention to his policies, right? Student loan. They are talking about the food stamp already. A lot of things is going to. So in the next 30 years, if this man stay 8 years, in the next 30 years, we actually understand what he actually came to do. So this is what this is about. It has nothing to do with us and all that. And he must hit the ground running from day one. He said, come, millions of people now today enjoy. People now understand, say, come, this life. The world is changing, right? If you want to actually make an excuse for it, you say the world is changing. So you have to change along, even if it's not along the way the world is changing, but change not change. After all, we not ask for anything, right? So that's what I see the man is doing. So few people are going to get extremely wealthy. It's everywhere already. And millions of Nigeria are just going to be, poor and poor and poor and poor and poor. And it all depends on us. So they're preparing the ground, and that's my take so far. That's my observation of what the administration is doing. And it's also preparing very hard for the next zero election. So then coming to our own amiable, what's it called? What's it with that word before Professor Vest? Augustine help me, emeritus.
Professor Emeritus. Those who have crossed professorship. Special handshake.
See, Professor Emeritus, and I think at this time, I like the guy. I'm liking the guy. Now let me focus on your opinion, because now be there in target. I'll be there at the blade.
Sorry, Ovie. Let me just let people backstage know. See, sorry about. I have to wait for the ones on stage to finish speaking before
Take me out. Take me out. Fofana, take me out.
Okay, let me take you out. Okay, good. Yeah. Let me get you out. Yeah, so people are thinking I'm just leaving them backstage now, and but that's
You
not
can
the
take,
case. There are
take
other
me
people
out.
black.
Take me out also.
If you
Go on,
allow
that's
me to
Okay,
talk,
okay,
I'm
good.
going to take you out.
Mhm.
If you allow me to
All
talk,
right.
you
Last
can take me
time,
out.
our
Okay.
emeritus spoke
Mhm.
to
Yeah.
us. He
If you
promised
give
us
me, if you give
Who
me
else?
some minutes, I'll talk and I'll
Okay.
get out.
All right.
Okay.
the
That's
last
fine.
time our professor speak to us. He promised us he go assess the presidency 1 year. 1 year don't reach. Now be assessed. A year ago, he said he was in the Obi movement. He was in, they are part of the gang behind the scene, right? But today, Obi is not qualified, he's incompetent. Everything now politics. Pay attention. Somebody say he never like Obasanjo, and somebody say Tinubu na him friend. So what, then the question you should ask yourself, what is his role? Because he's not an ordinary Nigerian like me and you that he will not have a role. What is his role? So instead of what the whole Nigeria, the whole world is waiting for what professor will say about 1 year anniversary, instead he say, hey, make I give these guys, they're not too ready, they are too relaxed now, make I give them something to do. Boom. Right? The man when you support before, now he no qualify. So before we react to most of these things, just pay attention. Just what is this man saying? He's not stupid. Everything are timing. His friend is working. If what his friend is doing is not in his favor, Obi will not be his problem. Obi is never been his problem, and Obi will not be his problem. But for him to just keep hitting Obi there, there's a reason. And the reason is pure distraction. And again, if you want me to go deep political, I could say the DC, their fear here is not even Obi per se, it's the power going back to the north. But how do you stop that? It's to make sure Obi get numbers. How do you do it? Inflame his supporters. Now, anger, obedience will go to poll again with anger and give that number out. And that number will favor who and go against who? Against Atiku. Atiku came out and started crying, but people did not understand what was going on. They pay attention to what he said about Obi. If PDP is zoned to Obi, I will support Obi. Is Obi in PDP? Is that ever going to happen? But what the man is really saying is that he has noticed that there is a grand conspiracy going on. They are trying to raise a mega party. Will that succeed? No. Even if it not succeed, it will make sure he is no longer in contention. That's why if you actually go analyze that broadcast, that interview he gave in Hausa, when they ask him if he's contesting, he say, why not even their life? And the only way for you to become president of Nigeria going forward, either be APC or PDP. So how do you make sure Obi even get into PDP if you don't take Atiku out? If not, what, 2007, 2031? Because the man is still going to run if he's alive at that time. If you don't say they hold, that's your own prerogative. So there's more than what we are paying attention in. So the man come and say, man, I go run, make a roll, right? So there's a grand conspiracy. Is that conspiracy going to work? When people don't, they come out. And if you pay attention to the words of the conspiracy that is going on, when Patotomi said that they are actually going to rally around politician, repented politician. That means now see the same strategy where in use for when they assemble APC. People where they verse for PDP now, where no one may article see the power, they will rally around those people. Those ones where they CPC, that's what they are trying to do. But even if they're not succeeding taking Tinubu out, they will make sure Atiku is no longer their party.
Yeah, but
these are the two
okay,
among the
let me just
generation.
add one thing to what you are saying. Given that PDP has always they've chosen northern candidates for at least 2 straight elections, do you think they will still allow for a northern candidate to given that they are the ones that even invented this zoning the ticket holders and stuff?
If you decide to stick to the ticket, what are you going to do?
I think there might be a consensus that they
it
have
is
to
not.
zone
See,
it out.
don't always focus on what they want. What they want, it's not. They don't consider you want. They actually setting the agenda. That's why I ask you. If he hold the ticket, what are you going to do? You go first now. Go vote for Obi or vote for the other people. That's what you can
But
do.
he cannot win. Then he will definitely
That's
lose.
not the point. He cannot win 2027. 2031 is the target. How can he still hold on to that ticket come 2031?
Exactly. How can you he wants to hold for 4 straight elections? That would be impossible.
Well, it's impossible if you stop him.
The party will fail because the party is meant to be zoning it
You are
around.
worried about the wrong thing. You are worried about the wrong thing.
No,
I'm worried about your own goal.
I'm just pointing out that the party will not be what it's supposed to be anymore.
Are you a member of the party?
I'm not.
And so why are you worried about the party? Let the party worry about that.
The party. I'm just saying that the party will
why
fail.
Do you think
They will never win.
Why do you think Wike is doing what he's doing? You think the Wike will see future? Eh?
Yeah, that Wike is going to run. Is that it?
Look at it again from another angle. It's a battle of generation. Now let Tinubu Atiku remain for their generation. Now let these two guys remain. The people who are coming to power are the younger guys, the Obis, the Atiku. They see they younger in terms of even by practical age. So that's that their power. Then has the power tussle. So
PDP will never win.
You see, look, hey, now politics. PDP will never win because they see Atiku at the top.
Exactly.
What if they take Atiku out?
Then they stand the chance.
And so that's exactly what is happening. You are focused on your 2027. This man, forget they don't old. They never old. Now they see they don't old. So on a more serious note, these guys are focused on what they want. So why would they always vex at every poke they poke us is because we don't have an agenda. When I mean we, young people, poor people, every other person. So because if we have a goal and we are focused on that goal, before anything go deter us, that thing must be connected to where we are going. They say if you go somewhere and you back at anybody that throws stone at you, you will never get there. Why is the man important? It's not an elected official in the first place anyway. Why are you letting him get into your skin? So let him just it is because I said there is no agenda. Nah, maybe I know we talk of reality idea for now. That's a story for another day. So, but it is real what is happening. We feel day the time is going. Now 1 year, we no agree. It's a year. We no agree, it's a year. The man carry 19 billion, they go pre-green when they shout. When I say which kind of policy be that? That now vote buying. That constituency is guaranteed. Go there, go do anyhow. You know if you win vote for that constituency, whatever the constituency is. So pay attention to what the man is doing. They are doing exactly what they set out to do. As far as I'm concerned, none of his policy has been objected to be opposed anywhere. I know maybe I'm not looking enough. Everything he wants, he's falling in place. From party to policy to everything is going smooth for him. But we will say they don't get sense. They are stupid. No. By the time you know it, we don't say now be now this. And I think somebody was making a very good case for PDP and Obi and all that. But waiting, I know there's more to what these people are saying than exactly what they are just saying.
I gather that Abure has been suspended from the Labour Party
that's
by
an headline, yes.
Edo State. This is so. If that happens, Kenneth Ogongwa will not have any reason to remain out of the Labour Party.
The question you should ask about Kenneth Ogongwa is that where is he going? Because he said it's not. You understand? See again, he fall along the line of mega party.
Yes, that's what they are looking towards. I think that there's a sign that they are beginning to think
going on. So when these men come out and speak, there's more to why they are speaking than whatever they are saying. As I said, Wole Soyinka now he's supposed to tell us how Tinubu do now. That's what we should be analyzing. But instead, he give us work where we say it don't make sense. Everything we talk, it might say it don't make sense. You understand?
For the life of me, I don't understand why he comes out now to bring that issue up again. I don't even know why. The guy, I don't understand.
Because he knows he will react. The whole country is reacting to it. Somebody said the media is projecting what the elite want. That person
forefather, almost 1 hour is going. Just watch you and Obi. Just watch the two of you.
No, you know, Obi, it's been a long time. He's been on, and you know,
that's the rest of all go sacrifice for here, Nabi.
Yeah. I get you. Sorry about that. You know, sometimes we allow people to.
That's supposed to be the breaking news.
Man of Prestige, are you next?
No.
Man of Prestige, he has been backstage for a long time, but okay, Righteous Man, please go ahead.
Righteous Man,
yeah,
OVA.
I'm ready to speak.
Kene for at least 5 hours. Let him wait for 5 hours before Kene speaks. We are going to try to be biased against Kene.
I love your submissions. OVA, I love your submissions, but there are some errors in what you have submitted, but that will be for another day, because we don't have that much time to dwell on them. But you made some sensitive submissions. Kudos to those submissions.
Oh no!
No, I'm talking to OVA.
No, I think it's Righteous Man, Man of Prestige. Please allow Righteous Man to finish. So let's try. Okay, should we time it so that? Sorry, should we time it so that it can go run faster? Okay, let's time it. 5 minutes, is that good for everybody? 2 minutes.
Is too long. 2 or 3 minutes is fine.
5 minutes, okay.
Okay, 3 minutes, so that we can try to keep it snappy, okay? So that it goes around, because there are a lot of people backstage too. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, nice one. Go ahead.
Okay, so my hero is my father that gave me life and trained me and took all the bullets and pains to make sure that I live. That is my hero, and that is the person I recognize above any other person except God in my life. So whoever that have academically achieved anything, achieve it to himself. It has never affected my life. It has never added an inch to who I am. So whatever anybody achieve in this life, he achieved it to himself. So when we are elevating individuals, we elevate them based on their performances within. That is why they say Igbos have no king. Everybody is a king in his own house. And that you are a king does not mean that you will come and rule my own family. So that is just the little submission I want to make. My hero, the man, I respect every man, human being. But my hero and the man who I keep remembering what he has done in my life is my father, Kyoidi. Now, talking about obedience, the obedient movement was formed by Obi. So it will be very, let me not use a word that will not be good on this platform. But if we go back to 2023 general elections, prior to the election and the electioneering time itself, you will discover that there was a time the obedient threatened Obi himself and said that they will mess him up. They called him names. I mean the obedient movement. Obedient movement is not an organization you can locate anywhere or that has a leader, just like the NSAS movement. So I don't think it will be good for anybody to trace whatever the obedient movement is doing to any individual, because Obi never formed the obedient movement. He doesn't even know those who are members of obedient movement. Everybody that wants a change in what is happening in Nigeria is an obedient member. You may be in APC, but you're an obedient member. At least the governor of Edo State alluded to that fact before the election, that even in his own house, he had obedient movement members there. And that people should wake up before they know it, that these things will go around and change. You know, it's not going to be the party that is more organized or whatever. And that was what we saw in the last election. Nobody in the history of Nigeria will ever believe that Obi will win Lagos State or that Tinubu will be defeated in Lagos State. Both the Yorubas, Igbos, Hausas, everybody was part of it. So anybody attacking Obi on the basis of obedient movement, I think that person have missed it. That's just the bitter truth. Because Obi is a gentleman that does not insult. He calls even those that have disrespected him. He will go to them and bow and call them my brother, my senior brother, my uncle. So,
thank you.
but you gave Ovie spend 1 hour plus with
I
you.
know, but you are
Okay,
aware of
thank
the
you.
time now. We have a contract now.
because I arrest
Thank
you.
you, Righteous
Next
Man.
time, yes,
We have a
next
contract.
next time. Be like Rudolph next time.
Yeah. This attack on obedience is a little bit unfair. Eagles, please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Thank you so much for this time. There's something I want to say, and that is the truth. Once you have an elder that you respect so much, and that elder, for instance, Mr. KJ, has a child that is respecting him so much. What we're trying to do is to avoid that child to do what, to give me a tie one day. Because anytime he behaved or did something that warrant that child to hold him on his neck like this, the child will keep on holding him that way. That is one thing in life we want to understand. Mr. Professor Wole Soyinka, he is the one that brings himself out for people to insult him. He is the one that brings himself out for people to talk to him anyhow. Because sometimes when he ask him questions concerning Nigerian economy, he will leave everything and ask him concerning Nigerian economy. He came to call Peter Obi. I don't know whether Peter Obi is the Nigerian economy or Peter Obi is the problem of Nigeria. But according to what Ovie is saying, because I was trying to read the meaning in what Ovie is saying, I found out that sometimes they use it to create confusion so that the mind of people will go out from what they are doing. Mind of people began to talk about the nonsense they said, and they keep on moving their way, the way they're moving. And for instance, now I want us to understand this, and that is truth about it. The Prof itself, the question they ask him have nothing to do with Obi. But because he have called Obi, he found that the whole nation will be running up and down. That's the main problem of it. People have forgotten that he gave 90 billion to people who are going for Mecca. Could you imagine? If I said I want to go to Mecca, and nobody will give me $1. So people have forgot that he had used the 90 billion to do a vote buying in 2027. So now we are not longer talking about 90 billion. We are talking about Peter Obi and Wole Soyinka. And we see the strategies they used to come. So that we'll be talking about that. But the most important thing is that a Prof have make himself a public opinion. That people can talk to him anyhow. As long as he does not respect himself and come out to make a statement that does not warrant him to make, people will talk to him now. That's the truth about it. And another thing I want to say before I end my submission, because of the time, that we are saying that how do we promote this platform? The most important thing is that the people who have the damage and the pioneer of this group need to do something. Anytime they're sharing this video, let the video be short and short and short. So they'll be able to share it any platform you want to share, even in Facebook or any group or WhatsApp that you need. You can be able to share it to that place. But when the video is too long, there's no way you can be able to share it to that place. Because sometimes you end a good opinion here, but because of the length of the video, you cannot share it that way. So please tell him that the people that are editing his video, they should make the video short and short. Even in WhatsApp group, I can share it in that WhatsApp group, and people will listen and get the idea of what we are doing. That's the most important thing. Yeah, thank you so much.
Well done. Yeah, that sounds like a
Please,
good.
you can put me on the backstage, so that other people can come in.
All right. Yeah. Can because I think somebody is trying to come in, but this is full, so I don't know who to kick out from backstage completely.
All right. Father, when I finish talking, you can take me off.
KJ is a journalist. You should go to the field. We need reporters.
I will come out.
Let me get
I'll come like later. Okay. I will go soon. I'm done. Please, you can make me to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to be very short. First and foremost, Professor Wole Soyinka, who I have a lot of respect for, the obedience people whom he attacked had the right of response. Kongi's harvest. some of us don't know that Professor Wole Soyinka has a music called which he sang those days in the 1980s. Chairman, waiting you they find for home, or we think say you still they oversee. I forget. It's getting near the time for the meeting or for the shareholders. So Wole Soyinka has always criticized people who he felt are using or leading Nigeria in a way that he doesn't think it should be right. And so in this life, we cannot always be right. I respect the man for his writings, but when he in this last dispensation of politics, he has not, unfortunately, have not been able to capture exactly what the moment is, and the moment right now is not in the other camp. And so some people are like that. Their allegiance to their friends is beyond national, importance. So he has stick to what he thinks is his allegiance to his friend. And just like the other speaker, totally analyze it properly. He has been friends with Tinubu, and they continue to be friends. And he had refused to be friends to Obasanjo for whatever reason it is. And I don't want to go into that. All I can say is that let us always agree to disagree, because once we agree to disagree, then we can all work together. But when we are disagreeable, it means that we cannot work together. And so I just even in my liking somebody, not everybody you know that you always like all their character. There's some people who sometimes they will not rub you off in the wrong way, but you guys are still friends, so you keep it. I mean, it's not. It wasn't like everything about everybody. So for him, I give him that. Okay, look at, for instance, the comment he made about Nnamdi Kanu was quite, up for me. He was right on the nail, and that's why I agree with people who, some who say, well, he's not really a tribalist. He may get it wrong, and let's also give him, cut him some slack, because this guy is 90 years old. At 90 years old, sometimes you are not totally in charge of your feelings and your ideas. You are not totally in that as you used to be before. So I'll end with this thing. A friend of mine, I was talking to a friend of mine who's an Indian, and he said, there's this guy whose father was about 89 years old, and the father was beginning to behave like a child. So he finds it difficult to deal with the father. So whenever the father asks him questions, the first time he will give him the answer. The guy will forget and ask again, he will give him the answer. And then the third time the guy will start yelling at the father and say, but I just told you, I just answered this question you're asking me now. So one day the father was not in his room, and he went into the room and saw where his father had written on his diary. Sorry, I'm taking your time to explain this. It's going to make sense to us. Written on his diary, oh, thank God, my son was shouting on me this morning because I asked him question 3 times. He forgot there was a time he used to ask me this question more than 60 times when he was a young man, and I never took offense, I never shouted. I was never offended by his asking me many times. That's how life is. There was a time this guy was a small guy, a young man, and he was asking questions, asking your father, and your father was responding without getting annoyed. And now he's 90. You're only telling him 2 times, and 3 times you're getting annoyed. So let's not get annoyed with him. Let's understand with him and know that maybe age is catching up with him. Having said that, like I said, in the issue of, he raised 2 pertinent issues, things. One, the politics, then the Nnamdi Kanu's issue, which is up for me. He said, this guy deserves to be released. Please, let's not overbeat this thing. It is time to call a spade a spade. If after 2 years, 3 years going now, and your government has not been able, 1 minute I'll go through, your government has not been able to bring up the charge against him, my brother, it's time to let him go. Thank you so much. I will come in later. Please take me.
Thank you, KJ. Thank you. Go ahead, Oga Ike. Let's.
Thank you. I think that the politics of the elders we are playing in Nigeria for so many years is part of the thing that has kept us where we are. If you feel now that you are an elder and you still want to play politics, you have to be ready to take the insult that comes with it. You don't talk down on people and expect them to say, oh, you are an elder. This is politics, right? we all respect our elders. Nigerians, we are cultural people, we are traditional people, we respect our elders. But when the elders refuse to respect themselves, what do? You pour them a black ink. So Wole Soyinka, everybody who is trying to defend his age, using his age as an excuse for him, but when he's making an insult and saying things he's not supposed to do, nobody's talking about his age. He's with his right senses. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's talking about, and he's ready to defend what he's talking about. So for me, the movement of the obedient movement will not give him rest. It's not only him. When you go against the principle of Mr. Peter Obi, people will come after you. It's not just Wole Soyinka, right? So if Agbados, what they are doing, like during the 2023 election, we saw what happened in Lagos, where they prevented a lot of people to vote, where they almost cut one woman's ear because she went to cast her vote. Wole Soyinka never made any comment about everything that transpired in Lagos throughout the whole of Lagos, even up to today. The demolition, the destruction, what is going on in Lagos, he has never said anything. Like the promise he made after 1 year, the only 1 year he can be able to talk about the achievement of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. All he ended up this week was to go after Mr. Peter, who is not the president, who does not call the shot, who is not in Asoro, who is not a minister, who is not a director in any of his administration. Should he continue to hang his failures on people who are trying to be genuine, his genuineness for a better Nigeria? So I do not buy this idea of old age. If he's old, he should retire. Like all those ones that have retired already. He should leave the political scene and talk about academics. If he's talking about academics, I cannot challenge him. I have my respect for him. I doff my cap for him. But when it comes into politics, he should be able to, put his clothes on the dirty mode, because that's what he wants to play. So I don't care whether he's a friend to Tinubu, or he's an enemy of Obasanjo, or he doesn't like Mr. Peter Obi. It doesn't matter to me. You are talking politics, and you should be ready to take the what comes with politics. So whatever the obedient have after him, they should go after him even more than what they're going after him also. Because that's what it's supposed to be. They should go after him more than what they're going after him right now. Because he decided to play politics. He has done it before. Mr. Peter went to him and apologized to him and told him, he was even saying in this interview, it was Obi that is engineering them. But because when Obi came to me, I was looking at his body language, I was looking at his phone, what he was doing. How crazy can he be, right? This young man will come to your house and tender an apology on behalf of the people, the Nigerians that are looking for a better Nigeria, right? How many Nigerians have this humility of this young man? But at the end of the day, he came back after so many months. He came back after Mr. Peter Obi again, and you're telling the obedient that they should leave it. No, it's not only him. If you go after Mr. Peter Obi wrongly, they'll come after you. It doesn't matter who you are. And I like that, because that's what they deserve. That's what you call for. You must have to have evidence. You should have an evidence of everything you say. So these people have evidence. The obedient movement, like somebody said, it's not about Labour Party. It's not about APC. They're everywhere. They are non-partisan. They are activists. They are members of all the whole political parties in Nigeria. So they come after you because they have evidence. These people have concrete evidence in their hands. So you cannot play with the obedient movement. Forefather, before I stop, about the young man who came in, covered his face and the rest of them. I was one of the people who said that this platform is all about. I don't know whether you people have changed it, because I've not been here for some time right now. But this man wasn't wearing a mask, but he used the Nike, he covered himself up. We don't see who is talking to me. So I don't know why Olumide came here and begin to vibrate and begin to insult everybody. I am one of the people who say, if this young man is not ready to show his face, you get out of the platform, because I am opening my face, right? If you don't want to take that risk to open your face, then go to the comment section.
So I don't see why we should continue to give some people some preferential treatment or trying to say something that is not. So they were talking about last week. I wasn't here last week, 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. So if you have allowed somebody who covered himself into this platform, I don't think this is the original plan of this program. So if this young man really want to contribute, we are not denying his privacy. If he's talking about his privacy, he should get away from the platform, because all of us we are not no more living a private life. We are in the public domain, right? So everybody should be able to face the consequences of what we do. All of us are Nigerians. I'm not a foreigner, right? We travel to Nigeria even though we don't live in Nigeria. We know what is following. We know what is coming after us. But we should speak the truth because we have a platform. So if he's not ready, if he's afraid of his privacy, if he's afraid of his identity, he shouldn't come here to begin to tell us how we are going to operate here, right?
Thank
because
you.
in the Western world where you have the freedom to say and do whatever you want to do. So I don't want.
Let's keep to rules then, since we are all talking about rules.
I'm just making this might be my final submission. I'm just trying to share my opinion on this. I know that the Dr. Damage platform is that if you want to be here, be on a camera and show your face. So if that rule has changed, you should let me know, because I don't know. I've not been here for some time.
It hasn't changed, at least not yet.
Why are we talking about it? Why is Olumide insulting everybody? Why do you allow Olumide to insult almost everybody?
I think it was because the camera is on.
Not get Peter, because they allowed somebody last time to cover his
last week, yeah.
That is why. So they did it themselves here. So they
let me just remind people of one of the unfairness. That's one of the things I don't like about some of the criticisms. Let's see.
Don't hide their face. They scatter their heads. See our motto. See our motto. They attacked us at Abalanje. Now see our motto. Adeniji. They attacked us at Adeniji. Now they see our motto. See this one. See we need a help, please. We need a help, please. They attacked us as we are coming. You know, they see them. They attacked us.
So you get to see attacks on this in Peter Obi supporters quite often. We get all these of attacks from this. That lady that almost lost her eye, I've not even seen that one, that video. So this one is another one where they perform doing something somewhere and then they go attacked. All these are blood stains, so they are seeing here. So that's what I find problematic. This is what I don't like, because it just seems like you know, he's not seeing the other side. The other side is the one that is actually inflicting violence. Some people say Obi supporters did the same thing, but I've never seen it. They keep saying it. I've never seen it. The last time somebody brought evidence, they just brought somebody being jeered. I say that's violence. They were barely touching the person at all. I say that's violence. So that is what I find disturbing. Why is it that you are attacking people that, to me, if I'm rating Nigerian politician supporters in Nigeria, the obedience in terms of physical violence are the best I've seen. They've not really taken violence on anything. Even on the streets to protest the election result, they barely did that. What's his name? Buhari supporters, I think they burnt some parts in the north when Buhari lost. So I don't know, this criticism now they get, it just seems unfair and inaccurate too. It doesn't even make sense. What is the point of doing, and you are still doing it after the election? Come on, man, move on. Who is next? Who is next? Oh, Augustine, please go ahead.
I'll just try to be fast. You know, I didn't want to talk about this issue, but you know, Sabi, person I like. So when professors, am I going ahead?
Yes, please.
So when professors started speaking, I felt a type, but really, where professor is going to is closer than where he's coming from. You know, he's a good he's a good look. Your Oga was so, because I don't set your Oga paper Kwankwa, so he say do PhD, he's a PhD holder. I don't find in paper, find I don't see him. And the other one, I'll tell something for another day. For me, I think that Wole Soyinka at
2 years from now, we'll
age,
start from where we stop.
and so he's okay. At this age of his life, where he's going to is very closer. He's closer to going to his the great beyond than where he's coming from. 90 years, no be pins. Some of us may not even reach the 90 years. And I expect him to be fair across board. One thing we fail to understand that Aisha Yusuf will always say that we are all disaster waiting to happen. There are people who were kidnapped yesterday, day before yesterday, or there were people who were badly treated. Tomorrow it may be you. There are cases where people go to people's house now and they kidnap them from their houses or anything. If you don't have a child, or maybe if you have children who are safe, what of your grandchildren? So that was the only thing I was thinking about when Professor was saying all these things. And as I said, he's a man that is well read. He don't read book. He don't learn things. So I expect him to do better. If we talk of the issue of age, then fine. But I think I was a little bit disappointed with his take on it. I remember he said, I also saw the interview. He was asked about Obi. He gave his own thinking, his opinion about it. But I expect him to talk about the issues of the day. There are people who are hungry. There are things which are not going well. He has the voice to start a conversation. The same how he started a conversation now like this, but in a negative way. I think you can't tell the powers that be that can we do it like this, do it like that. I always talk about this issue of constructive criticisms. If you see something going wrong, you identify what is going wrong, say the reason why you think that thing is wrong, and most especially provide a solution. And that is what Professor have not done, to be honest with you. He's the second professor who is talking somehow, which I think I'm a little bit disappointed. They make us feel like say this school that they talk na scam, but I don't think na scam, because Professor, as I said, he don't do in the public arena, so I think he should know better. So that's just my take on this issue. But to be honest with you, I'll tell you the truth. I felt a little bit bad because all of us did for these book things. So I expected Professor to do better. To be honest with you, I expected it.
Thank you for that. It's been a while since I started. I stopped giving people too much credit just because they are educated, in terms of whether they are good for your people or not, or whether they are always very correct in their way of looking at things. It doesn't. Maybe in literature it will be, but not in any other area. There's no guarantees. Man of prestige. I think, is it Kene or man of prestige between both of you?
It's my turn. What
okay, man of prestige.
All right.
If you want to get
thank you very much. I'm just going to incorporate, because I didn't have that much time to speak before.
If you guys
I'm just
want to
going to
argue,
incorporate
it's
some
going to
of
be
the
my
things that I
turn either.
missed earlier. So just
don't
please,
argue this time.
bear with
It's
me.
going to be my turn anyway.
I wanted to bring a point that you made earlier in reference to the landmark stuff. I'm going to talk about Wole Soyinka in reference to the landmark stuff. I mean, I think the guy has already come to a conclusion that, he wants to move on. If you go and read on his platform, I think on the 7th of April, whereby he said, he support the government, what the government is doing about the project and everything. I mean, he has no bitter feeling towards the government, because he's moving on and he's going to come back and be better. I think they're trying to shift their focus to a different part of the beach right now. According to what he said, he's going to be better than ever. What he planned to embark. And if you look at where he's coming from, I commend him from that. He's not taking it to any kind of tribalism point of view, which I never think it was. Because there's a lot of people, their property was demolished from every part of the country. I mean, that's a very tourist attraction. The government should have considered that. And he stated that, 70% of his property was destroyed. 70, that's what he stated on his S. And this man has contributed to the economy of Nigeria, particularly Lagos. In his 15 or 18 years, they have contributed about 100 million. This is from him. $100 million to the economy of Lagos and Nigeria as a whole. So, the company, it's a very global company, that originated from UAB or something like that. I think it's a conglomerate that, so they're the best in Africa. I mean, if you tell you what they have lost, I mean, they have over 4,000 employees that they lost, and I don't know if any one of you has been there, when you go home, because I've been there. That place attracts about 3 million people, tourists, every year. So that's something to hopefully they can,
What a waste. They just
right.
destroy that
Hopefully
place
they
for
can find a
no
way.
real
I
reason.
thought that was a waste because, poor father, what annoys me? It's about the inganes. I'm not against the project, but what is the inganes to demolish people's property without proper, environmental study and everything? According to what he said, they only give him 7 days. This is
Yeah.
what they only give him 7 days before they started demolishing. I mean, who does that? But anyway, I just wanted to put on that, that part.
And the man, I have to say, is a great Nigerian, and I'm sure the government has spoken to him even before that.
Yes. I mean,
So they all know what is happening. I think let's not make a mistake. He's not completely out of the loop. He knows how the government is doing, and that's why he's at peace. He's very, very much at peace, and I like the way he. But still,
yeah, poor father, what annoys me? I was
those things
listening to
getting destroyed.
a platform yesterday. Some Nigerian was saying that they should let him responsibility and find him guilty and take him to jail.
What?
You see, this is part of yes. I'm not going to mention the person's name.
That's a mad person that will say that.
They said he's guilty. They should arrest him and put him to jail.
Look at what he created. When I saw the stuff he created, I couldn't believe that. That's a marvel. Come on,
this
man.
is Nigeria for you. How everybody is losing. This is the problem we have. That's slave mentality. But
right.
let me go to the point. I'm going to speak about Wole Soyinka. I think he has the right to speak. Like people said, you have to earn a respect. If your dad, if he say what I don't like, we speak back to him. This is the problem with African mentality. Respect has to be earned, not just because you're elder or whatever. No, it doesn't go that way. So to me, this man inspired many people in Nigeria. For a lot of things that he has accomplished. But I have a problem with what he said. It's not just that Obi shouldn't contest. He went as far and said that Obi encouraged obedience. Come and fight him. That he has the fact. I mean, that's the point people are not taking into account.
And the interviewer asked him, "What is the fact?" He didn't present anything.
Exactly.
He just
what is the fact? You say what the fact. If you have a fact, you bring the data, you bring the video. Exactly. You say Obi is encouraging the obedience to come and attack him. You say he has the fact. I mean, look at that statement. So in this case, I'm thinking that the man has some, fantasism or hallucination. I know it's his own. So that's the angle I'm looking at. I mean, what you said doesn't even make sense. So like I was saying, it seems that this guy, I don't know. I mean, he's messing up his legacy, his political legacy that he's built. I don't know if for political dog whistle or whatever. It gotta be something that is, that's going on for him to keep on talking about Obi. And remember, he said he's gonna, he's gonna evaluate the government after a year. It's a year already. A year is going to be next week. So it's about a year. People are evaluating him already. But he never come because he went to Asarok and gave Tinubu 7-point agenda. So we need to ask him, which of the 7-point agenda has been implemented by this government? That is just failing all aspect of everything. I mean, every time you come and you don't expect people, all these young people to talk back at you. I mean, because you're not showing respect.
Thank you. The bell is going now. Man of prestige, the bell has gone.
Yeah, but hold on, let me land.
Are you not seeing that? You want Kede to blow up this? We don't need all this wahala now. You know it's 3 minutes. You want to talk for 10 minutes?
See, people.
One would think that Obi is
blaming your president. You're not doing the same. You're doing the same thing now.
But anyway, let's move on.
Thank you. Kene, please go ahead.
Thank you.
This one, Pastor, is electricity is concerned about
please,
your.
Leave electricity. I think he's trying to get me into trouble. Good evening, everyone, and my fellow commenters. I greet you all. So, on the contrary, I wasn't actually boiling. Just that I felt the need to come up here and address some things, which I've said last time here, that old age has nothing to do with wisdom. wisdom doesn't come from old age. Wisdom is something that you have it or you don't have it. And unfortunately, Wole Soyinka, help me to pronounce his first name. Is it Wole or Wale? Wole Soyinka, right? He lacks wisdom, you know. Whether you like it or not, I see Wole Soyinka's, what is happening to Wole Soyinka right now as a very pathetic. I don't blame him. I blame his childhood, right? I think this is my own perception, right? This is what I think. When Wole was young, he was so disrespectful to his parents. He was so disrespectful to the elders around him. And he grew up being a disrespectful old man. And this is it. Those elders that always feel disrespected, they feel disrespected when you don't allow them to disrespect you. And it's one of the significance or one of the features of a narcissist. Wole Soyinka is one. Whomever that knows him personally will attest to what I'm saying right now. He's a very bad narcissist. We had Obasanjo come up and say that Wole Soyinka is a very bad political analyst. You and I, if we should tell ourselves the truth, you don't join religion with politics. You don't also join your age or your personal achievement with politics. Once you come into politics, you should be ready to take the blows. You give blow, you'll be giving back. So Wole Soyinka has nothing positive to say to young Nigerian youths, because I don't, the idea of obedient, I don't really understand what obedient is. The only thing that I know is that a lot of Nigerian youths are not happy with what is going on politically and especially with the economy of the country. These Nigerian youths still have that Nigerianness in them. They want a positive change in the country, and they come together and choose. They chose a leader or a passive leader they think that will pilot them to the right direction. And fortunately, it is Peter Obi. Now, what offense has Peter Obi committed for having supporters? That the only thing Wole Soyinka could say about this present government, APC government, is to talk against obedient. Wole Soyinka, when Goodluck Jonathan was the president, there was a little increment in fuel price. Wole Soyinka called Goodluck Jonathan a Nebuchadnezzar. He even went as far as disrespecting his wife, Goodluck Jonathan's wife, by calling her an hippopotamus. If you disrespect my wife, you are going to get it hot from me. I'm not.
Sorry, who called Jonathan's wife that?
So Wole Soyinka, he called her an hippopotamus.
Did he?
Yes, he's online. Everybody will say that. This is the man you want us to accord respect to.
Okay,
a man that has no respect for others.
Is he on paper or did he say it on video?
On video, like interview.
Then why are people saying they have to respect him, but he can insult other people?
Exactly. This man is not worthy of any respect from anybody in that country. If they know this man very well. Right? He's busy protecting his gang leader, which is Tinubu. There was an interview where he was saying that Tinubu asked him to write a letter to Thailand for supply of rice. That is not rice. That is drug. That was drug. He's still in the gang of
come on, let's not start making things we don't have proof of. Okay, don't go and bring your submission.
Let me go back to my lane. Let me go back to my lane. He called Goodluck Jonathan Nebuchadnezzar, called his wife hippopotamus, called Labour Party supporters fascist. This is the man
that is actually wrong, you know. Yeah, hold on. All this Soyinka supporters, you guys, come on, look at the kind of things he's saying about other people. You are saying he should be immune from criticism.
He has never accorded respect to anybody that he doesn't like.
I don't understand.
And he wants to force respect on Nigerians. He wants to force Nigerians to respect him. How? From where? Whatever that he thinks he has achieved personally, every other person has achieved something, some milestone personally. Has nothing to do with him talking about politics, and he expects us not to respond to him. Who do does he think he is? A nobody? Wole Soyinka is a nobody. I don't know him. We had Edwin Clark. Edwin Clark should be older than Wole Soyinka, or they might be of the same age bracket. But Edwin Clark has never spoken rubbish like this guy is doing right now. Wole Soyinka. We have Adebanjo. He has never said useless things like this guy, Wole Soyinka. So it has nothing to do with age. Recently, what is his name? The one that just passed recently, Professor Chukwuemeka Ezife, the former Anambra State governor. He was as old as Wole Soyinka. He has never said rubbish like this man. And I blame that interviewer, whomever that called himself, that journalist that interviewed him, that doesn't even know how to interview someone. And I don't know the network that actually interviewed that Wole Soyinka. The interviewer is a very useless boy. I don't even know the kind of journalist that he is.
The next person.
So Wole Soyinka should go and sit down. His children, I feel pathetic for his children. They could not draw back their father and say, you know what, stop going on TV. Whenever you appear on camera, you disgrace us. You bring bad name to the family. They don't want to talk to their father.
Man, I think calling a man's wife such a name.
Exactly.
I think you have gone a little bit below the belt.
Somebody that has no single respect, untrained human being. This guy did not receive a good training when he was young, and he can never change from that. Whatever you think you are when you are young, you will remain like that for the rest of your life. You can't change it. And it will get to worse when you start aging. It will get to worse.
See, I really value the way you submitted this, your submission.
Now, good luck, Jonathan. Good luck, Jonathan. Hold on,
your time is up. Your time is up.
Please. Now, let me cap it off. He insulted Good Luck. Jonathan insulted his wife. Buhari came on. He never opened his mouth and criticized Buhari's government. Tinubu comes up. He never criticized Tinubu's government. Now, be the judge now. All he's about doing, he always do, is to go and criticize Peter Obi. He's a shameless old man, very shameless politician that he is.
Thank you. You see why I say
Nobel laureate.
I say, you know why I say, you see why I say better a school leaver that is a nationalist than a professor that has a colonial mentality that just is unbalanced and all the rest. Because this thing, we have to learn how to question people. And clearly, Kenny has made a strong case here whereby he's gone well beyond just normal criticism. And people keep saying that he's elderly. Then maybe they should stop him from coming out like Sho said. Don't come out. Because this thing, you keep coming out and insulting people. And when they reply back, then they say, oh, you shouldn't reply. I don't understand that. Why are you saying people should not reply? He literally insulted a man's wife. That's for me, you can't, by Nigerian standard, that's a little bit below the belt. You can't, in short, in most cultures, you will have a strong pushback for doing something like that. And the fact that he feels like he can do that now, this one has really got me cross a little bit about his attitude. You know how the ICC head said that the Europeans, one of the leaders told him that ICC was meant for African leaders. Now, look at the kind of Nobel laureate black people always get. Let me share this. Look at this. Oh, he's number one, isn't he? Look at that. This one too. This is the only, and economics. I think this is one that even sound. I think. Oh no, this is literature too. Another one, literature. Another one again. Which one is this one? Literature. That's all the. I don't know what. I don't want to call it nonsense. I call them trinkets. That's what we get. That's what we get. If you're lucky, you get peace. Peace. More peace. Nothing tangible. And when these people are in our communities, we worship them as if these things matter much. Just like everything else, they give us rubbish all the time. Trinkets of all stuff, and we just buy them and say we should be worshiping this. They are basically gatekeepers, telling us what to believe and what not to believe, while in reality, they may be just as compromised as any other corrupt politician.
To Nigeria, don't make me laugh. Look, you cannot dissociate a man's accomplishment from the the way he thinks.
God bless
So,
you to Nigeria.
no matter how it is, you have won the Nobel Peace Prize, you have not won the prize for literature.
Yeah, a bunch of corrupt people. Leave that thing.
Can you guys please let me speak? I'm tired of waiting.
Why are we restricted to these ones? Maybe they are just using it as a way of saying, okay, you know what? Let you win something. Just like they make sure that ICC is for Africans. Mostly African leaders are being arrested all the time. We don't show up anywhere. Look at that. This is a population of about 1.3 to 4 billion people on the face of the planet, and this is all we've got to show for it. Forget it, man. This is what no. And now look at what we win for. We win for Nobel laureate. Which language is it? Is it for Yoruba language? No, it's for their own language.
Prof, point of correction, please. Wole Soyinka isn't the first black man to win Nobel laureate. That is very wrong.
No, he's not. He's not. He's definitely not. 1950 is here. There's 1950 here. So the point is that where he wins this is for teaching our own people foreign people's language. You know, literature is for foreigners. They use it to make their language, the people to understand their language and their culture and their way of doing things with their own language. And if you win that, it's like winning prize for Christianity. How is that helping us necessarily? So yes, all good that he won it, but let's not blow things out of proportion here. It's not like he won it for theoretical physics or he discovered some biological breakthrough or anything like that. These are the areas that truly matters, and every time our life. What I find is that our lives are plagued with all these other things. No, I will let you go. I know you want to say something.
Is it Professor ring election for
our life seems to be plagued
professors
with all these trinket kind of offerings that make us seem important. And you know what it is doing? It is masking something diabolical. It doesn't allow us to see that there is a lot of controls around us, that we are completely without any merit. We don't cover the ground that we are supposed to be covering, because if we are not getting all this done, we'll be thinking, why are we not winning this thing? Why are we not challenging them? But clearly we are not. Whereas all these so-called brilliant Nigerians that have so many degrees, you mean none of them have managed to stumble across a Nobel Prize somewhere in sciences, in engineering?
The same professors cannot do little drones from Nigeria. The same professors.
Things that matter to society, not writing in the English language, but it's all good. It's like somebody knowing how to draw. How is that going to help your society truly? Let's face it. Drawing is all good, but how is that going to transform your society? Please, let's focus on what truly matters. And I really am a little bit miffed to hear that he's insulting some other woman. How can a grown... That's just about the worst insult I've ever had. Most politicians don't even insult people's wives like that. I don't understand why he has the right to do that.
Long time. It's not new. He did it
long time. Whose wife did he insult? Because I didn't hear that part of his interview.
I heard that he insulted Jonathan's wife. I've never even heard a politician insult somebody's wife like that. And he's not supposed to be a politician, and he's doing that. That doesn't seem right. And he's supposed to be a professor. You can't do that. I wouldn't even do that. I won't descend that low. Come on.
Father, this is what you get. I mean, you get as much as you receive. Okay, that's what I'm going to say. I will still respect his legacy, but I think here, he's getting more.
I beg, leave legacy on one side. Next person, please. Augustine.
I think I'm sorry, guys. If somebody starts interjecting, you now start complaining. I've been patient enough, more than an hour, and still, everybody just keep rambling away.
Okay, don't worry. We are going to give you. You're going to get your chance. Just allow Augustine to interject 1 minute, then you can.
No.
Look, 1 minute now.
Okay, maybe I think I always say, and now let me just say what I want to say, please. Somebody's academic accomplishment does not make it immune to anything. The first I want to say is that literature, history is very, very important, the same as science, medicine, and technology. Anything is important because we have people who write very good poems that can help in psychotherapy to cure somebody when I don't know how to explain it. Psychotherapy, they cause some knowledge. But one thing I want to say is that he has done pretty well in his field. but that does not make him a specialist in another person's field. I keep on saying, you'll be prof now for your field. The only thing I know is related to biochemistry and computational chemistry. If you take me to neuroscience, I don't know anything. So that's just the truth. So the important thing is that he has done well. They have won the Nobel Peace Prize. They have done this. They have done that. Beautiful. But it doesn't mean that you are a better politician than people. So you need to know how to speak. So I'll just
But you still have respect, right?
Let Ferreira go on.
Okay, thank you for that. I think I take your point on board. Whatever profession he's in, he seems to have done well there, so we have to give him credit for that. But insulting some other person's wife and saying some of the things he's saying that is not factual, he deserves to get a comeback. Ferrari, please go ahead and let's not insult each other here. Nobody is insulting you.
You know, you've just put me in the back for no reason, refused to let me talk. Please, I will have 3 points to talk about, and I beg the panel's indulgence to please let me finish my speech without being interrupted. I beg of you all.
You know, it's 3 minutes.
This has been
granted.
This has been,
Give you 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Yes.
Why?
Yes,
You see, you want to change the rule now. Don't
I'm
even
not going
start.
to spend more than 6 or 8 minutes.
It's
but
3 minutes.
Then you have your day. I won't. There's no point because
then you can go. Then if you don't want to follow the
this
rules,
is ridiculous. I mean, what you are doing? What
you
you
can
all
get
just
on with
spoke
it. If
for
you don't
like
want to follow
20
the rule,
minutes.
there's no point.
What are you all doing? What are you guys doing?
It's 3 minutes.
I'm not having 3 minutes.
For
I
further,
have 3
give him
points
1
I need
minute.
to talk
Yeah,
about,
Give
and I
him
need to talk
okay,
about my
Henry.
point.
Henry,
okay,
don't do that.
Take my 5 minutes.
Okay,
Take
good.
my 5
Now
minutes.
he's taking your giving me your
I
minute.
don't
6
know
minutes.
what you are doing. Okay, let's
All right.
start with we Nigerians. We don't need activists. We need active citizens. Please, everybody, go and read Fatherless People. I can't remember the name of the author. You will see that there's nothing worse than an old fool. In Yoruba, my grandmother always say, "Adiye funfun ko more lagba," meaning that the white hen does not know itself as an adult. In Yoruba culture, what is the meaning of the word elder? When a woman carries a baby on the back and walks into the market and the baby's head is bent wrongly, the elders in the market will rush to that woman and straighten that baby's head. The story of Nigeria is that we have no elders. We have a few good ones, but they are too few. We have no elders. Soyinka's story is not the only story of our problem with elders. We have so many professors sleeping with our students, trying to teach them to give them grades. We have professors rigging elections for drug dealers. We have professors, lawyers, doctors switching the law. What are we passing on to children and generation yet unborn? There's a saying that says that the ultimate proof of wisdom is not the capacity to appreciate the idiocy of the opposing view without becoming disagreeable. I might disagree with Soyinka politically for those defending him, but there's no wisdom in his actions lately. So he doesn't even fit the value of an elder. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of convenience and comfort, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. Martin Luther King. Nigeria is facing tremendous challenge and controversy. Where does Soyinka stand on this issue? Security issue, health issue, the judicial issue. I can go on, the list is endless. No pronouncement, nothing on these issues. But you go on a personal attack. I have said over and over that it is only little minds that discuss people. Greater minds discuss ideas. We have no elders. Pay attention to my words, my brothers and sisters. In Yoruba language, there's a word they call agbaiya, literal transmission, an elder that creates suffering. Elders coalesce. They bring people together. They hear both sides of the story. They balance issue. They bring peace. This is Yoruba culture. This is Yoruba culture. Our country is in the mess we are in today because we lack elders. Soyinka is just one out of the many. So don't pay too much time on him. We have elders who are elders of disrepute and disgrace, but are only concerned about what goes into their mouth. That is why we are in this state. Go back into the Yoruba culture. It tells you all you need to know. That's that on that one. Now, if you don't have a child, somebody said it on this panel, what are you going to give over to your children? Is this current Nigeria what Soyinka and his cohorts wants to give over to their children? Is this current Nigeria is what they want to give over to their grandchildren? These are no elders. These are Atenujes. My brother Jagun will expatiate on that. We don't have elders. So that's that on Soyinka. 1 point gone. My second point is that righteous, somebody, Jagun himself said, and I love what he said. He said, Nigeria has investitures in government. These so-called misdirected elders and pastors and politicians have investiture, not just the foreign people in our government. And any of you here that expect something good, because I keep hearing the government should do, this is Jagun's word. If you expect something government to do, my brothers, you're just being stupid. This government is not going to. That's on that point. That one is gone. At this stage in our life, if you're not enraged, if you're not angry, not going to. If you are not upset at the state of Nigeria, there's something wrong with you. That takes me to the issue of the types of Nigerians we have. We have said that we don't have elders. We have the Tinubu people. We have the Tinubu opposition. We have the religious Nigerians. We have the ignorant Nigerians. We have the hungry Nigerians. We have the educated Nigerians. We have the diaspora Nigerians. You can divide Nigerians into all these groups. And then we have the silent Nigerians. But funny enough, almost 90 to 95% of these Nigerians are listed are still, whether they admit it or not, in the Tinubu camp because of their general mentality. Let me give you an example. A righteous man was talking about, he would have preferred Atiku. Is that the level of conversation we are having? We're still in the analog age, in the age of the digital age. The same thing Obi went to meet to form coalition with Atiku. Is that the discussion we are having? Who will be president? We're having the wrong discussion. Discussion we should be having is that the system is down and we need to take it out and replace it with a new one. So,
thank you.
Add my time to Alaba.
You don't have time.
I'm about to round up, please.
Look at the one that just finished his time. Is spending money.
Why is it that when somebody is speaking the truth, you don't want to hear the truth? You be dismissing him.
He's got 6 minutes. What I supposed to for 3 minutes.
What the hell do you mean by there's no time?
I bet you on your indulgence.
Hold on, we are not going to do this. We are not going to do this today.
I beg your indulgence before
this. I think we really need to stop this. When it suits us, we want to enforce the rules. When it doesn't suit us, we don't want to enforce it. We kicked gas them up from here because the rules had to be enforced. Now, we said we should have 3 minutes. He's had 6 minutes, and they are still arguing for more because he's saying what you want to hear. That is bias. Let him invest now. If he wants, because he can use his time, he could have just offered his time to him. He is next. Why didn't you just offer his time? Give him your time if you want him to speak. That's what you should do instead of start.
Your head is not correct at all. You need to examine your head.
Offer him your time before you start insulting.
You need to examine your head. You've got a problem. You've got a problem.
Why don't you offer him your time?
On the background.
Because you were insulting me. You were swearing at me.
Wait. Calm down, guys, please. Where is Pereira?
Damages does
no,
not
I
allow in
let
this
him
channel,
go.
and I challenged you, and you are giving all sort of stupid excuses.
When you challenge me, what happened? The guy left. Now we agreed 3 minutes. That is what we stuck to, and he even spoke for 6 minutes, and you are still arguing for more.
Somebody offered his time to him.
Then why don't you offer your time to him?
I can.
You should have. You should have. Instead of just start
you have
swearing
the
at
problem.
people.
You are trying to cut him
let's
off.
move on.
Because he has finished.
Somebody else offered his time. The
You
man
guys are
talk. Let
wasting
him
time
land
now.
his
No, because
his
the
point.
other person doesn't have time.
You
The other person
interject.
doesn't have the time to add. It's
You
just
moderate.
you that
When
can
you
give to
moderate,
him.
you will be interjecting people.
Time
You don't
out.
allow people to.
Stop it. If you want to have your turn, you can have your turn. You are the one that is supposed to be speaking next. If you want to have your turn, you have it. If you want to give it to him, you give it to him.
No, Fofana, it's my turn. Oh. I was giving people time since. Just leave that time.
You've already given away your turn. What time have you got again?
Yeah, it's okay.
Wait.
Just
Bring
your
those
time.
guys back who have been now thrown out.
No. This thing is backstage there. And if you want to offer him Tone, he's here right now. You want to offer him your time?
Okay, guys, Tone, go ahead and speak. Just calm down. Go ahead and speak.
Come on, guys.
Please, can I have your time? Any other person on board, please? Because what I'm saying is
you are muted, Tone. You are muted, Tone.
Take my time. Take my time.
Thank you.
Don't give him your time. That one is already
Don't argue unnecessarily, forefathers, please.
He's already giving him his time.
Okay.
Why are you cutting me off? Why are you cutting me off?
Because he's already giving him his time.
Hey, okay, then don't argue against it. Just let it flow.
Let me go. Can I continue?
No,
Can I
there's
continue?
going to continue because you don't have time.
Father, you spoke for 10 minutes.
I've just offered my time to him now. Is that too hard?
Okay, good. 3
If
minutes.
offered me his
Go
time.
ahead for 3 minutes then. Go ahead for 3 minutes. He's offer you his time.
Guys, have you any of you ever heard of Francis Okoye? As any of you, it was on the news yesterday and day before yesterday. It was at an APC event or Tinubu event, begging them for money so that they can have money to have people online to prevent Nigerians from hearing the truth. I humbly submit that forefather is working for Francis Okoye. I humbly submit because this makes no sense. We are here to have our say. Nigerians don't have their say. And as the moment when we are hitting the point on the head, you get cut off so that Nigerians don't know the truth and we cannot liberate ourselves. It is sad. It is sad. Please go, if you don't know about Francis Okoye, go and find out about Francis Okoye. Now, I was saying before I was rudely interrupted. Now, Nigerians, as we are divided, we have our say and yet we don't have a chance to have this say. All we are begging for as a nation is an opportunity for us to have a say, to have a citizenship. That's all we beg for. The likes of forefathers and his cohorts would not want us to do that. The truth is that what I have said, if any of thing I have said, if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. What I've said about our elders, am I wrong? What I have said about the state of Nigeria, am I wrong? So why don't you want Nigerians to hear it? Even I personally, I blame Obi because the likes of Obi should not be backing into this competition of fighting who should be president, but should be helping us to bring down this system that is making slaves of our people, that is making us thieves and the likes of. That's why I fight this man so hard. He doesn't understand the impact of what he does. And on Olumide was right. We broke the rule on the guy with the mask. But the problem is that since they have people being paid out there to disrupt the flow of truthful information to Nigerians, we have to check those kind of people. We have to check them because or else Nigerians will not hear. How many of them can even hear this broadcast? Very few. But the likes of forefathers don't want such truths to go out. Who he works for, I don't know. He knows. It's between him and his God. When they said we should all come together, I remember Olumide calling me back then, saying that we cannot trust some people on this panel. They don't come with their real name. People like forefather, people like electricity. Maybe they are working for the Agbadorians. Even I don't even trust Dr. Rudolph, because why would he allow somebody who doesn't have a real name to be the moderator of his show? That's why I opt out. I know electricity always attack me on the fact that they called the meeting, I didn't show up. I don't show up in the room with people who are not on the same level with me. Let me stop there.
All right, see, now you guys should just witness somebody that came on. The first statement he made here was not to attack people personally, and every single time he descends into this. But then again, God help you if you listen to this fool that talks. I can't make heads of things. He sounds like somebody that called me a devil the other day. Because I don't even know where I disagree with him. The guy is crazy.
Who are you talking
I hardly
about?
disagree with him. Like,
who are you talking about?
I'm talking about Ferrari. It's literally crazy.
But
Because
you
most of his
right
opinions,
because
he insulted me.
It's
wrong. He didn't necessarily.
Because he insulted me.
You see,
hold on. Let me finish talking now.
I'm out here. I'm going.
He literally called me this. Now he's derailed the conversation. That's what he's done. He came here.
You are taking too much from the conversation that we had.
Too much from the conversation. You
Okay, no, have your say.
You are laughing in the background there while he was doing it. You guys
have
are
your
so
say.
petty.
Have your say. Have your say. If this is the show that you want, please have your say.
He goes on, call him your kinds of name here, call him your Koya and all that nonsense, and you all sit here. Some of you are nodding to it as if you have any evidence to whatever he's saying, and you call yourself educated. Like I said, better a school leaver that is a nationalist than people that just believe garbage from nowhere. There's no evidence to what he's saying. He's just making stupid assertions.
Is it my turn now?
I think it's probably it's your turn actually.
Thank you very much, Forefather.
3 minutes.
Thank you. Again, quite difficult. We find ourselves in these positions where, as I left, I got off the seat so other people can come in. As I left, there was a flow in the conversation. We were on it, and then the level of ease of distraction. It happens with all of us. Don't get me wrong, but we are too commonly distracted. What Ferreira has said to Forefather, it can't be accurate. It's a lot of emotion in there. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know how you might take this, but I'm going to say it. The majority of distractions and insult giving come from the hosting skills that you have or don't have. If you're holding this platform to task and you're not being selfish, you're not being full of yourself, and you're not over talking, if you don't do those things, then this platform would work excellently because it's a good platform with good people on it. But people are dragged out of their character to become insultive, to become obtuse, all kinds of things, based mainly, my Forefather, on your utterances. How can we have a platform that is as clean as this in comparison with other platforms where we see each other's faces gladly? I don't like showing my face, but you want to argue to Rudolph to suggest to him that, yes, there is a case for some people to come here and don't show their face. I mean, for me, that's idiotic. We have a clean platform here. We have a level, we have a standard. It is better than any other platform if you're not aware, because of the people that come here. But because of your poor hosting skills and your inbred feeling of justification on every level, you bring up insultive, argumentative panel. We could have preferable peace here. We can speak on every issue we wish to speak on. We could be against each other as much as we like, and it would go smoothly. But for the fact that you don't read the room very well. If you read the room well, you would do a great practice of the job you have. But because you don't know how to read the room, you constantly make selfish pursuits on this platform. So people like Ferreira are at liberty to say any kind of rubbish to you because you perform with rubbish. There's a direction in every communication. There's a reason for every communication, but for you to veer off into some level that no one except you understand. So we're there listening to things that we don't understand or don't know where it came out of. Me, I'm telling you as it is. I'm not egotistical. I'm not argumentative. I'm not a brute. I'm not miseducated. And I don't believe any other person on this platform is. But the way you treat people, my brother, you need to go and look at it. You might think you're justified. Go and look at it. And pretend that it's not your name, like you pretend your name to everybody else. Thank you. That's mine.
Regarding the way I treat people, do I go about? How many times have I insulted you on this panel?
I'm not saying that you're a totally dishonorable person. That's not what I'm saying. What I am
basically
saying,
accuse me of that.
No, that's okay. Hear me. That is not what I'm saying. Between me and you, forefather, I've got nothing against you at all. If you don't want to use your name, wait, let me land. If you don't want to use your name, if you don't want to tell anyone where you're from, if you're playing hide and seek on a planet, me, I don't care. Fair enough. Great on you. You know what I mean? I'm not investigating nothing. If a human being comes to me and doesn't want to tell me their human name, then very well, fair enough. You know what I mean? I'm not investigating you, bro. You investigate yourself. I'm not interested. So what I am interested, however, is the content of this conversation and the communication that we're having here. That's my interest.
I just made one sentence. You have to make 10 again.
Okay, fair enough. You go for it. You go and misconstrue everything I'm saying.
So you see, this is what I see here. Some people have grievances, then they latch onto some other person's completely crazy statements and use that to get at me. And which is, I guess you're allowed to do that. You are free to do that, but it doesn't change the fact that what was said by Ferrari was uncalled for, and sooner or later, I'm going to draw a line on it because one, it stunts conversation. Next time, Ferrari, if I'm on this, if I'm moderating, you accuse me of something like that again, you're going to be slung out, and you'll probably be banned for weeks. The reason why I'm going to do that, not because you get to me, I can be on any platform, but if I'm hosting a panel and you're accusing me like that, you are stunting conversation. That's what I believe is happening. And that's what has happened here today. We're discussing Wole Soyinka, and there are so many topics to cover. And what are we doing now?
Fathers, with all due respect, let me apologize that I raised my voice at you. But why I'm upset, you know, I defend you. 90% of the time, I defend you even outside this platform. You know that.
You swore at me, and you saw somebody call me all kinds of names, and you sat there.
No, we let him land. We will deal with it. We will deal with it.
He landed before he called me.
That's what Jagun was trying to say. That's what Jagun was trying to say. You didn't
he used up his 6 minutes.
No, you didn't listen to Jagun. If you took what Jagun was trying to say to you, nobody is against you. Forefathers, I've got your contact. You know that. Forefathers, I'm not against you at all. Just get that right. But one thing I respect is when we have a rule, a very simple rule, we should just keep to it. Like the other night we were having another. After all, we went background. We even waited for you. I was too tired. When you excused yourself that you wanted to go and get something to eat, we excused you. I stayed up until 3. My eyes couldn't just hold it. We had to go. So I don't have anything against you at all. I don't have. But the thing is, we have become friends, sort of friends, even though we've not met, any of us have not met even physically and all that. But if we can't tell ourselves the truth, how can we be telling the people that are messing up Nigeria the truth? And that's one thing I respect electricity for. Electricity, me and him, he has told me of many times and all that. I took it and we disagree, and that's all. There's no bad, and electricity does not take nonsense from either people on the panel or the so if you do not want to, I respect the fact that you want to enforce the rules and all that. But please, as you're enforcing the rules on there, people that are a little bit out of order on this comment section should be told politely, please. Don't do. Let's balance it out. Like Kulata will say, let's balance it out. Let us just balance it out.
What is this rule? The situation got out of control because somebody went on and accused me of kinds of stuff. While Augustine was nodding in the background, while Ferrari was accusing me of being a mole and all the rest of it. He was nodding in the background.
That's the point. I was not nodding because of you. I was looking at my phone. Don't interpret things very fast.
That's the problem now, but nobody knows that. People are viewing it. That's how they view it. Because it was when he was saying that you were nodding in the background.
I was reading something on my phone.
Yeah, you might be doing that.
Augustine now. Augustine does not come down.
Hold on.
I've never seen Augustine attack any personality here.
No, that's my point.
One person that is so calm.
Guys, can I just ask? Can you see This guy has
I
gone.
need to say something.
No, you see, this guy has gone. What's his name? Electricity. And he came on at a time I think he wanted to add. But he's now gone because we can't keep this up. We can't keep it up.
He'll probably be back. See, the point is, this is a very, very straightforward stuff. He had 3 minutes. Henry offered him extra 3 minutes to speak. He finished speaking. I said, your time is up. He went for about 15 seconds. Your time is up. Then Tone came on and started shouting about that. Why should I stop him? Then I
felt he was making a point.
backstage.
We all felt that the man was making a point. We wanted him to
So he should break the rules because he was making a point.
No. You said if somebody else will offer him his 3 minutes, and I did offer him. Even you threw me to the background. You brought me back.
That was after.
Okay. I do apologize. I raised my voice on you. I'm not big. I'm not too big not to apologize when I've done the right thing. I'm sorry for fathers to have raised my voice. I do apologize, but please,
I accept that. And like I said, I cannot accept this because I've had one of his close friends. This you see, that's a very, very interesting thing. You should ask yourself, why does he come after me specifically? Do I offer any? You know, the kind of people I speak to all kinds of people all over the world. And this guy comes after me specifically, maybe because he's a gatekeeper. He doesn't want some information to come to Nigerians. Do I look like a mole for the government?
In my eyesight, let me help you answer that. Forefather,
is the most devastating one that I gave the government today. I don't believe. I even disagree with Alexander on the government today. And this.
Forefather. I know, forefather. Listen, forefather.
And you both sat here and allow him to do that.
Forefather,
he is the mole. If anybody's a mole.
Wait. Before anyone speaks again, please. Forefather, I understand your emotion. Don't get me wrong. Wait, please, forefather, please. I understand your emotion because I any one of us would have to put ourselves in forefather's position, where we all know that we ourselves have a lot of things to say. And would we, in his position, do the same as him? Or would we not? The thing is, he stands there every day for our benefit to air our views. For that, this must be highly respected, because I don't think I can do it. I can hold it for maybe a weekend, but I can't do it for more than that, to be frank. To be frank, I can't do it for more than that. And I reckon I will do a great job if I could be. I reckon I will do a great. I reckon. Wait, please. Please. I reckon I will do a great job if I had the stamina that forefather has. If I have his stamina to be here for a good 12 to 16 hours, that's no joke, star. That's more than we work. That's more than working hours. So let's get that serious and let forefather understand that. Me personally, I respect that. Having said that, my brother, there is a degree of frustration that comes on this program with grown men every weekend. Whoever is involved in that kerfuffle. I've been involved in many a kerfuffles. And when I stand back and I say, that's not even the personality that I want to express. I don't want to express that side of me publicly. But you mustn't draw it out of us either. You mustn't draw that kind of thing out, because we have more to say than our anger. You mustn't draw it out of us. So all I ask is for relative peace, relative respect, and I believe dignity of respect has to be given to forefather. It just has to be. The thing is, you have to also respect what we're saying, and the passion and the reading of the room is a must. Is a must to keep things in a steady, level-headed pronouncement of a show that we're dedicated to. Thank you.
I do respect people's opinion. That's why I don't shut them down. Concern came here and said all the stuff he said. Even if I disagree with him 100%, but I'm not going to sit here and watch somebody come here that if the fact that I even have to tolerate him and not even accuse him back of doing the same thing because I wonder why anybody will come after me. I'm one of the people see me and they think I'm always talking bad about Nigeria all the time because of the way I come across. Every single thing I dislike. My criticism of the government is the most negative of them all here. And he comes here to come and say, I know people just let him do that. Like if somebody comes here now and accuses Jagun of something that I believe that Jagun cannot stand for, I'm not going to sit here and just accept it. I'll say, no, that's wrong. But people just hear somebody like, can't you know something based on what somebody stands for? Like this person you're accusing of this, if it's for the government, why is he saying this thing about them? Why is he saying that about them? Nobody has a question. Is that how you support the government? If Tinubu recruited me as his supporter, my goodness, I'm doing a terrible job of it. Because I just eviscerated his government. These are people that lost half of ECOWAS, that torpedoed our currency, didn't fulfill their promises on recruiting in the military. Do you hear this guy talking about him come here to like I am literally the most negative towards the government. That I even have to challenge Alexander Gomez about it today. He comes here to accuse me of what? Ridiculous stuff. I just can't, and I can't take it anymore because it leads to a lot of distraction, and the conversation is stunted because of it.
Okay, for further, myself and Show said we are going to petition. I'm just buttressing Rudolph. Jagun's commendation that we are going to petition Dr. Rudolph for your longevity on this platform in the interest of health and safety. But I must commend you for that. Somebody texted me after 2 days ago broadcast. He said, electricity, you stayed for 4 hours plus. Congratulations. So after 1 hour, after 1 hour, but I have already run away. Father, you see, this is one thing I would like to point out. Being a moderator is not an easy thing, just like any other thing. And so, I'm glad you said you will get in touch with Rudolph and you'll be a moderator. I think that would be a very nice step for you to take. I believe people have respect for you, but for you to put out a finger, a focal finger on a platform, actually, you lost everything to me. You could make your point. You can insult person. You can do everything. But on a public platform, given to your argument of highly educated and highly read person, and you give him the finger, I was just looking. I don't have anything to say. You see, my name is there. You see this name here? Google it. I've never hidden my name from anybody. I think it's only few people that have told my nature of job that I even come on a public platform. So few, like Rudolph, like Shaw, and I think few people knows my kind of a job. So I have nothing to hide. You can accuse, you can make allegation against me. It makes no difference to me. That's just one thing I would just say to you. But you putting out that finger, it's already captured. One day you become a moderator. That is just all I say to people. I believe you say you want, I believe I said I have told you that I will give you, you say you want to have some things to say. I said I will set up the platform for you. Never heard back from you again. For you to say your mind. I'll just be in the background. I will be in the platform. I never heard back from you again. But I'll leave you to it. You'll be a moderator one day. In fact, I'll put a word for you for Rudolph. You rest assured for that. I'll put in a word for you. Then you will know what it is like to be a moderator. I wish you all the best with all your knowledge and everything. God bless you. For further, let me ask you a question in terms of Wole Soyinka. If Wole Soyinka was not supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu, are you going to hold that view of him today? your view about him. Other people also hold that same view, but I'm just focused. If he wasn't supporting Tinubu, will you recognize him as that man who has imparted in literature, who have done a lot to even educate people? Would you recognize him for that?
I think that's a fair question. I've often said when I'm here that when I started observing the Nigerian space, I was furious with all elders. I felt like when I saw them, I should just start insulting all of them for putting us in this mess that we are in. So personally, I don't care about his politics. In terms of politics, I just care about people that are fair and that are able to call things as they see it. Because if he was accurate in describing obedience, is this one not obedient calling me a mole right now? But yeah, I don't go about. They call me a devil.
Forefather, ignore those people. Listen, Forefather, I'm a man that deal in comment section. If anybody is supposed to be mad, it's me, not you.
They call me devil to my face. They call me all kinds of names, but I don't go about calling them fascists. But he did.
Forefather, I am not excusing Soyinka for what he said. Don't get me wrong. I am saying if he wasn't supporting Tinubu or saying something, will you respect his achievement? Will you recognize his achievement?
Oh no. His achievement, he may not come out into my crosshair. That's one, because like there are other people that have achieved that I'm not talking about right now. That's true. But if he was saying something in the context of Nigeria that requires questioning, yes, I will still question it. It doesn't matter whether it's Tinubu or not.
Okay. Because one thing I want you to understand is literature has its own role to play in life, just like medicine, just like biology. It is recently I understand how difficult pharmacy is, the course pharmacy. It is recently I understand. I thought you just go to the chemist, you just read it, and you go there and they just give you.
Okay, but hold on. Let me ask you now. If you are stuck on an island with a Nobel laureate, a doctor, a medical doctor, and this thing, a hunter, which one would you take out for lunch first? Which one, if somebody has to sacrifice your life, which one would you sacrifice first?
Forefather, they are all important.
There are different levels.
They are all important. No, don't do this. They are all important. They are all important. Now, it doesn't mean that they don't have their own characters. We may judge them on their characters, but if they have earned those degrees and those this thing hardworking, then we should give honor to whom honor is what is due to. That is where I stand. I can agree that our elders, the elders we have, they've let us down. But one day also we will become elders too. We must not forget that. And I think I will highlight the case of Job, his three friends, and Elihu in the scripture. The elder spoke first, but the young man kept quiet. Now, after they have finished speaking, he now had to address them to tell them that, listen, I expect better from you people to cancel Job. Yes, our elders, they've disappointed us. And what we call over respect. If you've been in worry before, that's what we use the phrase over respect. It's over respect of these our elders that have brought us to where we are today, where we cannot stand up to actually challenge them. And this has to do with cultural and also has to do with religion, where we cannot tell them that no, this thing is wrong, or this is not supposed to be so, this is not supposed to be so. We swallow it in the name of what? In the name of elders. But how do we get around this thing for us not to start to go after each other's neck on this platform? That's what we should try to avoid. I can't judge your moderation because I have my own style as well too. I will not be in the position. But like I said, one day I'll call Rudolph tonight. And if Rudolph failed to make Ferreira a moderator, then I'm going to be very, very hard at him. That's just the truth. I mean, you'll see what it is like. I yield the floor. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Pastor, for joining us on this matter.
Don't run away, or electricity.
Golden Mind, please go ahead.
I'm not
with your
running away,
submission.
Jago. I'm back. I'm here.
It's interesting that you notice the fingers that he was putting up, because most of people on the panel didn't bother with that. Golden Mind, please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. How's everybody doing? Well, last time I think I spoke about discipline, because that seems to be one of the how do I put
Issues
it?
of the day.
One of the things that stop Nigerians from making progress everywhere they are. It doesn't matter our levels of education. It doesn't matter how exposed we are. It doesn't matter how long we've lived in, a country where things are done differently. And if we don't deal with discipline, we cannot never achieve anything, because without discipline, a lot of things that we're praying that should happen will never happen, right? And it's sad that in a place like this, where we should actually be promoting discipline, we're showcasing the highest level of indiscipline in terms of our not being able to stick to the rules, to enforce the rules, and have consequences for actions. We don't do that. When we do, they are inconsistent. And whenever you want to, I learned a lot, about rules. That's one, if you're not consistent, it's just as good as not having the rules at all. Now, I don't understand why our people are always so emotional and angry. Always. Why? I can't understand that. This is what happens everywhere. Everywhere you go, I see Nigerians gather. Every little thing, see them so upset, so angry, so that has to be solved. Now, I was listening to Ferreira, and I think Ferreira was, I don't know if he's the one that said he's an educator. When he was speaking, I was listening with rapt attention. He was making sense. But the conduct after he was allowed back in was absolutely unacceptable. There is no way in any organized setting that he does. First of all, he went on accusing, and I think they were baseless. I mean, we have to say that. Accusations, and then he threw a finger. You and I know. If you're an educator, I think it's you. I don't know if it's you or somebody else. You know the consequence of doing that. That's absolutely unacceptable. So if we want to make headway, we really need to deal with the issue of indiscipline. I mean, it's been just a month since I joined. I was thinking that it's going to be different, but I mean, I've just noticed that it's not really too different from what you get from a normal Nigerian society. You see, somebody said, if you want to solve a problem, you cannot solve that problem with the same mindset that created the problem in the first place. We can't. So we need to make a decision if we want to actually, fix this place, have rules, ground rules, let everybody stick to it, let there be consistency from the moderators, right? Because once you start, making rooms for one person, it becomes a bigger issue. So I do think that we need to really know, understand, or decide what we are going to do. And we need to be honest to ourselves. Apart from Pastor Yinkro, he was the only one that pointed out what happened. We need to say the truth. It doesn't matter whether the person is a friend or enemy. We need to stick with the truth. That's how you build a just society. Anything outside that is just something, just like scratching the surface. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Oga Mike, please, if you want to say something, you want to say something, Ferrari? You got 1 minute.
just want to quickly respond to Golden Mine. Golden Mine, all of you missed the background to my outburst. I was in the background for almost an hour, and I was begging. To be brought in. And then they brought me in. First of all, before I left, I sent Forefather on the inbox that I'll just quickly need to do something. You should reserve my spot. I sent that. And then when I came back, I was in the background for an hour begging. He put everyone else in except me. And then when they finally put me in, when it's time for me to talk, he comes and shows another long, unnecessary video. So as if, and then before I start my speech, I begged him and the entire, cannot let me finish.
Let it end with this one. Oh. Let it end with this. After Brian spoken, let no one speak on this matter again.
So that those women would know. I begged him and the entire panel to please, I only have 3 points. Let me finish my point. And somebody on the panel offered me their time. And I was about rounding up my point, and he was just keen. And notice, I was the only one that he timed. Everyone else spoke like 10 minutes, 11 minutes. He himself spoke for like 15 minutes. Unnecessary jargon. So it sounds to me like it's deliberate. Anytime you're trying to make a point,
1 minute is up again.
To cut you out. So
okay.
That's my position.
That's enough,
for my student.
This is what he does. He doesn't want to follow.
No, allow it, Forefathers. Don't let's drag this out, please.
Can I be able to speak?
Yeah, of course, but don't drag this out. Don't drag it out.
Can I be able to speak?
Who's going to have the last word on this issue now? Someone after you've spoken, someone is going to want to talk to you again.
You are the one having the last word, is that it? It should.
Forefathers, do I need to say something before?
Yes, you're going to say something. We all know why this happened. All we hear now is excuses. Oga Ike, please go ahead.
I'm not trying to. The last speaker who spoke now, I think he said almost everything I wanted to say. I know that sometimes it's not easy to be a moderator, and sometimes it can get out of hand. This is what have your show debate is all about, right? But also, sometimes I think damages himself also face the situation, but he handled his own situation because we are different people. The inconsistency in dealing with everybody in the platform is one of the major problems, right? Like, for example, when we're talking about the guy who first came with covered mask, everything, I know what the rule said here. Like I did mention when I was speaking, which you know that for some time I've not been in this platform because I had my family over for vacation. So my grandkids, I have to spend time with them. So I never had time to be on the platform, and I wasn't even watching also. So when I saw him, I was one of the people who was speaking, saying, no, this guy should not be here. If you want to be on the screen, he should remove all this covered up, you know. So somebody brought up something happened last week. I was trying to say what happened last week, but nobody was able to give me what actually happened last week. Because I know that the rule here is that if you want to be here, we have to see your face. You have to put on your camera. But his own is not just only mask. He covered from from where my glass is everywhere. He put on a cap also covered from here to, it was only just these glasses we were seeing. So, I mean, I said, I'm one of the people where I say, no, he's not supposed to be here. So sometimes if something like that happened last week, we should not be able to condone that. That's why I was talking about Olumide, because I wasn't here last week. If something like that happened, we could not use the mistake of last week to say, okay, it is right that the young man is on the platform. That was my point of comment. So, but I know that the inconsistency of the time sometimes. I know that Forefather said that it's 3 minutes, you know, but Alaba also, Ferreira, my brother, also, I want to tell you, I was in the back seat for almost 1 hour. Even though I'm not in the back seat, but I was in the screen for almost 1 hour. I didn't say anything because I know a lot of people want to come in, and he's removing some people. Some people are saying, okay, let me go, put somebody, you know.
I was waiting patiently for my turn because I know that at the end of when he reaches my turn, it was 33 minutes. I cannot change that because he is the moderator, right? I know probably I spoke more than 3 minutes, I think, when I was trying to go back to the issue of the young man. So, so please, let's, like the Mr. Goldmine said, let us try to be respectful to ourselves, we can disagree because part of conversation, an argument is part of, you have to convince me or I have to convince you. We can always agree and we can always disagree, so please, let's just try to be man enough to, to be respectful to everybody. And, it doesn't matter whatever anybody is. At the end of the day, it is only God who searches the heart of man that knows the intent heart of man.
Uncle Ike,
the Bible said that the heart is desperately wicked. So,
Uncle Ike.
Olumide, please let him finish.
No. I just wanted to highlight something to you before you round up.
Okay.
About that opening of the face. When Kulata came in last week, nobody asked. I was there. No, 2 weeks ago, or I don't know if it was last week or 2 weeks ago. When I remember Rudolph was there. Nobody, and all the times that Kulata has been on air, nobody has ever told him to take his dark goggles or his mask off. The only thing they say is put on the camera. But to be fair on that Dazdemov guy, see, let him make his point. It doesn't mean that I am going to agree with his point. But I'm just saying that when we treat one person this way, we should treat the other person the same way. When that guy came in during the week, tone was up against him because he wouldn't put up his camera. The ask for him was to put on the camera, but now about masking up, it has never been an issue on this platform that I know about, not until today. And if that is going to be an issue, we should have been fair to him and not start with him on that very day when somebody else has been on this platform several times.
Okay, Olumide, let me tell you, the issue of masking has been part of the rules in this platform. I've been here for so many years. I know when Kulata was coming from the beginning, when he was trying, he was almost the topic of the day. Whenever he comes here, he makes the distraction. And let me confirm to you, it was because of Kulata's situation that made Rudolph put this rule in this platform. If you mask up, if you cover yourself, we are not going to be on the screen. You can be on the comment section. So, like as I confirmed here, I wasn't here for 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. So when you were speaking, the way you spoke, you should have been able to speak your mind based on the people that were here when it happened last week or 2 weeks, because I wasn't here. So when you were speaking, I was taken aback. I said, has the rule been changed? Because I've been part of this platform for so many years. It's not just today, right? So I was asking, has the rule changed? Because I know if you're masked up, you don't be here. Unless you remove we see your face, right? So, for you to, you were addressing almost everybody, because probably a lot of us were not here on the 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. I wasn't there. So I don't know what transpired. It's now you're telling me what actually happened. So that's why I was asking forefathers before I finished my submission last time, has the rule changed? He confirmed, no, the rule has not changed. So I just raised my case because he told me the rule has not changed. Okay, so please, let's not overstretch. Okay.
Yeah, I think everybody has spoken about Soyinka. Okay, go ahead, Pastor.
You're muted. You're muted.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. We are not hearing
Electricity,
you.
you're muted. You're completely muted.
We are not hearing you, Pastor.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, now we can hear you.
The rule is, to the best of my knowledge, and I believe Rudolph will come and clarify this more, is if you don't have your video on, you will not be brought to brought onto the platform. Now, exceptions apply to those joining from Nigeria, and that is because of data usage there, because of how expensive it is. So we give exception. And for further, you will agree with this because I remember 2 days ago, I think that same guy tried to join, if I'm correct, and you asked me, and I said, no, the rule is everyone must have to show their face to be on the platform, except these have changed, but that is the rule. Sometimes we forget, sometimes it happens. But I think Rudolph will weigh more on this in the coming days in terms of this rule. Beside that, I don't know why people find it difficult, particularly people in diaspora find it difficult to show their face when they want to come and speak on the platform. If your company is policies against you going on social media, there are conditions attached to it. Things you cannot say, things you can. I don't think any company exists in this world that says that their staff cannot be part of a social media. There are guidelines that guides the person, except the person himself feels they are not comfortable or they have a loose mouth and they will say something, divulge confidential information out, then they can abstain from. But I don't see why people wants to hide their face when they come on a platform that have a rule and want an exception. I don't give that exception except you are joining from Nigeria. Those who knows me knows I don't do that. So that's the rule. But like I said, I hope Rudolph will come and clarify this in the coming days. Thank you very much. I yield the floor back to you.
I think that one will be clarified, and I think the purpose of putting it on Kulata partly inspired it because obviously they don't like his opinion, so some people want to use that route to ban him. And secondly, I think I remember I was streaming from my channel, but I don't think that one affects if I'm streaming from my channel to here. This is anyway. If I was streaming from my channel to here, then I will be able to have people remain clouded. I don't stream from my channel much. That's why it seems like they've never seen it and they are not used to it. Oh my! Awinbon is a new name. What happened to this thing? What's happening? Let me get this guy in. Long time you've not been here. This guy, no camera. Let's see. Yeah. Wow, Maxwell, long time. What happened now? What's happening with the cows? Are they all fine?
My brother, everything is fine. It's just that I've been busy. The last time I told you that I'm working with some people from Netherlands, and we are still doing something to make sure that my makeshift ranch is being modernized. So that is what I've been doing all along. And the X space where I normally explore so much banned me, probably because of what I've been speaking against the entity. So I've been away for some time now. So I'm happy to be here.
I'm glad to have you back. Yeah, nice one. Let's who's next? I think it's
can you hear me?
Femi. Yeah, I can hear you. I think okay, are we starting a new topic or we want to talk about Soyinka? Are we done with that?
I've not really spoken.
You want to speak about him? Okay. You gave away your time.
I thought we'd call for peace now. Let's forget. Let's bygones be bygones.
Let's forget the time. Okay, go ahead and talk about him.
Okay, what I will quickly say, I'll waste time. I'll be very quick. What I will quickly say about Soyinka is I will not insult him. Why I will not insult him is because of my upbringing. It's just like a certain elder statesman here. I don't want to mention his name because he's not here. And he goes on abusing everybody, saying he will not come back. Everybody knows who I'm talking about. But I will never insult him, because of the way I've been brought up. Soyinka, people shouldn't just take him seriously. I won't take him seriously. It's just you're free. What people don't understand, you're free to support Tinubu and shamelessly support Tinubu and call right wrong. And this is a word for Kulata. Last month was a mental health month. I hope you went for some consultation. If not, I can pay for your first consultation uh, with Dr. Alexander Gomez so that he will see you. So with Soyinka, I don't think it's an issue. What we should be focusing on is how to engage in a proper think tank to get Nigeria forward. Thank you.
Thank you. My goodness, there has been a lot of donations today. I don't know what's going on. Is it this topic or something? 32 donations. Alexander Gomez, or guy Alexander Gomez, I thank you for all your donations. There are quite a lot of people. Let me just recognize them while we take time to change the atmosphere a bit. Kulata, Alexander Gomez, Olumide, Mazi Prince, a lot of donations. Olumide again. Olumide, I hope there's something left in that chemist too. Thank you for the donation.
Not sure what happened with the forefathers. It was just kicked out. I'm guessing it's a system.
Mr. Shaw, please, if he comes, tell him Madam want me to take her somewhere, and I want
No
to
problem. Go and
I
do
wish
the.
everybody the best of the weekend. Probably if we have a program tomorrow, maybe I'll be here. But if not, God bless every one of us, and we hope to live to see next weekend. God bless you.
Amen. You too. I was sorry, guys. I'll just wait for Forefathers is back. Just waiting for his camera to come back on so I can step back again. I'm just waiting in the wings. But since he's not back, who was next? So Tony has spoken. I think it's Femi. Who's speaking next?
Co-pilot.
I think it was about to change this.
Co-pilot. Why might just come straight on?
I think he was about to change the subject. So let me look. What are
Yes,
the subjects?
He was.
Yeah, it was
change
about,
the subject.
I'm not sure if he was actually going to change it. Oh, okay. It's back now. Forefathers. Yeah, I think Femi is next. I'm not sure what topic you're discussing, but
Yeah, we're just trying to recognize the people that have donated so much today. That's a lot of donations today that I've seen. I don't know. Maybe I don't notice it when the damages are around, but this time when I am here, I've noticed quite a lot. So, gas them up, the donations. Alexander Gomez again, Kulata, gas them up, donations, and they were using it to argue actually. They were using it to argue online on the chat. Thank you for the donations. Well, it's so many now. I don't know how to even name all of them. Kulata, Jaja, Alexander Gomez, Oscar Blackbone, Young One, Kulata, and One Nigeria, Alexander Gomez. Thank you for the donation, everybody. And I think this is very, very useful because that way, Dr. Amir can do a lot more for a lot of people and have this channel expand because there's a lot of plans he's got to do a lot of good work with the channel. Okay. So the topic,
we need to ban.
you want to have your say.
Fathers, we need to ban $2 donation in this place. This is not naira. The man is giving in this Agbado goat. We need to ban. There's no $2.
So
if you want to put money on your bigot, you put $10. Waiting. You don't get shame, Kulata.
Yeah, they keep going out. Hey, you see anything Kulata does, they want to ban. You see what just happened now? They want to ban $2 because it's Kulata that is giving it. So let's take it easy. Okay, which topic? There are so many topics to discuss from international, ICC, ICJ, indictment of that's seeking arrest warrant for Netanyahu. That one is happening. ICJ rules against Israel and asks them to stop operations in Rafah. David Hudein won. That one is interesting. I think I really vote for that one. It's subtle, but I think it's powerful too. What he was saying about how they influence the way what we hear, basically what we hear, how foreigners influence our people. It's not like they come and put the gun to your head. They have a very sophisticated way of doing it, and that's what he was trying to explain. When David Houdin was here, I didn't have a good exchange with him, but most of his views I actually share them, and I think he's very, very perceptive. I don't even know how he survives it. Really, that guy is exceptional. I have to give it to him. So, and there is also the issue of our defense minister, what he said in Nigeria. About he highlighted the problem and gave a totally weird diagnosis. That's a solution for it, which is surprising for me. I don't know why people do that. So I don't know. And 3 countries recognized Palestinian state this week, and you can watch a situation whereby a nation. This is the first time a democracy is facing this. So International Criminal Court accusation. This thing, ICJ ruling against a democracy. This thing. Now they are defying Israel. That to the point whereby one EU official said the EU has to choose between the law and Israel. That is how crazy it is. They are passing a law in America to ban people from literally criticizing Israel. If you criticize Israel now, it's anti-Semitic. And the whole world is going crazy. It's like there are people out there that don't believe in this world order at all. They don't believe in it. They don't believe in UN. They don't believe in International Criminal Court. And many of them, if you speak to most Israelis, they don't care about any of these rules. When they talk about the world, they talk about the world before Hitler. Do we talk about those people and talk about all the things going on in that sphere, or we focus on our own area? Defense minister, the taxi cab guy. I don't know whether that one is even a story that we need to. The police officer that wanted to strangle the driver. I don't know whether that one is worth talking about. So, which one you want me to show you guys? The videos again, so that briefly, so that we pick one of them. Or have you picked one of them from my describing them?
Someone like me, I came on to talk about Soyinka. I've been listening for hours. That was what I came to talk.
Oh, come on, man. Soyinka again. We want to go back to Soyinka. Do you want to talk about Soyinka, Femi?
That was the topic I met at the time, but it doesn't matter if you're about to change. I think you've actually overflogged it already. So
yeah, he's an elder now. I speak the truth. Let's go away from him. He's an elder.
We can't go away. No, we can't go away if there's a lot of people casting aspersions on his name, and others are just trying to backtrack and be politically correct, and let's call a spade a spade. It's about time we do that. This man, if we was to count 100 top Nigerians in the history of Nigerians, I guarantee you he would appear at least 80 places before Peter Obi or any of his supporters.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. Let's leave it now. Let's leave that topic.
Okay. Hold on. This is
not even your turn to talk.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll take that.
So let's leave it. See, I know you feel strongly about it. You have come earlier so that you can have your chance to give a punch.
I'm still going to talk about him. This is what I started off with. You're not going to kiss certain people's asses. Let people state what they want. If one side can state how they feel, let everybody else state how they feel. So you can't say I want to be politically correct. You was fine. You was happy thinking I was going to cast aspersions on his name. You was, he's an old man. Yeah, you thought he's an old man. He's an old man, but I went.
He called someone that his wife, she be, whatever you call it.
Yes, exactly. But if you know the background, okay? Yeah, well, it wasn't okay, because if it was me, I would not join words with her. But I was listening while I was shaving. I obviously had never heard of it. At that time,
I never heard of it until I heard of it. That's when I really didn't like it.
I had. So at that time, there was a lot of people, the same people that have metamorphosed today to become the obedience. At that time, anything you said about Jonathan, they went against it. They insulted people the same way they are insulting people right now. So even Patience Jonathan herself made certain statements with regards to Soyinka's name, with regards to his age, and she referenced his gray hair. And that was why he turned around attacked her, which I think was ill-conceived at the time, but he attacked her and called her a hippopotamus, that he doesn't even have time for her. So when you want to start a story, it's always good to start from the beginning. Nigerians have this tendency, or at least a certain group of Nigerians have this tendency of starting a story from the middle or from the part where it...
Even if she did, to descend to that level and call her some other person's wife,
but I just said that.
name.
I agree with that, but that's what I said. So when you attack someone, there's no telling. When you hit someone in the face, there's no telling how the person is going to respond. They might respond appropriately, or they might respond.
I thought this was one of the greatest people in Nigeria you are talking about.
He still is one of the greatest people. That was why
if he is, then he should do better.
I did say that, but I'm saying he did not just come out of the blue and just call her out of her name. They was insulting him.
What did Peter Obi call him now that he's calling Peter Obi everything else?
He didn't call him anything else, not to my knowledge. He just said, don't vote for him. He said, I don't trust him. I think he's incompetent. I hold
he
the same
accused Peter Obi of instructing his followers to insult him.
By omission, yes, he did. Which he did. If you...
you don't have any evidence for that.
There's evidence for it. There's evidence because he did say...
evidence have you got
there is evidence. If you have your foot soldiers... Peter Obi does this thing, okay? And this is what I have a problem with. I have a problem with conniving people. I have a problem with deceitful people. Maybe because I'm a straight shooter. Maybe because I am confrontational. I hit topics on the head directly, which seems to be Professor Soyinka's
drifting now.
I'm not drifting. Let me finish. I'm not drifting. I'm not in the position. I do not drift. I stay on topic. This is how I talk. So I don't drift. I don't
let's
all over
know
the place.
What did Peter Obi say to him, or why
Let me finish, forefathers. I understand you're trying to moderate, but let the person get to the crux of their topic.
Go ahead.
I will appreciate that. Thank you very much. So if Peter Obi does this thing where he, by omission, he selectively decides what to speak on, and he knows his people are attacking Wole Soyinka. It was very simple. Get on the internet, tweet. Your tweet holds a lot of power. Just tweet and directly say, do not attack this man. Especially, name him by name. Especially, you went to his house. You were in this man's house. He let you in his house. If the man let you in his house, he wants peace. So this man let you in his house, a revered Nigerian, a very respected man across the literary world. He let you in his house. You do not now go from there and tweet something that was not in relation to what you discussed, to what you guys discussed. Now, if you say, everybody do not disparage Professor Wole Soyinka, I hold him in high esteem, he's a father to me, or he's someone I revere, or he's someone I respect, guess what? The obedience has no choice but to back down. But when you stay silent on issues like that, and they still attack this man, and then you turn around and think, oh, he's not going to say, of course he's going to attack him. Of course he's going to say, do not vote for him. And do I support his position? Yes, because Peter Obi has this tendency of deceit. And this is how I see it.
Wow.
Yes, he does. He will
because he didn't say anything, he's deceiving. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Peter Obi have actually said positive things only about Wole Soyinka, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, can I respond to this guy?
So some of things you are saying.
My God, I don't want to talk to this.
Yeah, can I respond to this guy?
No, it's not your turn. Sorry.
Please.
Except somebody wants to give you your
just a minute. Let me respond to this guy.
This kind of trouble. Yeah, I speak the truth. You started now.
This is what we're gonna do. You're not gonna cut me off and let this guy that we.
Are we gonna let?
Hold on. You're not gonna cut me off.
Nobody is cutting you off. I asked for permission to respond to you.
This is what he does.
Hold on. I'm gonna put two of you. Let's allow the panelists decide where we go with this.
Exactly, please.
I never met this guy. He's always come to.
I've never met you either.
Out of here, like I don't have time.
You see, I'm not a dictator. I'm a Democrat. Yeah,
No, you're not a Democrat.
Thank
You're
you.
not. This is what I said about kissing ass.
I'm
You're not
trying
going to
to
listen.
let the
Hold
panelists
on, forefathers. The very first time.
As for the
No, please,
no,
It should be
Tom, Tom, you know me.
Can I take my turn
Give
finally?
everybody their
Maybe
time
this will help.
and let them speak on whatever they want to speak. If you want to spend
Can I
your
take my
time,
turn? Since
Exactly.
I see the route
So-
is
Everybody
going-
has their time. Okay,
Yeah.
now
Let me take
two
my
of
turn.
you hold off.
if you will.
Let everybody have their time.
You can't say two of you hold up. You cut me off, and then you say two of you hold
I'm
up.
sorry.
I see
I'm
the truth.
sorry.
I see the
Somebody
truth.
granted you their
Please.
time
Please.
for you to be
So,
talking. Okay.
forefathers, let me come in. I was going to just stay quiet, be patient in my usual demeanor, but I think it's best we just change topic, or you allow. I mean, it's just my opinion.
I try to.
That being said, let me just say my own 6 cents and let someone else take over. So, my topic of interest would be the ICJ ruling, which personally, for me, is of no consequence, because we already know that, despite the fact that despite the fact that the US and Israel, for example, they're not signatories to the ICJ per se, and even if they were,
Oh no, they are ICJ.
no,
ICC.
maybe the ICC. I think there's one of the organizations. So I must be.
It's ICC, the one that
there's basically there's one of the 2 organizations that they're not signatories to. But even at that, even if they were, one thing that I've been thinking about, and I don't know if a lot of us have thought of this, and which lends credence to the fact that there appears to be, it doesn't matter what strata you're looking at, whether from world view or continent view or individual countries, there always appears to be one rule for one set of people and one rule for the rest of us. If it's never been evident before, it is right now. Because how do you explain? I just want to make this make sense, because sometimes I think I'm crazy, but I know I am not. How do you explain how the case of Charles Taylor, for example, just as an example, where basically, and it's mostly with if you notice, it's mostly with African ex-leaders, irrespective of the fact that whatever they may have done, none of us would necessarily have agreed with it. But how do we accept on one hand that it's okay for certain African, whether presidents or whatever, again, no matter what they may have done, to stand before the international courts, and then on the other hand, while it's okay for certain countries, namely the Western countries, to be fine with the fact that the likes of Putin are being called out, especially when you consider, if you really know the true origins of what's going on in Ukraine, if you really, really know, because there's some things I later catch up on, and then I begin to wonder the kind of chess games that these people keep playing behind us, and we, even including myself, I think I'm doing. That's on one hand. And then on the other end, no matter what is going on right now, the US continues to be behind Israel no matter what. Even to the point where you notice that France has now begun to withdraw their support. I mean, at least publicly, their support. How do you explain these things? Because tomorrow, if you hear another ruling about something that happened in Africa, and then see, it's so difficult, and then it turns out that the ICJ is trying to arrest or try to get someone else from an African country to face the court. It would look somehow to me. I don't know about any other person. It would look somehow to me if the person actually stands in front of that court. Again, not because I support what that person may have done, but the fact is just, again, goes back to the fact that there's so much like double standards when it comes to certain people, you know. I just
did you hear the ICC head say that some European told him that this ICC was meant for Africans, not for people like them? Did you hear that comment?
There's been minor mumblings
like that as well.
No, he said it. The head of ISIS,
No,
the
even
man
before he said it, because keep in mind, remember
Mm.
I forget which of those senators, US senators, that was threatening on Twitter the chief justice of the ICJ. I was telling him to go to hell.
McConnell.
And I'm like, really? Isn't this obvious?
And we accepted it, and it's true though. If they show you the list of the people that they have, ICC have got arrested, it's mostly Africans that they are, and the ones that they've indicted that they want, it's mostly Africans on that list, barely
And the
European.
Serbian, Godfather, the Serbian leader, Milosevic.
Milosevic, that's the only exception in terms of
basically Eastern Europeans, we are almost classified as Africans too, because they have a you know.
And that was a while ago. All of them are now part of EU now. That was a while ago. So the world is not level playing field. We are in a totally different area. But I think it's come back to Biden now. they decided for us now. It's come back to bite them. And in 1 week, I think it was a little bit devastating. This is the worst week for Israel in a very, very long time. I've never, throughout all my time of observing international politics, I've never seen one nation in 1 week indicted twice for one thing or the other. Jeez, that's a bit much. And okay, who is next? Kene, you came last, Kene.
Just a minute. I just want to respond to this guy.
I'm sorry, you can't.
Don't respond to me. I don't know you, bro. Don't talk to me.
This was
don't come to this panel.
I'm going to put both of you backstage so that others can talk. Let's be this is civil here. And Webon, please, if you want to say something, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Godfather. And I'm happy to be here, and good evening to all of you from my little beautiful city of Bolgatanga in the Upper East region, Ghana. But you see, in respect to Israel, Israel has right to defend themselves, and that is paramount. Israel is capable of doing whatever they want to do, as long as it gears towards the protection of their land and their citizens. But what I don't like is the disproportionate force that is ongoing as we speak. But you see, we will not take away the influence of the United States, because the United States is playing the part of the proverbial, statement in my mother's ancestral land, the Igbo land, where they said a man goes into the bush, hit the bush, jump down on this, center of the road and begin to ask people who did that in the bush. So that is what is happening. On the other hand, America is telling Israel to do this or do that, refrain from this, withdraw from this, but they are also backing Israel in whatever that they are doing. I am not against that. It is war that is going on there. With my own experience, you cannot come to kill me and allow you to do that if I have the capacity to defend myself. I will kill you first. So that is my own position in whatever Israel is doing. And remember, ICC has been a function of the prosecution of all other countries that are weak. The Serbian leader Milosevic was sentenced. I fought in that Yugoslavian war for 1 year, 6 months. He is in jail today.
Sorry for interrupting you. How did you end up in the Bosnian war? Or did you say you fought in that war?
Yes, I was in Yugoslavia for 1 year, 6 months.
And you fought in Liberia too, or Sierra Leone? Which one again?
Of course, all of them. Sierra Leone, Liberia. The last was against. The last was against Cameroon.
Wow.
While I fought under Nigeria to defend the Nigerian government when I was there, until one way or the other, part of Bakassi was ceded to Cameroon, simply because Nigeria doesn't have the capacity to defend and control their land under Obasanjo as at that time. I regretted fighting for Nigeria on Bakassi influence. At the end of the war, most of the Nigerian soldiers cut across all the tribes, ethnic tribes in Nigeria, one way or the other suffered or died or suffered, some unrepairable damages. But we ceded part of Bakassi to Cameroon. And I do not know how Nigeria did not see it, that you have all the judges in ICJ loyal to France, and you think that you are going to get justice when you are, presented, when you are against a country that they colonized, which was Cameroon. So, as for me,
Sorry, Fafada, can you put me backstage?
Can you hear me? I had a call. I had a call coming in. I don't know if you can hear me. Okay,
yes,
let me go on.
Yes, we can.
Look, my people, my issue is about Nigeria. My issue is about Nigeria. If you look at it today, forefather, $1 is about 1,500 naira. Pounds is around 1,800. These are the issues that should be paramount. Our people are suffering way back home. And I am worried because I have people in there as well. PMS is sold at about 700 to 800 naira per liter. And remember that once PMS, petroleum products, are affected, the cost of doing business for our people will be increased. And their salary is not increased in tandem with the present situation on the ground. We keep on talking and talking and talking and talking. We come here to lament. Oh, Uncle Abba, I see you. Good evening, sir. We keep on lamenting. What is this? We keep on lamenting, but our people are suffering. You send $100, £100. It cannot buy anything as we speak in Nigeria. Can't buy anything as we speak in Nigeria. What do we do? Is it right for us to come here and speak about Wole Soyinka? Is it right for us to come here and speak about anybody that criticized the government? We should hold the government of the day to account. What are they doing to improve the lives of the people that voted for them, if actually that they voted for them? What are they doing? People are suffering. People are being killed in Nigeria as we speak. Most villages are being rampaged, not just by the terrorists, even the army. In Banner supermarket, I thought that when democracy returned, some of us that were in the military as at that time, I thought that when democracy returned, the army will not have no influence to intimidate people. You go to Banners today, army is laying siege in that particular place, preventing people who established their businesses to feed their own people, not to sell. Must that happen in a democracy? These are some of the things we need to speak up.
We all know that Nigeria is not for Nigerians. Nigeria is designed to fail because of the fraudulent system that is in place. What are we going to do to reverse this so that the people will be able to vote whosoever that they want to hold and hold them accountable for how they are going to use their resources? What are we doing? Most of you are in the diaspora. You enjoy all the good things of life. Your children go to school, they don't pay school fees, especially from the first and second cycle. Why can't that happen in Nigeria? I see so many people coming out here to speak, protecting this and protect. Look, let me tell you, for Wole Soyinka, when salt loses its taste, it must be thrown outside and be trampled upon. When you see elders, most of these people campaign against, they rioted, they protested against Goodluck Jonathan. Today, they are entirely, totally silent. They can't speak. How do you want me to hold such elders to esteem, no matter what they have done in the past? You protested against a government that you said that was bad. And there are horrible government systems that are going on in Nigeria today, and you cannot come out to speak as an elder. And we are here defending them. Are they paying you? Why can't you look at the lives of the innocent people in Nigeria that are suffering today, including Ghana? We are also suffering. Everybody in African continent is suffering. Why can't we find solutions to ameliorate most of the sufferings from, our people are suffering? But we come here to side people who have made their mark, people who have earned so much from the corrupt system. I say it here and I maintain it here. If you really want Nigeria to work, find a place or something that can at least make people to come together and dialogue and decide on how they are going to live in that country. If you don't do that, Nigeria will continue to derail, and we will come here often and on to speak about the ills, the symptoms, instead of finding solutions for the causative agents of the problem of our people. I say again, if you think we've tried everything and it is not working, destroy that system and let the people decide on how they are going to live. Otherwise, we'll keep on talking the way we are talking. We spoke like this during Jonathan's time. Buhari came in, the same thing. And today,
I don't know
we
whether
are
you're
still
hearing
talking
me.
the same thing. Uncle Tony, sir, I salute you, Uncle. I salute you, sir.
Somebody is trying to mock you that you are not a soldier. Tell him that real soldiers don't make noise. That's I don't know what he calls himself, one Nigeria coming here to defend Tinubu and like you're not a soldier. Later, talk to him. But I wish I'll catch these people physically and we'll know who is a soldier or who is not a soldier. It just makes me sick when people come to some panels. They'll just talk anyhow just because they bought some credit for you. I know that you waste it and be talking and just be opening your mouth and be talking anyhow. Sorry, forefathers. I do apologize. Go on.
Yeah, that's fine. So I think it's Jonaba next, then Kene. Jonaba, please go ahead. I did allow Maxwell to go on for a while because he's not been around for long. So I just thought I should give him space to, speak. Please go ahead, Jonaba.
Good evening, forefathers and fellow panelists. It's always a pleasure to be with here to have a conversation. I'll just brush the headlines of whatever I remember from what you guys are talking about, and that is about it. On the issue of ICC, we are people that never have a way of appreciating who we are. ICC is created for Black people and some weak other nations. There's nothing to hold any white man or any white woman accountable. If we don't know that, it's a long way. So they'll continue to do that until Black people can sit up and define themselves and the value that they want to recognize with, they have to place on themselves. So it's a human nature that anyone feel to oppress you the way they can and take advantage of you, especially when people have no conscience. So that is all about that. On the issue of Sanusi, it's not a big deal. People of Kano will sort themselves out. What goes around comes around. They will fix themselves. It's not a big deal. Power have no respect for weak people. When you get power, it's just about how to apply it in fairness if you choose to. If you want to be brutal about it, you can. But there is a say, a karma will catch up with you. Whether you are a Christian or you are a Muslim, there's a law that governs the existence of humanity. Say that whatever a man sow, he will reap. So I'm not going to speak into that much. On the issue of Wole Soyinka, the other day I said he have the right to speak as a leader of the society. As a citizen, I will choose my word carefully if I were him, but you cannot take his own emotion as a human being out of it. If you come at people or come one way or the other, there's consequences and people have the right to react the way they choose to do. We are all human beings. To whom much is given, much is expected. Sometimes you expect people to work on the fine line, but sometimes that fine line does not exist. I believe obedient. I believe on my own personal note, when you have something to lose, you weigh your option. That is life in general. It's not about anything. I don't have anything to lose if I criticize Obi. It doesn't matter whether you carry hammer or you carry anything. What I know for sure, you can walk to my perimeter and bring that to me. I will make sure you have it. I believe from the beginning, Obi is a good man. I hear him. I don't believe we have anything to offer differently from any one of them. I believe we have a gullible society that when people tell you what you want to hear, there's tendency you don't dip into it. We just embrace it because that is what you are trying to hear and heal your emotion. Fine and good. But I believe that I had the guy and he said what angered him was that he said Obi was in his house. He told him, he said, no, don't worry. He saw the phone. He said, which means what he's trying to say is that he have influence on those people. He can stop all those things. He choose not to. To me personally, I know for sure, based on everything, even people from his own place in Anambra that are in leadership, they know him. Anybody can get swayed by anything. You can go and paint old school, give a tool laptop, and create your political career. I think he do well among the other people, other governors. But then, to me, if three of them stand today, I'll still not vote for him. I have no regret over anything. He's run for office. When you come to the ring, that is what it means. Politics anywhere in the world. We always accuse our people that we have the dirtiest mind. We are the dirtiest people. We are the no. What we have, the problem we have is that we don't know how to disagree, to agree, to respect people on their own way. And you walk away. You think you want to beat somebody down, to accept and put something on somebody's truth. And that is the problem we are having as a Black people. Everybody is entitled to their own opinion. You can counter them with respect, not that anything that this man have done or said now is irrelevant to you because he has to keep. The thing I'll tell you, the bad news to you is that he has nothing to lose whether you buy his book or you don't buy his book. That is your own. It's just like a church of 2 million people. I want and 3 people say I'm leaving the church, and so how the pastor will lose something. He will not. So I think we should move away from all those things. People are entitled to themselves, and they are in the rim. They're all politicians. He may not have run for office. He have influence. He choose and pick who, and that is battle of life. So let us not flog what has been going on in Nigeria. When it comes to the rating, I'm summarizing here. My question to all Nigerians: are you better off in after 1 year, or what has been done that you think that the suffering of 1 year worth it? If there anything that shows you that any foundation have been laid that can endure the suffering of 1 year, or is it going to get worse? And that time will tell. But for now, the question to all of us is that, are we better off after 1 year or the 1 year of Tinubu? That's all I can say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jonaba. I think just to prevent Kene from saying anything, we have to find a way to do something else.
No, what will it prevent me from talking?
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Okay, sorry.
Of course, I'm just joking. Why would I prevent you from speaking? Say, okay, then the question is,
now
because when 2 of you start now, this is going to get hot.
No, I will be very
There's
brief, and I will go. Then you can continue with what you're saying
as usual. So if you let him,
you see what I mean? Hold on.
Don't do that. If you let him, don't cut me off.
Yeah, you can move.
If you let him, he's going to insult me and throw all this personal insult. So if you let him, don't cut me off.
Both of you. Period. Can we let both of them?
It was my turn to talk.
Hold on. I want to organize something.
So you can wait.
Hold on. I want to organize something. 2 of you, one person speaks, the other person answers. We listen for 15 minutes. Is that okay?
I'm not talking 15 minutes with him. He can talk all he wants, but if you let him talk, don't cut me off when it's
2 minutes is enough for me.
Sorry. Let's hear Femi, please.
I'm sorry, guys.
2 minutes is enough for me.
Just to second what forefathers.
I'm not here to fight with anyone.
Just to second.
Just let him speak, man.
And then I'm gonna plead with
Kene and let Kene speak. Let Kene speak. That's not all the side issues.
No,
let Kene speak.
Jagu, I'm not speaking for 1 minute. You know, you cut a lot as well. So if you criticize me, I have a right to criticize you when it comes to this as well. I'm not speaking for long. I only want to highlight something. So just please bear with me.
Please go ahead.
Thank God Olumide is here. Olumide will recall a couple of months ago, and of course, Father, and even you, Jagun, you were here as well. And I still think it's an honest mistake because I'm not proud of what happened that other night, if you recall. So in bringing that back, Kenny, I just want to appeal with you, and I speak the truth. Emotions can be high at times when we speak. And I do not want to believe that a lot of times if one goes back to look at what one has said or done, that you're going to necessarily be proud. So I just want to plead with you.
People don't have shame, bro. Some people don't have shame.
You guys are assuming what is not.
Hold on.
You understand?
So let's agree. No interrupting of each other at all. Then you speak for maximum 2 minutes at a time so that you guys have a chance to hash this out, because it looks like there's a lot of tension in the air. Once you are done, except the other panelist wants to add a little bit to it, then we'll move on from the topic. Is that agreed?
That's fine.
The other panelists, you agree? Jagun, do you agree to that? Okay, well done. Yeah, okay, good. All right, who wants to start?
Okay.
Okay, can you go ahead?
Yeah, this is it. Like I stated earlier, I'm not here to fight anyone. I don't know why my brother is running away from defending his so-called father, Soyinka, right? But I'm here just to respond to him, not even to question him, just to put some things straight. I know that Wole Soyinka, you've taken him to be your father. That is fine. But if Wole Soyinka was to be my father, this is what I will advise, or this is what I would tell my father. Father, when Yar'Adua was the president, Yar'Adua was in PDP. You were constantly abusing his wife, Turai Yar'Adua. You were constantly against Yar'Adua's government until the time until Yar'Adua died. When he died, you turned to his wife and began to abuse his wife. You even called her. You even claimed that she was abusing Yar'Adua, meaning, anyone could lose his life through abuse, spousal abuse. He claimed that she was abusing Yar'Adua. That Turai Yar'Adua should be charged, should be taken to court and charged for spousal abuse. You turn around again when Goodluck Jonathan became the president. You were constantly abusing Goodluck Jonathan. You called him all manner of names from Nebuchadnezzar. You even went as far as calling his wife Shippopotamus or Hippopotamus, whatever. Yar'Adua, Goodluck Jonathan, PDP. Then you now, when this guy, Buhari, took over, Buhari is in APC. What's his name? Tinubu was supporting Buhari, APC. So you could not attack Buhari, even with the inadequacies or the level of corruption that we recorded under Buhari and the destruction of the economy under Buhari. You could not. I'm not even talking about attacking, but I'm talking about questioning how Buhari was piloting the affairs of that country. You could not even speak a word. Buhari left the power for this guy, Tinubu. You could not question Tinubu after 1 year of his useless leadership. What kind of a father are you? I will ask my father this. What are you trying to teach me? Are you trying to teach me to be biased in my own in judgment? Are you trying to teach me not to be responsible as an adult or as a child? Growing up, you don't want me to have a sound sense of reasoning, to question things when they are not going right. Are you trying to teach me to be irresponsible person in life? Is that what you're teaching me? I will ask my father this thing. So I would have expected you to ask Soyinka these kind of questions.
Okay,
as the father you claim that he is to you.
Let him respond, then you get your chance to respond back. Please go ahead.
Oh, well, at least he tried. He didn't insult too much personally. I never claimed Soyinka was my father, so I don't know. Maybe we need to start handing out Q-tips on this panel. In any event, like I always said, if you want to start a story, you got to start from the beginning. You cannot start from the middle. When you do that, it is either you do not know the entire story or you are just trying to be disingenuous. When Wole Soyinka went after Turai, if you remember what was going on, because I think a lot of people are not too versed in Nigeria's history or they haven't been following it. When you listen to people, you can actually tell if they've been listening to it since childhood or they are versed in it or not. So Turai, at that time, nobody knew where her husband was. And Soyinka rightfully started questioning because there was rumors and there was certain people, credible information that she was keeping President Yar'Adua's health away from the populace, that she was in charge of it. Her, what was it, Bamiyan and the rest of them, that they did not want people to know where the president was. And that was why Soyinka went at her and said, well, she should be charged with kidnapping her husband. Now, it's one thing. It's actually two things. Do you want this man to speak or don't you want him to speak? Because it seems like Nigerians being, especially, I see there's a lot of emotion when people talk. People are very sentimental. If you do not talk about the position that they like, they attack you. For example, the last speaker was one of the reasons I came on earlier, because he was calling Soyinka all kinds of names, talking about he's an old man, he should respect himself, he acts like a child. Obviously, he was someone that when he was a child, he had no respect for adults. But then you come on here when they talk about your God, Peter Obi, and say, well, this is why I'm not going to vote for him. You get upset. You have no problems insulting people, but you have a problem when people state their own positions on fact. So him speaking on Turai, he spoke on Turai, he spoke on Buhari, and he spoke on Jonathan. There's no doubt he's going to speak about Tinubu if we give him enough chance. So if he grows old to that extent. So why do you people get upset? Yeah,
let him have a
No,
vote. Okay, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you. Speak the truth for not being angry or for not being, shying away from responding. But this is it, right? Yes. He may, according to you, have the chance to speak about Tinubu's government, but he missed the opportunity to speak against Buhari's government. Isn't that selective criticism? He should have spoken, against Tinubu's government, but he couldn't. But this is it. To continue with what I was listing out before, if Tinubu was my father, you rightly denied you saying that Tinubu is your father. I think you should play back. You should play this video again. On your.
I said Tinubu was my father.
Please, no interjection, please.
No, but if you're gonna lie or say something that makes no sense, of course I'm going to interject.
No interjection.
Why would
please.
I say Tinubu is my father?
Yeah, can we be civil, please?
You are breaking the rules
Replay
now.
the video, please.
I'm not breaking the
on your
rules, but
alone
you
time.
got to correct him if he's lying.
You will correct him. You will have your chance. Please go ahead.
I will also go ahead and ask my father this. Why do you always lie? If Tinubu was to be my father, I will ask him, why do you always lie? You came up on the TV and claimed that you passed, you graduated from Leeds University with first-class English literature. And that claim was debunked by your professor from Leeds University, that you never graduated with first class, but rather you had a second class. Why do you always lie? I will ask Tinubu this question if he was my father. And secondly, I will ask him, Father, the way you claim or you sound on the TV to appear as though you are so smart, you are so good of a man, why did you always abuse your wives to the extent that you've remarried 3 times now? If you are man enough, if you are a responsible father, why do you keep changing wife? What is actually wrong with you? I'm not going personal, but this is the man that always appeared to be all saint and all that, spotless, but he has a lot of gadgets. I call him a narcissist here, and I'm very, very sure of what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Right?
Yeah, I speak the truth. Please go ahead.
Speak the truth, please. Can you respect my approval? It's not a debate between you and Kenny.
No, it's a debate between them.
No, we are not here when we agreed. Listen to that debate.
Oh, so you are not here. I thought you did it. I thought you voted for it.
No, I do not. And it's not necessary. She already
I'm not even John, but with all due respect, I'm not even interested in a debate. I'm just going to say,
I respect that you don't even. Yeah, it's not a debate between you.
Definitely not with him. Even if I was going to entertain a debate, and I respect.
You voted for it while he was here.
I
don't wait for them to be debating each other. It's not personal to him.
John Abba,
he spoke his mind.
Brother John Abba, I respect.
So in the absence of
John Abba, I respect.
I believe it should be my
John Abba, John Abba. Forefathers, can I speak?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hold on,
please go ahead.
Hold on.
No, I'm not holding on. You've been insulting me in the comments. You hold on. So, I John Abba, I do respect and I understand, and you are one of the people I actually do hold in high repute on here. So I get it. I'm not interested in a debate, especially not with him. Like, I would not be interested in that. But if he says something, I think it's only right for me to reiterate. And I promise this is the last I will have on the topic. I'm not going further than that. So first of all, I never called Tinubu my father. He came the first time I said I called Soyinka my father. I never did that. And I would.
You're interrupted now. Please go ahead.
So I would not call those 2 people my fathers. That is not my manner of speech. This is an individual that has came on here the first time I ever spoke to him, and this is why I wanted to avoid this. I spoke about a topic. He came out of the blue. Instead of staying to the topic like we're doing, he would throw personal ad hominems and insult you personally, called me a drunk, called me all kinds of things. And that was why I decided I'm not going to talk to him because he's rude. He's a liar. Now you can see what he just did. Even if we are not talking about anybody's degrees, we're not talking. He said Tinubu said he went to Leeds University. I never seen that. Now, if he said he did and graduated with a first-class offer, That has nothing to do with the topic at hand. We are talking about what Soyinka said. So if you want to drag me in the mud and make me dance in the mud while wearing white, I'm not interested. Either we're going to stick to the topic. You want to talk about personal issues, that is on you. This person said he graduated from this. If he was your father, would you advise? I don't have time for that. And with that said, either we stick to the topic or I'm just not interested in this rubbish. I like intellectual discussions. I do not like childish ad hominems and joining personal issues with people. With that, I'm done. I have no interest in talking with.
Thank you.
Childish discussion is saying what you're not even sure of what you're saying things and you cannot recall what you said. That is childish.
Remark 2 minutes at
yeah.
once.
So, my brother, what being childish is you saying things that you could not even recall what you're saying. Please, like I beg of you, at your long time, play back the video. You hear yourself saying things that you could not even imagine.
I said
that
Tinubu was my father.
15 minutes is up for
I said Tinubu was my father.
He's still running.
Yeah.
And I said Soyinka was my
man
father.
took as a father. Yes, you said it.
I said that. If you show me where I said that, I promise. Listen. If you show me where I said that, I promise you, I will give you
Let's maintain the
Can you let me talk? Can you stop behaving like a child? Let me talk, please.
Mute me and talk about closing remarks when this guy is lying.
It's my time.
Why would I say Tinubu is my father? What
now play it on your long time. Like
can we move away from this subject, please?
This is why I say I don't want to talk to this guy. Does that even make sense?
Hold on. Okay.
I don't care who becomes. My brother. See, we are not fighting. I don't know you. Yeah, please. It's a closing remark, right? I don't know you.
Yeah. And this thing, let's not talk about people's fathers.
Yeah, it's a closing remark, right? My brother, I don't know you. I will never fight with you. I have no interest with Nigerian politics. Whomever that becomes the president is okay by me. I'm not losing anything. Let me even make it very clear. However, I've met one of us here, over here. We've met one-on-one. We didn't even recall what we go through on this platform. And I will want to meet you one day, and I will share pleasantry. I don't put anything to heart. I don't take anything to heart, right? I don't want you to take it personal here. Whether Peter Obi becomes the president or not it's none of my business. However, I just want that country to move forward. And I hate people that take sides without actually knowing what they're doing. If you want to stand for moving Nigeria forward, you always stand on the right path. Don't be biased in your judgment. That is where I stand. When it comes to Soyinka, I don't have anything against him. I just hate when an elderly person that is supposed to be looked up onto will be making some statements that are not even adding up to, sensible human beings. I don't insult him. I don't know him. I respect my elders, but I want him as an elder to respect the youth as well. Because when you provoke the youth, they may give you back to you, and it sounds as if the youth are being disrespectful. I'm here speaking for the Nigerian youth. I don't even know if I'm still a youth. Am I still a youth?
Okay. You are very much in the bracket by Nigerian standard. Very much. You are a young youth.
Oh no, I think I'm of age now.
Would you respect the age now as an elderly person now? Would you do that?
Whose age?
I'm speaking. I'm the one speaking.
Is it your age? You want to bring your age into this one? Seriously, Tone and Femi, they have something to say. Jago hasn't said anything. He just came in. You want to
so you had this is the problem. This is what I had a problem with you for.
I speak the truth. Refer to me.
What is
and
going
I want
on
to give him a rebuttal.
No, I didn't refer to you. You are another person I would rather not talk to. I didn't refer to you. I don't know you. Please take your Peter Obi sentiment and shove it where it's
What does that mean? What does that mean? Doesn't mean anything. Why is he talking for him?
So forefathers,
just let him have his turn, forefather. Just let the guy have his turn, so we move on.
Okay. Okay.
You can't give a closing remark and not let the other person talk.
Oh no, you can. Of course, you can have yours. I thought you said that was your last one. That's why.
No,
please go ahead if you want to respond.
Go ahead. Very simple. I don't personally. You want to meet up one day, with all due respect, even if we were in the same vicinity, I would reject it. you know, because
I knew it's pointless. What's this for, forefather? What is it for?
So
this is just insult upon insult, and then the insult upon insult.
No, it's not. It's not an insult. You please just let me finish. You know, you had every chance to interject when he was speaking. Let me just speak, please. So it's just very simple. I would gladly reject it. And another person that's come on here, whenever you say something they don't like, they get personal, they get upset. That's it for fight. I think you're gonna take real control of this show, or you're just gonna keep letting it slide down. There was like 400 some people listening earlier. You lost about 100 and some followers because everything they were saying for the last 2 hours was just complete bunkum and irrelevant. So take control. Let people, if you really want to have intellectual discussions, let intellectual discussions happen. All these, you know what I mean, all this nonsense. Me personally, I just don't have time for this rubbish.
I think both of you had a bit of a discussion. At least you guys have let it out of your system now. Now let's go back to Nigeria, other Nigerian issues. I think the reason why this topic is not is neither here or there is because it's not that important. The bigger scheme of things, it's just argument between two. A comment. Somebody was making a comment. That's all. But regarding I really thought I should introduce this. This is not part of the major topic that David Hudein this in comment that what he covered. He was talking about how I don't know whether I should share the video so that you guys can understand what he was saying. I don't know whether I can explain it fully. I think he did a better job of explaining it than I would ever do. Let me find him and play him quickly. I will hope you guys don't like to listen to stuff in fast mode. Now I'll just play it quickly, but let me just play it slowly.
We can't hear him.
You can't hear him at all?
Yes, we can hear you.
How did that happen? I thought you can hear him. Okay, hold on. I will have to check. I don't know how that happened because I'll have to share it again. I thought I shared it with the audio. Did? All right, now it should be back.
Pro-quo with the radio station.
Can you hear him now?
Better now.
It will actually take like an hour of airtime to broadcast their own content on this radio station. And no one seemed to understand why there was any issue with that. And this person was saying that it was until fairly recently that it all clicked. And this is all an influence peddling operation. And this is foreign state-backed media essentially trying to dictate to Nigerian media establishments and to Nigerian journalists what their audiences should hear, especially concerning things where the foreign governments backing them had some kind of an interest. And it just occurred to him that this wasn't journalism training. This wasn't people just trying to help out. This was a sophisticated propaganda operation. And it only just clicked. And we're having that conversation because, as you may know, if you're watching this video, a few days ago, I posted a tweet where I analyzed several reasons why, in my opinion, the US military should not, under any circumstances, be allowed to open a military base in Nigeria. Apart from the fact that US military bases, historically, wherever they opened in Africa, have not served any security purpose to the locals there, have not made the locals in any safer. In fact, in the case of Niger, the US military base that opened there in 2012 only saw an escalation of what we now know as Boko Haram and Israel to the point where they became the deadliest terror groups in the world. And the US military base was staring at this happening. There's that. And then for me, the bigger point was that US military bases exist first and foremost to protect American interests in that region, which, according to the US's own stated foreign policy document, is the protection of the flow of African resources to the global market. In other words, as far as the US military is concerned, what is important about Africa is the things that are under Africa's soil. and not the 1.2 billion inconveniently located human beings who just happen to live above it. And to be honest, I don't think you need to have a degree in political science to understand this. I think it's your lived experience, especially if you've lived in the Sahel or West African region. It's common sense. We've lived through this experience. And the VOA decided to do a fact check on the streets. And the fact check was titled Nigerian Journalist Misleads Millions of People on X, that is Twitter. And then, the so-called fact check then proceeded to take one paragraph out of my 9-paragraph post above it. And to be honest, I don't think you need to have a degree in political science to understand this. I think it's your lived experience, especially if you've lived in the Sahel or West African region. It's common sense. We've lived on the streets. And the fact check was titled Nigerian Journalist Misleads Millions of People on X, that is Twitter. And then, the so-called fact check then proceeded to take one paragraph out of my 9-paragraph post, one paragraph where I referenced lithium in Kogi and uranium in Niger, and then proceeded to say, hey, we don't actually mine lithium in Kogi and we don't mine uranium in Niger. But hey, look, the Chinese do, the French do, and the Spanish do, and it was almost funny because in a way it was almost kind of like inadvertently proving my point that you are trying to make the point that you don't have your primary interest isn't in mineral resource exploitation, but here you are reeling off the statistics for who is primarily involved in that mineral resource exploitation and giving the breakdown of who has number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spots. And it almost sounds like the part that was unsaid was we want to get in on the action, But putting that aside, what sort of jumped out for me about all of this was two things. First of all, the person who was trotted out to do this fact check happened to be an African, a Kenyan journalist, a Kenyan investigative journalist who had to flee Kenya in 2021 after doing an expose about guns in the country. And I thought this was very instructive because, first of all, that's one of the usual tactics, which dates back arguably to even pre-colonial times. Whenever there is need for an adversarial interaction between the usual suspects and someone from or on the African continent, then what is preferred is that interaction shouldn't be a direct one, but there should be a sort of local sub-puppet who is used to carry out that dirty job, right? And it's a recurring motif over and over and over again in history. You can draw a line back from this right back to the post World War II era during the so-called Cold War, when people.
I think he has made his point there. The point was about how they curate some of our coverage and how they use local people to manipulate this in the news or what we perceive stuff like that. So I don't know what you think about it. Is there anyone that wants to comment on it first?
Can I weigh on this forefathers?
You want to go first? Okay, go ahead.
So I want to say on this point that David Inde is someone that I respect for the kind of work he's doing, especially for the fact that it is being a threat to Nigeria. Has seen him as a threat, which I think they should have seen him as an asset for the kind of work he's been doing, is investigative journalism. But in this regard, I think he is wrong. But I'm not surprised at his how will I put it now? What's the word I'm looking for? I'm not surprised at his cynicism, you know, and for everybody who kicked back against the US base in being established in Nigeria. I'm not surprised too at their cynicism. The fact that it's a um, it's a preemptive move for colonizing or trying to control us from the outside. You know, the French I would never support. We all know the French and the British antecedents, what they've done with the countries they colonized, the kind of wreck they left behind. But for the US, I'm not trying to. I'm speaking based on what I've seen. You know, I'm not saying they are 100%. See, the world is a very messy place. Everybody's fighting to gain a foothold and be gain. Every country is trying to gain advantage over one country and to be in the forefront of most things. But the Americans, the reason why they from my own following, I mean, anybody can counter me and prove me wrong. All the bases that I see, I did a search personally online. I looked at all of the US bases where they have been in all the countries they've been at. In South Korea, in Germany, in Italy, in Japan, in you know, after the Second World War, they left bases there to keep an eye to making sure that these countries don't go rogue again. You know, but they have never stopped this country from advancing. Rather, these countries have prospered. Rather, they've even helped them to shape their society. Look at Japan today. Look at Taiwan. Look at and if you look at the countries that the Russians took over during the Second World War, established communism, they're nothing but shithole countries. I mean, even China that embraced their communism is prospering today because they opened up. They opened up from their wholesale communism to a little bit of capitalism, infused capitalism into their
But how
kind
does
of.
this work with what David
So
Hundeyi said
so
about
just
them?
let me. I'm going somewhere. So what I'm trying to say is that I don't totally agree with him in the sense that the US wanting to establish a base for France. Me, I will kick against France because I know France antecedents. But for the US, it is largely because of the Islamic terrorism angle. They are there to protect their people, to protect, and US is doing this to keep an eye on, especially after the Osama bin Laden issue, to keep an
You
eye
know
to
why
making
they are
sure.
doing it. The question is, what do you think about the issue that is this thing highlighting? We know why the US is doing all those things.
So that is why I'm saying I don't completely agree with him with respect to the base that they wanted to establish in Nigeria. I think Nigeria could have taken advantage of it. But in any case, even if these countries establish bases, we should see when we point fingers, the three other fingers are pointing to us. In Niger, when France is mining uranium and they are mining it to establish their own, to develop their own society, they say China is also mining and all these countries are mining. Now, all this money that the countries made from the mining, who is pocketing all this money? Is it not their politicians? Is it not their people destroying, not using the money to the benefit of the people? So no matter now we don't have bases in some African countries or in Nigeria. How has not having a base or having a base, how has it been of benefit or how has it affected our economy as a whole? People, they are stealing money. People are still so for me, all these things are just excuses and looking for and just being looking for excuses not to how do I describe it?
But how about the area where he highlighted that the content of that it shows up on our media? Sometimes they use local people to write what they think. That's the kind of information that they want to put out there. Because there was another example that he didn't catch, because it was just after he said that at the beginning, where he talked about them coming to pretend as if they are doing some kind of charity stuff, and they were paying for some news to be published for 1 hour, but it turns out that it was a way of parroting their own agenda, putting it in our own.
What kind of agenda, though? What kind of agenda?
I can show that to you so that you can. I don't know what I don't. I
No, I
wasn't
don't, what
clear.
kind of agenda is it to take over?
I think just their own. Yes, it could be that. It could be family planning. It could be anything. They will just bring it and inject it.
So what is wrong? What is wrong with family planning?
What I'm saying is that it depends on what they want to do, but you don't know. You don't know.
What
You
is it that they want to do? Tell me. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. An example.
Can I say something?
All this to me are just.
Can I say something?
You want to add to it? Okay, go ahead, Augustine.
To be honest with you, I used to say, this movie I saw, the Avatar. They say, he who controls the dial controls Basing say. He who controls what you listen to controls your behavior. To be honest with you, it's the same thing I was talking about the media and also with politics. Nigerians should learn to fund the media themselves, because everything we do or everything that happens in Nigeria, they have an interest in our lands. It's very true. You cannot deny that. So what you listen will determine the behavior of the people. You want to ask me a very strong question. Put me on the spot. Do you want a military base in of the US, maybe in northern Nigeria, southern Nigeria? I will not really want it. To be honest with you, I will not really want it. It's very possible that they can stay in the US and do anything they want to do. They have all the military, the technologies and the rest. They can do what they want to do. But having it on ground, to be honest with you, I may not love it that well. What about the Russians and the Chinese? I will not want it. Africans should learn to settle their problems themselves. Africans should learn to do their things themselves. And that is why in the first part of this show, I made a point. I will not like a situation where you just give me money like that. Take it for just taking reason. What do you want in return? And all of us have seen the bastardization of the media, even in Nigeria, where you see white, African China say policeman will see white, and go look like this and know that in red. Where do you think they are coming from? They are just looking at what the I don't call them leaders, the rulers of Nigeria want. And what does the ruler of Nigeria want? They are dancing to what is outside there. And to be honest with you, to be very honest with you, the average European or the white man will not come to tell you what he needs to tell you. They will use the face of an African to do it. And that is why they will fund only what is in their interest, not in your interest. Is it bad? To be honest, let me change myself. I'm not a Nigerian. I'm in the US. I will support it because it is protecting their own future. There is something in the lands in Africa, let's say sub-Sahel, where it is interesting to them to protect the future of their children. So they will fight for it. It is not your duty as a Nigerian to also protect the interests of your own children and standing up for your own good. So it doesn't mean that they are bad or this. They are just protecting their interests, even if it is against the locals. We all look. This wife, how did my papa said? Is it carpenter, bricklayer, wabun, dolly? Life is struggling. It struggles. To be honest with you, if you struggle and make it fine, Charles Darwin said that the weaker population will be removed, while the stronger ones will replace them. And that is where us, as I said, I always talk and I always try to talk about us as a people. We should elect people who have no stain of corruption. They can bargain better. But a situation where somebody is corrupt and somebody somewhere has information against you, come on, you cannot bargain. The moment you want to talk to me, I'll always threaten you with something that I'm having.
Augustine, I agree with you. Augustine. But tell me, in our present climate, is there anything like somebody who is uncorrupted?
It's very difficult to see somebody who have reached the top who is not corrupt somehow to an extent. But to be honest with you, I feel that to an extent they may exist. To be honest with you, I feel they might exist. We always have the bigger candidates here, the Obi, the Atiku, and the rest. Even Obi may have something in his closet. But the truth is that I always say this thing, please. A man cannot be good if you make him the king. No. He must have been good before you now make him the king. In our local villages, all of us know people who you can trust. they will see that this one is in the Igwe's cabinet. We know that he's doing the right thing. This one is in the Igwe's cabinet. We know that he's a thief. So from our local environment, that's what will now pick people to lead us. And if these people are not easily corrupt, there is nothing they can have against you. That's just the point. There's nothing they can use on you. But once people at the top are corrupt, you will always be manipulated. So my own suggestion is this. In the next election, it would be nice, let Nigerians contribute their own money to sponsor their own candidate, number one. Number two, Nigerians should contribute their own money, like what independent media is doing. If they say, okay, Dr. Damages is now talking, give him $1, $2, $10 to support him. But if somebody comes from somewhere and from this platform, he calls the shots and tells you what to say and what not to say. And that is where you see when someone like, now let me throw my own shot. When some people in the comment section may have collected money from people, even when you know the truth, you close your mouth. Why? Because you don't collect. You don't collect, and that's it. Simple.
Thank you. Well said. You said something that I found interesting. I've never heard it before. You said, don't choose a king that is good.
I said,
but it has to be good.
I said that based on, look, the priest and the king is selected from the people. It like in the Catholic Church, when they want to ordain you as a reverend father, the bishop calls you. You are with your parents. Your parents bring you and give you to the church. Go. The same thing with the king. The king is selected from the people. My father used to tell me that when they want to do Ozo title in those colonial period, they will go to the shrine and the person will pick the kola nut with his mouth. If he has slept with somebody's wife, stolen kola nut or steal goats, he will die in 7 days. And if he doesn't die after the 7 days, he will now be made an Ozo in the Igwe's palace. That's the way they only get people who are good. And that's why all those who were evil never near the Ozo title. But now everything is bad. So that is the point I'm trying to say, that only the good people can lead the nation well. But a man who, as we are growing now, you know your friends, you know people where they do good and bad things. You now go select person where they do bad things, expect him to be a good leader. No, it's not possible. So that's my point. A good man can never, a person can never change to be good when you make him the king. It's not true. He must be good before you make him the king. That's just my own submission. That's what I think.
That's very interesting.
So for that, to Augustine's point, that was what I was trying to say before Augustine took over. That we've been blaming the West. See, I'm not saying that they don't have their like what he said. I'm not saying they don't have their ulterior motive. Every country is fighting for what will prosper them. You understand? You come to a negotiating table and you guys negotiate for what you want, what you don't want. But even if we are being cheated with the kind of negotiations we get, now the people that go to represent us, our leaders, the little we get, they even steal it. They steal it, they acquire for themselves, they don't change the lives of the people that is meant to change these resources with. You understand? And then we are blaming the West for everything.
I think Olumide, your focus is on bringing the problem home to the primary source of the problem, which I understand. Our leadership is the primary source, but this matter is not that. This matter is a situation whereby he is saying that they are injecting their message into our narrative. And Gustin just said it just now, that if somebody controls what you hear, they control you.
I agree. They will influence us because information is key. Information is power. Propaganda. That it's all part of the game. But what we're saying is, if you are going after people like Undein, if the government is going after people like him, who have the intellect and the mind to be able to see far ahead, things like this, and advise them and are not listening to them, but rather because they are speaking against the government, you want to kill them. There are so many of them like that. Young people like him who are resourceful and they are not listening to them. How do you want us to now fight back?
I actually fear for the guy. He's the enemy of the Nigerian government and the enemy of the West. He's stuck in the middle. That doesn't work very well.
Enemy of the Nigerian government and enemy of the West, based on what evidence? Just based on trust me, bro.
No. I mean, based on the way he's coming across. He's coming across
based on what he says, because both you've parroted what the last speaker just said, they want him. Nigerian government wants to kill him. You just added the West. You really think if he was that important and that dangerous to the security of Nigeria and the West, you think they wouldn't have gotten him? Or because of
No, that is not the point I'm
is it
making.
because of the sensationalism he's fond of putting out on social media to just generate traffic to his writings and his tweets by saying, well, they want to kill me? You really think if
No,
Nigeria
he didn't say they want to kill him.
Olumide just said it. And
No,
you
that's
just
the
said he's a
Nigerian government.
danger.
I'm saying that the government is after the man's life.
That means they want
That's
to
the
kill
Nigerian
him.
government.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
you are
yeah,
if
yeah.
you are after my life, that means you want to kill me, right?
That's right. Yeah, I said
Exactly.
that. Yes.
So they just no. That means you support what forefathers just alluded to.
No. My allusion is simple.
So basically, all I'm saying is, where's the evidence that the West or Nigeria?
I don't know about the West looking
So
for
why
him.
would you?
That's
So okay, Nigeria.
That is
Well,
forefathers' own opinion.
I
don't
just
know
said
about
both of you. It's okay. It's okay. I said both of you. I don't have time to distinguish. I joined both of you all together. I did say that. So if you are alluding to Nigeria, that Nigeria wants his life, and forefathers is saying he's a danger to the West, but he's not saying they want to kill him. Okay, we agree. So if you say Nigeria wants to kill him, where is the evidence that Nigeria wants to kill this individual?
I don't think they want to kill him.
Forefathers,
see, there's a threat to his life.
aside, hold up, then you will answer. So aside from him propagating this on his own medium, where is the evidence that any government is after his life?
Okay,
So,
now
Olumide,
hold on. Let me just take it quickly. No, but Olumide did say that maybe Nigerian government are after him, but I know that they wanted to arrest him, not that they want to kill him. They didn't kill Kano. Why would they want to kill him? The Americans, I don't think they care about him, but they care about the message he's sending. If he becomes more powerful and maybe more influential, then and they know that they cannot influence him, then
where's the evidence they wanted to arrest him?
The Nigerian government.
Yeah,
I think it's known now. I think
that is known. There was a time
there's actually an Interpol what's it called that was issued for him, if you're not aware.
Based
national
on
right.
Based on
there's
what?
an arrest warrant.
There's
an arrest warrant on him.
Warrant was based on what he said or what you, Femi, personally saw the arrest warrant?
It's not me. That's what. See,
no, it's a question. It's a question.
I'm going to answer you. Okay, let me answer you. Ask me a question, right? Chill.
Yeah, but we don't have to go too far. Did you see it?
I'm trying to
let him answer
ask me a
now.
question. Come on, man. You can't be doing this.
Chill. Did you see it? It's a very simple question. Did you see it or no?
Can you let him answer then?
What news was it in? You guys should not keep propagating things
on the news.
He himself has come out to say it now. Man. Why are you?
That's why I said. Okay, so if you say it's in the news, if you say it's in the news, which I know I didn't see, I'm not going with what he said. So Olumide, you are on this side. So Femi, now you said you saw an Interpol arrest warrant. Before this show is over, can you please dig up a link of an arrest warrant for this individual that was issued? Hold on, that was issued by Interpol. Can you show us a link?
Are you done?
It was in the news. You said that.
Don't interrupt me. Wait.
I wouldn't interrupt. So I asked you a question.
Oh my God. Let me.
I didn't say anything. Go ahead.
All right. Chill. So I'm going to tell you. I'm going to repeat what I just said. At no point did I tell you that I went to the Interpol website. In case you alluded to that, all I told you that it's in the news, that it's a well-known fact that there's a
Femi, can I ask again? Me. Okay, so again, my question was very simple. I don't pretend I'm interrupting you. My question was very simple. Right. You claim there was an arrest warrant for this individual in the news, and what I'm just asking you to do to prove to us that there was an arrest warrant, it is in the news. So it had to have been. Hold on, Femi. It was archived. It was archived. Olumide, you're on one side. You were listening to trust me, bro. The guy was there telling us. If you say
one at a time,
if you say just I don't even have time for Olumide. So Femi, if you say it was archived somewhere, It's in the news, so it has to have been archived somewhere. So show us a link where there was an Interpol arrest warrant issued against this individual.
Okay, so again, I'm going to repeat what I told you. I'm not going to change what I just told you. And if you're looking for a link, I'll advise you to go ahead and search for yourself. All I know
does not exist.
Well, okay, that's your opinion.
But it is what I know. It does not exist.
It's your opinion. I'm not going to argue with you over this. Let's move on.
Okay, so
did you hear him say
I'm trying to find.
I don't care what he says. I want evidence. I am not easily swayed like a lot of y'all.
You are interrupting people. Come on, you need to let them finish talking. Olumide, finish what you are saying. So I want at a time.
Did you hear him come on this program to say that the Ghanaian government said Nigerian government requested his extradition to Nigeria? But he fought it. He had to fight it with his lawyers. But thank God the Ghanaian government is a government that respects
that is
human
not
rights.
how it works, Olumide. This is why I say when people
government apologies now, I know.
Okay, hold up. Before you start insulting me personally, hold up. This is why I did not want to go with I heard or my source is trust me, bro. Okay,
do you know they issued a warrant for
finish? Let me finish.
Olumide, please. He wants to tell us something.
Let me finish.
Please. He said he wants to tell us how it works. I'm interested to hear it, please.
So that is not how it works. Okay. First of all, when if you are going to get extradited, they do not.
For DSS? Are you a DSS person?
Can you hold on now, one at a time? Why can't we just exercise a little bit of discipline so that one person can speak at a time?
I don't have any interest in talking.
We are not going anywhere. What is the rush? Please go ahead if you have to.
I have nothing to say to Olumide. Why? Because it's very simple. All I wanted to do with was the person that said he had evidence. Olumide's position is he told me. I don't have time for that. So Femi's there was a news archive. Well, it was in the news. So I just want to see a link because I know that this person is very sensationalist. You know, that's not how extradition proceedings work in the first place. So if you want, do you really think, and let me end it like this, do you really think if the Nigerian government wanted someone from Ghana, it would take more than a phone call to get this person all the way to Nigeria when they could go all the way to Kenya and snatch an influential person like Kano without even the world knowing until he was in an underground cell somewhere in Abuja? You really think if Nigeria wanted this?
They can't get to him if he has claimed asylum.
Oh my God! You know what? Forget it.
Kano's case is different. Kano was,
this guy is not sure of himself.
DSS.
This guy is DSS.
No, it's not. But we shouldn't be accusing people of stuff when you don't have any evidence for it. That's part of the problem just now.
Sorry to cut you. Let me just take my take, if you will, properly.
Please go ahead.
Issue. Yeah. So there's something I even disagree on anyway. In addition, the fact that it's and I'm aligning to Augustine. The fact that you think whatever he says, that's Udenyi now, is probably sensationalistic, still doesn't take away the fact that if you look at even the source of what is attacking, VOA, they own a site called polygraph.info. I didn't even realize until lately that they own it. Let's even start from there. And then there's something I learned a long time ago from this Black American YouTuber. He used to be on CNN. And he spoke about how the word program started becoming a lingo in TV programming, and how we have to be very careful, just like again Augustine said, the kind of things we kind of digest and how we interpret them. And the reason why I start this way is I recall when I was new in the US, the first 7.5 years at the time I was in New York City, I used to digest every news that you on the almost every news under the US space, from CNN to CBS to Fox to NBC, like name it. But it did not take me more than 2 months or 3 months of having to watch the news and try to vary it to what I see on the streets of the US now, for me to quickly come to the conclusion that, wait a minute, I am living the life here. What is being reported is mostly not a reflection of what I see. And growing up, I've always been the kind of person that tries to question things, even things that a lot of our practices from Nigeria and Africa that we needed to have tried to extrapolate, because we still have a lot of things. We have a long way to go. We have a lot of things we need to get rid of. Yes, we also have good things in our culture that we actually should keep, but then we're moving away in favor of the Western culture. And I've been guilty of this as well until I came to a great reawakening, and I believe everybody comes to that, hopefully to that reawakening at different times. Now, back to when I now woke up and realized that, wait a minute, a lot of news, and it doesn't matter whether these people call themselves Republicans or Democrats. I'm waiting for someone to convince me otherwise. All of them are in cahoots. Now, the other point I wanted to make quickly is only recently, before we had, I think the second to the last guest, I forget his name, that doctor from Germany, he echoed a lot of things that some of which I have come to realize in years past, some of which I've only come to realize with new evidence, that even in when a lot of the war movies, a lot of the American movies we see, I was shocked, but also not surprised when I realized that there's a linkage between the what is referred to as the defense industrial complex and generally the military, the Pentagon, and there's a budget that is allocated.
I agree with you. They're a vehicle of propaganda.
I did not know. I was shocked, and then when on reflection, I was not surprised, and that is why things I didn't understand previously, when initially the Northerners had, and I forget what year, when it was first, keep in mind, the first country where it was proposed to have an American base was actually Nigeria. This is not the first time that they're trying this thing. So they must have been mumblings. And that's why you saw the Northern group last month or so coming out strongly and warning Tinubu against this thing. Because, again, if you begin to dig into a lot of things, you begin to realize that this is definitely a funnel by which they get into countries. And yes, there's no doubt that they don't need to be there, but they also need people on boots to be able to ease the flow of the mineral resources. And don't forget, there's a reason why you're having the Chinese, the Russians also trying to see how much grounds they can gain in Africa. It's all about resources. And where I do agree that everybody is after their own interests. Now, finally, for me to surmise, at the end of the day, even though I'm one of those that do believe that it's all on us to determine, because if we were not disunited, these things would not be happening anyway. So at the end of the day, it falls upon us.
Okay, thank you. I want to come in.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Forefather, I've been listening, and things have been interesting, and there's always refraction and reason for distraction. However, I've sent you a link on the chat. It's very clean and it's very quick also. It's less than 3 minutes. If you could play that, I will continue from where our brother Femi has just spoken. Do you mind?
This is about the harp I'm seeing here.
Can you, yeah, that one there. Can you just play it, because it's reasoned for the discussion that we're now having?
Okay, I will see. I hope it's tied to it, because it sounds like a.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry too much. I will bring it back.
Very well. Let's see. Okay, let me pull this thing up.
The biggest top type of thing, part of ASCAT system. The system going from Svalbard, Tromsø, Kiruna in Sweden has the headquarters of the whole system, and then in Lapland, in Finnish Lapland, in Sodankylä. And you know, when they blast electromagnetic fields, it goes through all of Europe.
And do you think that's a form of mind control?
Oh, it can be used for mind control, of course, like HARP. And that is the danger, because people know nothing about mind control. They don't know that your thoughts can be changed, your attitudes, your feelings. If you love somebody sitting at a computer, even through satellites, can say, okay, let's make it opposite. Then you start testing the person who love. You can't be in the same room.
There's disturbance
You feel
there.
uncomfortable. I think this is terrible, because you're making people into biological robots.
Yeah, okay. I think I may see some of the...
Now, the reason why I asked you to play that is because in the discussion of geopolitics today and the control of the world that we are looking at, yes, we may include ourselves as giant of Africa or whatever we want, but we know better. Especially you, forefather, underlining the lack of security in our nations. You see, security is deep, as forefather would always tell us. It's a deep thing, and we don't know what time it is. You see, what we're speaking about with the David Hinduan thing, and the conspiracies that take place on a daily basis in our countries and our nations. We again lack to understand the depth of wealth that we have under the ground. We lack to understand the beauty in our nation. We lack to understand, is it worth fighting for? And because we lack these understandings, the world continues. HARP, I don't know what you guys might know about it, but it's a technology that's been there since the 1970s. And they haven't perfected it to its end, but they've brought it to a fair level of technique. So that they can control weather. So when I saw this clip that I've just asked to be shown, and I've seen that these people have gone so far as to not only be able to change the weather, but to be able to change mindset of the human being. You see, we're not paying attention a lot of the time. Things just recently took place where for 2 years, the whole planet was shut down. A lot of us didn't think that there's anything suspicious about this. We just allowed it to happen. And we forgot about it rather at this point when there's relative movement. But these things are warnings. These things are underlinings. These things are set for you and me. And the only people that can stop it is you and me. But largely, you and me are blindfolded and continue. Well, what's up with this brother? What's up, bro? Tell me what's up, bro. Why you have to speak? I beg, don't let me abuse you. I don't want to start abusing anybody. Let me just continue by saying that
I'm only asking now. Why they?
I'm only saying that what we're speaking of right now is very interesting. It is very interesting because you see, part of what we're doing here in speaking to each other is discovery. And when we happen on a point where really and truly we need to wrestle with it and come to a fair, not necessarily a conclusion, but a point that allows us to move forward in our understanding. And these are the things I believe should be collated by the organizers of the show, so that there are files that we can draw out as to when things were said, what we learned about it, and how we now continue in the understanding of what's going on around us. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Jagun. Yeah, back to the point. I have been trying to find a clear case of arrest warrant for David Hundeyin, but I cannot pull one out yet. But he did flee Nigeria to seek asylum in Ghana. I would like to think that nobody is rushing to Ghana to seek asylum from Nigeria because of nothing. It doesn't sound like a luxurious place to go to seek asylum, fraudulently. But until we get evidence, we cannot bring it to someone like I Speak the Truth. All right. So, who is next? Is it Osita Dim or should we go? Tone hasn't said anything. Tone, if you want to say something, you can go ahead and say your piece. But we can also let me just let people comment on this, then we can move on to some more international stuff that doesn't affect Nigeria too much. Osita Dima, are you there? All right.
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome. So, what do you think about this, the curation of our news and the information we consume? I've actually believed that is one of the reasons why I resonated with that to an extent is because I actually believe that's what's going on to an extent. If you look at our leader, they never define Nigeria against anybody else. Every other country does it. America does it. The UK does it. The UK is preparing for war right now. They are not even fighting. Russia is not even threatening the UK. They are preparing for war. They define themselves against other people, but our leaders never do. They are the kind of information we consume. They are spontaneous milk, so that we just remain docile as a people. And I think there's a point Jago made just now that security is deep. This is why I consider it very, very important. But our leaders they pretend as if it doesn't exist. It's not an area that you really need to venture into. Ballistic missile, no. It's for other people, not for us. Somehow, our world is shielded from that world. But it's a lie. They are the ones lying to us by not sharing that information with us properly and educating our people. And in a way, that's what David Hune is highlighting by saying, these people, they inject information into our head. The reason why our leaders are not carrying out executions in Nigeria today is because they've told them that if you carry out execution, we're not going to support this charity anymore. We're not going to support you diplomatically, all kinds of stuff. So they don't carry out execution of criminals. And do you know what that leads to? It leads to people with dishonor feeling the society. Because we are not ready. We are not advanced. We don't have an advanced system like an American system that can filter out bad people. But I'll leave it at that anyway. I don't want to ramble on. Osita, please go ahead.
Well, if we want to discuss it from the perspective of security, our leaders, first of all, to achieve security in our information, in our communication space, we first of all need to be independent as a nation. In the sense that, how many times do you see America looking for charity or people that will support them financially? So long as he who holds the pipe detects, the tone. So long as we keep on getting spoon-fed, this will remain the same, because these people, the powers that be, so to speak, they're not going to give you anything for free. Nobody does anything for free for anybody. So long as the world, the global politics is concerned, it's a question of give and take. They have their interest to protect. But it's also now left for us individuals in our own spaces to begin to educate ourselves, begin to help put the right information out there, reconfigure the mindset of our people, that not everything that comes on the television or in the internet space is something you should digest hook, line, and sinker. So back to the issue of the security, just as you said it, I can say it to you like this: China is not bothered about our security currently. Do you know why? A lot of the ammunitions, a lot of the equipments needed for for armory and wars and defense and attack and assault, all of those things, they are their education, their technology is able to carry. They have the capacity. Nigeria cannot, and I repeat, will not be secured
military-wise, assault-wise, so long as we do not have the human capital, the people with the right skills to, to leapfrog us into a place where we are able to start manufacturing our own, defense equipment, our own assault equipment.
That's right.
So long as we have to apply to get Kano jets.
That's right.
With instructions of when to use it, because they, when they gave us Kano jets, they prescribed the conditions before we can use them. So all of these things, they are all encompassing. They are all encompassing. The truth is that there is no sector of our national existence, of our national life, that is independent. None. So long as we do not refine our political space, get people, right-thinking people into the place, people who can think holistically, people who will think home, who will think defense, who will think independence, we will be revolving about all of these steadily. The insecurity is not going to stop. If the terrorist knows that your Kano jets, you're able to use it at will, I think he'll have a rethink before he tries to derail a train. It is absurd. It's in this same country that a train was derailed. The moving train, for crying out loud. How many people in Nigeria, how many of us have the capacity to even manufacture ordinary drones or even man these drones? You can't have, look, just, I continue to say this, my brothers, the way everything is wrong in Nigeria, right from our education, our education system needs to be scrapped. So long as I'm concerned, at this point, we have no business going to universities. We have no business in JAM. Look at the educational system in China. Someone who is 15 years old in China is already skilled enough to be productive. Yes, at the age of 15.
Yes, sir.
At the age of 15, and that is what their education level does. He has no business going to the university unless you wish to, because there's a pathway for it. We actually also have that pathway, but it's just that the technological, the technical education side in our life, national life, has always taken the back seat because of the prospect of white collar job. White collar job is not there. It's not going to save us. Nobody's going to give us white collar jobs. So everything still comes back to starting going down again to the basics. It will amaze you that in primary school, just in junior school in China, they start teaching them politics. So someone who has finished from a junior secondary school from China is socially equipped. Knows what his responsibility as a citizen is. Everything is wrong in Nigeria. We that keep on talking about post-colonial. We are not post-colonial as a people. So long as the Western education, the way they had structured it, still reigns supreme in Nigeria. And I don't mean Western education like in that aspect. No, but the way we have structured it. Because even here in the UK and some other Western countries, you will find that more people pay more attention to skill schools. Here in the UK, people tell you more about colleges. Oh, I went to this college, I went to that college. Let me take, for instance, I'll put myself an example. To graduate as a nurse in Nigeria, when you calculate the academic exercise for the whole years, it took me 7 years. Absolutely, because by the time you do 5 years in the university, you take 1 year for an internship, you take 1 year for NYSC. That's for you to be recognized as a graduate in Nigeria. That's 7 years.
You didn't have strike as well.
I studied in a private university. I never had one session of strike. So now you can, just oppose that to someone who had to go through strikes. By the time I came to the UK to start working, the people who are now, managers in the NHS and all of those places, these are people who I'm way older than. You can imagine the humiliation, taking instructions constantly from people you're supposed to be way better than.
Wow, brother. Wow.
And this is not just in one industry. This revolves about everything. We are wasting our useless time in universities that have no ability to absorb people. There is no industry to absorb people there that we are churning out of the universities. Do you know how many biochemists we have? Because if the biochemists, these are the people who maybe should be talking about maybe if you wanted to start producing things like biological weapons, because we are talking about defense. That's when you start employing these people. But we don't have those industries. So my suggestion for all of this is that we need to go and look at how we educate ourselves. Because our money, when it comes to education, is not prioritized in the right ways, for so long as I'm concerned. We don't need more lawyers in this country. Absolutely not. I don't know why we're building, universities for, for lawyers anymore. We don't need more lawyers. We have people who speak good English well enough.
Osita, taking nothing away from what you're saying, because I think it's capital. Everything that you're saying is landing on my ears. And I'll just push back a little to say it's not our education system. It's our entire system. And unless that system is focused upon and brought down, no change for Nigeria. I'll allow you.
Absolutely, because we're talking about human capital, and that's why I wanted to focus more on the education aspect. Because what will help us to get to a point where majority of our citizens will be able to produce these ammunitions for our own, home defense is from skills. Isn't it absurd that in a country where joint employment is the case, we have to hire expatriates to come and help us construct our roads, to come and help us to do what? To construct our rails. Do you know that Nigeria currently we lost about $6 billion deal in the energy oil sector just because we do not have the right skills of people? So what then have we been churning out for people who are studying petrochemical engineering? For a university that produces chemical engineers, what have we been producing?
To be fair, it was due to insecurity. Is one of the major reasons why I think it was Total that decided to go to Angola.
He also emphasized that we lacked the talents. I heard it loud and clear.
Well, you can put it.
They can always get the talents if they want.
You can put it to this, and I don't know of this data particularly, but I've been looking. Right now, they say the employment capacity, the size of our employment right now is 26 million people of a country of 200 and odd million. We're not serious.
And to make matters worse, a lot of the graduates are unemployable.
See, my brother, the level of unemployment is double that. I can tell you that.
The unemployment is another game. That's another aspect.
It's double that.
6 billion. That's 6 billion. That if it is clear, I know I heard it and I read it that it was due to insecurity that we lost that 6 billion in Nigeria. If that is the case,
insecurity is part of it as well as talent.
Yeah, so that is a serious blow because that's another money again we've lost because our government refused to put money in their security. Or in short, they basically.
I'm waiting here to talk.
Don't worry.
Let the guy finish so you can move on. You can be talking.
Can you let me moderate? I'm getting fed up of people telling me.
Wait. Calm. Let's be calm.
This nonsense.
No, it's okay. Let's be calm. It's okay.
You should just have
He's just saying that he would like to talk, and it gets like that when there's conversation going on.
Because you gotta.
That's what he's saying. That's all he's saying. Please calm down.
To be fair, they do it to Dr. Damages too, and so he's one of those.
No, just move on. Let's get to me. I can't stay here all day listening to you talk. Let me get a word in.
I acknowledge that. Don't worry. Let me just. Sorry for snapping at you. I'm just getting fed up of a little bit with snapping everywhere. Okay, so I wanted to find information. You see, it says why Total Energy chose Angola over Nigeria. If we read it, I wanted to confirm the information so that we can add more flesh to the point that Osita is making. Spoke with Niger Delta. I didn't see anything about insecurity. I don't know why people put it.
Can I help you go further so that the discussion can move faster?
Exactly. Okay, insecurity.
The issue with Nigeria, what Osita Dima is saying is fact. Let's leave Total. If you want to build a proper house, tilers, you can't find proper Nigerians that are well trained to be tilers. People who build here, no, you have to go to Benin, Ghana, or some other neighboring country to get these people. So let's even not go to total, which is more even complex. Tiling a tile in a house is that bad? So it's not
So then,
something we should be agreeing
then what
about.
are we learning in the country?
Masca,
Why
yeah,
is that the
property.
case?
We are looking for this
Hmm.
guy that was so
That's
good.
not.
They say he's so busy that before you get him, you have to book an appointment. He told me, Oga, it's only in 7 months' time, I might be able to accommodate you. I was wondering, tiles.
That's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
reality.
I hear you.
So
But
I don't think it's something we need to overlabor. The fact is that we lack proper skills in Nigeria. We educate people. There's no connection between our educational system and what the country needs. That's fact. I don't think it's something we need to overlabor.
but is it that okay? Maybe we should not overlabor. But this is going to be an interesting topic, because it sounds subtle. But is it that we get the training, but our people don't execute? Because
the technical colleges
we are
need
some of the
to
most educated people in
forefathers. Technical colleges needs to come back, hands on. All those
Yaba Tech, is it not technical?
We're too theoretical. That's what
How many Yaba Techs do we have?
Please let Pansa talk before you flare off again, please.
Passad, welcome, Passad. I'm sorry. I didn't acknowledge you. I think Fumi was right because he did tell me earlier on that I should acknowledge people when they come on stage. I did it, and Passad flared up, and she reminded me again. So fair point, Fumi. Passad, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
You guys are pampering this old man. You should give it to him water with his glasses all over the place. Is it not on this same panel that people are saying that old man that does not respect himself does not deserve respect?
He's fantastic. We welcome you.
Thank you very much. Let me say hello to everybody on the panel and those listening to us and participating in the comment section. It's been a good show overall today. The quality of the contribution. By the way, I don't have a good signal, so I'm just gonna go fast on some of these.
Is there music in your background?
Yeah, can you hear it?
Yes, quite loudly.
Let me walk away a little bit from that. So what I want to say to you is that one thing I want you to really adopt, forefathers, it's when you keep saying our, we, our country this, our this. You should be speaking for yourself, right? For right now, until we're settled. We're not settled if we have a country and who is this country we're talking about, right? You speak for yourself. Don't be saying our all the time. Just say my country, whatever it is. Speak for yourself. In that country, if I ask you now, what have you gained from that country in the last 10 years? Let's say a decade. Let's say 20 years. Or even a generation. What do you gain from Nigeria? We have oil, we have a lot of resources, and the budget a lot of money. What do you get? What's your share in the last 20 years? What have you gotten from Nigeria? Because we can't be here fighting.
Asking.
Yeah, could you just give me a number? Just give me the figure. How much have you gotten from Nigeria?
My very life came from Nigeria, so I don't know where you want to end. I'll start from.
Okay. So your life came from Africa too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your life came from West Africa.
Yes.
You don't speak for West Africa. You don't speak for Africa. That's what I'm saying. I want you to give me a specific figure. Everyone on this panel, we're here fighting for Nigeria every day, taking abuse. While let's say somebody like Masker, he's probably maybe getting something. He didn't say anything. Maybe he's getting something. But the point I'm trying to make to you is that we have a lot of panelists here who've made a lot of points. Quite surprising to me, even when it comes to international relations, Nigeria itself. You had an angle from Maxwell, who's fought most of the wars. Told you was in Cameroon as the last one, but he mentioned somewhere in Europe, Eastern Europe, and you were stunned. He said, "Oh, you fought for all those wars." He did. So he's here telling you, elucidating what he's done for the country.
No, audio. Oh, I don't know whether to be happy or whether to be sad. I don't
No,
know.
me, I'm sad because I'm not getting
Listen,
Pansat's point.
okay, yeah. I know you're not getting my point. My point is that we don't have a country that we should be fighting for that doesn't want to listen. They don't want to give us anything in return. We're not just doing it to be talking. I want you to understand that those points these Nigerians come here to make, right? They're not frivolous. It's a serious thing. We have to take our country back. Masker, I want you to know that. We're going to take our country back. We're not just talking. I
think Pansat, I don't want to join issues with you, but really, you have no local standing to talk. You ran away, you left Nigeria, you disappeared, you are in foreign land. I am here. You should keep quiet when I'm talking.
All right, but look, Masker, to do something for the country, you can do it from anywhere. You could do it remotely, like we're all doing here. You see a lot of Nigerians from hinterland come to contribute every day. I mean, in some platforms, this one every weekend. So
valid point, my brother. Valid point. I take it.
Okay, thank you. And the pen is mightier than the sword, right? Sometimes people will protest and we'll give them kudos for that. Other times, but people, particularly was in a reference to the fact that David Hundeyin, somebody mentioned such capable Nigerians who love their country and they're fighting the government. That's patriotism. Patriotism is not the love of your government, it's the love of your country and your fellow countrymen. So my heart is heavy. I have no way to be rhetorically sound to put it all together because obviously I'm not going to go on forever. What I want to admonish, particularly, it's forefathers, because every time he's saying our, whatever, all that, people are going to tell him how we're suffering, how his concern for security should be beyond the military, having a military, the number of soldiers who are going to fight the wars. But meanwhile, you let's say you're from, I'm going to say you're hiding where you're from, then let's say you're from River State, right? You don't even have security for River State, for local enemies. Anybody who is concerned with security, you have to be concerned for both domestic and foreign enemies.
Pastor, I'm not the governor of River State, too. I hope
exactly.
You know that.
That's right. That's why we want to be able to get the country to where you can be the governor of River State if you have the solution. We want to be able to elect you to go and demonstrate this your security acumen. But we cannot be going through election cycles where we spend billions of dollars in this life.
But I don't understand why you're against the we, and I don't know why that's a problem.
Actually, it shouldn't be a problem because our country, the country, these are all almost the same in English grammar. He is saying the country. If you say our country and some person says the country, he's talking about the same thing from an English perspective.
Exactly.
But it depends on the content of what he says. If the content is in a way that we are one, therefore you could.
Okay, Pansat, what word should he use? Let us move forward. What should he be saying?
I said that he should say my country.
Okay.
My whatever you have an hour.
I think it's a fair point. If you say my country, we understand you are talking about Nigeria.
Yeah, they're going to be more angry. They're going to be like, I'm acting as if I'm the one that owns the country. People have already accused me of
nobody's going to be that pedantic.
No, I don't agree with Pansat.
So let me land. You are making a good point. Let's not derail.
I don't even think that's something we should be debating on, to be honest.
No, but
we are talking about feeding us information. We've shifted the goalpost to somewhere else completely.
You see, Jagun is holding his head Pansat because he's tired. He's just demoralized. You know, he's pedantic. This your argument is very pedantic.
That's why if you
actually it's very pedestrian.
If you want to look at it, I say suggestion. He doesn't have to do it. I can't make him do anything. But what I'm saying is, forefather doesn't speak for me. I do not think that
I don't speak for you.
my concern right now is not how to fight America militarily, right? Because I know it's futile. How can you fight America? You're going to have to get the country organized. Those people who come here make smaller suggestions on having a country that works. You cannot, like, here he's condescending and saying, look, I'm a security guy. My function is to fight for security of Nigeria from imperialists, right? But in our country, who is the human and who is the beast? America is better than the people, the cabal that's holding us down. I'd rather be aligned with the United States than these people who are holding us down. Because I could look historically at those people who America fought in the past, like I made a couple of points yesterday. Japan, during World War II, America fought them. They didn't take a land, they wrote them a constitution and set them off on the races. America fought Germany, and they secured West Germany and gave East Germany to Russia, the Eastern Bloc. But eventually they united Germany and they ran out to the races. America fought Korea, and they took South Korea, while the communists have North Korea up to today.
Is it not John Abba's turn to speak?
John Abba, Pastor is frozen, please. I hope he's
Pastor doesn't like me, but it's okay. No issues.
I have a bad connection, so what I'll do,
it's very windy.
I'll go home, and I really want to talk to you today. A lot of people have made a lot of salient points that should then have you rethink. You have to have priorities. We first have to secure that country, right? We have to have
go home, Pastor. Go home.
All right, no problem. I'll listen to you today, Masker. And then
I just come to greet the guys. No issues. Me, I'm gonna sign off soon also.
Okay, best.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Exactly. The point where the main point we're discussing was what David Hundeyin submitted, that some people from foreign countries come into our space and inject certain narratives into our discussions. And he gave an example of a kind of like NGOs where foreigners act as if they want to, just help the NGOs, but instead they inserted their own message into our space. And then he highlighted on that case where he talked about military base in Nigeria, and Voice of America got involved and had to rebutted him for just use one paragraph to rebut him. And he said, and the person that wrote the report was an African. So he said, whenever they want to come after us, they don't come after us directly. And this is why we don't know. This is why, because look at the last time when the British media criticized Nigeria just a week ago about Meghan and this in Harry. You saw how Nigerians flared up. That's why they don't like to come at us directly. They always come at us using our own people. Because if they come at us directly, they wake us up. And this is the stuff I was talking about, that they deliberately avoid direct confrontation with Africans, because if they wake us up, they know 1.something billion people wake up to the threat that is facing them. They are not going to be able to contain it. Hence, they always go through subtle way. And that's the point David Hundeyin is highlighting. He said he even goes way back. That is the same pattern that they've always been using. But I just thought I should, add some context to our original discussion before it got sidetracked. Who is next? Jonaba, please go ahead.
Prophetess, can I ask a question, Jonaba, before you are you guys still discussing about Wole Soyinka? Because I wanted to comment on him, but if that chapter is closed, that's fine.
No, that was afternoon school. This one is evening school.
Yeah. that one is closed. Let him sleep. He's asleep now. Let him rest.
This is issue school, not a people school.
Jonaba, please. We are going to be having a break. I just actually announced that. So we'll have a break for about a minute, 2, 3. with music so that people have time to get refreshment. I need to get a bit of refreshment too. Jonaba, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. I wanted to, I don't know how stable is Pascal's internet. I wanted him to go first. But,
Thank you, Jonaba. Thank you. God bless you. Even though my internet is solid, but I would thank you for the offer, because I also want to just say hi to all my friends, my people, forefathers, Stone, Femi, the big man Jagun, Osita Dima, and you, Jonaba. It's always nice to see you guys, especially during the evening session. But I actually joined simply because the discussion is tending towards what I really believe firmly, that we need to wake up as Black people, not just as Nigerians. I see the issue as a Black man's issue, that we need to wake up. We need to understand that at every point, there's always a scheme, there's always a game, there's always a play. So you need to decide for yourself. Are you going to play within the other people's game plan, or are you going to sit together as people and create your own play? And I think Black people need to wake up. We need to begin to conscientize ourselves, sincerely speaking. It's always like this. I'm just piggybacking on what you're saying about David today. For me, I think it's consistently always been like that. And it's not just the white people. The Arabs did it at one point.
That's true.
They were ruling places like Spain. They did it. Okay, so this is how life will continue to be. I don't know how many of you watched what's this movie now? Is it Adjustment Bureau or something? You know, where they were purporting that there were some people we think we have will, but we don't. There are some people their responsibility is to teleguide you. There is a plan. And that's how real life is. There's always a plan. It's either you're on their track or you're going off their track. And when they see you're going off their track, they will send somebody to make sure you're back on track. I think it's a movie all of us should go and watch.
It's not the only one of that type. It's not the only one of that type, but what you're saying is significant, my brother. Please continue.
Yes. Even though I also take the point that, and I think that's the point I think forefathers was making also, that most times it's not going to be direct. So it needs a lot of sense for you to understand, oh, okay, what is going on. But the beauty for me is that every now and then, just like when this white man, when Megan and her husband came, he was attacking us. Every now and then you find small opportunities where they will expose themselves, because even them, they are human beings. They can never be perfect. They will make some small mistakes along the way. Some white man will go and write a book exposing everybody. You know, they will try to play it down and make sure nobody gets to read the book, or you want to click on a book, they say this book is not sold in your country or something like that. So for me, I think let's be wise. Let's be wise. I'm not saying that white people are the ones coming to kill us directly. It's our own fellow Black brothers that were catching slaves and selling. White man never went into the forest. Make no mistake. That's not what I'm saying, that we should not hold our people that are killing us or are selling us responsible. We should hold them. But let's understand the Grand Master. Who is the actual Grand Master? Because if you take out the local person and the Grand Master is still at play, he will only look for a replacement of that local person. Half of the people we think are big people in our country, half of them are actually on the payroll of CIA. This is the truth.
Yeah. That's so sad to say. And the scary part is that they have so much money to spare. And our people are super greedy. And it's easy to buy them. So
look, I don't like emphasizing on this, because yes, we are greedy, yes, they are rich and all that. But when you sit down with a problem, what I believe in my life, when you sit down with a problem and you eyeball it, you are determined that I'm going to solve this problem, you will solve it. no matter how big it is.
I agree. It can be solved. I'm just so that people that are thinking, it's not that simple. You have to think about
let me tell you, forefather, all these things for me, I've discussed with a couple of, for me, this thing is not too complicated. Like I've said even on this panel, the first starting point is for all of us to shelve, we will be different. Jagun is Yoruba, I am Hausa. These are subtle differences and they would always pop up every now and then. So we need to agree we are different. He's a very blunt person. I too am blunt, but I'm much older now. So I'm a bit supple. I'm not going to come out on a panel like this and start shouting anyhow. Okay. These are differences, but we should all understand that we have a common goal to see our country work, to see our continent work, to see our race begin to take a rest. I'm not even saying that we should be the best race or let's get some respect for us as Black people. It's high time. With all the things that we've suffered, let's show the world that, oh no, it's not true. We are not monkeys. We are normal people, very smart and intelligent people.
Maska, can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, Black man, go ahead. You know why I say Black man? But go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Please, because I've noticed you come on this platform. You see that a lot of Northerners don't live in the diaspora.
I'm not even in diaspora. One Northerner should be enough. Why do you need 100 Northerners?
So we have more views.
No. I don't agree. I don't agree with you that one is enough. You don't know this. Look at how many Southerners that are here. You can see how different, although we are Southerners, you can see how different our thought processes are. How different are in our conventions. Why is it that I struggle to find Northern platforms? The reason is that I've personally searched myself. Please, do you have the ones you can refer us to?
I've asked him to.
I've searched myself. I've searched. I've not found, and I'm not surprised.
Please, why are you not surprised?
Yes, why I'm not surprised is because and this is what I was saying, we are different people. We will approach the same issue differently.
Wow. So they don't have Northern presence on YouTube or anywhere.
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of.
Maska, can I put this to you? Hey, come, please. Can I put this to you, Maska?
Yes.
Recently, within the last couple of weeks, I've been watching a young lady who is of either Fulani or Hausa. I think she will be more Fulani. A very pretty lady, and she's cooking. She has a cooking program. So I sent a comment saying that, oh, wonderful. It's wonderful to see a northern lady coming out confidently, but we would like you to speak to us. Now, in all of her little shows, of her little clips, she's cooking one thing or the other. But she doesn't speak. She hardly looks in the camera. So when I made this comment anyway, somebody came back to lambast me and say it is silly of you to think that we in the North are shy or this, that. And I had to write her back and say, oh girl, you know, the country they were speaking about is mine. And the people in there, I will speak to them the way I need to speak to them. I just have to kind of let her know that, oh girl, however you see it all. When I was writing this thing, I was writing it for her, the lady who was on the show. Somebody felt they needed to defend her from what I was saying. And what I was saying for me was quite plain. So my question, following what Osita is saying, whilst we do things differently, and I've spoken with you privately on many occasions, and all of our conversations have been instilled with a lot of dignity, a lot of understanding, and a lot of fact sharing, and I've really appreciated it. But the difference, shouldn't we analyze that difference? Should we just accept it as different? I mean, as you said, I'm a Yoruba man or you're a Hausa man, and we know that no one is shilly-shallying with that. You understand? However, the differences that dictate our thought processes and our targeting to the real enemy of progress in our nation. This is where these differences have to become the same, in my understanding. But I would like to hear from you about this shyness that is going on.
Let me
We are
just
not
add.
shy, Jagun. We are not. We are not. You see, it's English language. One of the most unfortunate things is that we do not have a local language. So, for instance, we are not shy people. The Hausa man is never shy, but we've been brought up not to be too forward. There's a word for it, kawaichi. Okay, so let me give you an example. The culture, the way we are brought up, if I come to a house, and I think it's an African thing, it's not that some of us have abandoned our cultures more quickly than others.
The word you're looking for is reserved, and I appreciate what you're saying.
No, it's not reserved. It's not being reserved. We are not reserved. It's not being reserved. It's kawachi, and there's no English word for it. It's like you're not going to be too forward. For instance, I'm not going to be, and the truth also, for instance, Jagun, let me open up a little bit. You, for instance, the times when you speak, I hear you, I could say you don't like an average northerner. I could say that for you. But I'm not going to put it in your face because that's not the whole of you.
No, I'm going to give that statement by itself would be wrong.
Maska, what
it
about
wouldn't be accurate. Whilst you may think that.
No, I know, right? So that's why I'm not going to put it in your face because that's not the whole of you. So I'm going to yes, I beg Olumide, wait, I will come back to you.
Can I ask, what about me?
Olumide, can you just stop?
Okay, don't worry. See, you guys are playing with fire. Me, this one that you think I'm a very gentle, I can be blunt. You play to the gallery, Olumide. I see through you. That's all you do every day. That's all you come to do. You come to play to the gallery. Yes. Anyway, but so Jagun, yes, I totally agree with you. I mean, that's why I will not put it to you. I hear you sometimes criticize the North, but I'm not going to jump in and say, hey, why are you doing this? No, because that's not the whole of you. And it's not even correct for me one day, today. I have to get to know you more, and then I can open up to you. And sometimes when I get to know you, some of the issues I have, I will see that they are not issues. You get what I'm saying? I'm just trying to explain the culture to you. People would talk. If you push your Hausa man to a point, he will open up. He will be blunt with you. If it means actual blow, we exchange blows. So, but I'm just saying that, look, why I said I believe people will approach issues differently. For instance, I give you a simple example. In the North, if we're going to have even this kind of discussions, it's probably going to be in Hausa, not in English. If I'm conversing with my fellow Northerner, most likely to be in Hausa. We will not speak in English. It will be absurd for me and my friends to come and be talking in English. In my house, nobody speaks English. If you hear my children speak, you will think that they are Americans. But we all speak in my mother tongue across the street, everywhere. So these are differences, but it doesn't make any man better than the other, for instance.
Massacre, can I interject, please?
No, sorry, I want to, because Jagun, no, sorry, no, Jagun, are you okay or you're not okay? If you're not, please, I need to.
Bro, you know, the thing is, everyone has to say what they have to say. Whilst I'm listening to you, I'm listening very intently.
No, I want to address, because I'm interested in having you on my side as a friend, as a brother.
I'm on everybody's side. The thing is, when it comes down to issues, whoever we are and however we constitute our mindset, there will be issues that are tough to discuss. And for me, if these issues that are tough to discuss are not within the courage of the people to have...
Okay, give me an example of a tough issue for you.
Let me land.
Okay.
For everybody's sake. For when we come to issues that are tough to discuss and we don't have the courage of personality to discuss these issues, not the personality, the issues. If we are ready to discuss these issues, then I will call ourselves a nation building. Pansat said something earlier as to it's not my country, and he was saying to forefathers that you shouldn't say this anymore. Now, I disagree with the way he put it forward, but I understood what he was saying, and I don't think anyone else understood what he was saying. Well, all what he was saying was that basically, for forefathers that we don't know who he is to be speaking on this Nigerian level, who is the we that he's referring to? Who are these we people? Because the we in Pansat's eyesight begins with the Igbos, begins with Biafra. He's clear. That's who he is. That's where he's from. This is me. So this we you're talking forefather, I don't understand it. That's what he was saying. If you didn't really catch him, so I put to you that in this space called Nigeria, where realistically the reason why we flounder as a people, wait, let me land. Stop it. Will you stop it? Oh, flipping it. Well, a muppet. Listen, all I'm trying to put is that in that space called Nigeria, there's no point in flim-flamming. If you are not of a nation tribe in that country, you don't belong there. Simple. You have no quota.
If you are not what?
Of a nation tribe in Nigeria. If that's not who you are, then really you're causing complications and you should get out.
No,
now,
I totally.
Wait,
no,
let me land. I need to land and I'll step back.
Okay, now, this is a point I have to come back to you on.
Yes, please.
But go ahead.
Yes, indeed. Now, where I'm trying to let us know that we flounder as a peoples because we are really not able to call out who we are. This word called tribalism that is being thrown upon us and we're using it to throw at each other, it may have some validity in bigotry, but that's not where I'm coming from. I'm not coming from a place of bigotry. I'm coming from a space of ownership. I own this land called Nigeria. This is my piece of land, and I can go back 1,000 years of my people that have been on this land. So when it comes to ownership, I'm not mucking about. Nobody can tell me I'm a tribalist because I'm a Yoruba man. You fuck off. And I mean that seriously. And what I'm trying to dictate is that if we don't, you see, we black people in the world, we suffer an identity crisis. We may not respect it, but we suffer an identity crisis. And people like forefather, whether you take it or not, are part of that identity crisis. I would say that I'm not telling you who I am and where I'm from, but I'm a Nigerian, respected like that. All right, fair enough, go on. I don't know who the fuck, I don't know who just spoke. I don't know nothing about where he comes from. I don't know nothing about his aspect. I know nothing about him. You're a nothing, therefore. So
have you landed? You need to land.
I haven't landed.
But you need to.
I will indeed, sir. I'm coming from a perspective whereby you have to call a spade, and you have to respect it as a spade. What the job of a spade is to do. I've landed.
Massacre, before you continue, just before you answer this question, I just want before, for the fear of diversion, because I feel my question was not properly addressed because it was diverted. The reason why I was asking you for those platforms, whether there is one you can refer us to, or the reason why most times you're the only person I find on the platform. There's this gentleman who's
No, you are wrong. I actually started joining this platform because I saw one Kanuri guy. I think his name is Mohammed.
I think it's the doctor.
Somebody confirm?
Yeah, there's a doctor that was with us last year.
Yes, there
was. I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while.
So I'm not the only northerner.
Unfortunately, I don't have his contact. No, what I'm saying
my time back,
might not be the only northerner.
By the way, John Abba is a northerner. I don't understand you guys.
It's not northerner. It's not northerner. This is not no language.
They are saying you are not a northerner.
Masker, hold on.
That was the British captain.
Masker, I don't know why you're making why are you making this difficult for me?
Go ahead. Go ahead now.
Let me just finish, please, and I'll back off. You can obviously not deny the fact that if we are to take percentage, the certain representation here is almost at least 90% or 95%. If we're being honest, let me just put all together all the northern representations that we get on this platform. The reason why I'm saying this is not that there's anything wrong with that, but because for the sake of nation building, there is no way. Most of us, a huge number of us have not had the opportunity to go to the north. Apart from Igbos who are traders or people who go to trade, okay, or during NYSC, most times nothing else will take people to the north. But thanks to technology, from I don't even know where you are at the moment, we are able to interact. All I'm saying is that for the nation we are planning to build, there needs to be more conversations between the ordinary people. You see these leaders, they can afford to meet themselves because they fly in private jets. Obi can easily go and meet Atiku. Obi can easily go and meet Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso can easily go and meet Tinubu.
Please after him, let me talk and then
because of their status in the society. But we, the ordinary people,
I think we should have a break.
Don't interact actively, on issues that concern us. And I've lived in the north.
Please let me do before you have a break so I can
go. It might not be the corner, but I've lived in I've been in Nasarawa State. I've interacted with people in Nasarawa State.
Okay, I think you've made your point, Osatindi. John Abba, after you, maybe I'll respond to both Jagun and Osatindima.
We are supposed to be having a break. You won't let us have a break.
Forefather, before, I mean, if
I don't stay long, forefather.
Sorry, my brother Abba, John Abba, I beg your pardon.
The break is just about 5 minutes. We've already spoken 10 minutes.
Bros, if you want to have a break,
let father go and refuel.
Yes.
Before we crash.
No.
He also helps this thing. People refresh
Forefather, all I want to say, if you need a break, please go and have a break. We will control ourselves as gentlemen before you come back. How about that? Does that work for you?
Good.
There was something I wanted to do. Hold on. There was something that I wanted to do. I need to do some paperwork. I have to promote the channel and all those things. That's a part of the process.
Can I support what Jagun said? Can you do it after you come back or after John Abba speaks?
Normally I do that anyway.
We are interested in the discussion right now. We're into it.
Can I just speak quickly now so that we all take a break?
I've never seen such difficult customers before. I've watched so many conversations all over the world.
Because you are inexperienced. You are an inexperienced moderator.
I'm inexperienced. You guys are difficult. You are blaming the moderator.
Forefather, can I talk now, please?
You see exactly what I mean? They don't want the moderator to moderate. Please go ahead.
Okay. Once again, this is serious. I've said it here over and over. The perception you think that people coming to this place is the only way we can talk to our issue and build a nation. So many people that come here over the years have come with open-minded to have a genuine conversation. But when you have that perception now that the only way that Nigerian we build a nation is to see more Northern here, or where is their channel so you can have a view. Every culture is different, and people have a different tolerance in many ways and reserved in many ways. You have to have a tough mind and being consistent and to even be here, because it's very frustrating when you cannot have a genuine intellectual conversation that somehow you have to be pushed to believe in somebody. You don't want to see things from our own view. It's frustrating, even within ourselves here. So some classic Northern will not tolerate this. They think you are just making a noise. And to be honest with you, do you think, apart from the surface conversation, do you think we can talk some secret and deep things that will change our nation here? We're always going to talk on pushing on issue that we see that is on the media, that is out there. The deep secret of things cannot be shared here. So, and another thing is that when my fellow, I can say South tenants. When I mean that, we would, let's say, put Nigeria into north and south. When you guys have that tolerant and they believe that people are intelligent in their own way, they don't even have to speak English to be intelligent, then you will have a conversation. And the only reason why you have that perception that you are more civilized, you are more informed, or your way of life is better than the other, it's a failure of imagination. That's not how life rolls. And until you guys back down from that, it's even played to our politics. Some of your rhetoric can push people off completely, that they think that if I'm going to have a conversation, there is a medical doctor guy that who came on this platform who was a big supporter. He was turned off because a guy took him in a Uber in Abuja. This is his own word here. And he said to him, "Oh, why do you even have to think twice?" You see, when we have that perception that without thinking that, okay, in as much I have my own view, I think this person can serve better, then you still have to respect other people's opinion. But somehow it becomes a bullying platform here sometimes, and people just say, "Oh, these people are less than human beings." Even when you don't speak it, everything indicates that that is what you mean. And until we're going to have one Nigeria, we all have to respect that, okay, it's a good idea that you are looking for where you can have a conversation with them. But there are BBC Hausa.
Exactly.
There are ways they reach to no BBC Hausa doesn't afford me the opportunity to speak to an average Northerner.
I'm talking about the way they interact with their own people.
No, but I'm not.
No, Saturday, allow him to finish now.
My question was not about Northerners interacting with their fellow people. No, you're getting the question wrong.
His piece. He's not answering you asked me, not John Abba.
Osita, calm.
Osita, I get where you're coming from. Let him just finish.
Yeah. What you are saying is that how do we have my understanding of what Osita says, that where is the platform where I can talk to my fellow Nigerian from the north? So I understand you completely. So don't say I don't understand you. I'm talking in general of what have transpired on this platform that people cannot take it.
John Abba, can I ask a question? Can you give a couple of examples of the way the Northern?
You are one of them.
Listen, okay.
I can tell you that since I've been on this platform, I've never said anything against a Northerner.
I'm not saying you. Lamide was the one that.
You are one of them.
No. So, Jonaba, fine. Can you give a few examples of the way that average Northerner has been talked down upon, so that when we talk, we try to avoid that kind of talk? Give an example.
Okay, no, Jonaba, let me answer this, Olumide. Olumide, you opened your mouth on this platform. You said that they were pampering me because I'm a Northerner. You said that.
Master, I want both of you to answer.
No, I've answered you now. Even you are part of the problem, because even in my absence, you said, yes.
Can I say something? I was here on that day.
Okay.
What did I say?
No,
Can
I'm
you
not
remind
talking
me?
about you.
I don't remember saying
it's
something.
It's okay, sir. Sir, please, can I just say something? I remember they did the medical doctor came where he picked, he said he entered an Uber. But the way the person spoke, he lost test for Obi and the rest. That's why I keep on saying that you should not judge another person from another person's utterances. But to be honest with you, let's try to be honest. That's why I must not agree with you for us to be friends. If you have your opinion, you have your opinion. I think there was one person, I will not call him, I know the person. He said that he's talking like that because his brothers from the north. Even me, I found that offensive. You should not, I don't know, most of those who do their, I don't know, these people do their mathematics very well. If you choose a particular law, if that law fails just one time, then the law is wrong. So when that person made that assertion, that was when the medical doctor felt a little bit insulted and left and never came back. So please, it may not be Augustine, it may not be Olumide or Masca, but all of us should mind our utterances. That day, when that guy came from the north, I was so happy because I even asked him a question, how it is done, how things have been done. I served in the north. There's also this nice, beautiful girl, beauty queen. Is it beauty queen? I don't know who used to call
a black beauty.
Yes. When I see people from the north come, I'm very happy because it tells me what I cannot see in the other side, so that I can have an idea. But to be honest, I may not be the one who is derogatory, but somebody in the panel may be derogatory and pushes people away. So that's why maybe the moderator, that's when now you come in, you need to cut some of these excesses, because I would like Masca to come back. Why? I don't know much what I served in the north, but I don't know much about the north. You are the one to tell me, and that's the point. So that's
Thank you, Augustine.
Thank you,
But
Augustine.
just to respond to Olumide,
you have said something. Don't make me mute you. I hear the point Osita has made. He was basically saying it would be good to have northerners, because when you talk to people, you tend to know their limits, the kind of stuff you say to them, the kind of stuff you don't say to them, and they too know us. And then when there's something to come together to do, we all know how to meet each other and know how to interact and operate together. That's why these things are important. Contact is important.
But forefathers, before you cut in, me, I don't know what I should not tell a northerner and what I should tell a northerner. I don't know.
That's why you are talking to Masca now.
But he hasn't told me anything though.
Okay, Olumide. Forefathers, can I tell Olumide?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You see, Olumide, you are a good guy, and I'm not patronizing you. You are. Okay, I have lots of respect for you. But more often, you play to the gallery. You talk so that people can hail you. And it's not, I'm just telling you, this is my opinion of you. Maybe you say we should talk to each other. I'm being open now. You're scampering your head. Okay?
I'm listening.
I spoke, and it was a day when I think it was Pansat. He was insulting, well, he wasn't really insulting James, but he was, in my opinion, and I think I need to apologize to him, because I went back and I listened to the clip. I went off on a tirade on Pansat because I felt it was unacceptable. Even after I left, you came on and was lambasting me. That what gave me the audacity? What gave me the audacity? It's only the moderator that can hold, and that people are pampering me because I'm a northerner. Do I need to be pampered to come here? And you are not happy that I'm being pampered? You said that.
The Masca, the reason why
Masca will keep on pampering you. I will pamper you.
No, I don't even need people. I'm sure forefathers know that I don't want to be pampered.
Of our brothers from the north.
We go on break. You guys like it or not? We are going on break.
Okay. All right.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. And let me just hold on, please. If you have not subscribed to Iroko Post TV, please go and subscribe to Iroko Post. Oh no, this one is not Iroko Post TV. This one is True Niger. If you have not subscribed to True Niger, go and subscribe to True Niger. That is my channel that I used to stream. I have not streamed lately, but it's my channel, and I'm trying to get to 500. Iroko Post has successfully reached 500. I must say, because we've been promoting it quite regularly. This is Iroko Post. Subscribe to Iroko Post because it's a backup channel. With the way people are cursing here, who knows when YouTube is going to throw us off for a while. And Iroko Post is the channel that we are going to be using to stream when that happens. And True Niger is my channel that I used to stream, and people can come and have all kinds of discussion with their faces covered or open, whatever they like, they can do there. And the conversations are often quite strict in terms of the level of probity and accountability that you have to encounter. You can't just come and talk for 30 minutes. This is not about your opinion. It's about people learning and getting precise information that they can actually use in the real world. All right, so that is that on that. I think one other thing I want to do, this is going to slow because we have to talk about go into other topics. I'm going to play this song for a bit so that things slow down and we restart and have time to, do other things before we commence the conversation for the next 2 hours or so. So, gentlemen,
but, forefathers, can I scrape for your indulgence, please?
Is it discussion again?
No, I mean, Jagun asked me a question. Osati Dima asked a question, and I think they are echoing the voice of a lot of people. And the fundamental question they were asking, how come...
allowing me to moderate now? Come on. Let me do...
I'm asking whether I can crave for your indulgence. I just asked whether I can crave for your indulgence.
Yeah, that's true.
Maska, you were very polite. Forefather, I must tell you this. There are three or four people. Wait, please, just wait.
Just talk to me like that. Just leave it. You were giving me enough lecture for one day, okay?
It's not lecture. It's a point of subject.
Can you let me do
Why do you want me to shut up?
Because I want to do my job.
Bruv, the brother just spoke to you asking for your indulgence and you kicked against it. I'm now going to back him. I'm going to back him and say, look, there are 3 or 4 of us that were in a conversation of interest to us. You are not interested in it, so you want to change the subject. And you believe that you are comparing. You're a fucking idiot!
Okay, tonight this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I am not gonna fool around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long. Too long. So long. Too long. Pressing down for so long.
All right. Let me apologize to the viewers for the outburst of some of the panelists. What can I say? I can always account for people's attitude. This idea that we feel like we have to get our way, I don't know. So the issue now, if you want to carry on with the discussion regarding whether Northerners should be here or not, for me that is very obvious. For Jagun, you're going to remain there for a while because you've been very, very, how do we describe it, obtuse during this discussion. And I don't need the aggros. It's hard enough doing the job as it is, and you're not allowing me to do my job. Regarding the discussion, Maska, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, because I felt it will not be nice when people raise issues and then we don't address them and we move forward. And I felt they were very valid concerns. And I would start with pleading on behalf of Jagun. Yes, he was out of line. It's unacceptable. But I think we need to forgive, if you can, forefathers, please.
He's eating and it's nothing to forgive. Besides, he was always
okay. It's all right. Look,
because
it's
that
okay.
time in the background, then he comes back and start being difficult to
It's
manage.
okay. It's okay. So it's okay. It's okay, forefathers. All right. So the key issue that was raised is about Northerners coming to this platform. If I'm going to be very honest with you guys, and I think that's the only way to relate with people. The initial part of this program, I have absolutely no much interest in it. Why? Because all the topics that every day we raise for discussion are not the kind of things I even as a person like to discuss, because we would say, okay, what's his name? This guy that was dressing like a woman, Bobrisky. At my level, at my age, I can't sit down here and be talking about Bobrisky. I can't even sit down here and even be talking about, say, what was this guy now when he had the party, this Senate president. What's his name now? Fabio. Okay. Half of the topics that we put to discuss, if you ask me, are simply distractions. This is the reason why you see me join in only late in the evening, because around this time, I've noticed that the discussions are purely intellectual. The initial topics have been dissipated, and then people elevate discussions to intellectual levels. So I don't think that this really is a platform. The truth is that we don't sit here to discuss Nigeria's issues. We discuss topical issues, meaning that the news channel, if I really want to get the deep analysis of the news we discuss here, I go to Arise, I go to channels, I'll get deeper analysis of the things that we discuss here. It doesn't make sense for me to sit down and hear what is Tone's opinion on. In fact, it does not make sense for me to sit down and listen to Tone judging this government. How does it matter? Me, I'm sitting here, I should judge the government, and everybody's judgment of the government will be different at this point. The point I'm simply trying to make is that let's not elevate the discussions we have here to seem as if we are finding solutions to Nigerians' problem. I don't think we are doing that. Let's be blunt with each other. It's good that we are having these discussions. I'm happy because from this level of discussions, I believe bigger discussions can happen, can take place. I'm responding to you, Osatidima. So even if we bring all Northerners here, the level of discussions that we have here is not the kind of discussion that we sit down and say, okay, what's the way forward? These are not the discussions we have here. They are not way forward discussions. They are mostly discussions about what is happening and what are people's opinion about it. And half of the people that are even expressing their opinion about these topics are people outside the country. So let's be clear about that. But that is not to say that, oh, it's because of that Northerners don't join. I'm talking personally as an individual now. Even you don't join very often, Osatidima. I don't see you all the time. So if there is a forum, what I will tell you, and I respect you a lot because I see your perspective. It was because of you I had to join and listen to this guy that was contesting for governor in, I think, Edo State, right?
YPP, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I see your vibe. If you want to form a discussion, you want some Northern, I can actually make contact with people and say, okay, this guy is setting up a channel. He wants to start discussing Nigeria's issues, the way forward. That I can do for you.
Yeah,
but the reality is that, yes, that I can do if that is what we want. But the reality is that I've seen a lot of Northerners join this platform. But I don't blame them if they stop coming. Because half of the time also, people like Pansad will come and shove it to your face. Pansad said I'm a terrorist simply because I'm wearing a cap. It's just that I've reached a maturity level where my opinion of myself is not going to be driven by what people say about me. That's why I keep coming. If I'm an emotional person or at a lower maturity level,
Pansad has said that I'm a fake Igbo man. Pansad has said I'm a fake Igbo man. I don't listen to Pansad. Sorry to say, there are times he makes sense, but there are other times he doesn't make sense. You know, what you suggested is very good, but it's just that.
Okay. Anyway, so what get the import of what I'm saying, Osata Dima. The import of what I'm saying is that if you need to form a quorum or a platform that you want Northerners to come, let's have the separate discussion. I cannot respond on behalf of Northerners why they are not here, but I'm saying on top of it, I've seen Northerners on this platform, times without number. Even as Rudolph has invited somebody that stayed in the East as a guest here. He's a Hausa man.
Yes.
I listened to that session. Okay, so I don't think it's like that. What I can tell you,
I'll suggest something. Can I
what I can acknowledge to you?
I bet bring Jagun back.
Let me suggest something, Maska, based on what you just said, because I'll be honest with you, I lack, because of my engagement, as much as I would love to run such a forum where there are a lot of Northerners, because it will really give me a lot of joy, because I believe for the future that we are planning to build as a nation, we need to engage more. We need to interact more with each other. We need to be on the same platform where we can comfortably air our views without fear of favors, you know, and have good understanding.
What I will tell you, Osata Dima, what I will tell you, okay, it should not be a public forum for now.
Okay, it shouldn't be a public forum.
If that's what you want. It shouldn't be, because at the end of the day, look, the truth is that even if, and it's not for fear, if you really want to have serious discussions, you can't have it on a public platform, because the whole essence will be defeated.
I think you are missing some aspect of what he's saying. Like me now, when I talk to you, sorry, Osita, when I talk to you, I learn some things. It's not necessarily whether it has to be very serious, or I think you are looking at things like the way some people describe a utilitarian approach to things, where it has to lead to something. It doesn't have to lead to something. It just allows me to understand,
for instance,
a fellow Nigerian, a northern Nigerian. Can you please hold on? Let me.
Okay, sorry.
We are not rushing. We are not running anywhere.
Sure.
Yeah. So it allows me to understand a northerner. So interaction is a beautiful thing, because now if I meet another one, I will know I'm not going to start from scratch again. You see, what is the point of life if you cannot even learn the...
At least, you can't say Aboki.
Exactly. You see, all those things, you know the parameters. And if we need to work together, that is important.
Hold on. Is saying Aboki, is it an insultive word in Hausa?
You see now, you see, he didn't know that. You see,
I thought Aboki means my friend.
That's exactly the point of these our conversations.
I thought Aboki meant my friend.
I agree with you, forefathers. You're right. Okay. When there's a spiritual argument, I like it. I totally agree with you. So maybe I will make an effort to search for these platforms, and I'm sure they will be there.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes. Absolutely. Adding to what forefather said, forefather got my drift.
Sorry, guys. I need to quickly ask.
Let me just take over. Please, I beg you. I beg you, please.
Can you bear with me?
All right.
Please. I know everyone's got important things to say. I want to speak to forefather and ask him if he understood my outrage.
Jago, the words you use, there's nothing to understand. You should apologize. Seriously.
No, listen.
Seriously.
Listen. The words I used that were foul was my outrage. Prior to that, I never used any bad language. What was happening is that I had to fight to speak. I wasn't given the space and the dignity and the respect to speak. So I overspoke. I said it to you earlier. The character that I want to show on this platform is not the character that you've just seen. You, forefather, bring it out in me. I ask you, I put it to you, I just ask you to be careful.
When I talk to, can you also listen to me?
Of course I can listen. Of course I can.
Now, you notice that 15 minutes before that time, I said we're going to be stopping at 5 minutes to go on break. You guys argued for more. I agreed. Then on the 15 minutes, I said I have to go. You refused to let me go.
No,
I said,
didn't.
Hold on. Then I requested that you should allow me to moderate multiple times. You refused. Then
please be accurate.
And insulted me.
Okay, now please be accurate, because what I actually did, I said, forefather, true that you've been here. Go and have a break. The rest of us don't need a break. We can stay and manage ourselves.
You're telling me what to do.
No, I asked you. I put it to you. It was a suggestion to say that I was just flim-flamming. I put a suggestion to you, sir. You didn't respect the suggestion because basically you want to hear your own mouth. We take it because you know that we were into a conversation, and I put it to you already that when people are into a conversation, please read the room, because there's things that people have to say and it's in them. You are going to now put it to a full stop, but you will never do that for yourself. You ramble on, we'll be here listening.
Hold on.
You see what you just done there? You used your power to block the mic.
Yes, because if you were Dr. Damage that was here, you're not going to talk to Dr. Damage like that. You won't let some other person talk. You will just keep going on and on and on and insulting them.
I didn't insult you once. I didn't insult you once then. I was speaking to you. But do what you want to do.
You called me rambling.
I clap for you. You're wonderful.
Okay.
You're fantastic.
You talk down to people and you think it's all right. You
I speak the way I want to speak.
For a grown man like you,
you see, where are you going now? I asked you a simple question about a simple issue. Now you're going all over the place.
I'm not going to bring you back again. If you carry on like this.
What do you mean?
Because you are disrupting the conversation. There was good conversation going on.
I said, let's carry on. All right, let's stop and carry on. Let's stop and carry on so they know it's not me.
Good. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's try to get back on track where we were.
Masker, in addition, like you said, because we want to learn, and basically, first of all, because it's about learning each other, first of all.
No, because you or Satadima want to learn. Speak for yourself.
I want to learn.
Good. Go ahead.
And I want to interact with more Northerners. Okay? And the reason is this, and I gave you my reason. The people that we want to, the people whom we are doing the things we are doing for, some of them now are 10 years old, 15 years old. We need to start setting that example, because like I said to you, it's not only the politicians have more, devices, they have more wherewithal to create a platform of interaction for themselves. Meanwhile, we, the ordinary people who are at the mercy of these politicians, hardly interact. And is no brainer that, of course, our representatives, our politicians, do not represent us very well. And I mean this because
no, I understand what you're saying, Osatadima. I get you totally.
But they find a way to interact. If we are going to build a nation, outside, ordinary citizens must learn to interact, both from the north and the south. And that's why I'm usually happy when I come here. I love the diversity. I will appreciate to see more diversity. And taking from what Jagon said, this was in a previous submission he made. I don't think there's anything wrong with ownership of our identities. I continue to say this, while a lot of people are of the opinion that you need to be Nigerian before you become a tribesman. It's just the same way all of us, we are saying, oh, it needs to go from we need to start building from the community, local government till we build to the federal. But now when it comes to our identification, people want to spin it round. People will tell you I'm Nigerian first before I'm an Igbo man. That is a lie. And if people really interrogate themselves, and I speak for myself, let me not generalize. I am an Igbo man first before I became a Nigerian. Do you know what? I grew up, everything I did was...
Can I see?
No, Master,
this is where I wanted to disagree with Jagun. So maybe...
Speak after me, please. Let me just land on this particular point and I'll yield.
Okay.
I grew up, the first languages I learned was Igbo. The people around me speak Igbo. The food we eat is Igbo. The air we breathe is Igbo. Then as I continued to grow, I started learning about what a country meant. Possibly the first platform that allowed me to express my nationalism most likely would have been NYSC, which I still think is a good policy for the fact that at least it has the capacity to catapult someone from the deepest part of the East to the deepest part of the North. Now, but there is nothing wrong, in my own opinion, there's nothing wrong with accepting who I am as an Igbo man or as a Kanuri man, as an Ijo man. But what matters most is that...
land quickly, because I feel strongly about this point you are making.
Even in this realization and this identification, you're still able to respect the fact that other tribes exist without the feeling of superiority or, whatever bias. It is through education that can make us, social education, that can make us to now do what? On the platter of national scale, to do what? Subpedal our tribal biases and see everybody as one. But I think that so long as most people keep on enforcing that first you must accept to be a Nigerian before you accept that you're an Hausa man, I think it's wrong. I think it will never work. We must accept ourselves for who we are. The same way a Christian must accept that someone is a Muslim and someone is a traditionalist. We must love our differences and find a way to integrate those differences. That's my submission. That is why I want to see more learners on the platform. I want to see people who think a bit different, but also to the testimony of the fact that we all can coexist and interact respectfully.
Augustine has been here, Femi has been here, Tone has been here. I don't know whether you guys want to get into the mix, so that
sorry, forefathers, please.
I want to add something quickly to what.
It's okay. I mean, it's been flowing. I'm learning.
Forefathers, I just want to single out Tone for appreciation because he's one single person. Even in my absence, I know he has risen to my defense. I just want to say a shout out to you, Tone. Thank you for being a gentleman.
Don't speak too soon, though, before he comes after you one day.
That's fine. That's okay.
If you don't mind, I want to add.
I want to say. See, look.
Oh God.
I want to add.
Master, you are my elder brother Obi said, my respected senior brother. Look, there's one thing I've grown to know. You see me like this. I don't believe that I'm a good person. If you have your opinion about me, that don't concern you, no concern me. To be honest with you, when we're back then in Cameroon, we have one stance we used to say that salutation is not love. The fact that I tell you good morning, the morning does not mean I like you. So anything you want about me, like if you go now to my university, like in where I served before I came to this part of the world, most people who are very corrupt will tell you that Mr. Augustine is very wicked. Because I don't give in to that rubbish. If you like hate me, go ahead and hate me. The ones who do the right thing will say that he's the best. So what you think does not matter. So that's why I want to plead with people in this show. If you like somebody come and tell me that you are bad, you are wicked, you are evil, I don't care. My owner said, do the right thing. When you do the right thing, go your house. You do good, you do for yourself. You do bad, you do for yourself. If you insult me, that one on your own. You know, insult me.
I totally agree with you, Augustine. Totally.
Masca. So I just want to say something. See, I'm particularly glad that you even mentioned the fact that you are Hausa. So which means that you're one of those ethnic groups that is indigenous to that place called Nigeria, that country. So for me, the reason why I'm asking for Northerners coming on a platform like this to come air their problem, to come hear their own opinion. We want to understand each other. See, the way we think in the South is almost kind of we don't have to. We have maybe differences in culture, traditions, you understand, but when it comes to issues, especially constitutional issues, you understand, we want to see how an average northerner thinks, so that sometimes see all these things we can aggregate them and present them and talk to political leaders, and you understand, to forge something that we all understand, that will kind of keep us together as one rather than divide us further. We want to like somebody like Mr. Arun Ogoro now. The man is also a northern. I've heard him speak on this platform and on other platforms, and I've asked him some questions that I think might be tough for a northerner to kind of, and this man has answered them very honestly. Somebody I respect. I don't know if you know him, Arun Ogoro. You understand? So when we speak on issues, we want to, for instance, for me as a Yoruba person, who that I would say I'm a Nigerian. When I hear people, Hausa communities being killed daily by bandits or certain other ethnic group who think they are superior to them, it offends me. These are the kind of issues I discuss with. I talk to what's his name, John Abba, about. In Benue, and then the way he talks about them, like they don't really matter. To me, life matters. You understand? I'm a Southerner, and I want to see how an Hausa person thinks about a fellow Northerner when they are being killed daily. How do they address those issues? Do they value the same thing that I value as a Southerner? So these are critical issues that we want to hear our brothers, so that we can understand each other better and can form the basis of our union.
Olumide, does a Lagosian Yoruba man or respond the same way a Kwara Yoruba man will respond?
I'm saying that
there's always differences.
I'm saying we may differ. We might differ in some traditional or cultural beliefs, but I'm talking about core values now. You understand? It's not people dying every day. You understand? And these people, some certain Hausas or some certain ethnic groups are killed daily, and the news will tell them not to report. We're talking about journalism now, we're talking about freedom of the press, and they will censor them not to report it. They will censor them not to talk about it. These are fellow Nigerians we are talking about.
Okay.
How much more
Olumide, let me ask you, Olumide, when these people, Ife and Modakeke, when they were killing each other, can somebody ask you, how do you feel about it?
Of course. I was young when that happened. I was a young person. I wasn't really much informed. But even today's time, if it happened, obviously I'm going to be mad about it. and I'm going to speak out about it.
Exactly. So I'm just saying that some of these things that we say, it's not even, doesn't really make sense. When you see somebody being killed, I mean, like, you should know how it feels.
Yeah,
It's
some
just
people
an
don't.
assumption that people are doing. But anyway, look, me, I keep saying, I keep repeating that I don't come on this platform as another representative. When I come, I speak for myself. I come here to speak for myself. I've not been sent by anybody
Yeah.
as a representative. And when I speak, I don't speak on behalf of anybody. But of course, I will take questions when people generalize things and believe that I should be able to shed more light, either because I'm geographically present in a place or culturally I am savvy to the innuendos of that culture, which
Of
is
course.
fine, But just always have that at the back of your mind. But I
Just
also
anytime.
want to respond to Jagun on Osata demand. This is again still my personal opinion. I don't buy that story of that you have to be indigenous to Nigeria to be a Nigerian. I don't buy that. Even when I was in the university way back, we used to contribute money to send to South Africa for their liberation. What I know, the Nigeria I grew up in, Nigeria is a big brother in Africa. It's one country that if an African enters Nigeria, nobody harasses him. We take everybody. The idea that he doesn't speak or is not native to this place does not make him less of a citizen in this country. And for starters, for instance, I know I have cousins who were born and bred and buttered in what's the name of this place now? It's in the southwest.
Ibadan.
No, Shagamu. These guys can't speak Hausa. When they come to Kano, we laugh at them because these are typical Yoruba guys, but they are from Hausa descent. They were born, bred, and buttered in Shagamu. Are you going to say that they are not Nigerians? No.
Absolutely not. That's not what I'm
The
saying at
truth
all.
is that
You misunderstood what I'm saying.
we Nigerians, the first thing we need to understand is that out of Africans you see, one is a Nigerian.
Right, you're misconstruing what I'm saying, and you're going a long way about doing it.
It's not only you, Jagun. It's what you guys are echoing. You are just
Your audio is getting bad and Pansad. Your audio is shaky.
You are now.
See, you know, Masker. The I'm telling you, and I'll still make this submission. This fact,
Osita, can we give
please, anyone else should feel free to respond.
Yeah, just in case Augustine is too gentle, he doesn't want to. And Femi, you too. That's another
No,
gentle.
guys, you know, there's just one thing I observed. Yeah, the short time I lived in the north, I interacted with a lot of northerners, and I find them very, like Maska said, that word, they're very, very respectful. Even though some of them they might be thinking like this guy is a bastard, but they will not come out to you to put in your face, to be respectful. And before they actually open up yourself, they watch you and watch your demeanor. The average northerner is just like that. Is it a good thing? Yes, I think it's a very good thing. But on the other hand, the Igbos are very bam like that. If they will just say what they feel in their mind, what have been passed down to them, everybody is outside. Everybody, they will just lump them in one basket, and that is one of the problem that we have in Nigeria that I perceive. There's so much suspicions amongst us, and all. Even within Igbo land, the average man from Anambra State is still suspicious of somebody from Abia State or Imo State. That's the truth. That's why I tell my brothers that are calling for IPOB and all this nonsense. I tell them, listen, guys, calm down. That is not what we need. What we need is unity. What we need is to put our hands together because we are too blessed. We are talking about drones and all that. We are, this will not be to make mouth. We are blessed technically with our hands. We've got people with brains. one of the fathers of the internet is we come from the same clan. Literally, we come from the same clan in Onitsha man. So what are we talking about? So all these people that are very, very gifted in one way or the other and all that, they are all scattered out of Nigeria because of lack of leadership and unity.
The structure.
Yeah,
Can I just
Must it be so?
quickly come in?
Must it be so? That is the problem we have. That's the problem we have. If forefather says something, if forefather chooses that he doesn't want to disclose where it comes from, should it be a problem? Or we formed.
No,
There was something that we had some time ago. There was something we had. No, wait. There was something we had some time ago. Some people were saying, there are some people that we don't know their real name. Okay, fair enough. If I choose, okay, how about here? Let's say my name is not Tone. I chose to be identified as Tone. Oh boy, na ordinary name. Forget that word. Maska, we don't know. For all I know, Maska even could be a retired
No,
general.
Maska is not my name.
Exactly.
So it's not even his name. So the
Forefather, it can't be forefathers, can't be somebody's name.
Exactly.
How do you know?
Are you kidding me?
Can't be sure.
What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say is that you need to know the man himself, his character, see, for how long have I been on this panel now? But it feels as if I have met, even me and Jago, we live in the same city, but we've never met. But I know one day we're going to meet. We're going to meet up. We're going to meet. But it feels as if I've known him for a long time, even though we disagree. But it doesn't go to the bone. We carry on. Next weekend we meet. We just talk as normal. Augustine here will talk as if I talk to him as if I've known him for a long time. Forefathers is in London as well. We've never met, but I know one day we'll meet. So the thing is, the real thing is we just need to start changing our mind and start integrating our people together. The last discussion we had about 2 or 3 weeks ago that Maska was here, we said that we'll start going to communities and all that. Let us go back to those things and start somewhere, even if it's for the first 3 months or 2 months and all that. We've been putting together $1 here, £1 here, and all that, and it will make a difference. And start educating our people. Why the politicians are able to manipulate those people back home is because they lack information. Most of the time, some of the things that happen in Nigeria, when I speak to my cousin, I'll tell my cousin, oh boy, you hear this one. He said, how do I know this thing? Even sometimes you say, bros, it seems you have more information about Nigeria than us in Nigeria. I say, yeah, because you people don't read. You people don't go to the internet. Most of the time, people are switching off their internet access because they cannot really afford. So these are the things that we just need to start happening. We know we can't help everybody, but the few people we can help, let's start doing that and all that, and provide, even if it's some village, provide some infrastructure for them to reach out to the outer world, so that they'll be able to connect to programs like this and have their minds educated. We're not asking them to be obedient or APC. It is left for them. When they are when they've got so much information, they'll be able to make an informed decision, whether politically or socially, for themselves. But when you leave them out there, they are in the they are the mercy of malams, of pastors that are fake, that will manipulate the way they think. That's the thing. That's the Nigeria I'm looking forward to. I don't know what every other person is talking about. That's in Nigeria. But when we do these things, you will see that the likes of Tinubu will come, or the likes of Uzodimas will come, and other people that are causing confusion will come. People will tell them, Oga, we know better. No, we are not going to be a part of it. If Tinubu says, go and Greek for us, they will say, go and send your son, Sheyi, and this thing. Let them go and do the rigging for you. So that's the thing.
Can I just come in now, bro? Thank you very much. Thank you, Tone. I hear you. I want to kind of bring back Masca for the understanding where I'm coming
Masca don't support today.
No, he's there.
Don't worry, I'm good.
He's there. You see, Masca, what you misconstrue in what I'm trying to put forward is that a Nigerian is a Nigerian, and we have to then understand what is a Nigerian. We have a geographical boundary that calls itself Nigeria, and I put it to you clearly and without fear or favor that Nigeria is not a country. One. Two, the geographical expression that we call Nigeria, we as Nigerians, I think, are quite open-hearted with people of mixed race, people who have Nigerian blood. There's one girl who she's from England, Ashley Plumtree, her name is. She plays football for Nigeria. You know why? Because she has Nigerian blood. She has our blood flowing through her veins. She has ownership, and that's what Nigerians should love within themselves. So I don't take it from you that because we're Nigerians and 1 in every 4. I mean, it's just bull. That's bull.
You know, you can say bullshit, but finish it up.
I tell you why I say that. I say that it's bull because there's something I have to put to you. Therefore, if everybody in Nigeria is an African, what is a Nigerian? What constitutes
Jago? No, Jago, stop there. Hold on. This is how we talk, and we divide. We create divisions where it's not necessary. No, wait. Hold on, man. Hold on.
No.
Hold on, please. Just hear me out.
But please. Before I will hear, Bros. I beg you, I will hear you out. But I was speaking,
okay.
And as I was speaking, for some reason, you balked at what I said and found it.
Go ahead. Finish up. It's okay.
You found it so outstanding, and I'm thinking, what did I say?
Because I have a point that there's something that you pulled inside me, okay? Because
which is fair, but you see, I'm flowing, and I'm flowing for your appreciation of my standpoint, so that you do not misconstrue it. Don't misconstrue me. Don't give platitude to what I'm saying. What I'm saying, I'm trying to make myself distinctly clear. If I make error, please alert me. But all I'm saying, to be a Nigerian must mean something. It has been said on the panel earlier that it's closer for me to be understanding my Igbo nature rather than Nigerian spurious thing. I'm not quite sure what it is or how I fit in or how it works. This is where Nigeria is, and we have to accept where Nigeria is. Pansat said it. He said, are we really even a state? And whilst we're 60 years and we don't have to say these things, it's still apparent in our nation. It's very apparent that there is unease. As much as we love each other as Nigerians, there is unease. And if we just keep accepting this unease, I'm telling you, it's going to grow. It will grow. So that's me.
Thank you.
Okay, unfortunately, Jagun, I thought I was getting you, but when you end up with unease, I got confused.
Okay.
Because I thought your point is that for you to be a Nigerian, you have to first be either Igbo, Yoruba, or some tribe.
No. I would like you to tell me instead of using my parameter. Tell me what constitutes a Nigerian. You tell me.
Okay.
Good.
My perspective is that first, Nigeria is a geographical entity with a clearly delineated border. Okay. Now, who constitutes a Nigerian? If you ask me, it's neither here nor there. It's not going to be premised on you have to speak a tribe, because this is part of the problem. All this
You're
issue
telling me
of
what it's not. You're telling me what it's not. You're not telling me what it is. I told you what it is. You tell me what it is in your mind.
So,
I told you what Nigeria is.
Master, I'm probably kind of helping you in a way. Can you say that if you are indigenous to any of the geographical location within that delineated regions in Nigeria, you are a Nigerian?
Yes.
Okay. So rather than saying that it is neither there nor there, you
absolutely
agree that you must.
Okay. So why I said it's neither. Listen. Why I said it's neither here nor there is because at this point We've passed that stage because there are a lot of Ghanaians that today are Nigerians. And whether you like it or not, these are Nigerians for all intention and purposes. And why I was trying to call Jagun's attention is that when we talk like this, we tend to forget that there are so many Nigerians, millions on millions of Nigerians that are in Ghana, are in Cameroon, are in DRC, are in Niger Republic, they are in Benin Republic. These are Nigerians and they are naturalizing where they find themselves. It would be disservice to Africa as a continent. Technically speaking, what we are saying now is all Nigerians in Ghana should come back to Nigeria. And
No,
every
that's not what
Ghanaian
we're
should
saying.
go back to
That's
Ghana.
what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
That's,
That's not what
yes,
I'm
I'm
saying.
talking. This is my perspective. This is what
No,
I'm understanding what you guys are saying.
no, man, that doesn't come anywhere from me. That
No.
is your own conjurement in your mind. You keep it to
Yes,
yourself. I
this
didn't
is what
conjure it.
I'm saying that I get from what you said.
No,
So if
But
that
you're
is not what
conjuring
you're
that.
saying, what
You're
are you
No,
conjuring
saying?
what?
Master, what we are saying,
Master, I
what,
think you're
Master,
complicating
what
this.
I am saying,
Yeah, of course he is.
what I am saying is the fact that even though we have naturalized
Oh, sister, bring your face now.
naturalized Nigerians among us who were
Thank you.
probably from outside of the country, you must
Yes.
recognize the fact that they are indigenous.
They are not indigenous.
That there are people that are indigenous to certain geographical locations, all of the geographical locations, boundaries within
Okay,
Nigeria.
so you are in Canada. You are in Canada now, Olumide.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Do you vote?
I vote. Yes.
Why do you vote?
Because I am a naturalized citizen.
Okay, so what are we talking? Are you a Canadian?
I am a Canadian.
Okay, so what are we talking about?
Are you
Why
an
is
indigene?
it?
Are you
Why
an
is it
indigene?
different in
Sorry,
Nigeria's case?
Masker. Let me flesh out. Hold on.
Masker, is the fact that
Okay.
even though the people who are indigenous to Canada are very few in number, fewer than even the white population or immigrants, we recognize them. We recognize their culture. You understand?
But
We
you are
recognize
talking
their
about it in the opposite. Hold on. You are talking about it in the opposite way. They should be the one recognizing you, not the other way around. By the standard that you are using in Nigeria. You are saying that in Nigeria.
Your forefather's right. Forefather's right.
Gentlemen, I
If I
think.
can, so sorry, guys. So sorry. I just need to do this real quick. Forefather is right. However, I would really like to know in this discussion where you come from. Where's your aspect? Where do you?
It's not important, Jagun. Honestly, nobody in England is asking you where you come from.
Let me speak to forefather, please. Don't disturb me.
No, that is
Don't
absolutely
disturb
wrong.
me. Please don't disturb me.
No, Jagun, I will stop you. No, Jagun, I yielded for you the last time. Hold on.
No, the reason I'm speaking to forefathers and I'm into it, I'm asking him on the aspect that we are speaking, because I think this is a serious thing. On the aspect that we are speaking, where do you come from in this conversation? Please, I would like to know. I'm asking you.
I think when Masker mentioned, I remember I wasn't paying full attention, but when he mentioned that people that are in Nigeria should be able to be Nigerians, that is true. It's factually true. You can come into Nigeria even yesterday, for 10 years' time, you become a Nigerian citizen and you are part of the family. Tribes, is the same. Even when you have a tribe, there are ways that you can adopt other people into your tribe. That is true. However, there was a statement that Masker made that I think may come across as a little bit alarming, that anybody can come into Nigeria and just become citizens. That people will read it differently, that thinking that you are saying anybody can just come from any part of Africa and just become Nigerian.
It is actually not a big deal, because even the Nigerians are living in Nigeria. Almost all of you have abandoned the Nigeria. I don't even understand where we are taking the argument to.
It's true. What you just said just now is true.
Okay, Masker, tell me, is this tell me, sorry, my brother again. Masker, can you tell me if this conversation is like upsetting? Is it simply just upsetting to you, or do you think it's important?
Jagun and Olamide, okay. I will beg you, please. I have a submission to make. I'll beg you guys. Let me just submit this, and it's based on what Masker said. Masker said, in the UK, nobody asks you where you come from, and I'll put it to you that is a capital misrepresentation. Absolutely. There is no official form or job application you make in the UK that does not ask you of your ethnicity. Right. And listen to the reason. These people are very wise people. There is a course in the UK in most industries that is about diversity. And what it teaches you is about tolerance, the need for respect. They don't teach this course because they are stupid. They realize that individuals are different, that people come from different cultures, different backgrounds. Yeah. And now you made a mention of okay, and how anyone can become a Nigerian. I would suppose that to how someone can naturalize become somebody in the UK, you must have lived in the UK for a certain number of time. That is one. Then it will tell you that there are certain values, core values in the UK British society that you must imbibe in you. You even go to a point that you need to write an examination on it. Above all, you cannot become a British citizen if you are not born here, and you cannot become a British citizen if you don't have a certain degree of pass in an English language. Go and ask anybody in the UK. You must pass life in English. Life in English test. You must pass the test. That language. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. Who tells you that language is an integral part of identity? Is an integral part of being a national. Language is very important. Now, hold on, guys. Please let me arrive. Please let me arrive. Just oppose that to in Nigeria, because one of our problems is unity that is forced instead of unity that came as a result of simple assimilation. That does not mean you see me. I respect Northerners. I love them, but people of this thing, you people always say, for us to submerge who we are, it is impossible. Even here in the UK, do you know that people ask me, where are you from? When you ask me that, hold on. When they ask me that, because I've stayed here for long, the first thing I'll say is I'll talk about the area of the UK that I'm from. I can tell you, oh, I'm from the Glasgow area. You get? Then the person went now ask me, where are you originally from? Do you know why I'll tell you I'm from the Glasgow area? Because that is the place I'm most domiciling.
You know what?
You are defined.
Osita, see, I'm very shocked that Maska is gone. I'm sure he's listening in the background. That you claim to be Hausa.
Olumide, please, hold on. Let Olumide continue, please, because we know where you're coming from. We've heard you.
You know, I wanted to just land on my point, finish my submission.
Land.
Identity is very important, and it is in the midst of trying to subdue your identity that you start developing identity crisis. That is why it becomes more difficult for you to become a Nigerian, because first of all, you have not owned up to the fact that you're an Igbo, and because you've not owned up to the fact that you're Yoruba, and you're being forced to sacrifice that on the altar of Nigerianness. You don't have to sacrifice any of the feet. You can be all at the same time. And that's not making
well said, bros. Well said. Calm down, bros. Calm down. We are with you. We are with you.
Speaking to your point. Speaking to your point, Osita, you see, I'm shocked that Maska, he claimed to be Hausa, but I mean, I cannot be Yoruba, and then I watch my ethnicity from one local government to one community to one village being wiped away every single day, and then foreigners are being installed as emirs, and I keep quiet and I say this is not one Nigeria. I'm telling you, this is just nothing but sham and falsehood.
I mean, my brother Olumide, I just want to know whether or not this is wait, whether or not don't do that. You keep doing that. Don't do it. Bros, don't do it. Don't do it.
Across the Niger or build bridge across the north or the south. Because they know there's a difference.
That could have waited now. What's in yourself? All I'm saying is that from Maska leaving, I asked him, even though it was a bit of a kerfuffle at the time, I asked him whether or not he believes that this is an important discussion to have, or should we just brush it under the carpet? He didn't answer. He didn't have time to answer. I don't even know if he heard the question, but moments later he left. Now, I want to put the same question to Forefather. Do you think that this is an inane discussion, or is it an important discussion to have?
I think it's an important discussion. However, when Osita said something about one should not give up any identity, I think that is true, because we all have multiple identities that we assert at different times. Sometimes you are a parent, sometimes you are a worker, you're a husband, and you are an Igbo man, you are a Fulani, and other times when you are, I think where we have a problem is that when we need to assert our national identity, intentionally we don't do it. It's when we are forced to, like when we are reacting to the royal family coming to Nigeria and the British press insulting Nigeria, or somebody attacks a
And you
Nigerian.
know what?
That's
And you
when
know what?
Nigerians react with their national identity. But it needs
Can
to
I
be
say
more
something?
intentional.
Just for Augustine, you know what? Where I live here in Canada, we are proud to identify with where we come from. We would say Mexican Canadian, Nigerian Canadian, Italian Canadian, Chilean Canadian. We celebrate our diversity. And
Olumide, don't you feel like
at no
sometimes you
one
give
time,
people that haven't spoken for a long time
at
just
no one time, as the white man that we know controls the economy and controls the country, felt threatened. Not to even talk of the indigenous people. And then in a country you are told not to
I think that's a
celebrate,
good point.
to
I think that's a
celebrate
good
your
point.
diversity. You are told not to celebrate talk about your diversity, and one by one they are wiping your villages, they are wiping your chiefs, they are wiping your culture, they are wiping it
Imagine.
under the
hold
guise
on,
of one
hold on.
Nigeria.
I think the point you're
submission.
making is Northern Ireland that we are in here. They moved into Northern Ireland. There are a lot of English people that moved into Northern Ireland. They are still there today, and they are part of Northern Ireland now. If they want to form a nation, they have to be part of it now. That is, you are stuck with that. People move around all the time, and
No,
then
but
you have
again, when you're talking about Northern Ireland, you're talking about the British took over the whole of Ireland. After the Irish War, the British were left with the Northern Ireland spaces, of which they brought the Scottish in and other ethnicities into
including English,
Northern Ireland, into Northern Ireland, so that they took that part over, and that was what the subsequent IRA terrorism wars was about. Now they've settled to the point that they call themselves British, or that's part of the British Isles, and they are Scottish heritage people, there are English heritage people, there are Irish heritage people in that enclave. It happened, and we know how it happened. When we're talking about Nigeria, we're talking about the last 60 years, which is a long time as far as our level of development is concerned, but it's a short time in terms of our nation building. And I don't think we've ever been through a process of real nation building. All we're doing is accepting. And we're accepting what? What are we? The crux of the Nigerian problem, it needs to start from scratch. And if we don't speak about these things as they need to start from scratch, we're going to continue making errors. I don't know why we can't quickly figure that out, especially as younger people. We're not our parents. We don't have this really hard allegiance to things that are just traditional for tradition's sake. We are a bit more flexible than that. But within our flexibility, we must count our own personal histories in the lands that we're in. And where we find that there are people without personal history in a land, they need to be given second classism. Right now, the Igbos can complain that throughout the years since the war, that they have been marginalized. That's their complaint. Now, to me, if anyone needs to be speaking in that vein in this country, it should be the people who call themselves Fulani. But those are the top of us. So meanwhile, we have an ethnic group that has indigenous roots in this land, and then we have a foreigner, just as the Oyinbos were foreigners to this land, of which has a lot of problems that we need to sort out. And now that we've invited a long stay foreigner to be amongst us ruling things. Now, I know that this causes a panic for certain people because it's too much to talk about. It's too hard. It's too difficult. Meanwhile, we know what the antecedents is. We know what's going on. We can see the ethnic cleansing that's taking place. People can continue to pretend if they want, but me, I'm not pretending here with anybody. Yeah, I'm not pretending.
Okay. See, for me, I do. If you talk about Islamic expansionist agendas, yeah, that is there. But in terms of Fulanis being totally remote and alien to these lands, I'm not sure. that is necessarily accurate, because genetically they are very linked to us. Linguistically they are linked to us, so they can't be that.
The whole of West Africa, my brother, the whole of West Africa is linked to us.
Yeah, but they are
the whole
the point I'm
place.
making is that
A Ghanaian.
Can I finish my point?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just crashing in. I'm just crashing in. So you know. So you know that we know where you're going, and where you're going is nowhere.
The viewers need to be getting both sides so that they can make up their mind. Augustine, whenever you want to say something, please say something. And Femi, the same thing too, because both of you haven't said much regarding the discussion. See, genetically they are just as linked to us as many. As a matter of fact, genetically they are more linked to us than the Hausas that have the RB1 gene. The Hausas have the Afro-Asiatic language, while
it means very little. And what you're saying means very little to the heritage of the land.
Can you let me talk, Job? I know you feel strongly about your belief, but
no, you can talk.
So my belief, my opinions also has some weight, and let me, so that viewers can hear my reasoning. They are of the Niger-Congo language, which the Yorubas belong to. We all belong to, most of us anyway. But the Hausas speak Afro-Asiatic language, and they are also in the Nigerian space. Besides, they've been here for hundreds of years. And if they've been here for hundreds of years, you are talking about, when you say something about 60 years ago, is there anything specific that happened 60 years ago apart from independence that you are referring to?
No, that's what I was referring to. However, you kind of go against your own argument when you let us know that the Hausa people have been there for thousands of years. That is absolutely true. And
yes,
in fact, the fact that people have our same genetic code, that happens throughout West Africa. However, somebody from Guinea necessarily is not coming here to call himself a Nigerian.
Okay,
so wait a minute, please. Because you kind of, as I said, you spoke from both sides of the argument, if you like. And I'm putting to you that we have not constituted in real terms amongst us as brethren what it is to be a Nigerian. Once that is constituted, I believe that everybody's got a buy-in. Everybody's got a buy-in. And as we buy into this thing, we know who our brothers and sisters really are. And then we act within the form that dictates our own personal tradition, our family tradition, and then we enter into nation building. And that's how you build a nation. You don't do it in this skitter-scatter way that we're doing it, arguing flip-flop all day long. It's all rubbish. It's all rubbish.
Okay.
I don't know why you can't understand it.
I think the way these things work is that most nations are divided. Even America today, they are. If you take the polls, you will be shocked how many Americans want to break up the country. It's higher than that of Nigeria, actually. And that's the weirdest thing of it all. That's the most successful country in the world. But yeah, the poll indicates that the most Republicans want to break up the country. So that said, regarding the fact that the Hausas have been here for thousands of years, Nigeria is a very unique place in West Africa. Population spread out of Nigeria, not the other way around. Nigeria is the most populated spot geographically in the entire continent. The so-called Bantu expansion that you hear of, I even did an analysis regarding this just by common sense alone, based on what I see today. Because if you look at from the point from Nigeria, because of the three rivers meeting in the middle of Nigeria, and the population of Nigerians in Cameroon, the ones in Benin Republic, and the Nigerians populate those countries more than they populate Nigeria. And then it turns out that I just saw a documentary recently or a presentation. They call it Chapawade or something like that. This hill in eastern, is it eastern Nigeria? Yeah, just before Cameroon. This mountain area. They call it the cradle of the Bantu expansion. So in other words, the Bantu expansion that we heard that expanded all the way from somewhere, that region, to South Africa started inside Nigeria. And I was telling a Cameroonian this the other day. I said, that thing that you think started in Cameroon, no, it didn't start in Cameroon. It started in Nigeria. And I often joke with him that Nigerians were beating people to the point where people ran all the way to South Africa. That if you carry on with this nonsense, Nigerians are going to beat you there. Because the expansion is still happening. So the point I'm making is that those Fulanis that you think probably came from somewhere remote area but have our own genetic lineage, they may not be as remote as you think. Just because they were away and they return back to this region, it's not necessarily It doesn't, because they are all part of the Niger River.
My brother, I wish somebody else would come in also. However, my bros, you really have to understand what this genetics is. The Futa Jalon region, which is in Guinea, this is where the Fulani had a hold, if you like, and they used to do a lot of their slave trade from this area. That's where a lot of communal Nigerians who don't know what's going on, that's where they believe they come from. But they do not come from there. There are the tribes within the Sahel, as they call it, that wander. So we've always known them. It's not like we don't know them. The Yorubas have a deep relationship with the Hausa people from a long time back, with the Nupi people. You see, you can't tell me about Nigeria and Africa. You just can't. You can't tell me anything about it because you know little in comparison. And what I'm trying to say is that Futa Jalon, where they came from, was where they raided and pillaged. They now entered into different spaces across the terrain, and they made it logical to be in the strongest country in Africa. With that logic that they've used, they now have Nigeria in their hands. And then there's us sucking off the teat off of their breast from their cow. But we're not really in ownership of our land. And this is a very, very serious thing.
Oh
and
my
I'm
God,
asking,
Jagu, I couldn't put it any better than justice.
See,
Can I just say something and go?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm trying to I've been listening for about 5 to 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I'm really trying to find out where this comes from, because no matter how it looks like, we are in the country we call Nigeria. And the people we should be looking at are those. Look, generally, they always say that a person like me, I can't buy guns. I can't buy bullets. These are politicians who are trying to bring out some problems. If you go to the north, maybe the average northerner doesn't have guns. I'm talking of the person at the grassroots who sells on the streets. But these guns, if they have like the terrorists, are given to them by the big men who can buy them. So I don't think we should be whipping out the average Fulani man. We should be whipping out the person who buys a gun for that person. So that's I've been listening. I'm trying to see.
I think that's a fair submission. That's a fair submission, my brother, and I take nothing away from what you're talking about. But I'm going to the point to the fact that really, let's be honest. Do we have a country? And if we don't, if we say that we don't, then we have to ask ourselves why. And then when in the asking of why, there are many things that will come out, not just the Fulani issue, my brother. I'm just saying that the Fulani issue is one that we are again forgetting and not taking real countenance for. And we do that at our bereft. We don't do it, it's not being done in any positive fashion. So whilst it's always easy to say, you know what, guys, let's not do this, let's behave ourselves, these people are part of us, there's more better things. My brother, we can do that all day long on every single issue. Then we forget everything and we're just stuck in the stinking Nigeria that we have. In terms of Nigeria, bro, I want a great country because I know we're great people. I know that we are unmatched in real terms. We are unmatched. And I think also that we have deep justification on this planet Earth. And I believe that our responsibility to lead this planet.
Sorry, Augustine, did you finish your thought? I was trying to listen to it and
No,
it just disappeared.
Wait, bro. I do apologize.
Hold on. Did you finish your thought?
And I'm not good with talking at the same time. I wanted to hear him finish, and I will now say what I want to say.
Guys, good night.
Don't blame Jago, because Augustine is always go hard on what you believe in. In essence, you spoke before. What is it that you're talking about? I believe that
what I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to say is this, Pansat. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is this. The fact that you have one evil person in a tribe does not mean that everybody in that tribe is evil. We should be looking at those who are extremists in the tribe, who buys the guns.
Tell them. After they will be shouting Fulani, tell them.
It's not the whole tribe.
Okay, so can I push back at him on that a little bit? Because hold on.
Let him finish now.
But I want to push back on what he's saying.
Let him finish. He's not finished.
No, but you do it all the time, so stop.
Calm down. Let's calm. Don't get like me. Don't be like me and start swearing now.
No, hold on. He was gonna do that anyway, right? I want to push back.
Please carry
Maybe
on.
let him talk, please. You can let him talk.
Why can't you just finish one thought for crying out loud? I was listening to your point of view because I'm hearing this point of view. We already know it.
Calm down, forefather, mate. Calm down.
Can you people just stop? You people are just wanting to monopolize your opinions, and that's why other people don't come here. You want to monopolize your opinion.
Is that why? Is that why?
Yes, that's partly why. Because you want to go away here, bad mountain Fulanis, then we all go to sleep. And feel happy.
No. Is that what I've done? I'm not bad mouthing Fulani. No, bro. I was giving you history. I was giving you history. But that's unfortunate. What you just said there, Fofa, it seems like you didn't listen to anything I said.
Can you let Augustine finish?
Of course. But are you listening before you cast again?
I heard you and I responded directly to you.
With that rubbish that you said, is that a response?
Thank you for the rubbish.
So
but it's
my point is, look, there are people who are there at the grassroots who live just a normal life. And some of these people, even if it's just one or two or three, they are not the ones who are doing the evil. The person who is doing the evil is the person you should take that, okay, this person does this one, which is evil. If you come even to the east or to the west, there are politicians who buy guns and give it to dogs. So why then should we just generalize that, okay, all these people are maybe evil or this? We should select from these.
You see, my brother, my brother Augustine.
Can we let him finish?
Wait, let me just calm down. But please just calm down. I'm putting to you, Augustine, that the words that you're using, I didn't use. So you mustn't conflate them. I never used evil. I never used Fulani bastards. I didn't say any connotation like this. I gave the history and I said that there's a problem. I said that there's a problem. You now used it to say all. I said, Bruss, be careful about how you speak about other people's point of view. I'm gonna have to come in.
Maybe I deferred it. That's inference. I inferred it the wrong way. But I think we should always realize that when it comes to having a people, even when it comes to your village, my village, there are some people that these people are nice people, they are good people, and these people are bad people. And in that case, when it comes to anything, we should point out the exact person. This person did this. Let us a little bit.
Augustine, I want to talk to you.
Can you people just let somebody finish?
Let me hear him talk. Let me hear him talk.
I'm going to punish you.
I want to hear your thought. I can't hear anything.
It's okay.
I know his thought already.
Calm down, please, guys.
I want to push back at Augustine, and you do it all the time.
Wait, no, Pansa, please,
Let him get your chance to respond. Let him finish. You get your chance to respond to everything.
No, Pansa, sorry, forefather. You see, Augustine has the floor. Pansa is just coming in quickly, and he will come back. Please just allow the conversation. Allow the conversation.
No, see, because I want to see Augustine. This idiot you're doing is not helping. Because I want to hear what you are saying. Yeah.
Now.
I want to say this. Please, I want to say this. Nobody should be threatening forefathers on this platform, especially panelists.
I am.
Please.
I am threatening because
please.
Can you just let somebody finish one statement? We are not going anywhere. You have your chance to respond.
I want to talk to him.
Finish.
I want to ask him a question.
He wants to ask a question, and I want to hear what he wants to say.
Okay. Did you hear that? Did you hear that, forefather?
30 seconds. Ask your question.
No, you don't give me 30 seconds.
He wants to
no. Don't argue with him. Don't argue, Pansat. Ask the question.
I don't have to even talk. I don't have to even continue. I'm not gonna have a stupid creep trying to be on.
It's okay, Pansa. Just
go ahead. I don't know why you keep letting people. Why can't you just say something without taking so many questions?
Pansa, this is a public forum, please.
What is we can't share knowledge.
Let's be respectful, please. Please
be quiet, Osita. Talk to
my brother Pansa, please.
Right? Come on.
What I'm trying to say to you is this, right? We don't have all day. We come here when I get to the point.
Okay.
Are you subscribed? You heard forefathers say, this is why other people don't come here. For example, the Fulanese. If they come here and hear us crying about people buying our people appointing useless people to take our resources and rule over us, right? So when we come here, we should be talking in a way to make them come here. we should not go hard
Is that the
on the
question?
facts, right? Shut up. Shut up.
Is that the question?
My question to you
let him say
is
his
that
mind
our
first.
role here? When you come here, you want to talk nice, like what you're doing. Nobody knows where you stand. Where do you stand?
to be nice.
You understand? You're
You can't be tearing the anchor of the show to shut up.
Well, I
Please.
just said. So what are you?
Well, I'm not going to let you continue speaking. Then stop it, please.
Augustine,
He needs to learn some mannerism.
We are trying
on the
to have
platform, on the chat session, he was saying to forefathers that he will pay for this. He will pay for what?
Listen to talk. Listen to talk, please. Listen to talk.
We have to have a level of intellectual discussion here where we are making our point and the other person counters it. That's how it's supposed to be. If you want to interject, you can interject. But what I tend to find is that they are shutting Augustine up, and I want to hear a different point of view. I've spoken to what's Jagun about this before. I know his point of view. We all know Panzer's point of view on this. I've not heard of Augustine's point of view, and it become a big issue now. Please finish your point of view so that I can hear what you think about this.
I'll just say on
matter.
one thing. Look, I'll say one thing, and I think I'll need to go because I have something to do. I've always said on this platform, no be person where they shout pass, they give points. I remember I said that thing to Sam O and Body when we're during the election period. No, because you they shout. Now me say they talk points and your points are valid. If somebody does something which is wrong, that person should be led liable for his actions personally, not as a group. And that is my own stand, a summary of everything I have to say. Because a situation where we point fingers to because this person is from this particular part, then all of them behave that way. To be honest with you, it is not right. The same how somebody says something because he's from my village, all of us in my village are like that. No, that's not true. There are some people who may have their ethnic and religious agenda. It's true. That's very right. It is true. And I know where Pansat is going to. But that does not mean that everybody in that tribe behaves that way. It is not true. So we should try as much as possible to separate those two. And as I said, as Nigerians, we have the abilities. People, we study people's body language. The way you behave, I will just infer that something is wrong this way. If you want to look, there are ways they behave, especially in the political space in Nigeria. You can identify those who do the wrong thing. You can identify those who are extremists, even in powers, as governors, as senators. So we know them. I said, the only thing we need to is to withdraw that support from them. And you see everything will come to play. But you see the average man on the street who goes to his farm to harvest cocoyam or yam and think that he's the one who is in charge because his brother did something bad. It's not fair.
Augustine, I want to ask you a question.
Go on, please go.
Augustine, how do you know an extremist and who's not an extremist? How do you know the Fulani that is bad and the Fulani that is not bad?
Good.
When a governor, about 3 or 4 governors, okay, let me say, former governor of Kaduna State, Governor Bala opened his mouth and said that Fulanis, are citizens of the world. And anytime they come to Nigeria, they're citizens of Nigeria. Have you seen the immigration before profiling Fulanis? Those from outside.
Good.
Former governor of Kaduna State, you know what he said? He said they went to Sahel to pay the Fulanis not to come and kill Nigerians. Now the same governor today, when Fulanis are arrested,
come on,
when Fulanis are arrested,
concern, don't do.
There's
stop
no
doing
question.
this.
No,
Stop,
they'll just
stop doing
keep
this.
spewing
Stop
the
doing
same
this.
thing.
This is propaganda.
Okay,
this is
please.
totally untrue.
You have already answered the question.
Ton, respect yourself. Respect yourself, Ton. I didn't ask
It
you
is
anything.
totally
Respect
untrue,
yourself,
sir.
Ton.
See, you're lying.
Respect yourself.
You're lying. You're
What
lying. Stop.
do we gain from this? What do we gain from this?
Stop that, my friend.
Lying. What do you
Stop
gain
that.
from lying?
I didn't lie. This
Jesus.
is true. This is a fact. Come on, get that. Who said that I'm lying? This is a real fact. This is a fact. And who told that I'm lying?
You get problem.
Stop that.
You get problem. True, you get problem. You are the people
Tone,
that I said the other day. You are the people that are causing Nnamdi Kanu to be held. With these people like you,
I didn't say lie.
that is why the
Tone,
Nigerian
no
government
more.
will call you
Tone, no
guys
more.
a terrorist. You IPOB people following my
Tone, no more. No more,
Look at
Tone.
this. Look at this idiot. Oh.
Don't drive him.
Hey, no. Let's not start each other now. Let's not start insulting each other.
Please don't call somebody idiot. Please, let's be respectful here. There's no need to call somebody an idiot on this platform.
Okay, one voice at a time. Let's calm down. Let's just take some people down.
Gentleman is here, please. Can gentleman contribute?
Hold on.
Can I say something?
Somebody has a
Gentleman
Let's
is in the
allow
house.
Femi say something.
I'll
let Augustine finish his thoughts.
Let me just
finish then Femi say something.
when I'm speaking and somebody's talking, I don't know how to.
Father, can I eat my lolly without getting taken off? Tell me lolly, it's like drinking.
So the point is,
lolly is fine.
The last person asked me a question: how do I know the difference? To be honest with you, I am a Christian. Out of the holy books, they say, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. If you ask me, when El-Rufai was speaking, I knew that, yes, this person is not genuine. He behaves like a terrorist. When the others speak, especially the political leaders too, and they start saying that we imported people from this, he shows that they are doing the wrong thing. So the way somebody's body language will be, the way he speaks, you go know the kind of thing with their mind. So
then how am I lying in that tone? How did that lie?
So
how did that lie?
To be honest with you,
oh my God.
To be honest with you, those things, as I said it from the beginning. We are in a political space, and we hear what the leaders say. No matter, they say character is like pregnancy; you cannot hide it for long. I can hide my character here, but one day it will come out. So as I said, we know them very well, and we know how they speak, and you can identify those who are buying it. I can't buy guns; I don't even have the money. But people who have the money, where they stole from they can buy it. And those are the people we can withdraw our support from. If you ask me, the generalizing may not be the best. If you ask me, as I said. Anyhow, if somebody has a question for me, I'll be leaving very soon. I'll watch from the background.
Any generalization is a bad idea.
If I may, I've not spoken for you.
Tone, I totally agree with you.
I think Femi wanted to say something. Femi wanted to say something so that you can go. Tone, I know you are very patient.
I will have gone to bed. Let me just do this in closing.
We are not running anywhere. We are here.
Now, what I'm trying to say here is, I'm not asking anybody, and like forefathers we always say, when you come here and make make very, very bogus statements and all that, which is unfounded. It is not right. It is not fair. You cannot, all of you come here, Hausa Fulani, every Hausa Fulani is a terrorist. He wasn't here when Maska was trying to explain the average mindset of an Hausa people. Hausa people are not stupid, because a lot of you think they are stupid. They're not stupid. You make
nobody thinks they're stupid.
You make blanket statement about these people.
Tone, can I ask you? Can I ask you, Tone? Wait, I'm going to ask you. It's you I'm going to ask. Sorry.
Let him land.
I'm going to lose my thoughts.
Let me just ask you this question.
Allow him finish. Jagun, please allow him finish.
So we can't be making blanket statement, and yet we want these people to understand us and for us to understand them.
Is that all you heard? Is that the only thing you heard, Tony? Is that the only thing you heard?
Wait now, my brother.
Let me speak now. Let me speak on one side is legend. Because I spoke a lot and I didn't speak how you're speaking.
Okay. So the thing is that we can't continue carrying on with this kind of narrative that this person said this, that therefore every Hausa Fulani person is a terrorist. They are teaching them. No, we can't be doing that, guys. We can't be doing that. Who was saying that we need to call out? See, we have criminals in Igbo land. We have criminals in the Midwest. We have criminals in the South. We should all learn how to start calling them out individually.
We didn't.
But we just lump everybody in one lump, and
nobody accused everybody.
Olumide, can I finish?
Stop interrupting.
Please. Thank you, my brother. Let's just stop lumping everybody in one basket, and then we'll label and then castigate them and condemn them. If you say you want to, if you say you want to advocate for Biafra, let me just tell you guys, I'm not. I don't believe in Biafra, and I don't believe he's gonna come. And not everybody. It's not. I'm not speaking for myself, but I know I've spoken to some a couple of people that do not believe in Biafra. And by the way, if all the ills that gave rise to the agitation of Biafra is addressed, I've had this conversation with some people. They say they still want to go. Now, you now begin to ask yourself, what is the motivation of crying out for Biafra? Is it for their selfish reason or what? Come on, guys, let's be real. Let's be cerebral. All
So
this,
Indeed.
all this division and all that,
Can
and
I,
yet,
no,
What
and,
Buhari
and
wants
yet,
I've got a
to
question.
do
Godfather,
is to
I
give
would
us
like to put a
referendum.
question to
Let Nigeria give us
and yet we'll be
referendum.
calling them
So
bigots. They are Igbo bigots as well. They are Igbo bigots. They are Yoruba
let us
bigots.
ask for referendum.
wait,
Please, yeah, please, can I
Okay.
come in,
Godfather,
please?
can I
Just
ask
for a minute.
Tone a
I agree
question,
with you. Let's
please?
ask for a
Yeah, just for a
referendum.
minute.
But let us
Just
stop.
Godfather, can
Let
I
us
allow
Wait,
a
stop
Kene to
I'm
speak, please?
asking,
Can
I'm
I allow
asking
a Kene to speak,
Forefather.
Godfather?
other people. I mean,
Forefather,
not
Can I allow
just
a Kene
because
to
one
speak,
Yoruba
Godfather,
man
please?
did bad thing to me, it means
Tone,
that every
Tone,
Yoruba
please,
man is a
please.
bad.
can I ask
Point of
Let's ask
can
correction,
I
for
ask
a
right?
another question,
referendum
Tone,
now. If
Forefather?
my people say they
I'm
don't.
doing it in a formal way, or I'm trying to be formal. Can I ask him a question?
Okay, 30 seconds, please.
Thank you. Tone, one, all you iterated there, was that the only thing that you heard based on this subject in the last hour? Two, the issue where you speak of the ills of any ethnic tribe, would you admit or would you say that there is a level of land grabbing or ethnic cleansing in the country of Nigeria? I'll ask you those two questions first.
Of course, they all exist. All these things you spoke all exist.
So as they all exist, how is it that that's the only paradigm that you have for us? How is it that you're not balanced in your paradigm when you're wait, let me finish.
So
I'm going to ask you a full question so you can answer it fully.
Already asked
Okay,
the question. Now he's
Jacob.
answering. You're badgering
Let me
him now.
respond. Let me respond without taking too much time. See, on the comment section, people say it doesn't matter, but it kind of reflects the bent mind of people. There are raining abuses I've made just because I am an Igbo man, I'm not supporting
No.
their
Are
Tony,
these
Tony,
answers to
it's
my
because you
question? Are
insulted a
these
group of
answers to
people.
my question?
You
I didn't
insulted a
insult
group of
anybody.
people.
I
You say
didn't
that
insult
they are
anybody.
not cerebral because they are supporting Biafra.
I
That's
didn't.
an insult.
My brother. I didn't abuse anybody. One or two of them particularly have been abusing me all night. I just ignore it, but they don't matter. They don't matter. I don't know them from Adam. They don't even know me. They don't know where I'm coming from. But I will not be a tribal bigot.
Tony, you speak. Let others speak. Let others speak. Tony, you are speaking before.
Please, you're
Let
not.
others go. Let
Shut up
others
your
speak.
mouth. You're not.
It's
Shut
not
up.
only
Come.
you.
You don't respect yourself.
Tone
Shut
doesn't
up.
speak that much.
You're not my moderator.
Don't
You're not
do
the
that,
moderator.
please.
Please.
Don't do
Let
that.
him finish. Let him
Don't
finish.
speak like that to him,
Can we let
please.
him finish? See, Jagon, please. Let Tone finish, please.
I'm just
Because Femi
asking him
is
not to
still
do me.
waiting.
Tony, you're telling me shut up, Tony. And look at the kid like you.
Oh, this is not. I will just okay. If you carry on like this, I'm not going to bring you back again. Tone, if you are, what happened? Are you there, Tone? You are muted.
No, I just muted myself and switched on my camera. I don't want to
Go for that.
engage with that. You just
Please, can I
ignorant.
come in for
Okay,
just
let
Anyway,
Femi, Femi
for a few seconds?
what I'm trying to
Okay,
say
Femi.
is, and that is why, and I believe that's why even Masca even left, unlike him, without even saying good night to everybody, because he doesn't want to get into undue argument with some ignorant people. I will not
That's
be
a
here
shame.
if my father served Nigeria during the Civil War. Yeah, my dad was arrested by Gowon because because he was an engineer, they felt that he has created something he was a spy for Ojukwu and all that. But my dad is one of those person that believed in what he was doing. He believed in Nigeria and all that. That's the same with my family. That's the way we've been brought up. So all these you're from Igbo, and then it means you have to be looking at the Yoruba man or an Hausa man with suspicion. We don't have that kind of mindset. That's just me. And that was, and even when I got into the army and all that, like I always say here, the people, my fellow officers that I could even trust more than my southern colleagues were the northerners. I'm not coming here to tell tales. I'm telling you, when an Hausa man tells you is one, is one. Forget all these things, that all these false narratives that people are pushing. I got to interact with various people from the north in the academy.
People
So you come here,
like
you want to
people like who?
Huh?
People like who are pushing?
My Igbo brothers are pushing that I should, where they are trying to say that I'm a saboteur, that I should.
So instead of answering my questions, you again went to look at the people writing in the comment section. I asked you whether or not there is a land grab affair going on in Nigeria and an ethnic cleansing. And then I asked you.
You and I know, Jago, I cannot touch every issue in Nigeria.
But all I'm saying is, okay, you're quite right.
I only touched
okay,
it once.
I hear you. I hear you, and I understand that. Now, what I'm saying to you, we listen to you for a good X amount with a bit of your annoyance, speaking all. You're saying all. You are speaking about all. It can't be possible that all. And you are speaking in this frame. So I'm asking, okay, I was listening to you and just continued to listen. And I said to myself, is that all you heard in everything that was said? And you only launch on that. Where is the balance? Where is the balance in what you are saying? Because I'm putting to you that it is difficult to have difficult discussions. That's where I'm coming from. And I'm saying it is important to have these kinds of difficult discussions in order to separate the wheat from the chaff. Within this context of Nigeria, it is loaded with confusion. Some people like to remain in that confusion.
You are talking again now. Where is Femi in this?
Oh, why should you do that? Why should you do that for? Why should you do that? Why should you do that?
You have talked. Do you know how often you have spoken?
Forefather, do you have no respect for me?
Of course I do. You have.
You're treating me with a lot of disrespect,
you
brother.
also have to respect other people's time.
You see me, my good friend. I just don't get sick of people the way you do. You see me on this platform. I was speaking just now to tone in order to get narration and balance. That's why I was speaking. Wait, don't disturb what I'm telling you right now. On this platform, I would suggest that Ken, who's been extremely patient, has something to say. I think everybody else is actually listening to what I'm saying. But rudely, you felt that.
I can wait, my brother. Jago, what I'm trying to say to you.
There you go. You just switched me off, forefather. This practice.
Jago, forget it. Let it go, please. Let it go.
Please carry on. I don't like when people just act inconsiderate.
During the last election, presidential election, we all saw when the IPOB put fear in people that they should not participate in that election. People were harmed. Some people were killed. We keep talking about APC people killing people in Lagos, but right in the east, the enforcers of IPOB actually killed some people just because they wanted to go and vote. Does that make sense? Is this the way we're going to? So let's tell ourselves the bitter truth. I know sometimes when we tell ourselves bitter truth, it's so embarrassing and so uncomfortable. Let's tell ourselves the bitter truth. How can we solve this problem? Do you think if I'm Hausa Fulani person and all that, you come here, you always insulting my people and all that, I will want to sit down at the same table with you and listen to you. And when election time comes, you send somebody, you tell me that I should vote for you. That is the way these people are feeling.
You said that IPOB killed some people during the election.
They killed some people. They killed some people.
That's not true.
Okay,
that's
now
not true.
let's allow Femi.
That's not true.
Can you hold on? Let's try to go through one person at a time so that we can be organized here. Everybody has a strong opinion on this. Are you done, Tone?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Femi, please go ahead.
So, just like Jagun said, these matters that try as hard as we run away from them. They're very uncomfortable conversations that has to be had, especially considering how complex of a country Nigeria is. And that's why, upon reflection several times over, I tend to wonder what would happen. As much as I know that we have an unfair situation where even I myself know that it's not right when certain groups, for example, are denied leadership of the country, and in fact, a major ethnic group. But then I also have an idea. In the past, I've mentioned the fact that I was born in Kaduna, even though the southern part, and I lived there for quite a long time, enough to at least understand certain things differently for someone that wasn't born or that experienced living there. It didn't take me to move to Lagos to see that even within Kaduna itself, there's a lot of complexities, such that when you now take maybe not the entire north, if I leave out maybe Kogi, possibly. In fact, let me just add Plateau for example, just for correctness. You then tend to realize that there's so much diversity in the north than even in the south. That's point number one. Then point on the number two was is the fact that my mom, a lot of people would think she was Hausa, when she was in the north. Ironically, she wasn't Christian, she was Muslim, but a lot of people thought she was Christian as well. In fact, a lot of people would tell her that she behaves like a Christian. And then she will ask them, how does a Christian behave? Now, prior to the election, to the last presidential elections especially, there were people, including a very close cousin of mine, that we talk a lot. I mean, we agree on a lot of things. But one thing we kind of vehemently disagreed on was when it now came to this issue of, and it didn't have to be so, Igbo getting the presidency versus, and he was so adamant about the fact that Igbos are these, and then I put it to him. I said, "Do you realize that if each of the countries, because these are the kind of things I reflect upon, if each of us go our separate ways, which is not a far-fetched thing to ask for, if we can't define our togetherness, which would have been ideal. I said, even if each of us go our separate ways, what's the guarantee that there won't still be further agitations within our various spaces? Because that has been defined by the likes of what happened during the Umuleri Aguileri mini war, if you will, and the Ife Modakeke war as well. But at least the way I try to now answer this to myself is at least would know that those people as a whole asked for what they wanted and they got it. But again, there's no guarantees. Now, coming to this issue of how we see ourselves, which again speaks to what part of what I understood that Jagun was talking about. I had a very, and I still maintain a very close friendship with this Fulani friend of mine. Keep in mind, there's two sides to the way Fulanis look at themselves. There's the city Fulanis and the regular or others. A lot of the city Fulanis, while not discounting the fact that the Fulanis generally, and I'm not making this up, they have that mindset because it's a relationship I got to understand as I grew older before we left Kaduna. While they have a tendency, this is what I read, it's just my opinion, I may be wrong. They have a tendency to think they own the country. And I'm underlining it, but that does not mean, however, that doesn't mean that it is necessarily all of them. Because like this friend of mine, we've had a lot of conversations about things like this. In fact, she's married to a Yoruba man, for the just for the records. And the way she comes across, it's almost like the way I felt when I had the same conversation I had with certain people of my ilk, my Yoruba people, that just did not like the fact that personally I had my misgivings about you, about Tinubu. Because the next thing you know, the narrative comes up out this way that you're probably not you're anti-Yoruba or you're a fake Yoruba, because it's almost like you can't have your own opinions. That's why I said I'm kind of conflicted with this topic. But whether we like it or not, ultimately, I totally agree that we cannot run away from these conversations. They're uncomfortable. It's going to cause a lot of further divisions, if you will.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Because you said some people feel like the Fulanis own the country. How many in this democratic dispensation that we've had? How many years have Fulanis ruled, and how many years have non-Fulanis ruled?
Okay, so I'm gonna I'm gonna repeat what I said. So you said something I did not say. I didn't say some people. I said within the Fulanis, and that's why I distinguish that. If you understand the way the Fulani community is, that's even if if you go as far as the fact that they transcend all the way from the Futajalon Islands in Guinea all the way to Burkina Faso, Senegal, Mali, Niger, Northern Ghana, Northern Benin, Northern Cote d'Ivoire, as a matter of fact, even Sierra Leone and Nigeria and Cameroon, and even into Chad, even to Sudan. Anyway, so what I said was that there's that feeling amongst the Fulanis. Again, like I said, I grew up there. I was born there. There's that feeling of ownership of Nigeria. It's not them say, it's what I grew up knowing from living amongst in the north. Now, is it all of them? No, but there's a substantial number. And again, it's my opinion based on what I know, what I saw.
When you say they know, what do you mean? Or I mean, you say you know that they own Nigeria. How do you know that they own Nigeria?
Forefathers, I grew up I'm repeating it again. I grew up in Nigeria, and there are conversations. You know, when you interact with people,
yes, and
yes, there's a tendency to have biases, but there are things. And remember, I told you earlier that I grew up questioning things. I don't necessarily go with the flow, and I'm not saying I'm always going to be right. It doesn't mean my submissions are right, but I'm telling you that's why I say it's my opinion. And it even took me a while because initially I didn't grow up with this.
Do you feel comfortable the way people are attacking Hausas and Hausa Fulanis all the time?
As a matter of fact, Hausas themselves are
No. This is just a direct question. Generally, because people tend to lump them into one basket, and that is where I have a problem.
And that's why I'm correcting it.
Nobody attack Hausa.
I don't think anybody lumps them to a basket. But I do know there are people that do so. I don't know there's a difference between Fulanis and Hausas who are actually indigenous to a lot of those, the northern part of a lot of those states in northern.
But I wanted to know what made you, why you say you know. What made you know?
Okay, forefathers, again, maybe I should rephrase it a different way. That's why I started with the fact that I was born there. I grew up there for a substantial number of years, and initially, maybe so as not to leave out this point because it's very important. Initially, because you know when you're grown up, we're all innocent until a certain age when you begin to understand the real world. So I didn't have a clue about someone was Igbo, Yoruba, or Muslim or whatever. But by the time I began to have a better self-awareness, of course, I've been hearing all kind of narrations, and if you know, we don't trust ourselves in Nigeria anyway. Let's the truth be told, we don't trust ourselves for various reasons, including lack of fairness, among ourselves, either inter-tribally or even intra-tribally too. But you hear a lot of narratives. You go to markets, you in schools. There's a way there's some kind of attitudinal things that you experience. But again,
what is it? You say things, but we don't. You give specifics. What is it they say? What do they do?
Yeah, but
what is it?
You hear narratives. You hear in your daily conversations, your daily interactions.
Okay, what is the narrative? What is the discussions?
I can see, I'm not going to give you specifics as in, okay, this particular, start giving you a particular narrative that I probably don't remember now. But I'm just giving you my experience. I don't know how you're going to take it.
Can you hear forefather? Can you hear wait, can you hear forefather? Wait, Olumide, sorry, can you hear how you're interrogating Femi on an issue that you need clarification on? You need him to expand upon. That's exactly what I was doing with
very
Tom.
sharp questions, very 10
and
second
you,
questions.
and you took me off when I was doing it. But fair enough.
You were talking.
Entertain us.
You notice how I ask him very precise questions. I don't waste time.
I asked you when I asked. You wasn't even there. Maybe you didn't hear what I asked.
Again to your point, you're talking about something that happened. I'm not like going to remember something every like specific. But that's why I'm giving you.
If I can help, if Femi, my brother, if I can just help you. You see, there's a thing called. Can you let him? If I may, I'm going to answer your question. Okay, I'm going to answer your question.
If you want to ask him, make it brief.
I'm not asking him. I'm answering him for you. Now, this is what he said. He said he grew up amongst these people. He said he was reorientated within them. He said his family had exchanges with these people. That's where he gets his knowledge from. That kind of knowledge that he has is better than your and I's. It's better than mine and yours. You're still interrogating. How do you know?
That's what I want to know.
It's ridiculous. He said it.
You see the problem. You're already calling the people ridiculous nice. Better
Yo,
than
bro, you're fantastic.
Can you just stop, please? I don't want just a lot of smoke here. We really need light.
All right.
I really want to have precise statements or precise examples.
Okay. Forefathers. So again, I'm going to tell you because maybe I'll put it in this perspective to you. Is it every specific interaction that you had with, because again, I was probably about 12 by the time we left Kaduna. So I'm not going to that's why I gave you a broader overview of the fact that, you in your everyday life, you have interaction. A lot of what is you is born out of your experiences in life, the things you've gone through. You're not going to remember things. How many things do you remember?
Okay, let's say not specific. Let's say not specific. You will remember some generality of some stuff that happened that implies that they own the place. Okay, what is it?
Okay. Maybe I should give you the closest thing to what you want, and hopefully that would suffice. So the last part of Kaduna where we lived, which is where, and I think I've shared this story before, which is where the current permanent site of Nigerian Defense Academy is. It's called Mando. There's a village here called Afaka. It's on the border between Kaduna, on your way out of Kaduna going to Abuja, right? Now, prior to when we moved there, keep in mind they've had several clashes that was termed religious clashes, notably the Metsini riots that spread through Kano and whatever, and I was pretty small. Then I barely we knew what was going on. It was later on we understood what was going on. By the time we moved to that village I was telling you about, Mando, there was another serious one, which was a forerunner to the Zangon Kataf crisis, which is still spiraling out of control into the situation you're having in the southern Kaduna. Now, southern Kaduna is made up of a lot more Christians. These other dimensions are Muslim, and the other parts about the north that a lot of people don't understand, right? Now, a lot of it is down to one thing: land grabbing. By who? By a lot of the guys that come from the Fulani stock. And that's why, again, like I said, I'm not necessarily generalizing. I'm just giving you a picture of what we know. There's a difference between them say, I hear, I was there, we lived there.
And they did what? Now? They grabbed land.
Now, during that Zangon Kataf crisis, the reason, during the crisis that happened, that preceded the Zangon Kataf crisis, what was now happening was you now had a lot more movement of Fulanis trying to take over the south and take over their lands. Again, it continues to today. So I don't know how specific you want me to be. This is in addition to the fact that a lot of the emirates that you see
Forefathers, can another person
Femi,
speak,
Femi,
please?
you have done more than enough.
Okay.
You have
Forefathers,
done more than enough.
the
Now let
Can
me
we
last 8
stop?
years,
Can we stop, please?
forefathers,
See,
the last
everything
8
I've heard
years,
here, everything I've heard here.
El-Rufai gazetted
Olumide,
3
hold on, please.
villages
Olumide, hold on,
Yeah.
please. See, we are going to.
with Seriki, the local chiefs, he removed them, he gazetted. What are you talking about? Leave this guy, I beg.
You mean the way they removed Sanusi too?
Leave the guy, I beg. I don't want to get involved in that.
Can you stop? Just because you believe in your way of thinking doesn't necessarily make it. There's no other narrative to it.
Wants to be Nigerian. We want to call.
Stop unmuting yourself and just talking over this thing.
Let me just again reemphasize one thing, and that will be it. I'm not, again, like I kept emphasizing, this is my opinion, this is my lived experience. I'm not talking what was spoken on Arise News. So again, I want to emphasize one thing. Please hear me out. Like Dagon will say, I have friends among them, one of which I'm still very close to, and even she does not like. In fact, it's not just don't think there's not people that Fulanis that like what they're saying, but a lot of them are just, they speak mutedly. And that follows for they're good Fulani people. I would admit that readily. But I'm just telling you the general underlying thing that's happening. There's a lot of mutual suspicion, not by even Southerners now. I'm talking about other core Northerners, because I lived it. That's, that I rest my case there.
Of course.
Yeah, let me come in.
Does not. I don't know what you are implying by that. That they say they own the country. They also have some of the poorest people in the country. I don't understand it.
I don't know what part of what I say you don't understand in terms of.
Leave it.
I really don't.
You said it 5 times.
You know what I'm challenging? What I'm challenging is the idea that that they actually own the country. If they say they believe they own the country, a lot of people believe they own the country, but it doesn't make it real.
Let's see if Kenneth can help you. Kenneth, please.
Forefathers, let me help you here. Femi, thank you for trying to educate some of us, but some of us are so stubborn that we don't want to hear the truth. But this is it. I think on this platform, on this panel, right? I think I have stayed in the North more than every other person here. I stayed in the North for a good 20 years. I have friends there. I have families there. So I can speak about the North very, very well. I know them. So I think we are trying to misunderstand something that is going on, especially in the North. When you come among the Fulani group, there are Christian Fulanis and there are Muslim Fulanis and there are Fulanis that don't believe in anything. Those Fulanis that don't believe in any religion are more in number than the Fulanis that believe in religion, all put together, both Christians and Muslims. So a typical Fulani man does not believe in any religion. And those are the ones you find in the rural areas, those that actually rear cows. They don't believe in any religion, not Muslim, not Christianity. However, the Fulanis that stayed in the urban areas, that is the Muslims ones, especially, tend to use those ones in the rural areas to achieve their political gains. They deceive them, they lie to them, they use them to create havoc. Have we forgotten that in this same country, as soon as Goodluck Jonathan became the president and the Boko Haram terrorists started doing their havoc in the North, Goodluck Jonathan fortified the military, the Air Force, and the Navy. He actually made one Igbo man, Ihejirika, the chief of defense staff or something. The northern Fulani Muslim politicians ran to the US and met with, what's his name? Obama, and lied with the claim that Goodluck Jonathan want to, buy their people. That forced Goodluck Jonathan to immediately sacked Ihejirika and replace him with another northern Christian, Tobiah Memina. He took over from Goodluck Jonathan. What happened? They kept attacking Jonathan's government because Jonathan wanted to combat those terrorists. Now, let's tell ourselves the truth. If there is a terrorism in my place and I don't come out and speak against the terrorism, it is invariably, not invariably, directly I'm supporting that terrorist act. Who among those northern leaders, especially the Fulani extraction, has ever come out and condemned the activities of their brothers? Who among them has ever come out to condemn it? Therefore, because they refuse to condemn the activities of terrorism in their land being perpetrated by their own brother, Fulani brothers, it simply means that they themselves are terrorists.
Can I just ask, is Buhari not Fulani?
Buhari is Fulani. What has he done about that?
He's
playing to the gallery, deceiving you. No, it's just deception. We know how they work.
Okay.
It's just deception. Some people must be sacrificed. If Buhari was serious, if Buhari was serious in combating terrorism, combating the Fulani terrorist group, he would have achieved that long ago. It's just deception, right? Now, what are they trying to achieve with that terrorism? Grabbing the land of the northern Christians. Mind you, in the north, we have the Christian Hausas, Christian, what do they call it? Hausa Christians, Hausa Muslims, Fulani Christians, Fulani Muslims, and non-religious believers. They all made up northern part of Nigeria. Matter of fact, the Muslims, the Muslims, both Hausa and Muslim and Fulani population in the north is less in number compared to the Christians. That is what you guys are not understanding. But what they are trying to do is to use their political power, because they have achieved the aim of having their own people, their own Fulani people being the governors, even to the extent of coming all the way to Kwara State, to becoming governors in Kwara State. So they are using the police and military might to subdue the non-Muslims and take up their land. Go to Southern Kaduna, as Femi has stated, go to Plateau State, go to Nasarawa State, go to Niger State, go to Taraba State. They are continuously conquering these people and taking up their land. This is happening every day as we sleep. People are being pied there and their lands being grabbed and taken and occupied by Fulani. And before you know it, they'll have a Fulani chief there.
You know, John Abai is from there.
Forefathers being sponsored by their governors. Very unethical group of people coming up on TV to lie to you, to deceive you, and you are believing
how can you believe all these things you are saying?
Forefathers, I'm there. Do you know? My forefathers, in 2020,
that's a bit unfair now.
In 2020, I was in Nigeria. I went to the north.
That's his point of view.
I know
If
these
you
people.
want to
I
asked the question. Yes, I asked him a question. Not, I know it's his point of view.
This is what is happening. Okay, forefathers, let's be sincere to each other now. What am I going to gain lying against Fulani people?
Sorry,
what am I going
to gain
lying against these people?
You started off saying that Fulanis, most of them are not Muslims.
Yes, they are not. Fulani, I'm telling you, forefathers,
that almost all of them are
forefathers. Forget about what you're seeing on Google, right? And I'm telling you that the number of non-religious believers that are Fulanis are more in number than the Fulani Christians and Muslims combined together.
Wow.
Yes. And in that population, the Fulani Christians are smaller in number. So I will put it in this hierarchy: non-religious believer, Muslims, Christians among the Fulanis.
So non-religious believer, what do they believe in?
They don't believe in anything.
They are basically atheists, or
yes, they don't believe in anything. If you do, they will jazz you. They only believe in jazz. They will jazz you to you die. They don't care in anything.
If I can quickly
put believe in anything.
Ekene, if you don't mind, just one moment, please. If I can quickly put this to you, forefather. What Ekene is saying, I've not really heard it before, but I had to listen to every word. Because what he said about the organization of those in the urban areas and those in the far-flung desert territories who are doing that, I know that there is that operation systematically going on between them. I know that. In terms of what he speaks about, the size of the Christian population in conjunction with a Muslim, I've not necessarily heard that. However, I'm listening to it because a lot of things are going on in Nigeria that we're not aware of.
Okay,
You can't just not take it. I don't understand that thinking.
Let me even pinch this before I move further, right? Because of the activities of Boko Haram in the northern part of Nigeria, a lot of the Fulanis, even the Fulani Muslims and non-traditional believers are converting to Christianity today, as I'm telling you every day.
And that's why I'm aware
because
of
the
I'm aware
activities.
of that.
Now, this is it. You are saying that for those that are coming here to sympathize with, or in my place, they will say, Lachaike, lick your butts of these people up not there. See, somebody like me, I know them very well. I still have them as friends, right? But the truth be told, they are supporting the activities of their people simply because they think with that design or with that move, they will be able to outnumber the northern ethnic groups and take over the land. That is their belief. And that is what they are doing every day. Was it not Atiku Abubakar, right? That there was this terrorist, Nigerian terrorist sympathizer or sponsor that was caught in UAE and deported to Nigeria. Was it not seen with Atiku posing for pictures? What has happened? 6 Nigerian terrorist sponsors were deported from UAE, handed over to Buhari. Where are they today? They are offline. Where are they today?
We don't
let them go. They are in the system, sponsoring terrorism in that country.
No.
Okay, where are they? Where are they?
You said, bro,
these are non-terrorists. Forefathers, where are they?
They could be anywhere. So
okay, the same. Okay, hold on. No, is it the same? Northern Fulani leaders went to meet Obama, claimed that Goodluck wanted to kill them. Recently, 9 northern Fulani politicians again went to US for security summit.
Yeah.
What is the agenda? See, these people, as much as some of us here trying to pander, kind of lick their butt and all that here, these people are clueless. They don't know what is happening. I don't want to call them out, or they don't know what is happening. They don't know Nigeria. In short, you know what? Let me call him out. Ostadima especially, he does not know what is going on in Nigeria. He has no single idea of what is going on in Nigeria. I'm being honest with you. He has no idea.
Okay, you have been talking for a while.
No idea.
You've been talking for a while now.
Kenny, brother, let me speak to you a minute.
Kenny,
please.
Let
me speak.
Yes, we are going to let
That's
you speak.
right. That's right.
Just a minute. Yeah,
that's right.
Kenny,
what you said is pronounced, bro.
Alex Bade, immediately Goodluck Jonathan stepped down, was Buhari took over. He was shot and killed on the street of Abuja because of his activities in combating Fulani terrorists. What happened to his, to those perpetrators? Nothing happened to them. They called them unknown gunmen. This is the unknown gunmen that Tone is coming here to say that IPOB people were killing people during the election. The same Igbo land that I come from, that I know what is going on there. That the politicians
I don't know what your wow is there. I don't know if it's wow that you're surprised or wow he's talking rubbish. Which one now?
And somebody is saying that it's IPOB for what gain? Will IPOB kill their fellow Igbo person? I am for those that are disclaiming or trying to shy away from being a Biafran, I'm a proud Biafran.
Thank you. Very
proud.
Let's go to Golden Mind. Thank you for your patience.
No, I came before Golden Mind.
Did you?
You said
I
that.
came before Golden Mind.
Golden Mind's been here a while, oh.
It's been here a while. I think Golden Mind is aware that he came in first, didn't you?
No, I can be.
Did he come first, Golden Mind?
I can be fake, I can be fake.
Yeah, you can before me.
Allow it to speak.
Yeah,
let him speak.
Okay, all right. Concerns. Okay, go ahead. Try to keep it brief.
It's unfortunate that with this guy, what is that his name?
Masca.
What is that
Is
his name?
Masca?
That Igbo guy, the one that left. It's unfortunate. The one answered the tone. It's unfortunate that he's not here. But I want to say this now. This particular tone, every time he threatens people, Even before Tinubu came in, he was saying that Tinubu cannot come in. His boys are doing something. They are because this. At the end of the day, nothing. I don't know where that guy is coming from. Let me tell you, when you see that guy complete, you will know that either the father is a Fulani or the mother is a Fulani. Look at the face very well. It doesn't look like an Igbo. That guy have gone many times. When he come to Adonija, he will tell, no, Biafra cannot come. It's not his problem that Biafra comes, so Biafra doesn't come. It's not his problem. The truth of the matter is this. We have to say, I said the other day here, the truth of the matter is this. Everybody who has grown up or who have traveled, he traveled to learn. He traveled to speak the truth. You have to learn what others are doing and say the truth. The more you hide the truth, the more you die in that lie, in that hiding you're hiding. I come here and insult the Fulanis if they're not doing that.
Can you tell us the truth, please? I want to know the truth.
Yeah, the truth is that, okay, if I should start what you can I have already tell you the truth. Femi have already tell you the truth, but I have to start also.
That Fulanis are coming to kill us all and take our land.
Let me, my brother, forefathers, just please, could that let me talk, please. If you are talking, you see, recently, this problem in Igbo land, mostly in Imo State. Recently, I asked a Reverend Father whom I met in Japan. I met him when I was in Japan. He was there. He has been a good friend to me, and now he's in Nigeria for more than 10 years, more than 8 years now. He's in Nigeria. And recently, I was asking him. I said, "All this problem in Imo State, how is Usodinjo doing?" He said, "Usodinma is trying. Even he's building some roads more than the former governor." Then I asked him, "But he's killing many Igbos and others." He said, "No, the way we look at it is not the way it is. Usodinma maybe it only depends on how we see it. But actually, the unknown gunmen are not Igbos." He said the unknown gunmen are not Igbos. The unknown gunmen, whenever they're coming, the military will give chance for them to pass. And they will go and kill Igbos and run away. He said even this unknown gunmen, even the time the prison the prison break, where were the police that time? The police couldn't arrest them. But the police station was near to that prisons. You see, upon how many hours they are there. So he's telling me that IPOB has a hand in Olo because of they are fighting with these governors people. But then the unknown government are not IPOB members, are not Igbos even. He said they're not Igbos, he said they're Hausas. They are Fulanis. But that is bad. That's not what I came here now. What I'm talking about is that why I came in is because I saw Tone talking about every time talk about IPOB members, those people, this, that. He have no right to talk about IPOB. That is not his problem. Whether they got whether the Igbo people, Biafrans, they got the independence or not, it's not Tone's problem, and you have no right to demean them. When I was talking about these Fulanis are the one going about killing people in Nigeria. No other tribe does it. The Hausas are not doing it. The Yorubas are not doing it. The Igbos are not doing it. The South are not doing it. When these people are talking about the land grabbing, that is the fact. These people are killing people in Benue, killing people everywhere. And it was the former governor of Kaduna State, El Rufai, who said that they went, even before the election, before the election that bring in Buhari, they are the one who went and bring this Fulani from Fafuta Jalon to come and stop the election in case if they don't win. They have to cause trouble in Nigeria. They are the one that bring them. After bringing them, they couldn't pay them. And this will stay in Nigeria. The same thing that former governor, the same thing with the Governor Bala. Governor Bala said that any Fulani, the Fulanis have the right to carry gun in Nigeria. Who does that? Which country that a particular tribe have the right to carry gun, while others cannot carry gun? And these people, this useless guy called Tone, had the right to insult me because we came here to talk. Had the right to insult somebody. Which right that guy have? I'm not coming here to defend any tribe, but I'm coming here to say the truth. The truth is that there's a problem in Nigeria, and one tribe is causing that problem, trying to fire people, trying to take their land, trying to do all sorts of nonsense. They cannot be arrested. No, but non-Fulani is in jail today. Even if they put them in jail, the court will release them. Anytime they're arrested, the court will release them. If the federal government don't release them, the court will release them. Which country grows in that way? Which country? If Ton every time is defending the Fulanis, but he doesn't defend other tribe. Only the Fulanis is defending. You see, so that's where we have a problem in Nigeria. It's not only that their governors are defending them, those that matters are defending them, those the governors and in the civil servants, in the civil service, all of them are there. In this issue of Nigeria, today, even Buhari is not a Nigerian. Buhari, the father took him when he was 6 years and bring him to Nigeria, and he became a president. Many of those ruling us today are not Nigerians. That is where we have problem. If that Nigerians are the one ruling us, we can't have the problem we're having. Many of the people ruling us today are from Chad, Niger. Niger is an extended part of this Fulani. That's Niger. And that is why many of them are in our civil service today. We, the indigenous people of Nigeria, are not even in government, but they are the one in government. They use the government machinery. They are not profiled. Citizenship, they are giving citizenship more than those that are indigenous of the country. So that's where we have problem. Mr. Godman, you can speak, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I think I've said it a number of times about the need for us to make sure that we are polite in addressing or speaking about issues. I don't want to sound like a broken record. We have seen instances where people are abused, insulted, and threatened. And I need to remind everybody that despite the fact that this is, we think is our thing, you cannot threaten people online. You can't do that. Okay? So I will suggest, I don't know if our forefathers is here. We see lots of interruptions. Maybe we can make it as a policy that people, whenever somebody finishes speaking, that maybe 1 or 2 questions will be asked instead of the constant interruptions that happen here. So if anybody finishes speaking, maybe he'll be given opportunity to be asked some questions, so that we'll cut out all these people talking and people interrupting. This is very important. And also, we need to tighten stuff up here. We can't just continue like this, because this is not going to lead us to anywhere where we exude a lot of negative energy in this place. We have got to learn to listen to understand, not listen to respond. That's what happens a lot of times here. Listen to what people are saying. If you have something that you want to ask, write it down. When he is done, ask your question. I think that's a very mature way of dealing with this. Now, let's talk about a lot of issues that we have discussed, especially concerning ethnicity. Now, I want to believe that if we want to solve or discuss issues like this, there should be what we call inclusivity, inclusion, and we have to be sensitive. I don't think that coming here to begin to profile an ethnic group is a good idea. And a lot of people have said a lot of things that border on criminality instead of having anything to do with crime. For instance, if somebody is destroying, or a group of herders are destroying people's crops, that's a criminal thing that should be handled as a criminal offense, right? So I really want us, if you want everybody to be part of this, we need to remove all these ethnic bashing or all this stuff about ethnicity. The problem in Nigeria transcends a particular ethnic group. I do have kidnapping happening for business purposes. Has nothing to do with a particular group. Everybody's involved in it because they're making money, right? I do understand the feelings of some people that a certain ethnic group want to dominate. Yes, it has always been there, okay? But what I'm saying is that when we come to a forum like this and they want everybody to participate, we have to be sensitive enough to make sure that we make it a national issue. We can't come here and be sectional about what we talk about. There are good people everywhere and there are bad people everywhere. And I refuse to believe that 100% of a particular group does the same thing. It doesn't happen. I think it's a common sense stuff that even a child knows that you can't just have that sweeping generalization. It doesn't work.
Can I just ask, are you trying your best to be politically correct rather than truthful, or what is your premise?
Okay, let me talk about, some people have been talking about truth. My experience has shown me that there's nothing like truth. I believe in facts.
Did you hear my question, sir? Did you hear my question?
Your truth can be my lie. Do you understand that? Because I see a lot of speculation that were made here, and I listed a couple of them that were not actually truth. They were just mere speculations.
Goldie man,
right?
Can I ask you a question too?
Yes, go ahead.
So, how do you make the killings in the Plateau and the Benue a national issue?
They are criminal issues. They're criminal issues, and they should be dealt as criminal issues.
Why are they not being dealt? Why are they not being dealt as criminal issues?
I don't know. You don't ask me. Why are you asking me?
You see, my friend, the reason why I'm speaking to you in this way and why I'm kind of cutting it, because I'm listening to you very intently. And you began by reiterating points in terms of our general behavior, which is fair enough. That's your point of view. And then you came to almost put a narrative that is not recognized by me, who has made quite a few comments on this issue. None of what you have said is in tune with anything I've said. So I'm asking, are you speaking politically correctly to calm those who may speak erratically or that? Or are you coming to the point of the fact of what is disturbing us in Nigeria? Because I'm not here to listen to flim flam and let's everybody be balanced. Look, my brother, we're at crisis. We are at a crisis point. And in a crisis point, if we don't get to the nub of the situations that are happening before us, then we miss them. And we enter a zone where the river and the sea washes us away. And that's what we are facing. So I beg your pardon, and with all due respect, but flim flam is not going to help me to do anything. So continue if it's flim flam that you want.
Yeah, I don't.
But I'm hearing flim flam.
Yeah, I don't understand what your concerns are. Let me repeat if you did not understand what I said. And based on my training, I don't deal with insinuations, innuendos, speculations. I don't do that. I believe in scientific facts.
Wonderful,
right?
Wonderful. Let's hear it.
Just because somebody said something, he said that because Northerners are not condemning, that means they're culprits. Peter Obi has been accused because he's not condemning violence.
In this discussion,
that's not true.
Sorry. Okay. In this discussion, I have not said anything like that, but I did have a lot to say. And I felt that the things I had to say were very important and are largely being swept under the carpet. And we are forced into a false sense of narrative. And we continue in this vein that is leading us nowhere. So that's my narrative. It's easy to pick off all these ones that are fringe. They're fringe comments. Deal with the actual subject of the problems that are in that country. Because I'm telling you, bro, that the problems in that country, for all the good news that we hear about Nigeria, they're very small, but they are golden pieces for people like me and probably you that look at them as a way to the light. But what is clouding the light is massive. And somehow we want to dodge the massive elephant in the room, for want of a better phrase, and scapegoat it by all these fringe issues. I'm saying to you, bro, that there's a massive elephant in the room. And one of it is down to our identity as a people in the country. We have not a union in that country. We are not united as a nation. Now, I'm not saying that we're not close and that we're not brethren and that there is not love amongst us. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the national project of Nigeria has never left the birth. And that is a big issue. So if we're coming to deal with that, I'm down. If we're going to talk fringe, bruh, It's
Is he off? Okay. Well, I don't think there's any. I understand what you're trying to drive at, relating to what I just said. Well, my main point is one, that we need to be inclusive in our discussions and not run some people off. That's the crux of what I am saying. I don't know where your disagreement is coming from, right? It's just like somebody coming here and begin to bash Igbos, or maybe that they are criminals, that they are this, they are that. You don't do that. Just because you have met 10 Igbos and all are criminals doesn't mean that every Igbo man is a criminal. Don't do that. When you have a discussion like this, do not introduce this element of ethnicity, tribe into it. Let's discuss it as what it is. A crime is a crime, whether committed by an Igbo or Hausa or Yoruba. There are bad people everywhere. I do understand that. We're trying to build a new Nigeria. You can't build a new Nigeria where you keep on making references derogatory of the other tribe. There are good people in the north who can help solve the problem. If you think that only Igbos can do it, it's not going to work. Or the Westerners can do it, it's not going to work. There are people
my brother.
who want to come, right? No, let me finish. Let me finish. Thank you. Okay. So this is very important. It's an emotional, intelligent stuff. And this is what people learn. When we're in school, we said, if you want everybody to belong, don't discuss politics, don't discuss religion. I don't like the idea that people come here and tell me that all the problems in Nigeria are caused by the Northerners. That's not true. They have a very large share of the blame, just like other group of people in Nigeria. Like somebody said, if you have had opportunity to meet some Northerners, you know that there are quite a good number of them out there. And then when you come here and begin to bash them, what do they think? Right? So that's not a good thing to do. So we try as much as we can to discuss the problems of Nigeria without attaching any ethnic, biases to them. That's not going to help us, right? So what I'm saying is that let's make sure that we stick to fact. I've had a lot of stuff that actually not backed by fact. For instance, I'll give you an example. Somebody said unknown gunmen are not, all of them, they're not Igbos. Well, they have arrested a couple of them and they were actually Igbos. I'm an Igbo, right? So let's be, factual. People say truth. Ihejirika did this and that. These are not facts, right? There are bad people everywhere. The task of building the kind of Nigeria we need is a collective responsibility. Don't make it a point to exclude some people. All right? We may have it in your heart. Sometimes I think, it's just like an American arresting Nigerians and he now tag every Nigerian as a criminal. They know, they're thinking it, but they can't say it. We understand all these things, right?
Good mind. I have a question. I'm sorry for others. I have a question for you. I hear what you say, and you've made valid point based off of your own opinion as well, right? And I understand you clearly, but at least for me, I speak for myself now. In making my submission earlier, I also threw out some nuggets about, including the fact that even when I criticize saying things within my own ethnic group, so this is not me even criticizing just one group now. I've had people come at me and tell me things like, and I'll give you specifics now that I recall. During Obasanjo's tenure, just before the third term, there was a couple of things he did that a lot of my uncles, even my own mom, who's now late, they were all looking the other way. And I kept telling them that if it was some other people, you people will start complaining. So I think I will be the least person that will be criticized for being ethnicist. Now, the reason I am putting this out there is because, again, in putting out my submission, I mentioned my own lived experience and the fact that it's for me. I don't know about any other person. This is a complicated. I'm kind of like what's that English? English fails me again. I'm kind of like conflicted because, again, when I was initially growing up, I didn't have a concept of the differences. All I knew was I had friends. I didn't know what it was to be Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Muslim, and all that. Now I start with that premise. However, as I became aware of what was around me, because sometimes you're going to live in self-denial if you grew up the way I grew up.
But you said you were
all of my
going
innocence.
to give us a precise example. What was the example?
So, forefathers, I'm going to ask Golden Man a question. So just give me a chance to finish up. I'm getting there. Please, I beg you. So, and to your question that you asked earlier. Anyway, let me not go there. So, but again, I said something about the fact that I had a lot of. I mean, even in my school, I had a lot of Fulanis. At the time, I didn't even know they were Fulanis. There was no way for me to know. But in getting to my self-awareness, I now realized from my lived experiences. So, forefathers, to your question, if you think I'm going to start giving you maybe one day something happened and I cannot recollect like, okay, maybe a particular scenario where, but that's what I'm telling you, just in my own living experience.
Could it just be prejudice if you cannot have anything?
Forefathers, again, when I started, I told you that initially growing up, I did not even know what it meant.
Yeah, but maybe you were raised like that without necessarily. It's like white people that are being raised to hate black people without
let me
having
speak for myself. Let me speak for myself. I'm telling you the
because
way
if you don't have anything concrete, what is that?
Okay,
what do you want to make of it?
But we all have lived experiences. But let me now ask my question. Let me just finish and let me just stop. Going my question to you is this: could it be that I'm not understanding you enough to the point? I hope you understand the fact that I'm not saying all Fulanese, but my lived experiences makes me know that it's the way our interaction, what I know, living there, interacting with these people, not one substantial number makes me know.
Ask the question,
I don't know what you did. No, I'm not buying it. You're not telling me any precise thing.
Makes me okay, please. Makes me know that a substantial amount of them think that way, that they own Nigeria, based off of my experience. Now, I didn't say all of them, but a substantial amount. So, do you think that makes me, for example, group all of them into the same boat, just the way I would not agree with everybody that's Yoruba? Do you think that makes me one of those that's grouping all of them, or just making it look like all of them are the same?
Bruh, you took a long way round the whole block.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
No,
I
it's
understand.
not okay.
I understand.
Remember, we're listening. We're listening to you.
Yeah, I heard. It's okay that I understand. I didn't ask. I wasn't direct. But at least I let my question.
Let me answer that. Now, that's why I said people need to listen to understand, right? People are entitled to their opinions, views, or beliefs. And your views, beliefs are shaped by your experiences or whatever, right? There are people living on this forum that believe that all Igbo people are criminals, all Fulani are terrorists, all Yorubas are whatever. They do believe that. But my point is, when we come to a meeting like this, to make sure that everybody is given a sense of belonging, that should not come up. Because like I said, solving Nigeria's problem is the responsibility of everybody. If I come to a meeting and everybody shouting Igbo this, Igbo that, and I'm Igbo, well, why should I participate?
I agree with you on that. I agree.
I'm not saying that people shouldn't have their views and opinions, right? But it takes emotional intelligence for you to know and be sensitive to know what topics, what ideas you should bring up in meetings like this, right? I can understand if this were to be maybe an
gold mine, please. I beg.
Gold mine. Can I ask the question?
I please consent, please. One moment. I beg to disagree with you. We are talking about lives. People are dying in the plateau. I'm a Yoruba man. People are dying in Benue. I know how many farmers have been killed, cannot even go to the farm in Okiogun or your state, and so many parts of Ondo. They've killed 3 kings, 3 obas, and we know who the culprits are. You are telling me not to talk, to keep quiet.
No. That's not
so
what I said.
What are you talking about now?
Oh my goodness. You're not understanding
what I'm saying. So if I call out the Fulani, see, it is unfortunate that the reason why we are calling out this ethnic group is because they are politically influential, powerful figures have grabbed power. And they've used this power, they've misused this power, they've encouraged, they've bought guns, they've bought rifles for these people. they rigged themselves into power. In the last 8 years under Buhari regime, we knew that a terrorist sympathizer was Minister of Communication. This guy had the access to people's
I think
information.
enough of all these
and you understand?
This kind of
They
statements.
pegged themselves into every
This is just bigoted now. Look at the kind of statement it's making that they did this.
And
They
people
did
are
this like
dying
kind of
daily.
superhuman. Can you just stop it?
No, you see, can I interact a little bit with my brother?
Yeah, we live in the UK here, where some people
forefathers, don't be biased.
that control the UK.
Stop being biased.
And you, I'm fed up of listening to this. And you want to hear yourself talk because you isolate the conversation. Let's look at the size of the audience. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 that share the same opinion, and you all want to be badgering one person. You don't want any other person to challenge anything you are saying. When I try to say something, oh, let him talk. So that the whole panel is just full of people that are
now. Who is saying not to challenge? Challenges now.
So the point I'm making is that when you say one group took power, they didn't take power. They were part of Nigeria when Nigeria this was founded. They win this in office just like every other group. Ijaw man has ruled Nigeria, while an Hausa man has not ruled Nigeria. Ijaw man has this in the most Hausa man has ruled Nigeria for 1 year, and they have a bigger group than than any of the other major.
I'm talking about the last 8 years before.
So, yeah, okay. Now, because the last 8 years Buhari was in office, suddenly the Fulanis are the boogeyman that is killing the country. But if I show you a list of the poorest countries in the world, they are black nations. 40 of them, almost exclusively black nations. Exclusively. How is that? Is Fulani in all of them? The way people think, you pick one. Hold on, let me finish. You have all been talking. You pick one ethnic group and you make that your favorite pastime. And that is what got us in this mess we are in. When they arrived here, Oyibo man was fighting. One king was fighting the other brother. They took over that one. The next one, they go to the next village. They use one village to beat the other village. We keep fighting each other like crazy people. We can't even understand that. Okay, like it or not, they are part of the country. You live in a country where Oyibo people were 0% of that population, and now they make up almost 97% of the population in that country. Olumide, you live in that country. In the case of concern, I don't know where concern is, but in the case of UK, very small population group of people actually rule the UK. They come from the south of the UK. Most of the time, the leaders of the UK come from the south. Even this current leader is also from the south. You don't see the north losing their mind. Oh, the whole world is going crazy. They are the one controlling everything.
No, but they're not very happy about it either.
They may not be happy, but they are functional.
You see, sometimes if I can jump in just a bit?
If you gonna make it very, very brief, you are fine.
Forefathers, can I say something? Forefathers, I want to say
before concerns. Before you do, I just want to put this to Forefather, and indeed to Golden Mind. You see, whilst I can take on board what both of you are saying as to having a notion for the other person and not being bigoted, which is not what I'm trying to do, for one. I don't want to be bigoted. I don't even know what the solution is to some of the worries that I see. And I don't want to discount anybody who is not supposed to be part of. I'm just saying to you, what is it that constitutes who we are? Are we just accepting the status quo and moving on? Or if we understand that we are in a bad infrastructure, we are in a bad and poorly structured culture of politics in our nation, what is it that we are going to do? Because I'm looking at solutions at the same time I'm putting these things forward. What is it that we're about to do that makes us Nigerian, makes us this one unit that we want to be, and that pushes forward with politics that works? Because what we have is a big diet of politics that does not work. So I put it to you.
So what makes us what makes us what we are?
Please, can I say something and sleep? I want to go in and sleep.
Hold on, let me answer that. I know you don't make one comment. Your comment goes for the next 4 minutes. You don't make a 30-second statement. You don't make 1 minute statement. If you want to make it 1 minute, and we can go.
What I want to say here, Forefather, what I want to say here is this. God in mind, let me tell you, since in the East, since this unknown government started, none of them have been arrested. Where you get that issue of arrest is lie. That it was faked by the DSS. No unknown government have been arrested. That's the fact. If I came here and I cannot come and tell you that IPOB or some this are not operating in the Igbo land. There are some bad IPOBs. Okay? But the truth of the matter is that no unknown government have been arrested. Now, on the issue of the Fulanis, about 15 years ago or 20 years ago, nobody has come out and said Fulanis are killing people in Nigeria. No. Nobody has said that. And that is the problem we have in Nigeria today. If that the Fulanis are not going every state, every local government, every village, killing people, nobody can say it. So if we say Fulanis are killing people, we don't say that it's the whole Fulanis. But the thing is that the tribe that is going from each village, each place, in any place today, in the bushes, killing people are Fulanis. So if it is the Igbos that are in everywhere, let me tell you one thing you have to understand. When IPOB came up, IPOB was designated as a terrorist organization, but they never go anywhere to kill people. But that IPOB is indigenous people of Biafra.
Thank you.
Which are made up of 90% of Biafrans. Now, what you are seeing in Nigeria today, nobody has.
Your time is up.
Father, let me finish. Father, yes, I want to make a point.
You stopped me while I was talking now, and you want to go long.
Okay, talk. I didn't finish what I'm saying.
So, let me. I'm going to ask a question. Go ahead, Goldie, man, if you want to say something.
Well, like I said, I don't deal with half truths or innuendos. To say that the unknown government have never been arrested, that's actually a lie stretched too far. The internet is full of videos of unknown government arrested in the East. Lots of
no unknown government have been
arrested. When they are arrested, they are not unknown anymore. That's the difference.
So those who have been perpetrating have been arrested.
Not unknown government.
Now, what I'm saying is
this for the federal government.
Yeah, and I don't want to.
Let me show. Please look at that. Police arrested two gunmen.
Several of them that have been arrested. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I didn't say no Igbo man have been arrested, but I tell you that it's not unknown government.
Three killed and 5 arrests, recovered this thing. They are arresting them everywhere. Yeah. I don't know.
So
that's why you're not talking. That's not what I'm saying. That man said unknown government in the East. No unknown government have been arrested in the East. That is the truth.
But this is in Mbonyi now. Is it not in Mbonyi? I'm looking at one in Mbonyi right now.
I hope you guys haven't forgotten my question because this is off key now.
Yeah.
I didn't think Golden Mine would actually go there. Golden Mine, deal with the
What's your question?
Bros, I put it to Forefather and yourself, and I was very clear. But unfortunately, you got distracted.
Because a lot of people were talking, I can't remember.
No. I spoke to the two of you, and then Concerns made an utterance, and you latched onto Concerns' utterance. I don't know, Forefather, can you reiterate
the question was about how Nigeria, based on the problems you are seeing right now, how Nigeria can become a nation that is capable of doing anything, a kind of, if I'm not mistaken, that's what you are trying to say.
Well, if I can, sorry, Forefather.
Okay.
I need you because I need both of you to look at this in the seriousness that I believe it belongs to. We have a massive array of issues in a country called Nigeria, to the point that even identity and sovereignty of the very personalities in that country are questionable. Given this paradigm and all the issues that are contained as the thing that's in our way, I put it to you that the Fulani issue is a very big one. That it's an issue at the top of the polity and it's an issue at the grassroots. And I don't know necessarily what the functionality is in moving forward, where you have a kind of in and out population among us. So given that this is an issue, because I can't just sweep it under the carpet, given that this is an issue, how do we as individuals in that country that is not really a country, how do we claim our citizenship, our sovereignty, and know the way forward? This is the crux that we are really dealing with. How do we do that?
Let me take a stab at it, then Body Mind will go second, then he
Very
will round
good.
it up.
Very good.
My take is that one, the notion that people come into the country, you know, the West is Benin Republic. I know people that say they come from Benin and the house is split in two, and millions of Nigerians are in Benin Republic. Same goes for this in Cameroon, but we somehow only see the north because it's not part of the bias that it's part of the bias that we have. In terms of moving on as a nation, we do it like every other nation do it, just like every other human being learns to walk. You manifest the identity of Nigeria deliberately, consciously. I believe that our leaders right now are deliberately diluting it. They are not allowing it to manifest its full potential because they have an ulterior motive. They are serving a different distinct master. That is why they are doing it. But like you said, the question is pertinent. How do we get from where we are right now with all the problems we have to get to a point whereby those identities come together to do something great for the people?
I want to further.
The way to
can I
do
ask a
that
question?
is for them. Can you please let me finish? Can you let me finish?
I want to answer.
Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish? The way to do that is for those people, just like from the conversations we're having with Masca, and some people say this is a talking shop. It's actually very important. We need to know each other, because when the time comes to act, how do you communicate if you don't know how to talk to each other? Hence why these conversations are very, very important. And when that time comes, we will intentionally, when the right people are in place, we intentionally manifest the identity of the nation, which it will be done by nationalists. It will manifest the identity of the nation, and you can move the nation forward. Nationalism is not always present all the time. It comes in at the critical point when a nation is very, very weak and needs to make itself known, and then it will manifest itself. Then later on, it recedes into the background. Like in Nigeria, in the US right now, you can't say the US is nationalistic right now. You can't even say the UK is nationalistic right now. But when it needs to be, it will show up and keep the nation together and go back again. And that is what we need in the context of Nigeria. But that is just me. Golden Mind, please go ahead.
No, Forefather, I want to ask you a question. Forefather, I want to ask you a question.
Let's Golden Mind.
Let's Golden Mind speak. Don't concerns, brother concerns. Brother concerns.
Organized here. We have to be organized.
Yeah, brother concerns. Keep up with the flow of what's going on. If you keep up, you won't have to interrupt. It is for Golden Mind to speak now. You don't have to interrupt.
Well, if I understand your question clearly, I think you're trying to find out, how we can solve the identity crisis that exists in Nigeria. Well, the pertinent question to ask is, at what point did we start having this crisis? And why? Until we understand the fundamentals of this problem, then we can't solve it. Because as far as I'm concerned, this identity issue started in the maybe 50s and 60s, right? And it's at some point, there seemed to have been a law. In other words, people, it wasn't so much highlighted until we started this present republic, right? And that has given rise to agitation from groups, ethnic groups, the Biafrans, the Oduduwas, and all those stuff. And my thing is that when you have clear injustice that pervades everywhere in Nigeria, such issues are likely to arise. It has given rise to socio-economic, political problems everywhere. And since we're in a democracy, somebody talked about referendum. Well, the reason why some people find it very difficult to accept that referendum is because it is not constitutional. That's just a fact. It's going to be hard for anybody, any government in Nigeria to come and say, okay, let's have a referendum. It's going to be hard. Now, what's the solution? Political solution. I've said it so many times. The problem with Nigeria is so enormous that it's going to be very hard for this to be solved in hundreds of years. But politically, what I think, We need to reform our political process, starting with the political parties. Why do I say so? When you have political parties who keep on throwing up people who have no business, being elected, right? For instance, think about the primaries of political parties to elect local presidents, governors, right? Can we have a better process where we make sure that political parties give us the
Sorry
best?
about that. Is there audio playing in the background?
Are you hearing something?
Yeah, it's coming through quite solid.
Okay. Do you hear that?
No, gone.
Okay.
Thank you.
So politically, what I'm saying is that since we're in democracy, the only thing we can do to make sure that people are given a sense of belonging, okay, is to make sure, first of all, I can tell you that if we go that political process right, most of the agitations will die naturally. But the situation whereby you keep on producing people who don't care about the people, who don't care about their feelings and yearnings and whatever. So, for instance, if we are to elect a president, the political parties have to be clean enough to give us a very, very good candidate, so that when we go to the polls, we know that even if our candidate doesn't win, another good candidate is going to win. Until we do that, we'll keep on struggling in Nigeria. Look at the different arms of government. The executive not working, the legislature not working, the judiciary not working, right? So until we actually get a representative system of government where we elect people we want and the results actually count, we are not going to get it right. Now, if you, in almost every country where you have this kind of, ethnic groups, you always have. Remember the Rwandan issue, the Tutsis and the Hutsis, they fought for a very long time. And at some point, that's why I tell people all the time, just because you carved out another country from an undeveloped country does not mean that carved out country will progress. No, it has never happened. Evidence abound that every time you have a country.
No, don't say it has not happened. No.
No, it has never. Hold on, sir.
Yugoslavia, other people come out from Yugoslavia and they're making progress today. Don't lie.
I hate being insulted when I'm talking. I don't insult people, right? So when I'm talking, I need you to listen to me. I will never interrupt you when you're talking. This is very important, right? Now, what I said I said a developing country. Maybe if I didn't say that, that's what I meant.
Malaysia and Singapore are developing countries when they separated.
You can even say African country.
African country, black African country. Let's just say black African country.
Yep.
There has never been any country carved out of another African country, and that carved out country developed. It's not happening.
Namibia is moving. Namibia was carved out of South Africa. Have you gone to Namibia?
What's the GDP of Namibia?
Namibia GDP is even bigger than Nigeria. I'm telling you.
What?
GDP. Namibia, you don't forget about
stop that. Concerns. You just called somebody a liar. Concerns. You just called somebody a liar, which is an insult. And now you are trading lies. I mean, what is that? Namibia is nowhere near Nigeria's GDP. Nowhere near.
Are you talking about, excuse me, forget about GDP. Forget about Nigeria.
That's what you said. It concerns. All I'm asking.
Country than Nigeria. Do you know that?
Fair enough. All I'm asking, concerns, is for you to calm down with your utterances. Okay. Please.
Okay. Yeah. I think he's probably referring to GDP per capita.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Yeah. Well, I do have, if you consider the complexities you have in Nigeria to Namibia, Namibia has been relatively peaceful country, right?
And it is its own country. It's not South Africa. All this happened between the Germans. All this happened between the Germans and the South Africans who had that part of the world. Mm-hmm. It was their negotiation. It wasn't the negotiation of any black person. So just continue and ignore that, because let's deal with the reality.
Yes. So it's going to be tough, and I've told people so many times. Do I have a quick fix solution? Now, when you go to Nigeria and see the way everything is set up, right? For instance, you go to MDAs and see the level of incompetence happening there, the nepotism happening there. When he elected president, he'll flush out people from other groups and put in, people from his own ethnic group. That has been happening in Nigeria. And the question becomes, how do we take care of that? There should be a federal character, but nobody's implementing that, right? So when you have the reason why we have democracy, we have three arms, is to checkmate each other.
Can I put you?
Yes.
Can I just put it to you? Sorry, I beg your pardon, I don't mean to interrupt, but I do say this. Forefather answered my question, and he didn't answer it necessarily to my satisfaction, but he answered my question. I'm listening to you, and you see, the way I'm listening to you, it's as though you believe that Nigeria is actually a country, that Nigeria actually has structure, that Nigeria actually has rule of law. Nigeria has none of these things. So when you're talking to me from these points of view, I'm thinking, bruh, what are you talking about? What are you talking? You see, me, and I don't mean to take over. I just want a direction of how we communicate.
Nigeria has all these things to a degree. All these things.
On my point of view, I'm not. Well, that's like not having it if it doesn't work.
Exactly.
So
actually, it does work at some level. If you're a poor man,
all I'm putting forward,
works in Nigeria.
I know it doesn't. All I'm putting forward is that as we know that the structure is not really there to the satisfaction of anybody, given that paradigm that we are in, it tells me that the structure actually needs to be pulled down in order for it to resurrect in a much more formidable way that is strong and confident and has the backing of the people. I'm just setting up the question or my narrative. Now, with that coming from, that's my point of view. That's where I'm coming from when I look at Nigeria. So looking at it like this and knowing that there's also problems of ethnicity in the country, problems of ownership. I'm wondering, in real true terms, we here as Nigerians, how do we pick ourselves up from where we are and go the distance that we all know we have to go? It's a distance. It's not next door. Even though if somebody's got the right plan and he is a real leader and has the backing of the people, I believe we can get there within 5 to 10 years. However, I'm saying that the myriad of problems that we have, if we're taking them seriously and we understand what time it is, we know that we need to arrest the situation pretty quickly. And I'm putting to the table that we've got up until about 2027, until, you know what's going to happen? We will be recolonized. The Europeans and Americans and the powers that be will take over our nation. They will. And they've got the power to do it, and we are powerless to stop them. So this is the paradigm I'm working on. I don't know what anyone else is working on. I can't. Sometimes our discussions, I'm thinking,
do you want me to tell you the truth? The way Nigeria is structured and the kind of people in Nigeria makes it difficult for Nigeria to attain the kind of level that we want. Now, whether people get mad when I say this, if you look at countries with the highest level of development, the average IQ for that country is always the highest. So there's a direct relationship. Now we live in a country where, people don't question. People are aloof. People don't, ask the right questions, right? And that happens everywhere. We have churches everywhere, but it's not impacting on the society. So until the citizens wake up and start asking questions and having punishment for people who are destroying their country, because these people, they don't care. That's why I talked about democracy. If we are practicing democracy,
Before you go, can
yes.
ask a question quickly? When you said
Paul, I don't mean to ignore you, Paul. We salute you.
when you said the country that are doing relatively better have higher IQ,
yes,
the higher IQ is not the higher IQ, is it not linked to the fact that they are doing better, or instead of the lower IQ is the reason why the nation
no,
other
no,
nations
no, no, nope, nope. The IQ is well, in statistics we say is independent. It influences, how developed you are, because you need people who are thinking right and thinking well to develop your country, right? Now, let me give you an example. Let me tell you something.
But excuse me,
Yes.
forefathers. If somebody speaks for 3 minutes, he's supposed to stop. Let others speak. You can't be speaking for 10
Okay,
hours. 10 hours.
fair point.
Paul, I've not even spoken.
Yeah,
I've not even spoken.
let's allow God
Ah,
in mind to finish so that you can speak.
so
Yeah, that's
it
pretty
gave
fair.
me. I'm just going to speak only for how many
I
Trump?
don't. I see.
Then
I
we're
don't
speaking
see
more
your
than
face
1 hour.
again now.
No,
It
that's
looks
not
like you're
good.
not there anymore. I don't see your face. It make
No,
I
that's
see you
fine.
because
That's fine.
I
That's
forgot that
fine.
you were
You see my
there.
face. I'm
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Sorry about that.
So finally, the mindset is a problem. Mindset. The way a typical American thinks, a British thinks in terms of development, in terms of work ethics, that's totally different from the mindset of an average Black African. And that affects everything. For instance, my thief is better than your thief. That's a mindset. Elsewhere, a thief is a thief. In some developed
You are saying we
countries,
have low IQ. That's why.
oh yeah, average IQ of
We
Black
have low
African
IQ.
countries. Yeah, ours is about 100 and something. That's how low we are, right? So in Nigeria they say half bread is better than none, but in these countries they say it's all or nothing.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Yeah, there are studies that has clearly shown that IQ is affected by hardship. If the moment you become rich, your IQ goes up, which is weird. Concerns. Thank you
No,
for your patience.
let's give Paul a chance to talk. After Paul, let
Hey,
others speak. Yes.
concerns don't have anything
I
to
said
say.
give Paul a chance to
Eh?
speak.
No.
What is this? Concerns.
No,
I'm concerned now.
consent is correct now. That's why I greeted Paul so that he can come into the conversation.
Concerns. I'm really concerned now. How
No,
can
he's
you
correct.
involve your time? You've been fighting to talk all this while. Now you just handed it over to Paul. Paul,
No,
welcome.
I said Paul just came now. Let him talk also. You cannot
That's
monopolize
all.
everything.
That's very considerate. Thank you.
Very concerning.
Paul is looking fresh. He's getting ready to get it done.
Also,
Welcome,
I
Paul.
yeah, I went to do some very difficult job today, but I was listening on the background, and I think it's a good show. When they were talking about Wole Soyinka, I didn't really listen everything, but the part of Professor Wole Soyinka, it just get me thinking and every other thing. The kind of country we want to run. We cannot eat our cake and have it like the old philosophy would say. I can't get it the way we do things. This thing that we pride ourselves with too much respect and every other thing, and it's affecting us because when you look the diasporans, and when you look the diasporans again, the next 20, 30 to 50 years, just ask yourself how the Nigerian diaspora will spring up, and what do you think we can harness with this diaspora? For example, in the US, the Jewish people are just 8 million people. You understand? And they take charge of all the so-called big universities in America. That is the protest that is going on today. Guess what? We are busy priding ourselves that Nigeria is the most educated in immigrants, which is a lie. You understand? We pride ourselves because we just want to use it to demonize certain people. But what is the end goal? What is the outcome of it? I can't find it. I live in the US. I can't find it. You understand? Other than a man had a job, like a man called Professor Wole Soyinka, also was recognized with his work too. You understand? Like I am recognized with my work. You know, where I work, they've been begging me to make me a lead in my place of work. You understand? I refuse to take it because of the tax that goes with it. I refuse to take it just for my mental state. I just want to rest. I just want to have time to do some other thing. You know the
Are
beauty
you
of
heading
it.
out? Thank you for coming in, Golden Mind. We really appreciate your decorum
Thank
and
you,
the
man.
fact that I like the way you come and read the riot act to these rabbles that we have here.
I knew you would like that.
They don't like to follow rules. I appreciate it a lot, and your contributions obviously are quite solid too. So, well done.
Good night, bros.
Right. I think his contribution is just a balanced Nigeria, which is it's been a long time for us to have people like that. So it just looks
Don't
like
be
when you're
silly
doing.
there. What do you mean?
Oh no, sometimes we get mad with politics and this sometimes the tribal issue, sometimes we just feel maybe religious side and maybe we are talking from party line, and everything. But he's just talking like a perfect Nigeria who stand on the vendor stand and read his newspaper and just want to give his own contribution. And it's a good thing. But what am I saying? Look at the Jewish people, 8 million people. They control all the 8 Ivy League universities in America. They control all the big universities. They are the movers and shakers and everything. Take, for example, they fight Harvard, they fight MIT dearly. Do you know why? Because Qatar is doing the same thing. And few Americans say, no, it will not happen. But meanwhile, 8 million Jewish people has done 10,000 times what Qatar is about start doing. That they give Harvard money, they give MIT money, they give these so-called big universities money. That is what the students are protesting. You understand? So come to Wole Soyinka, the way Wole Soyinka behaved, the way he's behaving and everything. I don't really want to believe with age, but I just believe that Wole Soyinka has become a party person. And then being a party person, it is crystal clear. You understand? Because Wole Soyinka knows how to talk. He knows how to use his word very well. But you'll be so shocked that with all the things that happened in Lagos in the last election, Wole Soyinka did not make any comments. When they asked him, he said, oh, I was in Qatar lecturing. I didn't really cover the election very well. But you know that the obedient people are very rude and arrogant. Yeah, the obedient people in Qatar, you understand?
That's what he said.
That's what he said.
I did hear
you
that.
that said
And
it
I
clearly
think
that you didn't cover the last election because you were not in the country. You were in Qatar. You understand? But you know obedient people were very rude,
What has he
arrogant.
got against Peter Obi that is
well,
so?
you see, it's not
It's
just
because
him.
of your passenger
It's not
and
just. It's not just him. And I haven't spoken on this Wole Soyinka issue because I look at it very strangely. So I don't make comments. But when I witness people making comments, especially for what he's doing, and I'm a respecter of him and his like in Nigeria, the like of Wole Soyinka in my family, those people are all over my family. People with diction, people of age, people of vision, people of wit, people of good humor. And when I hear him speaking from the other side, I'm kind of taken aback in a way, but then I have to give it a lot of understanding. You see, Nigeria is a very corrosive country. If you stay there long enough, it's going to eat you. You're going to become one of them, or you stay yourself. And it's not easy to stay yourself in that climate unless you have a big community of people that you're moving with that are thinking differently from the communal Nigerian. You are going to change into them. And this is the issue. That's how I look at this scenario.
And it's so pathetic because Wole Soyinka is well loved, respected, and
Absolutely.
everything. So me, for example, I like music very, very well, and I'm very, very vast. I'm current when it comes to music. When I talk music, now I'm talking about the so-called American music.